sometimes.
Yeah, so I don't know. His kingdom coming doesn't necessitate the end of the world, because in the New Testament, his kingdom comes already, and it's a spiritual kingdom, and the world didn't end, right? As they're writing the books and stuff in the Acts or whatever, the world obviously hasn't ended because they're still writing it. Yet they're writing about how the kingdom has already come. So like, and then out of the horse's mouth, he says, "My kingdom is spiritual, not physical." So I don't know. It just seems like a spiritual kingdom wouldn't
Yeah,
be
when I
floating
see
around
that
in the
though,
sky.
I just see that being wrong.
I think he's telling his disciples that, like, some of you are going to die and be with me, like, in a flash, basically. You'll be standing with me in heaven. It's kind of the same thing what I meant by when we talked about the two people getting crucified with God or with Jesus. He says
the one guy, yeah.
He says, like, you'll be standing with me in heaven in front of the gates. I forget exactly. Yeah, paradise. I literally think
a tremendous amount of interpretation.
It just depends. Well, we're deliberating about it, but if you read it yourself, you'd come to a conclusion real quick. Like, you'd have all the context ready. And I think Jesus is just his view of life and death and what it means to be, like, in a spirit form or dying and stuff, is he says it in words that we can barely understand. Yeah.
How do you know that any of those words actually are what they claim to be?
Well, life and death. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying the words are the words,
how do
but
you get to any of the Bible being right?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Is it just faith that they come from where you might think they come from?
Well, the whole thing is supposed to be a testimony, and then you're to be a witness of that testimony after reading it, basically.
That's kind of like,
and then as you go through life,
Harry
you're
Potter.
a witness to it either being true or false. So if you read it, you read it's because it is called the New and Old Testament, right? It's where's Cuddles when you need him? This fucking law fuck. He'll go into it, bro. It's a testimony, so you're gonna be a witness to that testimony, kind of like sitting in the pews during a court proceeding, basically. And then as you're that witness to that testimony, then you witness the rest of your life, and it's once you look into it, it's a very complicated subject.
Before the 18th century, we didn't have what we would call science and like modern day science, and these people were highly educated, and it's how we kept history in a certain sense. So when you take out any of the, you can read in the Bible and look at historical battles that took place, and they're all there, and you can corroborate the evidence, letters and mail from generals and all that stuff was sent. Pilate was sending mail, like
even before that, like,
when you don't have to think that every single word is a fact and every single word was spoken. Like, I would never say that. But if you were to read Harry Potter, you'd come out of it knowing, like, Slytherin is kind of like the snake, gross. Like, you don't want to be Slytherin, obviously. You'd rather be a Hufflepuff. And that's kind of what reading the Bible is like. It's a great history lesson and a big story. And there's clearly a good and bad. Like, you want to be on the good side.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the word.
I guess if you believe it's that, I guess it all comes down to your belief of it, or your.
Like, is your belief of Slytherin like that they're slimy and evil? Like, they're written that way? They're clearly
the point of the book, though, is a fucking testimony. So you're to fucking read the testimony, and then go throughout your life. And if you find the testimony to be true, then you're a witness to it. And that's what the fucking earlier Christians were supposed to be before Constantine and shit. You're a witness to this testimony to see if it's true or not. That's why they always talk about witnesses in the Bible. And the whole Bible is based off history and law, basically. And I guess theology or whatever. But basically, after you read it, you witness the testimony. If you go through life and you witness if it matches your life or not, does this actually seem like the truth or not? And that's the whole kind of point of it. Because
Yeah,
what is Jesus? Jesus, they call Jesus logos. The Greeks call Jesus logos. What is that? That's the word logic. I mean, the whole world works off. You know what I mean? He called in the English, he calls himself the truth. You know what I mean? He calls himself like it's. So I don't know. You have to look into it, right? I wouldn't. I don't. I'm not necessarily a believer per se, but I don't just discount it because like a bunch of like mainstream media people shit on it. Like it's definitely not.
it's definitely up to your own personal relationship.
Well, I just say look into it. You know, if you're gonna claim that it's whatever, you know what I mean, then you can claim whatever you want. But like if you've actually looked into it or not, that's up to you. Like you are the only one who would know you're being truthful or not.
As a Christian glober, I would say you've looked into the dumbest shit possible, so why not look into this? I'm just joking, but I've looked into the dumbest shit possible, and I've also like at one point in my life, I was like, maybe I should read religious texts, religious.
What is the dumbest shit possible? What does that mean?
Me, like I've looked into everything. Bob Lazar, like nothing I would tell a girl. Nothing.
Dude, that whole Sitchin with the Anunnaki, I find pretty. Like, I never believed that shit.
Sitchin, yeah, I love
That
Sitchin.
shit sounds really dumb to me. I don't know.
Von Däniken, Sitchin, all that crap. I've looked into flat Earth, of course. I've looked into everything. I mean, really dumb shit, like super necessary as a man to explore those subjects, but you don't take it into the office. You don't bring it up to like HR, right? These are
I'm just
subjects
wondering why you
leave at
label
home.
I'm just wondering why you're labeling those things dumb. I just don't.
Yeah,
Dude, how's this, dude? Like in the HR, like, so what seems to be the problem? Well, the 11th planet is coming back. Like,
yeah. Or like, this monkeypox business. I don't want to get it. And Bill Gates and Klaus Schwab, like these guys, you can't bring any of that up.
Can you hear me watering?
eh?
I was just wondering if I was being annoying. Could you hear me watering?
You said something about water.
Okay, if you don't hear me watering, then it's not a problem. I am watering my garden and making a lot of noise. I wasn't sure if you could hear it.
So I like this guy. He's living his life in the outdoors, chopping trees, watering his garden, holding a gun. Man, you know what? We need more Globers like this, and he makes good arguments too. It's not just some fallacious bullshit. Like, oh, because popularity in a video from NASA. It's like, this guy's a good quality Glober over here. It's like fucking, I give him snap of approval.
Were you the guy I was talking to yesterday about the Tonga?
Yeah, the
You were going to watch
explosion.
the video?
Yeah, the explosion.
Did you watch the
I didn't
video?
watch the video. No, I didn't watch. I didn't. I was basically doing Java all day yesterday, and then I had a party to go to.
That's all right.
I have it open still on the tab though. Like it's right here.
Turn your list of things to do. Now I'm about to reap from my garden a $1,200 pepper.
God damn.
Because I built my gardens this year and it cost me about $1,200 to set them up, and I got one pepper ready.
Yeah, my
So anybody want
mangoes
to buy
right
it from
now
me?
are.
I'll give it to you. I'll sell it to you for only like a 10% profit. So
I got my mango tree ripening, dude. That's fucking like everyone I know coming over trying to fucking grab mangoes from me and shit. No, I don't even like mangoes, and these fuckers are fresh. They're so fresh that I even like them. Like it's fucking it's nice.
It's
Are they
ill.
fresh? Are they fresh to death?
I don't like it makes my top of my mouth itchy when I eat it. That's the problem. When I eat mangoes, I think I'm allergic to them or something. But these fuckers are fresh, dude.
Tell you one thing, if anybody is a gardener, I made raised garden beds this year. They're about 26 inches high, but the old ones were only like maybe about 4 inches off the ground. Man, you got to water these bitches like crazy. I haven't gotten the soil right to retain much water. If I miss it by a day, my veggies are starting to suffer.
Do you have those little styrofoam balls and fucking wood in there? Little,
Yeah, I got manure. I dressed this thing up as best I could, but
you know that
it
like
don't
pack
retain much.
styrofoam, those styrofoam balls.
Peat moss
Yeah,
retains
that's cool.
moisture. What he's talking about is like peat light,
Mm.
like those little white crystals,
Yeah,
like lava glass or something, but white. Those like aerate, allow for oxygen to get to the root.
Right.
maybe you need mulch to like block the sun.
Peat moss
It's more of it just drains too quick.
Mm.
Yeah, throw some peat moss down on that shit.
Heck, I'll be able to do that this winter, but well, I guess I could top dress it.
It'll hold moisture down too from evaporating
Yeah.
out the top.
I'll probably end up just being lazy and water it every day.
Actually, if you were really lazy, you'd put the peat moss so you didn't
Shut
have
up.
to water it every day.
Shut up, you. I'm already up to $1,200 peppers, so I mean, I'm not gonna spend any more money.
Mm.
What
That
are
was
those
positive,
things?
dude.
It's like a glass bulb thing with a long stem, and you like stick it in the ground, and then it like slowly
Oh,
lets the water. What is it?
Self-watering.
water. You could do that with a milk jug, also.
Yeah, just get a bunch of those. That way, it's always getting watered.
Drip. Yeah. Those things always jam. You jam soil into the stem and it jams. It's annoying.
Does it? I don't know.
It does if you're not careful.
And just take a milk jug, punch a little 1/16 of an inch hole in it, or less.
I mean, you'll have to unclog it like often. Yeah, if you just jam it in to the soil.
But you just set it up right and then like sitting it on the soil, and letting it weep out. So
Yeah,
it'd be just water, nothing to jam it.
the way I do it is you just kind of put most of your force on the edge that isn't scooping up the soil and kind of
Right.
Yeah.
Well, if you do it on a milk jug, you could just do it on the side, the bottom side of the milk jug, and then it won't even be touching the soil, and it'll always just drip out.
Yep. But the soil also helps like slow down that drip, so you got to get it just right. You want to kind of bury it and then pack it.
Holy shit.
I don't know. I like his milk jug idea, man. I don't think you're gonna beat that one. It's a milk jug, so they're free. If you already drink milk.
Oh, for sure. If you have a free
And you
thing
just
for
put a little. Yeah.
I've never seen this before. My hose where the water's I'm watering from the garden has a little tiny weep on it, and it's going across the brass, and it has completely polished the brass. I must have a lot of acid in my water right
Talk about slug trail.
now. Yeah, take a picture.
Alkali does the same. You
I
might have
guess,
a
yeah.
hard water, yeah.
Look at that shit. I'm gonna clean all my brassware with this. Did I kill the room?
No.
So what were we saying before? We were talking about Harry Potter and how you know one thing is true. If one thing is false, then the whole book is false.
What?
Yeah, I forget what we were talking about.
I remember someone mentioning Hufflepuff.
That's like the
I did.
There's nothing false in Harry Potter. It's all real.
Like, I kind of say that a lot, where if you come out of the Bible thinking that so and so is good people and so are bad people, like, I don't know. It's not necessarily a good thing, but you will come out of it knowing good versus bad. Like, you'll still have your.
Oh, you know I'm supposed to debate McToon tonight, apparently? Like, in a couple hours. How many hours? In less than 7 hours from now, McToon wants to debate me. And, like, live stream it.
6 hours.
Jesus. So, I don't know, am I even a good debater? I feel like I'm not even a flat earth debater. I feel like Wits It Gets It is like a... I don't know. Why isn't this fucker debate actual fuckers who want to debate? Like Don fucking like pressuring me and shit.
That's the thing too. It's like he wants debates on his channel. Well, debate it on your channel.
Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be respectful. I've never had a problem with McToon, so I'm not. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna try and demock him or anything. But like, I think if at any point it kind of turns into some sort of shit, like Professor Dave just hurling insults at me, I'm just gonna be like, bro, like, listen, I already didn't want to debate, and this is not even a debate anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want it to be. I don't want to get fucking. He's just gonna be like roasting me and calling me stupid. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not here for this.
Yeah, he's quite triggered by flat Earth. He thinks flat earthers are flurmen, which is his take of flat Earth mixed with vermin. So if
Firming?
you get vermin.
What is that?
Like a
Oh,
vermin?
vermin, like a
Yeah.
rat.
Like a rat, yeah. He
That's
called his
quite Hitler-esque.
his pet name for flat earthers is Flurman. It's because it goes back to in a way he's like a neo-Nazi.
He's not a Glober neo-Nazi.
Yeah, that's my take on him because he is very defensive of the Apollo program. And I first saw people who are foaming at the mouth defensive about the Apollo program who also dehumanize the other. That's two connections to World War II Germany. Do you see
That's
that?
funny.
Because I've talked to neo-Nazis and they hate flat Earth. I mean, they think flat Earth is I can't even repeat it, in present company with what they think flat Earthers are, because they see the Apollo program as a vindication of their worldview. Because after World War II, NASA, the federal government, used Operation Paperclip and ushered in Nazi war criminals like von Braun.
Or do they think it's like that now that like German people aren't running NASA, they can't go back to the moon because people are too stupid or something?
No, but they're not Nazis. That's the thing. They might be smart enough to do it, but they don't have like that sort of divine power that came from. I'm not even sure, but I can't even straw man their position.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's
Like
so ridiculous.
my fucking whole family is from Germany and Poland, so they lived right through World War II, and we're not Jewish. We are like the people who are fucking originally there. And Hitler was not necessary. Like he was like Trump, basically. Well, a more extreme version of Trump, right? He
He's a
just put in a bunch
populist.
of he just put in a bunch of policies that were blatantly obvious, and took out policies that were blatantly obviously bad. You know what I mean? And then he just did a bunch of crazy shit and genocided people. He was not a good, like, I don't know, dude. People who are neo Nazis about this and that, it's like, you're in America, dude. Your family doesn't even know what fucking happened. You were across the pond. You know what I mean? It doesn't even make sense to me. Like they don't, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. It is what it is, though.
Yeah, it is.
I'll tell you this, dude. My grandma had to fucking flee from the Nazis, right? Because she was Polish, and it wasn't like, oh, just the Jews, but like, you know what I mean? Like they get the rap for their being the biggest victim, but like, I don't know about that. I'm pretty sure way more Germanic and Slavic people died than any fucking Jews died. So I don't know the whole thing, and then people like idolizing Hitler and stuff. It just seems kind of sick to me because, like, given my family is German and they fucked my fucking family shit up and we had to start from nothing again. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like I don't know. I think neo-Nazis are sick in the head.
Yeah, it's a supremacy piece that he thinks his point of view is superior to all other points of view. And, he's in Minnesota too. And during that whole, when George Floyd was murdered by the police and people are doing riots and stuff, he's all like super pro government, like policing powers.
Well, yeah, but that whole Black Lives Matter shit, like, I mean, listen, you see a fucking video, it might be offensive, but then to go burn down a whole city in response, it just seems
it's
like
outrage, right? You saw somebody get murdered and strangled to death in broad daylight, and all the bystanders were threatened that if they get any closer, they'll be shot, they'll be arrested, they'll be detained. The bystanders like, You're killing this dude. You're killing
Yeah,
somebody right.
that video was pretty. That video was pretty fucking the desert of the real, if you know what I mean. Like that video was pretty. I don't know. I watched the whole fucking thing because it somehow it was fucking on everyone's story all of a sudden.
Yeah. How about this one? Just have
I
someone
didn't even know what
kneel
it
on
was
your
when I
neck.
first watched it. Conspiracy
Like,
Santa, dude. Someone just sent me the video and I watched it and I was like, the whole time I was like, wow. I was like, wow, this is fucked. You know what I mean? But I
yeah.
didn't even know it was on like a viral thing because it was like I woke up and then I just went on Instagram and I looked on my DMs or whatever, and then I didn't, you know what I mean? I didn't have like the news to, I guess, paint my vision before I saw the video. I mean, I'm not gonna say the video is real or not, because I'm quite the auto hoaxer. But if it was real, that was fucked. What they did, that was fucked up, dude.
Yeah, see, I know because I live in Minnesota too, and I had done some writing and stuff for Photography is Not a Crime, and I had that guy was on the list, the top 10 list of officers who were out of control. It's like, police officers, they wanted to get fired. He was well known to the public. That was his 7th body in the line of duty. He had killed 6 other people prior to that encounter.
Yeah, that's the thing, dude. Is whenever a fucking cop pulls me over and shit, like I'm like kind of fucking scared. I mean, this was even before that video, obviously. Like, I don't know. I've just always had like because there's the thing is like, he has a gun, I don't. And even if I had a gun and I shot him, there'd be 50 more of him with guns. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like,
Yeah.
fuck me, dude. Like, literally, I'm here just driving and you're fucking here harassing me. And I can't do anything because you might just fucking kill me if you want to. And if I try to defend myself, your whole fucking army of buddies will come and try to kill me. So like, I don't know, the whole fucking, even before the, I guess that whole shit. Just ever since I remember when I was 16 getting pulled over, my hands are like shaking and shit. You know what I mean? Because it's not like it's just, you know what I mean? Like it's like a larger force. So you'd have the same thing if like yeah, I guess you're in Mexico and someone stops you with an AK-47 and says like, pay this toll. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna pay the toll. You know what I mean? You're not gonna fucking deny the toll.
Yeah, ransom know this. It's like pay this or get choked to death.
I don't know though. I think I'm not too sure about that whole thing, to be honest with you. Anything, because the thing is, it's just weird how that video went viral, but they stop other videos from going viral. Like, you do know that like the video being real or not, it's spreading around social media like that was definitely like pre-planned. You know what I mean? Or not pre-planned, but like they definitely let that happen because they can definitely just by the content of the video, they can block it from being spread. You know what I mean? So someone had to make a conscious decision to like not stop it from spreading. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This is why I think happened is because he was well known as like a liability. They've been trying to change what the police have been up to and what they've been doing. And here's this guy, this sort of, commando, bloodthirsty officer. And he's like, here's a chance to get rid of him. They're like, here's a chance to fire him. They could show excessive force, blah, blah, blah. They did not expect that level of outrage. Because in their mind, the government says, what? He used excessive force. The guy died because of underlying conditions. So here he's fired. Here's his pension. We can get rid of him now. That's how myopic, short-sighted the executive branch of the government is. They had no idea the shitstorm they were about to unleash by
that video too, dude. Like when you watch it, at least when I watch it, bro, it plays on your heartstrings for sure. Like if you're not a person who, and I'm not saying I'm a person who has my emotions in check, right? I'm not touting myself as like the Buddha or whatever. But if you're a person who I guess has gets emotionally easily, like, bro, I was watching. I fucking watched it again just because I couldn't believe what I was watching. I was like, "That's like the whole time." You're like, no, just like get off. You know what I mean? Like, get. You don't need to like get off, sir. Like, I don't know. It's just way past the point of like there being any excuse. It like for that guy, whatever his name is.
George Floyd. You mean
No,
the guy with the
the cop, the fucking cop, and the other cop that's like blocking the people, bro. That there was the one who was like doing it. I don't know, but to me, honestly, I don't really take these things to be real or not, because like honestly, like after seeing the fucking moon landing, I think they could fake anything. So like it couldn't. In my mind, I take it with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? They can fucking reproduce anything.
Derek Chauvin was the police officer. I can't remember the other guys' names. Yeah, but it was interesting too because they always talked about all white police officers, right? And this was there was only one white dude on, or maybe two. I don't know. But it
No,
was
I
like
think there was fucking like 3 of them, bro. This is the thing, dude. This is what makes me kind of sus about the video in and of itself. Is first off, he has like a counterfeit bill, and like all those other riots, like a bunch of other riots, is like a black guy getting choked over a counterfeit bill. It's weird. Like
it wasn't counterfeit either.
why are they choking black dudes over counterfeit bills every time there's a riot? But then also when like they released that first video, and then they released a second video from someone on the other side, and it's not one guy. There's fucking 3 guys with their knees on the guy's back. Like 3 fuckers on him, and then that one Asian guy basically standing there making sure no one goes near him. But it's like you know what I mean? It's like I don't know, dude. The whole fact that there's 3 fuckers on one guy just kind of makes me a little sus. You know what I mean? I'm not like, if it's real, it is a tragedy, but it's so bad. Like the lies in the media are so bad that I wouldn't put it past them to fake this too, to be honest with you. That's the sad part about it, is like we get these like tragic stories, and like you just have to kind of hold yourself, because you can't tell if these are real or not, dude. Because these fucking, the media is they're fucking what is it called? What's a person that's like a something
Complicit.
liar? Like no, they always lie. Like they're fucking chronic liars, bro. Like they lie about shit that's not even, you don't need to even lie about. They just lie to lie. You know what I mean? Like, so that's the thing, is like, it is a sad story, but like at the same time, like the person telling it is probably the least trustworthy person a group of people I've ever come across. But I think it also goes to show they're trying to make this like whole throw out the due process and have media basically like be the judge, jury, and executioner. You know what I mean? Have you been seeing this like lately? Like you get these stories and then automatically they know everything. I mean, going all the way back to 9/11, dude, with the fucking passports. Oh, we already know who did it. We found passports in the burning wreckage. Like, really? You get all the facts within 30 seconds? It's just, I don't know. After seeing what the media is, I just hardly believe anything anymore. Anything on that they report, I mean.
It's always looking to see who's gaining from this.
Yeah, and I'm not,
Who's got the
maybe they actually did fucking kill the George Floyd or whatever, you know what I mean? But that they fucking planned it so that they would kill him and then spread it over social media, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or it could actually just have occurred naturally, or it could just all just be fucking fake, you know what I mean? And the thing is, for us to speculate, we can't really, you know what I mean? We can't really know because we weren't there. But we're just supposed to take the media's word for it, which I think is the thing, is like, the media is trying to set themselves up as some sort of judge, jury, executioner, minister of truth. What we say is true, and don't question it. And you don't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I've fucking listening to auto hoaxers has fucking opened my mind.
Yeah, that could be like a thing you could use tonight to talk about it.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it strictly like, I'm trying to keep him basically trying to prove the globe to me without any assumptions. And each time he makes an assumption, I'm going to try and say, like, well, here's the thing, buddy. We're here for verification and truth, not for assumptions based on authority. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm not even per se a flat earther. I'm just a globe skeptic. I just haven't seen any fucking evidence whatsoever outside of already assuming something. Like, the foundation of every one of their proofs seems to rest on an assumption. And so that's the fucking thing that kind of bothers me. It's like, why don't you just go fucking measure the curve for once and lay this thing to rest? And then someone said, like, oh, well, they don't have to. And then I was like, oh, they have cameras aboard the ISS. No, those are for taking pictures in science. No, motherfucker. These guys are fucking doing flips and like going on TV with the camera and then fucking like talking in a microphone and telling silly jokes. Is that science or is that propaganda? They spend bro, if their fucking ISS is real, that means they're spending millions of dollars in equipment to send fucking cameras up into the ISS to film fuckers just flip around and talk on a fucking microphone and act stupid and have fucking hairspray in their hair, but they can't pay fucking what? It's probably less than $100,000 to measure the curve of the Earth. They can't spend that. They can spend millions on cameras in space and do stupid flips. It's just ridiculous.
That's a good way to go, I think. Use that.
Yeah, it's just like and bro, the government pays $150,000 a year to fucking pay fuckers to go report on misinformation on Discord. So just take that guy's fucking money, don't pay him, shut all of us down, and just physically measure the curve of the Earth. You don't need to fucking pay that guy $150,000 to fucking report misinformation. You can just prove us wrong. You take that money and prove us wrong, and you never have to spend it again. Build a fucking monument. Build an Earth curve monument where everyone can go and walk for 2 miles, and at the end of 2 miles, wow, there's a gap between this water level and this straight line. But no, they won't do that. It always has to be something where we have to rest our faith in them and rest our faith in their assumptions. It's a faith, bro. It really is. Unless someone can make an argument that isn't based off some assumption, then I'll believe them that it's a globe. But always goes back to some fucking faith-based assumption.
You could do too, like ask him what flat Earth is, and see if you can tell him flat Earth. Flat is a description of the surface. That surface being Earth, and see if he goes into all kinds of batshittery, like flat Earth, like Professor Dave. Flat Earth is an insult to all the scientists. Nope, you added that. Okay, that's not what flat Earth is. It's not an insult. It's me looking at the Earth and making an observation of the surface, and then describing that surface as flat. What is flat Earth? And see if you can get it. If you can, are you even able to understand what you're mad at? Can you even figure that much out? Like, you're angry that there's flat earthers out there? What is flat Earth? Okay, you got it wrong again. Flat is a description. It's an adjective that describes a noun. That noun being Earth. Now, what is flat Earth? And just keep going. He'll just play with his Rubik's cube and take little sound bites and play music and like talk to his...
is he gonna do like the whole thing where instead of just showing me and his argument, it's gonna be like fucking edited and it's just gonna be like clips? Yeah, I don't know,
the
dude.
whole clips and stuff.
I'm kind of already fucking kind of feeling iffy. I don't like if you're gonna fucking make clips of me and take me out of context. Do I even want to fucking? I don't know. Yeah, here's the thing: is like Don really wants me to do this shit, but like I'm kind of already regretting it. If this guy's just gonna be taking clips out of context, that's fucking immature as fuck.
What are you guys talking about?
I'm supposed to debate McToon tonight.
Oh, are you gonna do it?
That's what I'm thinking, dude. I kind of want to, but I feel like he's gonna make a big deal about it, not represent what I'm saying, and just take clips and like ad hom me. You know what I mean?
What are you debating about?
Yeah, whatever you do, don't go on there like a rambling lunatic screaming vulgar shit. That's not a good look.
Yeah, I'm trying to be as respectful as possible, but I'm like, here's what I'm doing: is I'm gonna try to be respectful, and when he like starts to be disrespectful to me, not saying he will, but if he does, I'm gonna call him right out on it. And if he continues, I'm just gonna tell him like, yeah, I'm not gonna debate under these conditions. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can go debate DMOC if I want. I don't need to fucking be live and have you clip what I'm saying out of context and
What
insult
are you debating him on?
FE versus Globe.
So you're going to represent a flat Earth?
I guess so. Yeah. I don't know how I don't know how I got roped into this, but I guess that's what it is.
But I thought you said that you don't necessarily think the Earth is like a.
Yeah, I'm just a Globe skeptic, so I don't even. But this guy's like frothing at the mouth for someone to debate. Like, so I don't know. But I'll go. I'll be there for a bit. But like, I don't know. If I sense some bullshittery, I think I'm just gonna leave because it's like, you know what I mean? I'm not here to get fucking embarrassed on the internet. I'm here to just talk to cool fuckers and see the evidence of both sides. You know.
Why are you expecting McToon to be respectful?
Yeah, I don't know. He's never been disrespectful to me. I'm just worried he'll
Maybe
be
not to you,
disrespectful.
but you haven't been on live with him. I've never seen him be anything but disrespectful to anybody that's representing Flat Earth. He's always been completely a goon, consistently.
Yeah, I don't really watch him. I've only spoke to him in VC for
dude.
like 30 seconds.
I would venture to say you would not be going on there if you've seen anything that he's done with Flat Earthers. Brian Leakey went on there, totally sincere, trying to meet his fake challenge that had no win possibility, and did nothing but be nice and completely respectable to McToon. And all he did was take low blows and read off comments from people that tried to make Brian look like he's an idiot. And it really made McToon look like the biggest bozo ever. But he wouldn't realize that or admit it. He's a fucking asshole, in my opinion.
I told him last night, he was like, oh, I want to debate you or whatever. I said, let's go live right now. And he didn't want to go live. So I don't know what, you know what I mean? And he's like,
do you know what he did to DeMock before DeMock even went on there? He went and read all of DeMock's entries of the DMs that DeMock sent him and had somebody else read it and make fun of DeMock's grammar and, everything about it. Just like, and announced it as if he was debating DeMock, but it wasn't even a debate. It was just him reading off the comments that DeMock made and laughing at him.
Yeah, the moment if I see any of that, honestly, my bullshit fucking level
you can
is
expect
like
nothing less. I'm telling you, bro. You can expect it.
Here's what's gonna happen. I'm probably gonna give him like a 3 strikes, and like, if I see him bullshitting like a first time, I'd be like, come on, dude, like we're trying to have an actual productive debate, right? If he does it again, I'm gonna be like, dude, I'm warning you, like I'm going to leave if you keep disrespecting me. And if the monkey business keeps going, I'm just gonna tell him, dude, like,
he will not be fair.
You're a fucking clown, and I'm leaving. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to have,
I hope you see that. I hope you do go on. I hope you go on. Knowing you, I bet you will be the perfect person to tell him off, and that's what I'm hoping for if you go on there.
Yeah. So we'll see how it goes, but I just don't want. I'm not gonna fucking stick around because I haven't heard that about the DMOC, but I've heard, yeah, he is like a kind of a shitty person, and I'm not sticking around for that. You know what I mean? I'm actually here to just debate him in FE.
Dude, just expect
you know what I mean? I'm not here for
he does not run a fair debate about it. He will not be fair to you. That's my warning. I think everybody else here that's on the Flat Earth side would probably agree.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll heed your warning. I've heard the same thing. And I'm not doubting you, but I would just give the guy the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he can be different this time. You know what I mean? That might be naive of me, but like, I think I'll give him a fair shot. You know what I mean?
I haven't seen that he deserves it, but yeah, go ahead.
Here's the thing though, like, I'm the type of person that like, my dealings with someone, I don't really try to let influence other people's dealings with someone influence my dealings with someone. You know what I mean? And I found it works because there are people who get antagonized by groups. And then
I think
I
one-on-one
talk to them and
personally,
they're
you'll be a totally different person though. It's not like somebody's integrity is on the line, personal one-to-one. I know what you mean by that. But when it's in like a public thing where he's supposed to represent like anti-flat earth, which is what he is, he's anti-flat earth. He's not like, let's have a fair debate, I'll hear you out. He's a true anti-flat earther. So anything you say will be made fun of regardless of how much sense it makes.
yeah. Like I said, I'll heed your warning. I'm not doubting that that's true, but I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. And you know what? If he takes the benefit of the doubt and basically shits on my desk, then you'll be venerated more. You know what I mean? There'll be more evidence that this guy is just a shithead.
Yeah, we could play back this little part here of me giving you a warning and then him living up to my warning.
Yeah, we actually could. Yeah, that's actually we could, dude. That is actually a good idea.
Yep. I mean, does anybody else want to chime in? Am I right or what?
Crit seemed to agree. I don't know.
Everybody else is like, oh, go, McToon's not so bad. Or am I right? Come on, guys.
Maybe they're AFK. Who knows?
Yeah, I'd recommend going to his channel at least before you go on there and just see his rapport with flat earthers. Just scan through a few of his videos. You know about his challenge, right?
I heard about the challenge. Yeah.
And it was all set up. He had like supposedly put like $10,000 in escrow and all that, and it was all set up so that you couldn't use any globe components whatsoever, you know. And so it was all set up so that anything you used could be called a globe component, and therefore there's no way to win it. You know, Brian went on there, was totally sincere, did nothing and did not break, did not let McToon trigger him, and it just made McToon look like such a fucking asshole in my opinion, because he didn't break. It was fucking awesome. But of course they took every chance, you know, to say, oh, you must be in your mom's basement, you know, things like that, you know, totally trying to like straw man him and make him out to be like this stupid flat earther. So if you're representing, I don't even know, I know you're not like quote unquote flat earther, but you know, the in my opinion, flat earth isn't a belief. It's as soon as you do not believe, run a spinning ball any longer, then what are you left with? We don't know, but
We don't know,
pretty much
but
makes you a
it
flat
just
earther.
yeah, we don't know, but it just simply looks and is practically flat and motionless. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly. It is like it seems until further notice. You know, there's no reason to assume anything else, because if you're sitting in a chair, you know you're sitting in a chair. You don't have to believe that. It's just what it is. Now, if that chair is something completely different than a chair, and there's some theory that totally makes absolute sense that it's not a real chair and you're not really sitting in it, then we'll entertain that. But until then, it's not a belief you're sitting in that chair. You're just sitting in the fucking chair. The Earth is just obviously stationary and level in all ways. There's no belief about that. Don't let them strawman you. Actually, I asked somebody last night on the 24/7 what their top arguments are for the flat Earth. Like ones the globe side doesn't have any real answers to. I asked Doug who he is. He's like an old schooler. I'd put him on my A team for debating, probably. And he named his top three. I could go back and clip that if you want to hear it as the top three. But basically, yeah.
What are
air
they?
pressure without a container.
Oh,
I think he went with air pressure without a container. No dependent variable for gravity for the a true experiment of gravity. Cavendish cannot be called a true experiment, no matter how they cut it. It's not. So they have no proof of gravity, and
They can't even say what gravity is. It's like, what is it?
Oh, no proof of
curvature.
Yeah, and isn't it Einstein says that you can't tell if we or the stars are moving just by looking at it? But that's what they did.
There's no optical way to know if the Earth is moving.
Yeah, but that's what they did, dude.
Yeah.
That's what they started out with. They started out, well, it looks like the stars are whatever. It looks like we're rotating. Like, that's literally how they started their theory out. You know what I mean? By optically looking and saying, like, oh, maybe the stars aren't spinning. Maybe we are. You know, it's just, I don't know.
Have you ever read Kings Dethroned or heard the audio?
I have not, no.
I'll send you that. I'll DM you. That's
Okay,
a good one
thank you.
because it basically goes back through like how this happened. Like we could make the stars infinitely far away, or we could, interpret them as they are. If they make them infinitely far away, all kinds of things are available to them. Because the fact that they made the stars possibly interpreted as infinitely far away, whatever that means, they don't have to worry about any parallax shift. That's huge. The idea that we'd be going along with the sun that travels 500,000 miles per hour, meaning that we would literally be displaced in whatever coordinate of space-time we were originally at by 12 million miles every day, means that we would definitely have parallax shift in our relation to the stars and the stars' relation to each other. But the fact that they put them infinitely far away means that, it's just they're so far away, it doesn't even matter. We wouldn't be able to tell. In fact, there is parallax. That's how we know they're that far away. It's just ridiculous.
It's
Do you understand
funny
about
that? They seem to be experts on parallax, but then they can't even analyze the parallax in the mountain of the background of the Apollo video. It's like, dude, that's not a mountain, dude. That's a fucking board 100 meters back with a mountain painted onto it. The fucking angle to the mountain does, like, dude, I don't know. Dude,
Do you have a good shot of that?
So
In case you bring that point up. Do you have that?
The amount of critique they bring to us, they never bring to the Apollo missions. It's kind of funny.
Do you have that at hand to cite in case that comes up? Because he'll want you to cite.
What do you mean, like the video on me? No, I don't have the video on me.
Make sure you have a few things to actually cite, just in case, because he'll put you through the ringer for sure.
I don't know if I feel prepared for this, to be honest with you.
If you're unprepared, he'll totally take advantage of that, just to let you know.
You don't need to cite it. Just be like, if you haven't looked into this, you don't even need flat earthers if you want to question the Apollo program. The vast majority of the world believes the Earth is a globe and also believe that the Apollo mission was faked. So if I'm saying something you disagree with, just be like, well, there's a lot of people who disagree with you too.
Don't you think that if the vast majority of the world actually took the time to look into it like we have, that the majority of them would see that we're right?
I mean, there was a poll done in Russia that it was like 30% or something like that believe that the lunar mission was faked, just straight up faked, and another 30% said something along the lines like it was over exaggerated or it didn't happen quite the way they said it did. So that's 60% of the people think there's something fishy, fakery afoot with the
Yeah,
Apollo
dude. Just
program.
the fact that they took golf clubs up, like, I don't know. It seems like they're just sprinkling salt in the wound. Golf on the fucking moon, but then you can't say, like, it's just ridiculous.
By the way, I've heard a couple different versions of that. I heard that they snuck this golf clubs onto the thing, that they snuck them on. And then I heard that they weren't actually using golf clubs. It was something else they were using as a golf club. So make sure you get that detail right. Because sometimes what they'll do is they'll put a fake story out, for subterfuge and get people to
Yeah.
latch onto it and claim it. And then it'll be proven wrong. So it's like it's set up for us to like latch onto and to make us look stupid for claiming the same thing. There's a lot
Yeah,
of those.
I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean when it comes to that. It's like
Yeah,
some sort of
subterfuge.
detail that's
Gotta watch.
really, really fishy, and then later it's like resolved. And dude, you could.
Yeah.
It's almost like
And
once
they
you
had the
realize,
answer in their back pocket ready to go.
it's almost like once you realize the media is just a lying cunt. It's kind of like you're looking at. It's kind of like you're in a mental battle. Like he's lying, and he knows he's lying. And he also knows that he has the mind of the man. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's almost like I don't know. It's weird once you realize that the media are liars. Like it's almost weird. Like you start to understand them. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, Jesse Smollett is a perfect example of that. Right?
Exactly.
So Jesse Smollett, you know about that? So he's
Yeah.
like he faked his own attack, right? And then the media reports it as if it's real, and then reports it as, oh, we found out that he was faking it. So then, therefore, we're seen as people that always find out if people are faking things. You can count on us. Totally set up from start to finish.
It's almost like when you look into a mirror and there's a mirror behind you, you see a bunch of yourselves repeated. Kind of what they do.
Infinity, yeah.
They try to make layers and layers and layers, like mental layers, basically. I don't know. They're the best. They're the best fucking psychologists I've ever seen. To be honest with you, like,
for sure, it's the art of subterfuge. And they're very good at it. It's game theory. It's just like chess. You're faking your opponent out to think that you're going to make this move, but you're actually making this move.
yeah, it's like chess. Yeah, the thing is, it's all like a mental game to get you to believe some part of their story. You know what I mean? Like even the part of their story that debunks their story, and then they debunk your debunk. Like all of it. This is why I'm such an auto hoaxer. And when I preface, like he talks about George Floyd, I preface like, yeah, if the video is real or whatever, because like the thing is, they fake the fucking debunk to then fucking debunk your like they go deep, bro. These motherfuckers play mind games.
Oh yeah, completely. Yep, that's what it's all about. And they'll set up somebody, and they bait us. We're being masturbated. Remember that. We're being masturbated.
Master, yeah, definitely.
Masturbated. Because they make the stories obviously fake on purpose so that we jump on it and go, oh, it's fake. And then they have a reason to censor us because it's emotionally triggering for other people.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because it's weird. Our society is kind of fallen away from that premise to not bear false witness. Bearing false witness is not only lying. It's also purporting to know something that you actually don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah.
Like everyone's gonna tell me about something that they weren't there to actually witness. If they're being honest, they would preface it with, "I was looking at the TV screen and I saw these images on it." You know what I mean? They wouldn't just say like, "Oh, do you remember this?" You know what I mean? Like it's just weird. Like you can kind of see as we fall away from, I guess, truth as a society, they take advantage of people and they do it. It's funny because there's always like the first layer is always emotional. You know what I mean? The first layer of the story is always emotional. And then I feel like they have a second layer that's slightly logical to kind of get this is what I think is like the Democrats are the emotional The Republicans give you like a logical story that's also fake though. So like basically they can cause one side to latch onto this emotion and then the other side to latch onto, well, such this, and this fact kind of disproves and contradicts your point. But then like the ultimate fucking truth is to realize that even those facts that they give you aren't fucking real.
Right. Like they're so proud of going to the moon the first time on basically analog technology, right? With the memory of like a speak and spell in as far as their RAM goes, right? And they've got like one little window to look out. How are they trilaterating the stars to get where they're supposed to go and steering this fucking ship to get to the moon? I mean, it's just so stupid when you think about it. And then the guy's supposed to be circling the moon while they're like down there playing golf, and just he keeps orbiting the moon until they're ready to rendezvous, and then they seamlessly come up from there and then rendezvous with the ship and then make it back to Earth. And wow, can you believe it? Oh my goodness!
And don't forget, they talk to the president over the phone with zero lag.
Yeah. But the thing is it's all a wink. I think they do it that way on purpose. Really, I do. And it's they give the thinking man, anybody with common sense, the option to know that it's fake as fuck.
Yeah. I think it's about faith. At the end of the day, I think it's, do you have faith in what they tell you?
Yep. And that's created
is.
that way. So do they make sure it doesn't make sense so that you have to have faith? That's what scientism does. If it just made sense, they would never know that they're the ones that made you think that, because it would just be common sense. But if you're claiming that you believe something that doesn't make common sense, they know that they're responsible for your thoughts. Have you ever watched the bathroom tour on the ISS, Noah?
Oh God, what is that?
Oh,
what
dude,
is that?
The bathroom tour is so hilarious. It's pun intended. It's the biggest gaslighting thing you've ever seen. I'll send you the links as well. I have a couple links I'll send you. It's so funny because she's like, it gets a little messy. So we've got a lot of wipes here. She's total duper's delight smile on her face. There's no toilet seat, right? To begin
Dude,
with.
that's the thing. That's the thing too
No
with all
toilet
these, with all these
It's like a 3-inch
shootings and
pipe.
whatever. Hold up, with all these shootings and things, and then
Mhm.
you're talking to the parents and they're fucking smiling. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you would not be fucking smiling if your kid got fucking murdered. Like, this doesn't. That's the thing, dude. Like, there's no physical evidence to show. Like, there's no. It's just nobody would
Robbie
smile for
Parker.
their kids
Starting
got
with
shot.
Robbie Parker.
You would not fucking
You've seen Robbie
smile.
Parker,
You would not
right?
laugh. I would cry, bro. If my kid, I'm a
Oh, yeah.
fucking man, and I would cry if my kid died.
No
You
tears.
know what I mean? You think a woman's gonna stand there and smile? Women,
Yeah.
like, bro, you think your fucking mom would be smiling after someone shoots you? Are you fucking kidding me?
You've seen Robbie Parker, right?
What is that? No, probably
Robbie
not.
Parker. That's the original, like the one that like set everybody off because it was the Sandy Hook dad, and he comes out smiling and like getting ready for the camera as if he thinks the camera's off, right? And he's smiling and like swag. He's got the swag as he walks in, and then he does this like heavy breathing exercise to get into character. And then he's like, my daughter was killed yesterday, and I just want to let the shooter know that I forgive him, and all stuff that you would never say if your daughter was just shot, right? And it was so obviously fake. And here's the thing, they did that on purpose. They made it seem like that was just leaked, right? We just happened to catch this guy.
Yeah,
He
they
wasn't
probably
ready
did.
for it. You know, it was totally triggering to people that have eyes to see or whatever. It totally gave it to us on purpose to cause the conflict.
Dude, that's why I don't even like when the TV's on, bro. Like I actively try to avert my eyes from fucking anything. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it seems
I haven't watched
to
one
me.
little thing yet of these latest shootings. There's like 16 shootings in the last week. 16.
Yeah, and then I go on. You can't even go on Netflix and try to fucking be distracted from it. All the comedian specials are talking about it. All the fucking shows, like, oh, preference if there's some sort of violence, like, oh, for the kids who died. It's like,
Mhm.
what? How is this relevant to me watching Netflix? It's
And
like
it makes you evil if you
entertainment and
question it.
media are the
You don't
same
care about the
fucking
kids.
people.
Mm-hmm. It's so
The media
divisive.
is entertainment, actually. There is no media. It's all entertainment. It's all entertainment.
It's all mind control. Yeah.
That's what someone coined. What is it? Media as a tool of governance. Media and entertainment as a tool of governance, basically.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The media pundits are the priests and sayers of the day, and they'll tell you a lot of real information. You know, so then if the real information checks out, that means everything else you should depend on as well.
Well, that's like with Alex Jones as well.
Mm-hmm.
He goes and does his due diligence and reads like government documents by DARPA and fucking Rand Corporation and stuff, and then presents it, and then it's like, wow, this guy's actually knows his shit. And then he starts fucking randomly ranting and speculating and saying shit that's completely off and false. And it's like, wait a minute, like, all right, Bill Hicks, calm down.
I don't think he's Bill Hicks though.
Yeah, I know. I don't either. I think calling him Bill Hicks is funny because he's obviously a fraud. And
Well, that's
you know
another
what the thing is,
thing.
like,
It could
his
be.
claim to fame is that Californian what is that forest in California, the carnation of Cain or whatever. His claim to fame is he's the one who's the journalist that busted it open or whatever. But I literally found fucking people in the fucking 80s talking about this shit. In the 80s they were reporting it.
Of what?
That shit where they all get in the woods in California, the Grove,
Bohemian
Bohemian
Grove.
Grove. Yeah, the
Yeah.
Bohemian Grove. He's saying that he's the first one. That's how Alex Jones got famous, right? He was a
Yeah.
nobody, and then he, a quote unquote, snuck into the Bohemian Grove, and he was the first one to kind of like bust the whole thing. Like, oh, I proved
The Moloch. Yeah. But he
yeah,
was invited
but
in,
then
probably
I
a
have
member himself. Yeah.
yeah, but then I have clips of people reporting on it since the fucking 80s, 20 years before this guy is supposedly the first one to bust it open. So it's funny because you go to the first thing these shills do, and it's like fraudulent since the very beginning. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, completely. They have to have somebody acting like they're giving you the inside information, and it goes from like Ron Paul all the way down. They have to give people hope, and they know people are attuned to certain things, so they can't just act like that doesn't exist. So they have to have somebody, co-opt it, and then poop in the punch bowl like David Icke or whoever to give us, to give us like the total like, oh, this guy's my guy. Oh shit, he said
Dude,
that.
think about it. Out of anyone that you would have to, I guess, talk about fucking reptiles, and then the guy who's talking about it looks like a fucking lizard. Are you kidding me? You know what I mean? Like the one guy who's gonna like release the reptiles and tell us about it looks like a lizard. Like, are you kidding me? It's just a joke, dude. They're literally joking with us. They're literally like, dude, they're literally fucking with you. You know what I mean? It's all mental. It's like space. The only space is the space between your fucking ears. It's all in your mind, all of it. It's a whole. I don't know how long it's been going on for. I feel like the Catholic Church is the Catholic Church and the J words are the main culprits though, because this is the only thing that makes sense and historically stretches back long enough to, you know what I mean, like, because they're employing like shit that they've known about for a long time.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta see if my headphone will connect. I have to. I'll come right back.
All right.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Does that sound way better than I sounded a minute ago?
You sound different. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's the headphones. Anyway, so yeah, it's crazy that it's like it's funny how we're all brought into this, with the different assumptions and layers, and then you see people that are just starting to research this stuff, and like you listen to what they say, and they're like telling you that, oh, the Pope's the Antichrist, and you're like, oh, okay, I see how far you are. Like whatever they've like delved into, whatever shill they're listening to. You get it. Like, you have to go layers deep before you then have to all on your own realize all of these people are telling you this for a reason. Even the people telling you the truth.
It's also like I feel like at least for me with the whole heliocentric model and stuff, I think what they do is they make it so convoluted and complicated that like if you are to figure out and show some contradiction that it's fake, they'll go to you and be like, okay, if you can resolve this problem, we'll give you a Nobel Prize and millions of dollars. And then what? The next guy who comes along to solve that problem, you know what I mean? Like it's like they're building. It's like you're building like a pyramid. Basically, you place one brick on top of the next, and the next, and the next. All of a sudden, you have a fucking tower. But the foundation is the foundation is a lie. But all these bricks built up all over here, basically. You know what I mean? Like instead of, oh, there's a contradiction, maybe we should question the model. No, not question the model. There's a contradiction. Let's resolve that contradiction and push it even further and more complicated. You know what I mean? Like the reason Einstein had to come up with all these fucking like crazy fucking ass theories and space time and shit was because of all the contradictions in the model already. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, it's not like I think I heard you say the other day, like the Greeks thought that the boats went over the curvature. I don't think that's true. I don't think they ever thought it went over the curvature. I think that the men that were the smartest in charge men at the time realized that they could convince people that boats go over the curvature. The heliocentric model is reverse engineered from the top to the bottom. There's no way that they just mistakenly thought it was a globe. It just can't be that. The only way for it to be presented in the way it is they knew exactly what the serocycles were. They knew exactly what the postdictions were, and they changed it around to seem like predictions with a completely reverse engineered mathematical model. It's the only way it could be what it is.
And look at this, dude. Saros is predicted to be exactly 223 Sidonical months. 223 is the reverse of 332, the number of skull and bones. And this is the first thing I look up Saros cycle on Google. This is the first thing, the first sentence. The first sentence on Google is the Saros cycle period is exactly what? 223. Like, God, you know what I mean? Like, God damn it. Why? You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, that's the weird thing when people think that they just thought it was a globe, but they might have been wrong. Like giving them the out, like, oh, they just got it wrong. No. This was masterfully reverse engineered.
Yeah, there's no way. If the globe model is fake, there's no way that it was. There's no way. Yeah, there's just no.
It wasn't just a mistake.
Way.
There's no way.
Yeah, you know how fucking complicated the globe model is, and that's the thing. Is people who claim the globe model, a lot of them don't even have the slightest clue about their own model. You know what I mean?
Or they looked into it enough to see how complex it is, and they realize that it's beyond their understanding, and so there's no reason to doubt it. The lie is so big and so well devised that you'd have to just like completely accept that there was like a team of people that have diligently worked on it to make sure that it's pretty much foolproof, unless you have
the smartest and richest fucking people. I mean, all the way back to the 1200s, the Medici court hiring fucking mathematicians to flesh out a solar system heliocentric model is a fact. All the esotericists in the fucking Medici court, you know what I mean? Like, you understand how fucking rich the Medicis were? And then what? My dumb ass has to fucking basically compete with all the smartest and richest fuckers of all history. But, you know, it's just, yeah, it you know.
You might ask McToon if he agrees that if it is, just tell him to humor you. If it is the case that we're on a stationary Earth, which is not out of the question, obviously, because the debate you're having with him wouldn't even be happening if there wasn't a possibility of that, right? But if it was the case, would he agree that it was one of the most masterfully reverse engineered masterpieces ever? You know, like, to see if he'll at least agree to that.
It's the ultimate idol. It would be if let's just say it's not a globe and it's a flat Earth or whatever. Yeah. It's the best idol ever. Like it's just the best. You know what I mean? Every time you see a globe, that could be the best idol. And they even kind of give it away with the fucking word ball Earth. Like, why would it be pronounced the same name, the way that a fucking? It's just like, what? You know what I mean? Like, this is ridiculous. You know, but yeah, it would be the best idol ever, like ever.
When you guys were talking about the word global earlier, I wanted to add a little Democritism to it, which is you could see global as a combination of the words God and Bible. Think about it. The other thing I say about gravity, which isn't necessarily the way it was created, but it's interesting. Grave deity. Dead God.
Wait, what? One more time?
Gravity could be a combination of grave and deity. Dead God. Gravity. Not that I think that's how it, I mean, it obviously wasn't the origin of it, but it's interesting how some of these things seem to, you know, could be seen that way, or maybe, you know.
I'm gonna be honest. That's a stretch, bro. That's a stretch.
No, I know it is. It's my stretch.
You know, it's not a stretch though. You know, it's not a stretch though. Is that the words globe Earth and propaganda are a super match in gematria, in many ciphers. That's just that alone. I don't know, dude. That I know, like, that's not proof that the thing is fake, but like, the fuckers who designed this language are the same fuckers who designed the globe model, right? So why wouldn't they encode shit into the language? Put little, I guess, Easter eggs. They seem to put Easter eggs in everything. Why wouldn't they put it in the language? And it's just funny. Why would that be out of all the things that could match globe Earth in all the ciphers? Why would propaganda be the fucking? You know what I mean? And then if you think about it, all propaganda kind of rests on that tenet that we're on a globe Earth. No one who's doing propaganda fucking disagrees that this is a globe Earth. It's kind of like the ultimate foundation.
I think they may surprise us. I think they might use flat Earth to take down everything as we know it and end the world and do the reset that way.
I don't know, man. After seeing what happened for the past 3 years, people are lost, dude. All it would take is for people to be kind of hungry, and for them to say, "Get a microchip, and we'll give you food," and turn in anyone who doesn't have a microchip, so we can execute them. And I think if the people were hungry, I mean, what could we do? You know what I mean? Like a mass.
Well, they've already got it though. They don't even need to microchip us. I think that's put out there as the fear porn. And then when it's not a microchip under your skin, you know, which they have already, and that'll be an option, but it's not necessary. We already have our phones. We're aiming them at our forehead. They're in our hands. They already got us chipped.
It's a good point. It's a very good point. It's an extremely good point. And also, I've realized that they always go for the slow kill. You know what I mean? They'll never rush and risk. They always just slowly and methodically just inch forward and never risk anything.
Yep. Yep. So the people that are buying it never seem like they're never woken up. They're just boiled slowly like a frog. I mean, 9/11 was the tip off, and they gave us the I think they made the mistakes on purpose and showed us all the stupid shit on purpose, right? And had controlled opposition for the 9/11 truth movement from the start, planned before that whole thing happened, right? But you know, it's amazing how we all thought, okay, this is it. All I got to do is show Building 7 to my parents, and we'll be on the same page. Nope. Right? That's what we all thought. Oh, this is it. All I got to do is show them that water's level, and anyone I talk to will be on the same page. Nope. It's amazing. It's like the simplest in-your-face evidence is not good enough to defeat the propaganda and the mind control that they're under. It's just amazing.
It's a faith, bro. That's what it is.
It is.
That's what I've realized. It is a faith.
It's a faith disguised as truth. Unbelievably, incredibly brilliant.
And here's the thing, dude. It's a faith disguised as truth, and then you have a political organization that's been around for 2,000 years. That's a political organization disguised as a religion. So, I mean, like, if anyone would have the fucking notes, the spark notes on how to pull this off, I think it's them, bro. And it's kind of weird because the Catholic Church was always against, I guess, that whole, heliocentrism and shit. And then you just see that you just see the Protestant Reformation happen, and then the Catholic Church swaps. Right after the Protestant Reformation, the Catholic Church changes from being pro flat Earth to anti flat Earth, heliocentric. It's like I don't know, bro. I think they're not the top, but I think they have like the tools from fucking centuries. They have centuries of experience of mind control over the peoples of Europe to kind of like pull on, like, oh, it looks like the peoples are doing this. What should we do? And then they just kind of go look in their catalog. Well, they did this before and we did this and it worked, so we'll do it again. You know what I mean? Like, they've had 2,000 fucking years of dealing with masses of retards. You don't think they can predict what you're gonna do? You don't think 100 years ago someone had the exact same thought you did and decided to, like, it's, you know what I mean?
And the release of the information and the internet and the widespread dissemination of information being seen as like our key or the mistake they made. They let this out. They didn't predict how studious people were going to get with the internet. When we're just being like fed the propaganda on both sides on purpose, and they got like Klaus Schwab and like you just picture them like in this dark like den with their like brandy snifter and just like watching the whole thing happen through multiple screens and just like laughing their asses off at people like thinking that they've got the truth when it was just given to them on purpose to cause some kind of reaction that they know is going to lead to some other solution that they're going to offer. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, honestly, at the end of the day, I think it's like I said, dude. The Catholic Church was flat Earth, and then there was the Protestant Reformation, and people were like, "Yo, fuck the Catholic Church. I don't want to pay for indulgences." And then the Catholic Church switched to fucking globe Earth, and then now what? If you're a Protestant, right, and you look into the Bible, whatever it says. What stationary Earth? Now you're opposed to the Catholic Church when they were the ones who were like, I'm about fucking certain that they're a big component. I'm not about. I am certain that they're a big component. They're a very large component, much larger
The
than most people
Jesuits for
think.
sure, Catholic Church
Yes,
for sure.
yeah. I think they.
Yeah.
I think the let's just call them the tribe. We'll just say the tribe. I think the tribe are. I think the Catholic Church is spreading like they're the main enforcers that these tribe are the chosen people. You know what I mean? So I feel like the Catholic Church is almost like a fucking marketing firm for the tribe. You know what I mean? And then you have the fucking Pope kissing Rothschild's ring. Are you serious? You know what I mean?
Right.
So I don't know. I think the church is there just to reinforce that these people are the chosen, and then these chosen people I think they are at the top of the pyramid. I used to think that they're at the top, and then I changed. I was like, no, I think it's the Catholic Church. But now I reverse back. I think they are at the top. I think the whole Catholic Church is a marketing scheme to kind of convince you that these are the chosen people.
They're all just arms of the tentacles of a big beast.
Yeah, pretty much. Tools.
All working towards one goal. Yeah, tools. The people actually in charge, we probably don't even know their names. Wouldn't you pay for your anonymity first? Wouldn't that be the first thing you would do?
Exactly.
And they got the majority of the people in this world believing that the leaders of the countries actually are in control, and that they're idiots. That's the beginning of the trick. Well, there's idiots in charge. Of course, that's the reason everything's fucked up.
I know, dude. It's. I don't know, man. It's almost like illogical to believe what they say. Well, it is illogical to believe what they say. It's all faith. It's not like I logically deduce this. No, you put your faith in what they said. That's what you did. You didn't logically deduce anything. All you did was put faith. That's it. You're basically a conspiracy theorist. I'd say an auto hoaxer is more honest than a conspiracy theorist or a mainstreamer, to be honest with you.
Oh, an auto believer is definitely a conspiracy theorist. Because they think that the people act on their own, that there's lone gunmen willing to sacrifice their lives. 17 of them, actually, all in 1 week. Willing to just kill themselves and kill a bunch of random people they don't know. Do you know what it takes to kill somebody? I don't know. But I'd imagine it takes a lot of fucking deep-seated hate and anger towards that particular person to even go through with one person, to kill one person. But to kill a bunch of random people you don't know, and people are convinced that these high schoolers are so mentally torn that they're just willing to kill random people. That is just not in human nature to do.
It's also how do I say why would every single one of them have a manifesto? Like if I was gonna go and shoot a bunch of people, would I write a note?
QAnon, Q's my hero. Nothing to see here. Totally just happen to have that on my Facebook page.
Honestly, QAnon is worse than mainstream auto believers. So QAnon is like, at least some of the mainstream beliefs are kind of like, I could kind of see how some people believe it, but with the QAnon shit, it's like there's our deep underground base, and the white hats are taking it back, and Donald Trump is like, how the fuck do you believe any of that? Do real people even believe that shit?
There is a certain amount of truth to what the QAnon people are saying. There's a certain amount of truth to it. That's what keeps them cooked, because they have people they have Trump and Petraeus. What was his name? Petraeus, or whatever his name is, the guy that was the Secretary of State at the time. They were totally like playing into it. They had it so like, the QAnon drops would say, Trump's going to say this, and Trump would say it.
They found the guy who does the drops.
They say they found the guy. There's a lot of claims that they found the guy, right? There's many different claims about finding the guy. When really, the Q team has always been just the president's right-hand men, a group of men, never just one person. But the idea that it's just one person and that someone knows who it is part of the subterfuge.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, you're right. That's a really good point.
Who was it that you think that they've identified as the Q?
No, I don't know. Someone was just talking about it. It was some guy that fucking who's been on I don't know. He's like friends with Joe Rogan and Alex Jones or whatever. One of those. Yeah, one of the
IPS is claiming that it's IPS is claiming that it's a certain guy, which just gives this guy the fame that he's playing into himself. That he's playing as IPS's archenemy, and they're both in on it together. In my opinion. I think it's some IPS. You know who IPS now is? Did you ever listen to any of him? I think he's probably a CIA agent, but he's giving us a lot of the truth that nobody else will. He's like the ultimate. He's like I always say, if Mark Sargent is a Freemason, then IPS is the Illuminati. And if you know the two of them, you would know exactly what I mean.
I don't know who Mark Sargent is, but are you talking about Infinite Plane Radio, IPS?
Yeah, Infinite Plane Radio. Yeah, Infinite Plane Society. Mark Sargent, you don't know who he is? Mark Sargent's like, I think IPS is the best shill ever if he's a shill, because he's saying things that nobody else does, and he seems like he's the outsider still, and he's calling out that there's fake things going on, like calling a shooting misinterpreted is one thing, but calling the whole thing fake is totally not what they want.
Yeah, he might be. I don't know.
He's really good at it.
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
I came into this whole thing right when he did, and I was talking with like him and a small group of people. There was like a group of us that were, kind of in on his little scene right at the very beginning. It was the coolest thing in Flat Earth for a little while because he's such a good orator, and he was calling out. He went in and took, if you don't know who Mark Sargent is, that's interesting because he's like the guy that they put in front as the Flat Earth, leader of Flat Earth, basically. He's a guy that's been on TV and commercials talking about Flat Earth, and he's the one that's always interviewed, and he talks about it as if it were like a game, from a video game perspective. People always quote him from saying that,
Yo,
he talks about the dome and that kind of stuff.
I only came into this shit like probably in 2021. This is the second server I found after QEs.
Well, there's different opinions about who was the original Flat Earth guy.
Yeah, I never knew about this Mark. I've heard the name. Don't get me wrong, but I've never looked into the guy. But I have seen
Flat Earth Blues.
Yeah, I don't know. I think IPS though, like I don't know. You're definitely right that he could be. You're right if he is a shill, he is the Illuminati to the Freemason. Like, you know what I mean? He definitely is, dude. Because he he blows it wide open, dude. I don't know though.
So you've been listening to him since I sent it to you. I think I was the first one to send you an IPS.
Yeah,
right?
bro. You are the one who sent it to me.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think but at the same time, like he only has like 500 subs. He only has like his view counts are very, very low. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
And that's the thing. That's how controlled he might be because he loses his channels all the time. He's had like 60 some channels, right? And that's the reason he only has 500 subs because you have to go back and find him and resub, right? He's had thousands, right? He used to have like hundreds and hundreds in his chat at any given time. And it's like, then he loses it. And I think he's probably playing into it. Like, oh, I lost my channel. But he knows because when he gets too hot, he knows he has to take a step back. 1 foot on the one foot on the pedal and 1 foot on the brake. Right. And then he'll set up some like event and he'll like market it. And he's a really good marketer. And he'll make it seem like it's going to be the fucking best thing ever. Right. And then he'll totally make it flop on purpose, it seems.
Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't know because I just like I said, I've only listened to him since you sent it.
Okay,
to
me. So when he first came in, he did something really cool. He did first Flat Earth art show, right? Art gathering exhibit, right? And there was a small group of us. Now, I wasn't there, but he invited people to New Mexico, and they all went down with their pieces of art representing Flat Earth, and it was like so cool. You could still see the little documentary on it, right? And you could see the speeches that were made. And it was a small group, harmless to a certain extent. But and a pinata of the globe where people are out like hitting the globe with a fucking baseball bat, and it was fucking great. I was like, this guy's for real, And then we did the Flat Earth. We called it FEMA camp. That was Isa's idea, actually. We called it FEMA camp, and that was a Denver meetup, and that was Denver, cool too. But IPS, Denver. And we called it FEMA camp, and it was crazy at the time because there was a lot of us that were still thinking that maybe they're looking out for people that are, you know, talking about flat Earth, and that, you know, us calling it FEMA camp might be like, you know, a little bit risky because at the time we were thinking we might be actually be put in FEMA camps, you know. But that was the whole funny part about it, is we're going to call it FEMA, Flat Earth Music and Arts Festival, and then have people show up, and then the whole thing kind of got like fucked around, and then he kind of screwed some people over that had put money into it, and he showed up with his girlfriend at the time, and ended up leaving with pizza money from people, and never came back. So he kind of like dropped the ball on everybody, and it had to be moved to a different location, and it was still a cool event, but a lot of people were sour to him, and he never really made amends, you know. So it's kind of like he's put out the, you know, he has some people that he's dissed that he hasn't really been cool to be honest. And I think that there's been a couple of, and there's another event he put on in Vegas where it was supposed to be this big thing, and it was a total flop. Like, not that many people showed up, and he had Mick West there, and some other people. It was just not exactly what it was all built up to be. I'd say his track record is to make that happen almost on purpose.
I have a quick question. Sorry to interrupt. Brent saw that his account get hacked.
Yeah, Bansaw's house got. Yeah, don't click on whatever server
He sent me.
Don't click on that.
Okay, yeah.
And and if you do click on it, do not scan any QR code, or your account will be fucked.
Yeah,
and go back and change your password if you have clicked on it.
No. He just sent me an invitation to join a server. That's it, called Pepe Emojis, and I figured
his account's been compromised. A lot of people.
I figured that was Okay. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
No problem.
For sure.
Anyway, so but go back and check out some of the history of that. It's interesting what happened. He came in and took Mark Sargent's name and went to the city council, right? And talked about bubbles in space at the city council, right? Some people even suspect that he was green screening, that he was there and he wasn't really even there. But if you, either way, he introduced himself as Mark Sargent, which is like crazy. You know, you come in to the flat Earth scene and just take the quote unquote biggest flat earther's name and use it in a public setting, you know. And then I even heard the first conversation between Mark Sargent and IPS, and Mark Sargent called him, "Okay, Mr. CIA man." That's what he called IPS, right? And it's like he has that control. Then he took the name. Then he went on KCAL News or something like that and was talking about flat Earth on an actual news broadcast that got aired. It was local, but it got aired. I got helicopters.
Yeah, dude, sound like you fucking. They're coming to take you, bro.
Yeah, I'm disclosing too much, right?
They're coming.
Do you know who Math Powerland is? You ever heard of him?
No.
Okay, he's another character one of the original characters that came out, but he's the one that was like a lot of people attribute him as the breaker of the news to people, because he did this stand-up comedy act where he shows the picture of a globe, right? And in the comedy act, and it was a live thing that got aired, right? And I think it was HBO even or something, but he's showing the cartoon image of the ball. And he's like, and he claims that he was actually working for NASA and because he's a photorealistic painter, right? And that he was doing these images himself, and he was actually painting himself. Who knows if that's even true? There's claims that was never even true. But in his comedy act, he says, so if this was just an image and it wasn't really a picture, would they tell you? And that was so effective.
I never heard him claim that he worked for he made the images for NASA.
That he used to work for NASA. That's one of his claims. Yeah, that he was actually a photorealistic painter working for NASA.
Yeah, photo or painting, and then
photo or painting, right. And that was like the kind of the kickstart to it all. And then Eric Dubé with his 200 proofs versus Mark Sargent, and then their whole like drama that they had going between each other could have been all planned and like set out. You know, who knows? Who knows? I think that the flat Earth is a rollout, in my opinion. I think it's a rollout. I don't know for what reason, but I think that there's certain people that could have gotten rid of or paid off right away, and they didn't. for whatever reason. In fact, they're probably paying them on the side to some degree because there's network people and it's allowed. And they act like they're trying to censor flat Earth, but they're not really doing that. They're just putting it lower in the priority scale. And just the fact that they would announce in Congress that they're going to do that about flat Earth and have that televised, that the information that we got about flat Earth is going to be deprioritized. Well, if they were really trying to not call attention to flat Earth, they wouldn't even tell us that. They wouldn't have Obama up there going, we don't have time for a meeting of a flat Earth society. Or even more telling where he says, now if someone says the Earth is flat, that's newsworthy. But, and then he goes into this logical defense against it. But he wouldn't even give it credit to point out as something that we're against if he wasn't promoting it. It's like bad promotion is good promotion. That's my opinion. I think it was definitely put out in front of us on purpose.
Bad promotion is good promotion. I don't even think they would let you on fucking TV if you actually had anything. You know what I mean?
Right. It's not
They
just
wouldn't
random.
even let you. They wouldn't even give you the fucking platform. You think they would give you the fucking platform? They wouldn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's their platform to use for their power and control, not yours.
Yeah. And just making fun of it, even the little documentary that they use as a way of like discrediting flat Earth, it really didn't discredit it. It didn't bury it. They could have buried it, but it's like they almost have to have people laugh at it at first because they know how triggering it is before they could start looking into it seriously. I don't know if they're ever going to take it seriously, but that could be the long-term plan. And just use it as a divisive tool up until that point. But they definitely are putting it out there either to just cause this disruption, the divide and conquer that it causes, gaslighting or whatever. Either it's just for that, or they're going to use it in a much deeper way at some point to unite the world under a flat Earth and have us all witness something in the sky or whatever. Who knows? I think they're going to use the outer ponders, right? The idea of more land with ancient ancestors that have higher technology as the aliens, right? Then they would unite everyone under that idea. Everyone would accept it because you can't really legitimize aliens coming here from another solar system. It would take too long to get here. And they would have to explain how they got here and where they came from and all those things, and people would have flat earthers would never believe it. They would never have everyone on the same page. We'd just be laughing at it if it was another planet. But if they call them outer ponders and they say it's our ancient ancestors, flat earthers might even, if I had to bet, I bet there are outer ponders. If I had to bet, right? More land, more people, higher technology, hidden technology that's going on. That's where the UFOs are coming from, even if it's from our own government. There's definitely probably, cities of gold somewhere that are like total paradise. If I had to bet. So even people like me that are totally skeptical might think, yeah, well, outer ponders exist. Who knows if that's them or if it's us? Who knows? And then they don't have to use like a disguise of an alien. In fact, there was a 2001, right before 9/11, there was a disclosure project, National Press Club event, right? I don't know if you saw it, if anyone else saw it, but they had like 25 government officials standing up, giving their testimony about the readings of the UFOs and that they will testify in front of Congress and all of these like grand claims about UFOs. And it was led by Stephen Greer, that doctor guy who's the Disclosure Project shill, right? And one of the guys' claims was that there's 57 different species of extraterrestrials living amongst us as we speak. That was his claim. 57 different types of species, right?
Yo,
I went back and
that's what, like that movie, They Live, bro. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I remember at the end, Roddy Piper or whatever, like shoots the fucking thing. It's like a veil is taken down immediately across the whole world. I think they could do something like that, and maybe the flat Earth does actually correspond to that. They could be like,
right?
oh yeah, by the way, like we're taking the veil off. Look, all these, I don't know. Either way, if I see a species on two legs that ain't human walking around, I ain't fucking getting any. I don't care who or what it heals or what it. I'm not getting. I'm leaving, bro. I will flee for my life if I see something like some sort of a bomb. I'm not fucking with any aliens. Any shit that looks like that, I will go. Listen, I will run for my life like I'm in Jurassic Park.
Well, they could do a lot with the blue beam technology, green screen, and masks that they have. The very realistic looking masks that could be alien looking, and all kinds of technology could aid in that. But the beauty of having it be outer ponders and having it be our ancient ancestors is they don't have to do any of that. They could just have real humans play the parts and fake it brilliantly, and just have these people in like very advanced looking clothes, different from our own style, and make it seem like they're not from here, but they're just human. And then you would have no idea who it is.
I
You'd
don't
be
know, man. I
suspicious
feel
of
like
everybody.
I feel like what I feel like is that they can fuck with some sort of genetics basically and cause basically like hybrids and shit to come into existence. Kind of like those, those Egyptian, those shit like a guy with a dog head, someone has a bird head. You know what I mean? All those Egyptian weird like hybrids.
Yeah.
I think they can actually do that, and I think that
I know a lot of
that's
sensible
probably
people that think that's completely the case.
Yeah, and I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna have these like genetically modified fucking abominations walking around. And they're gonna say like, "Oh, these are the outer ponders. These are like the gods or whatever," and then people are gonna be like, "Oh my god, it healed my son from cancer." Like what, bro? But anything that's not human, that's not. I'm fucking running for my life. I don't give a fuck.
Right.
I really don't.
Well, they could do that or make it a combination of human outer ponders as well. And the advantage of making them human is that then you could suspect even your own family members have been replaced with these humans, right? Like it would make you suspicious of your neighbors because they could be human, they could be outer ponders. We don't know anymore.
Yeah, the they
it's the
live
perfect divisive thing, right?
The they live narrative, bro. That.
Well, I was going to say, but let me finish off
bro.
what I was going to say about the 57 different species, right? The guy
Oh, my
that
bad. Yeah,
claimed
go
that,
ahead.
I went back and watched a little clip of him talking about it, and he says the only problem we have with the is the origin of these species, because we can't really reason that there would be another planet and another solar system that just happened to come up with the same humanoid type a generation of humanoids, such
exactly.
like the whole reasoning that there might happen to be another solar system in the Goldilocks zone that possibly could have gone through the same lucky process that we have, and then somehow these aliens have found our little planet and our little solar system that are trillions and trillions of miles away, and they're worried about us and have been hiding amongst us and all that. It's so far-fetched even for the people that believe that's the only possible scenario. It's still far-fetched for the people that believe in the globe, right?
It's not only far-fetched, it's basically impossible.
That's
basically impossible, right? So bringing it home and making it a local threat of outer ponders is so much more realistic and so much more scary and so much more usable.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've always thought that the idea that aliens would be two-legged humanoids was fucking ridiculous, even before I knew about the flat Earth.
But the idea of our ancient ancestors hiding from this whole time is totally reasonable. Anybody could think that's possible. I mean, most likely it is the case, right?
Wouldn't it just be more likely that they were shapeshifters?
I don't think shapeshifting is likely. We haven't seen any proof of that. We've seen maybe something that seems.
I think it's more likely that they'd be shapeshifters than coincidentally humanoid.
Yeah, I'd have to get pushed on that one. If there was a supposed alien.
Well, oh, you mean from other planets? I don't think the other planets thing is at all reasonable in any way to anybody that has common sense and applies it. But the outer ponders being just humans, our ancient ancestors, is totally reasonable and most likely the case.
You know, the difference between outer space and outer ponders is we can see outer space. We know it exists. So if you think it's ridiculous to think that things come from outer space, a place we know exists, rather than a place that no conceptualized assumption.
You can't see outer space.
You can make believe that outer space has planets with people on them. Yeah, you can make believe that, but you can't see any of
but
that.
it's you're right. You're right. That's unbelievable. It's an unbelievable claim. But I'm saying you were just saying it's ridiculous to think that they'd come from outer space rather than the outer ponders, when the outer ponders is a made up place that no one's seen or has evidence of.
I guess I'm speaking from someone that truly doesn't believe that we're a ball in space any longer. It seems much more reasonable that there's more land with ancient ancestors.
But you understand, you've given up something that has at least has evidence for it, for something that is strictly just an assumption.
Right, but I've gotten to the point where I truly do not believe one bit that we're a ball in space, not even a little bit anymore. So for me, it's way more reasonable that it be ancient ancestors from more land, definitely more land. It's the same reasoning though. If you are on that page, right? If you've come to the completely giving up on the ball in space idea, and that there's other planets and solar systems and all that, if you've completely given up on that, then you pretty much adopt the same reasoning that, well, we couldn't just be the only pond, just like we couldn't just be the only planet with life on it. That reasoning still makes sense.
Yeah, but yeah, we could be. I've thought about that. I've asked people what they think about that idea too. If we were the only planet with people with life on it, it'd be kind of interesting. And I think it's a definite possibility in my opinion.
Outer ponders, totally a possibility. Most likely the truth.
No, I'm saying another planet with. I mean, we're the only planet with life on it.
If we were a planet, that would make sense. But we're not a planet, bro. Come on, give it up.
It wouldn't matter if we were a planet or a land or whatever you'd want to call it. That's semantical at that point. We're a region, an island, and there are other islands, and we might be the only island with life on it.
Anyway, I just thought it was interesting that even back before 9/11, when they had this whole disclosure project shill operation that they put out in front of us to trigger us and get us to believe in aliens, the guy that was talking about the 57 species amongst us reasoned that they wouldn't be coming from other planets. So if they're not coming from other planets, they're coming from here somewhere, right? That's the reasoning that he basically said and made sure to say. And I think that was definitely I think that's how in detailed this rollout is. I think that they eventually plan to call them outer ponders.
How's the alternative to this? That maybe they don't come from outer pond, they don't come from another planet. They just reveal there's been an ancient, I guess, similar hominid with us the whole time. They could even be like, oh yeah, Neanderthal branched off 2 branches, and now we have, you know what I mean? Or they could even say oh, the dinosaurs evolved into some sort of man, and then when the asteroid wiped them out, only a small version of them survived, and now they're here, and they've been here for billions of years, and they've been, you know what I mean? They could literally just say that they've been here with us since the beginning. You know what I mean? This other species.
Well, knowing them, what they'll do is they'll do the alien invasion, right? And then have some prominent people give you all these different theories that disagree with each other and let people choose whichever one they want to believe. They want to believe it's another species from another planet, they can believe that. They want to think it's outer ponders, they can believe that. They'll have their shill to look to give them that narrative, and just have people disagreeing about it. That's usually what they do, is just make sure there's conflicting ideas, right? Let people take their interpretation, right? Unless they want to make it like a one world united thing, and actually claim one thing. But actually uniting the world under one government doesn't make any sense, knowing them as well, because they want the division. No, they want the division. Why would they want to be able to blame another country for things. They don't want to have nobody to blame anymore. Maybe that's what the outer ponders will be. I don't know.
You're looking at it from the perspective of the past. Okay, in the past, you needed people, for instance, because the entire everything was on everything was built on the backs of the working class and the slave class all throughout history, up until now, where they can literally make machines do it. So yeah, it makes more sense that they don't need to have opposing sides where they get the people's favor. You know, they just sway the people through this fake, uh, fight because they don't need the people anymore. So I think the ultimate goal is to scale humanity back to a much smaller population.
Does seem like there's indications that's the case. I think that could be another way of like the chip, like they put that out there as like the fear, and then when that doesn't happen, well, at least they didn't, actually depopulate as much as we thought they would. And they're doing that obviously already. It's what we just recently went through. They're depopulating a little bit. But there could be less people here to begin with. Maybe we don't have trillions of people. Maybe we only have millions already. Maybe there's not even that many people on Earth.
May I interject for a second and ask you if you guys seen the mockumentary Andrea Barnes in Search of the Edge?
No, is she the one that did the book though? Is she the one that came out with the Flat Earth Shill book?
So Andrea Barnes apparently is a fictional character created in a 1990s experiment, a critical thinking experiment. And if you guys go online now, you can download the PDF. And Bulldog Films, I think, was responsible for filming it. But anyway, they took down this documentary. You can only pay for it. But originally, around 2016, of course, when Flat Earth was at its peak for popularity, this video came out. And basically, it's kind of interesting because they were talking about this lady in public media, breaking the balls of Coriolis and Antarctica, there's lands passed and all this stuff. Anyway, she was determined to go, of course, figure out Antarctica. And the idea is that she drew attention to the flat Earth again. And what ended up happening is World War II broke out. So they claim that this lady by the name of Andrea Barnes, this is in this mockumentary, of course, by Bulldog Films, but they make it really believable. They talk about the Earth moving up 9.8 meters per second, and that's how on flat Earth gravity works. And they go through just download the PDF. You can see the PDF is still online. They still have it. So Andrea Barnes and the Search of the Edge PDF, and you'll literally get the globe script for the arguments against flat Earth.
Kosho, do you find coding very relaxing?
Sometimes I like solving problems, so gives me a chance to meditate.
Yeah, man, I'm just like doing some shit right now while talking and listening to you guys, and it's just like I don't know, it's like a form of like I don't know, it's like I'm like therapy or some shit, talking to you fuckers and coding at the same time.
Yeah, I can't do that. Like I can do it if it's mundane stuff. I can't be listening or talking. I'm trying to solve a problem.
What are you coding for?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm just like testing out some of these different. I'm learning Java basically right now. I didn't know Java before, so I'm just going through it, testing out different stuff. Yeah, I had an internship earlier. Right now, I have like a side hustle where I'm working as a boat cleaner, like underwater diver boat cleaner. But I'm in a master's program for computer science, so right now I'm just learning Java because like I didn't have a degree in computer science, right? So I didn't know any of this shit. So, but I know Python already, and I know how to use like a lot of the packages in relation to machine learning and stuff. But I don't know. I just wanted to learn Java right now, so that's what I'm doing basically. I'm just like doing different.
What do you want
stuff.
to do with it? Like web page building or what?
I'm not sure. I think data science is probably data science aiming, I guess, is what I'm looking into.
You still plan to get your master's?
Well, I'm currently enrolled, right? So I'm the thing is, I rushed through my undergrad, so I'm not, and like I don't know. It's I might how do I say? I might try to, but if along the way something better comes along, I'm not gonna really stay. If you kind of know what I mean.
Sorry, I had some traffic. What you just said, I didn't get. Said what? You know what I mean about what?
Huh? Sorry, wait, what? I don't know. Wait, what did you miss?
You said something about if you know what I mean, and I missed what you said.
I don't know. Maybe I said that if I'm doing my master's right now, but like I'm not necessarily gonna finish it. You know what I mean? I'm only enrolled in one course right now. I'm just kind of taking it slow and just,
Gotcha. Waiting for
applying to jobs.
Armageddon to
Yeah, what I'm
happen
doing
maybe
is
first.
3 things. I'm applying to jobs, working my side job, learning to code, and learning to code more, I guess, because I don't have the
Are you
most
living with
experience.
your family in Hawaii? Are you at home in Hawaii?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Nice. Did you grow up there?
Yeah, but I went to university in
Nice.
Canada for
Right, I
4
know that.
years, and then
I
I
remember when you
spent
first
an
came
extra
back,
year.
and you were like, I think I talked to you when you first came back. And you were like, I had to get the fuck out of there, and my friends were all fucking, lining up for the jab, and I had to just get the
Dude,
fuck
it
out.
was like a 7-day decision because Justin Trudeau, which I think is still in force till today. I don't think he actually changed it, but you're not allowed to use like public transit and shit, and a lot of the businesses there will not even let you enter like the premises without showing a card. It's like a fucking communist dystopia in fucking Vancouver. Like everyone's homeless and fucking dying on the streets of opium. And then they're gonna fucking tell me that I'm the fucking one endangering the public or whatever. And it's just fucking hypocrisy of these fucking people. But I just had to leave. I had enough people fucking like, why the fuck should I be listening to you because you think you have some sort of authority? You know what I mean? I think that's one of the things about the American spirit. You know what I mean? Like people aren't ready to just bend over and do whatever authority says to the same extent as they are in Canada.
Hey, Flat Earth Data, I'm looking for that PDF that you mentioned, but I can't find the free PDF very easily with your keywords. Andrea Barnes, Search of the Edge, PDF. You want to just post it? Oh, maybe he left. Oh, well. So you're going to go do this debate?
Yeah, probably.
What time are you supposed to do it? How long from now?
In 5 hours, I guess. Jeez. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna wing it. Because, like, to be
I
honest
thought
with
you
you,
said an hour and a
I don't
half a
want.
while back.
No, I didn't say that.
I thought you did.
Yeah, it's been at 7 PST the whole time. I don't know what time zone you're in.
7 in the morning?
7 p.m. So 5
7
hours.
p.m. Oh.
5 hours from
Okay.
now, like 5 hours from this moment. Well, it's 4 past.
5 o'clock here. Okay.
Yeah.
What
Whatever.
time is it where you
Shit.
are?
Are you in where are you?
I'm in
Is it
California.
Yeah. Okay. I thought.
Southern California.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna wing it. I mean, I didn't even want to do this debate. Don Gio's just been fucking pressuring me, and I thought I was gonna go on last night and debate him live, and then he was like, "No, we can't right now." Like, whatever. So he needs to like, I don't know. I think the guy's pretty fame hungry. You know what I mean? Like he was saying something about like, I don't know, something about popularity and his viewership, and I just told him, dude, like, I'm not debating you to get famous or whatever. Like, I really don't. If anything, I don't want to be famous. I don't want fuckers like looking into my life and doxing me and harassing my parents. You know what I mean?
Oh, by the way, if you are worried about any cred with flat earthers, you're going to lose some just by going on his show, to be honest. Because some people see anybody that participates with that guy as just being ridiculously a part of the whole weirdness.
Okay, duly noted.
Did you guys hear about?
You cut off.
Excuse me, Kosho?
No, saying, did you guys hear about the California? They've legally they now term fish. No, they term bees are now fish legally in California. No joke.
That's that's fuck me, dude.
Wait, I didn't get that. What'd you say?
Said in California, it's now the law. The bees are officially fish legally.
That makes no sense. What do you mean?
I mean, in California, they argued this law, and in order to validate the law, they're claiming that bees are now considered fish.
Under what reasoning?
I think in order for the some nature department to protect bees, yeah, they're just gonna label them as fish from now on, so they can protect them.
Oh, so it's just about the legal protection. Like to kill a bee is just like killing an endangered fish species of some sort because of the scarcity.
Yeah, it just seems like there's easier ways to, you know, I don't know, officially protect bees without having to call them fish.
That's hilarious.
I mean, they have to give the puppet some dumb shit to do.
I don't want to talk about this too much, but I don't really watch the news that often, and so I recently saw that monkey, what is it called, monkeypox thing, it's a real thing. I'm like, this is a fucking joke.
I like how like Kosho is kind of like a how do I say, like as based as you can be as a Glober. Basically, he's like a based Glober. That's what he is.
I mean, it should sound silly to everybody. It's kind of a silly sounding world.
What day did you see this
I've
this
heard
report
about it
on
for weeks. I've heard about it for weeks. But I'm saying I saw something on the news where they were like talking about it like with seriously.
Dude, it's weird because there was like a document, a Rand Corporation document from like a couple of years ago, where basically they're saying like there was going to be like a novel coronavirus, and then a couple like 3 years later there'd be monkeypox, and it's just like, how the fuck would they ask? Like, how did they fucking tell that? Like, how would they have? Give me the fucking science where they'd be able to predict that. I would like to see how they came
It's
to that
all script.
conclusion.
That's why. It's all script. It's all fake. It's all predicted. It's all. I mean, Rockefeller put out a PDF in 2010 talking about the whole plan for this whole thing. The Lockstep program. Just go look up Lockstep Rockefeller 2010.
No, yeah, I seen that one. Yeah.
I mean, when you got people in control that are telling you what they're gonna do and then just doing it, regardless of how many people know what they're gonna do, that's control, man. That's some power. Fuck.
So Noah, you're going on Mick Tooney's show?
Yes, sir. In 6 hours and 50 minutes, basically.
Whoa, that's pretty late. I mean, that's like 11 p.m. my time. So what he's doing it like 2 a.m. Eastern time?
I think he said it was like 11 or 12 for him.
Okay, maybe he's not Eastern, but maybe he's.
What time will that be for you? No.
7. That'll be 7.
7 p.m.?
Yeah, yes.
Well, what time is it there right now?
2:11.
I mean, I think one of the main things he does, because he sort of feels like he has the globe model fairly well, Googled or whatever it is, like he kind of knows the talking points. So he's always trying to find people on his show that he can kind of clown on a little bit, like trying to sort of, he does a little bit of similar thing the Fight the Flat Earth guy does, which is kind of bring up a lot of those points and try to kind of get people, stumbling over them, and then, trying to, and then, he'll throw in some of the insults or the condescending, to try to get, but I mean, I think if you go on there and you just kind of hold your own, like, and just sort of stay solid and kind of hold his feet to the fire to some degree of having an honest convo, I think you might be able to have a decent convo. I wouldn't say that about the Fight the Flat Earth guy. The Fight the Flat Earth guy, he totally just wants to create a dumpster fire. So he'll start interrupting you and muting you and all that stuff. But
I think it's going to be on Don's server, so I think Don's going to be in charge of the mute button.
Oh, okay.
If he's in charge,
I just checked out McToon's channel. He's already got an advertisement for Numpty Noah coming on.
Yeah, he sent me that. He sent me that, and then there's like a picture of like a flat Earth pizza. Like it's him, and it's like a picture. I forget what the picture of he is, but then on my site it says Numpty Noah, and there's like a pizza looking Earth thing. Like, I don't know. It's kind of funny.
I think also you might be able to kind of, I mean, it depends on what your viewpoint is. I know you've said that you would describe yourself more as like a globe skeptic, so you're not necessarily asserting, like a stationary planar geometry Earth in that sense. So if you were to kind of say that, like, I mean, it's up to you, obviously, kind of what you do. But I mean, if you were to say like that you are a globe skeptic, and I don't know if you would use the term on the fence or whatever it may be, but he might kind of flip into a different mode. Like if he doesn't feel like he has to kind of push the globe Earth and debunk a flat Earth type thing, like he might go into a mode where he just wants to like kind of teach you and kind of try to show that you're ignorant or that you don't get the globe thing, rather than like a more debate style. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see kind of how that goes.
Yeah, we'll see.
But yeah, he's always looking for people that he can kind of clown on in his own like passive aggressive way, and then try to create that kind of for his audience. Like, oh, look at this stupid person, and then we're so smart, we know all the Google answers about the Earth or whatever.
Yeah, he doesn't ever try to take on like the old school flat earthers that would know every argument he's trying to come out. He seems like he tries to get newbies in there or people that he knows he can poke fun at and tear them apart because they're easy targets. So just to warn you.
Yeah, that's also the thing, is I feel like I'm not the best. You know what I mean? Why doesn't he debate Witsit Gets It? That would make way more sense. Witsit Gets It comes on here and debates fuckers every day.
He has.
You know what I mean?
He has. But he's usually just been the moderator for a Witsit Gets It thing. Is he paying you, by the way?
No.
No.
Should he be?
I think
like, I don't know. I'm not trying to make money or make fame. I thought, like, I was gonna debate him last night, and he was, I don't know. I would like to debate him. I don't need there to be an audience or money. I was gonna debate him last night. I was like, go live right now, and he was like, no, I need to like set it up and stuff. So like, he's the one that wants to have money and fame. I'm just literally, listen. I'm here on Geo's like fucking how many days a week? I don't get paid nothing or any fucking fame for being here. I just like the fucking subject and like talking to the people who discuss it.
Yeah, we'll Fight the Flat Earth.
Geo, you're not paying him yet?
Have fun talking to him.
We're all getting paid, but Noah, I guess. Yeah, just watch out. He'll totally strawman you. He'll totally take like the mainstream narrative and make it seem like that's the truth. And I mean, I don't know. I would never do that. I would never debate that dude. I would never go on to any kind of thing that he's going to be a part of.
Yeah, this
My
is why I've had this fucking. This is why I was kind of like, whatever. Like, I don't know. It just seems like it's so much bigger of a deal than it is. It's like two fuckers on the internet talking. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why it has to be some sort of grandiose battle. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, I'm just a guy. Half the time, not even fully paying attention, just talking on Discord to people who discuss the subject. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't even think I'm gonna watch the video after I'm done. I think I'm just gonna debate him, or if he's being an asshole, I'm just gonna tell him like, buddy, like, I'm not gonna waste my time doing this. You know what I mean? But I look forward to it. Maybe I can have a good combo. Like, I have good combos.
I hope you tear him a new asshole. That's all I'm hoping for. I hope you just fucking put him in his place. That's what I'm hoping for.
I'm just trying to get him to basically show how he's gonna prove the globe without any assumptions whatsoever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he put like a gyroscope disc Earth thing, a disc Earth gyroscope thing for your name. That's kind of funny.
Yeah. No, yeah, I seen that. It looks like it's like a pizza and a gyro. Basically, that's what it looks like. I forget. Let me look at what his thing is.
He's Lego Batman, apparently.
Oh yeah, he is like with a determined face. A determined Lego Batman face.
Check your DMs. I'm sending you a bunch of his stuff that he's put out on other people. I can't find the one with Brian on. Maybe it made him look too bad. Like Brian was so sincere when he went on there and was like so knowledgeable about his shit. I think he might have just not even have kept the one with Brian on his channel. At least I can't find it.
He generally can keep it civil sometimes.
Like I said, I haven't really to the guy much, so I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt in dealing with me. You know what I mean? So.
I mean, I've definitely heard him on shows where other people are insulting him nonstop, and he's actually the one keeping it cool. So I'm always impressed when someone does, keeps their cool when someone else is doing it, at least. But he will do that stuff too. So, but no, I think it should be fine, dude. Yeah, if you're gonna do it, I think that would be an interesting conversation.
I'd recommend if you can talk to talk to Brian Leakey before you go on there, maybe, or talk to Wits It Gets It if you can. DM him.
Yeah, I don't even. Who's Brian Leakey? First off, I've talked to Wits It a couple of times. But...
Flat Earth Test. He's on here all the time.
Oh, yeah, I subbed that guy actually. I think I subbed Wits It and Flat Earth Tests. I've talked to both of them.
Maybe talk to Rakia, or I think FE Montreal has debated him on Don's channel before.
Yeah, I'm downloading Discord to my new laptop right now. So
if all else fails, just bring up the moon landing and tell them how much bullshit it is. How fake it is.
It's pretty bad.
I'd say go for the Tesla car in space.
It's like the only people that believe the moon landing are the ones that really need to hold this paradigm as a belief. Like, they seem to be the only ones that are really willing to look past all the incredibly obvious fakery to somehow think it's real, just because it kind of fits into the rest of the globe and the mainstream and all that. So they'll kind of just pencil it in there and somehow defend it.
Yeah. Hey, Noah, what are you going to do if he brings up Southern Star Trails? What's your defense?
You mean the South Celestial Pole?
The South Celestial Star Pole and Star Trails.
Yeah, so I mean, there is a video of this guy, and there's a flat paper, and in the flat paper there's a bunch of concentric rings, kind of like the rings on a tree. And what the guy does is he takes like a part of a circle, not a half circle, even less than a half circle, but basically a lens. And he puts the lens on the outer edge of these concentric circles, and as he moves that lens around the outside of these concentric circles, the light, as it goes through the lens, actually appears to curve the other way and move the other way as he moves it around. I think the video is a much better demonstration of it. So I might have to get.
I would point out. I posted. I could send that to you. It's I think what you're talking about is No Fanfare is the channel. Is that the one?
I have. I think I have the MP4 video on my computer. So I have to grab that and stuff. I have to do some I guess organizing on my computer and stuff. I just got a new laptop, that's why too. And I don't know, dude, like I don't really want to do this debate, but yeah, I'll try my best. I'll have to ask Don to let me screen share to present that, I believe.
I would point out that we see things happening in the sky that aren't actually happening. Point to this star trails at the equator. Don't
listen to Joe. He's gonna get you embarrassed, man.
I'm not gonna get you embarrassed, dude. Point out I know, I've seen that. Point out that we see things happening in the sky that aren't actually happening. Yo, it's fucking disgusting. What is that?
See what I'm saying?
Anyways, I have that video, and it shows basically that you could have a flat concentric circle, not claiming that the heavens is some sort of flat plane above, but let's just say the heavens are a flat plane above and the atmosphere acts as a lens, and those stars are just dots on those concentric circles. I don't see how it's not directly analogous. You know what I mean? Like that video really, that was one of the first videos too that I saw, and I was just like, that kind of explains the South Star Trails very well. You know what I mean? Why isn't this downloading? I'm trying to get the Discord app, but it keeps failing to update, or update failed.
Definitely
Yeah, I mean, I
check
think
your
I think
DM.
it's fine that they want to claim that the Southern Star Trails seem to fit the idea of a globe Earth, but the fact that people say that it can't work on like a stationary planar Earth, that is just nonsensical, because you could have any stars in the sky doing anything over a flat Earth. You could have anything. It could be any number of swirls, twirls, designs. I mean, literally, it could be anything in the world. So for people to say can't work on that is just blatantly false.
Definitely check your DMs. DMock just sent me something, I guess, to send to you. A message.
Yeah,
Okay,
read
I
it
have
to
to
us.
get.
Nice DM to you.
Read it out loud.
Okay, it says, ask McToon for the material physics of his globe equation or math comes from step by step.
Don't. Oh my god.
Step by step, ask which in lab globe model demonstration in lab globe physics, which video does he recommend? LOL in lab. Or tell McToon Numpty only wants to debate in lab physics. Flat gradient,
Oh
flat
my
physics
god.
is non-existent in lab or outside actual physics. He will shut down and start laughing and point to cartoons. Look it up. Look up best in lab globe physics live demonstration.
I'll have to look into that. I'm downloading Discord onto my new laptop right now. It's kind of good timing because I've transferred all my files and shit. Took me a couple hours. It's either yesterday or the day before. I can't remember. No, I think that was Sunday. I still don't have Discord. That's why I'm using it off the phone right now. I don't want to use my old computer because that thing is a piece of shit. So, fucking app is not downloading.
So you have FED Weiss as your username right now? Like, is that making fun of
Oh,
David
that's
Weiss
just
as a Fed?
yes. That's just the server wide name though. I usually go by
Right.
Numpty Noah on my thing, so I just think ever since I found out that there was a flat Earth Dave versus a globe Earth Dave, and that the second Dave is a fake professor, and the first Dave is called Fed Weiss. Like, are you fucking kidding me? You know what I mean? When I find something funnier, I'll change it to that. I had mine as water flows uphill for a bit. That was fucking hilarious. Whoever the fuck was fucking claiming that. There we go.
Yo, Dave, why don't you and Jeremy debate this McCain guy? Oh, have you debated him already?
He don't want it. He don't want it with me. I'm Lego nice.
He don't want to with you?
You talking to me? You asking me? I would never go on
Yeah,
McCain's
I
show.
was asking both of you.
No, I would never. I would never have anything to do with that dude.
Why not?
Because he's a goon, and I'm not a part of this whole thing in that way. That's not me. I think it's just he's just looking for a straw man. He's just looking for a way to make you look dumb. Even if you're totally making sense, he'll turn it around, and that's just my impression of him.
Yeah, it's basically just like one ongoing tactic.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really usually a very authentic conversation, but it's kind of like Fight the Flat Earth. He kind of has his talking points and just sticks to them, and then tries using kind of passive aggressive ridicule to kind of get some kind of dumpster fire going for his audience, I guess. Somebody that he can kind of clown on, I guess. But I don't know. I don't think that's totally what he does. I think sometimes he does somewhat want to have a conversation, so I think it's possible.
Yeah, he's smart enough to look to know that he needs to look reasonable once in a while.
But why not do what Noah's doing and debate him on someone else's platform?
Because
Where he
he's
doesn't have
totally
control.
fucking ridiculous. I mean, he's putting out contest $10,000 in escrow for as if it's a real contest, making it seem like flat earthers can't live up to something that's impossible to live up to. Anybody that uses those kind of tactics is just using flat earth as a way of making money and being ridiculous and stupid and anti-flat earth. Why would I go? Why would I have anything to do with that?
That's what I think this guy is. I don't think he's like I don't think he necessarily has malintent. I just think he necessarily has selfish intent. He wants to become, I guess, rich and famous on dogging off. At least that's the vibe that I've gotten. Obviously, I can't tell what is in his mind. But as long as I'm reasonable, I think he would be quite reasonable because him acting unreasonable is not going to get him more fame and followers. You know what I mean? Unless the other person is acting ridiculous.
Oh, it totally does. The anti-flat earthers will just agree with anything that's anti-flat earth, no matter how stupid or no matter how unfounded it is. I'm very
I think I'm gonna hop
honestly,
over.
like debate.
I'm gonna hop over to talk to some people on science versus pseudoscience. I'll be back in a bit. But oh, New Perspective is gone. I was gonna say thank you to New Perspective, but he's not even here. Anyways, cheers. I'll catch you guys later.
Yep, later, Noah. What were you gonna say, Jeremy?
Oh yeah, debating these guys is just it seems like a waste at this point. Like, what are we've been through every point, like as deep as you can go with it. You know what I mean? Like, where is there left to go? You know what I'm saying? Like, we've gone over every topic so many times with so many different people. Like, is there anywhere left really to go? I mean, I try to bring up new shit sometimes, but
No, you
it's
don't.
like there's just nothing left. They got nothing. They got nothing for me. What do you mean?
You
No,
don't.
I don't.
You don't bring nothing new. You just want to argue websites can be trusted. Like that was the
Bro,
silliest.
who?
That was the silliest argument I ever heard you bring up, Jeremy. Come on, man.
Dude, that was B-Ball's argument. He claimed because it's on a website, it exists in reality. That is a silly, silly argument, sir.
That's not what he claimed, though.
Yeah, he's claiming there's southern flights, and there's proof that they exist. It's a website. There's a website with them on it, and you can purchase them. That was
Yeah,
literally his argument, bro.
but I mean,
That's
why
stupid.
isn't that proof, Jeremy? For most people, that's proof. Whether
It's
you on
proof
the
that
globe
there's a website with
or the
those
flat Earth.
flights.
Yeah, if that flight is being
Bro,
offered by some airline carrier, like I don't understand. What's
does that mean they actually, dude?
You're breaking up, bro? Unless it's me, I
Does
don't
that
know.
mean they actually do the flight? If
Jeremy,
something's on a website, does it
let me try
exist?
reconnect.
Is it me or him?
It was you a little bit.
Yo, Jeremy, you there?
I don't think disconnecting and reconnecting to the voice
Yeah, what's up?
usually really fixes much, but I know people always say to do it, but it's usually just someone's connection.
Yo, Gio, was Jeremy breaking up or was it me?
No, he was a little bit, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yo, Jeremy, you there, bro?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, way better. Yeah, your mic was bugging.
I'm in a weird spot in the school.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you was saying, man, like I couldn't hear a word you were saying.
Yeah, if something's on a website, does that mean it exists?
It depends.
It depends on what. It's either yes or no. If something's on a web, does it depend on what website
It
it
depends
is?
on a lot of factors, Jeremy. If I just have a website saying I grow potatoes, that is something that could be debatable. You could debate, does Nate really grow potatoes just because his website says it? But if I'm a well-known international airline carrier that's been, in the business for the last 80 years, and I offer a flight a flight route to the public for money, I think it's reasonable to assume that that flight route I'm offering actually exists, because that's how most people.
Sure, it's reasonable to assume
Yeah,
it.
because that's how most people.
It's reasonable to
Yeah,
assume
I'm
it.
not done, Jeremy, because that's how most people buy their flights, right? We all go online to book our flights. If we go to any airline carrier's website and there's a destination that we want to go on, right? Maybe there's a route from New York to the Bahamas, and we want to go to the Bahamas, we don't sit there and think, is this route real? Just because they have it on their website, does the plane really fly to the Bahamas? No. We book that route. We pay them for it. We don't question if the plane actually goes there. So I just feel you being a bit unreasonable, bro, just because you want to win an argument,
Well, sometimes what
Well,
they do with those
it ain't
flights,
about me winning. It's not about me winning an argument. It's a safe assumption to say, oh, these flights, they probably exist. However, we don't know if they do or not. Have you taken the flight? Bluette didn't take the flight. B-Ball didn't take the flight. I didn't take the flight. I don't know if the flight fucking exists. Find me somebody that took the flight. And then we could talk. Until then, you got nothing. You got a website that says something. I don't care how many web flights they've sold. All right, that's irrelevant.
So just because no one in this VC's taken the flight, but there might be someone out there in the world that took that flight, because it's not like they just started offering that flight route today. They've been offering to people in the past. And if you go on to some sites, they even show you which seats are still available. They'll tell you that these seats on this route have already been booked. And I mean, if they offer the route today, it's reasonable to assume they've been offering that route yesterday and the day before yesterday and the day before that. So someone's been on that route, just because it's not someone in this VC.
Maybe someone's been on that route. Maybe they just, every time someone books it, they just say, oh, the flight's sold out.
What? You hear yourself, bro? Like you saying all of this just to win an argument? Because trust me, if there wasn't an argument,
and maybe this.
Oh, sorry, bro.
Bro, this ain't about winning an argument. This is about, who do you trust? You trust these big airline people? Good. I'm happy for you. I don't.
But you trust them as well,
you know?
Jeremy. What do you mean? When you book your flights, you don't ask yourself these questions you asking now. You book the flight. That's the point I'm trying to make, Jeremy. If an argument wasn't centered around this, you wouldn't be saying what you saying right now, and you're the only person saying it. Most people book their flights. They don't sit there thinking, does this route actually exist? Has anyone actually been on this route? No one thinks that way when booking a flight online. But because there's some argument attached to it, you just being weird about it, bro.
I'm not being weird about it, all right? We're in a heavily heated debate for years over the shape of this Earth thing, and you're coming to me with some kind of proof that Earth's a globe with this website. You got nothing to back it up, just letters and numbers on a website.
But I think that's the problem, Jeremy. You shouldn't set your stall at whether or not this website is real. You should set your stall at, do these southern flights really prove the shape of the Earth? That's where you have your debating point. Is to have your debating point at, are these routes really real? Is this website legit? I don't think anyone's going to take you seriously there, bro.
One of the things they've done,
we know the web.
Book some of these flights. One of the things they do is they tell you afterwards that it actually has a couple stops. So that's one thing. It's another possibility. You book it, you think you're good. You then get a message saying, "Okay, your flight's been slightly altered. You're actually going to have to take these 2 stops or whatever." So
that's reasonable. Yeah, that's way more reasonable, Gio. Because that actually does happen.
You also don't know the speed that the airplane's going. It's really proof of nothing unless you were able to verify all these things. But yeah, that's another factor.
Yeah, those are good argument points. Yeah, but to say that just because they have it on their website, we don't know if this route is real. Like,
bro, if you want to believe everything you read on websites, that's cool. I'm not knocking you. It seems a bit silly. I wouldn't believe everything you read on websites. That's just me. I'm a bit more skeptical than you, I guess.
All right, so I mean, let me ask.
I'm not going to base my reality on what the website says, though. I'll put it that way.
Okay. So when you book a flight somewhere, how do you go about doing it? Like, what are the questions you ask yourself when you book in that flight?
I go on the website and I book the flight.
But do you ask yourself, is this?
I don't need to ask no questions.
So you
I don't need to ask no questions. I want to fly somewhere. I go on the website. I book the flight.
so you don't ask yourself, is this route real? Maybe these guys are making it up. Has anyone ever been on this route before?
No, I'm not even worried about it. When I get on the plane, if they cancel it on me or whatever, then that's what it comes to. But until then, I don't need to ask no questions.
But that kind of goes against what you're saying right now, because now it's like you questioning, how does B-ball know these routes are real? But you don't have that level of skepticism when you book in your flights. You just book them, right? And if they cancel on you, they cancel on you. Like, I don't know. It doesn't sound too consistent to me.
Well, I'm not basing my reality on whether I can fly to the Bermuda or not. You know what I'm saying? That has no impact on the shape of Earth or what the reality is. It doesn't matter.
So it's only these specific flights then.
Yeah, these flights that are trying to be proof of the shape of what we live on. Yes.
So because
And not only that, even if they are real, even if these flights are real, that's where the argument begins. It ain't over there. Like Geo, did you hear what Geo just said?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
You don't know the
points Geo
distance.
brought up. Yeah, those are good talking
Yeah.
points. Yeah, that's how you attack the argument. You don't
Well,
know.
hold on. There is no argument because all you have is a website. That's all you have. There's no argument here. You got a
But
website
Jeremy,
that says somebody can do something.
all right, Jeremy, if this same website was offering one of these weird southern routes that prove the shape of the earth, but it was also offering a flight from New York to Buffalo, is it the website in total that you have an issue with, or just that specific weird route that they offer?
Just that route. Wouldn't even question this flight to Buffalo.
Okay,
That's not
so
even
then
in contention.
why not preference the argument that way? Because now it's like you're saying the whole entire website is dodgy. Why not just say it's that specific route?
I just don't, bro. I don't believe everything I see on websites. I don't know what kind of life you live. If you do trust all the websites you read, maybe some are more credible than others. That's fine, bro. You can go with that. That's not me though.
I mean, you always are talking about Binance and Bitcoin. You get that stuff on websites, and you be trusting it. You be downloading their apps, mining their coins. Like, I don't know, Jeremy. I don't know, man.
Yeah, it doesn't play into my worldview. Whether crypto's, I don't even get the analogy, but that has no factor on the shape of Earth or what our reality is. Crypto's
Okay, then I think
real
that
or not. I don't even know what your argument is.
And I think that validates my point, Jeremy. It's just because this is preferenced around the shape of the Earth argument that you give uh, this specific thing so much scrutiny. So
Like,
they
yeah,
say,
flights to. My
because
bad.
it
Go
sounds
ahead.
like most websites you don't question them as much as you do this thing. But now the way you word in your argument, it's like you question every website you go on to. But that doesn't seem to be the case, bro.
Yeah, if the shit's not in contention in my mind, like a flight to Buffalo, I'm not worried
Yeah.
about it. You know what I'm saying? Who can flight to Buffalo? Like, who cares?
I
Crypto,
hear you,
whatever.
bro.
Who cares? Like, it's not in contention. So this is in contention in my mind. So I'm going to need a little bit more than just these numbers and letters on a website, bro. That just doesn't do it for me.
I'm with you, bro. I'm 100% with you. All I'm
It doesn't
saying is
sound like you're with me. It doesn't sound
I
like you're with
am,
me.
but it's what you're saying right now. What you have in contention is that specific route, not the entire
Yes.
website, not every single website you read online, just that specific route. And that's how you should, word your argument. Because now the way you're wording your argument, it's that every single website you doubt. That's what it sounds like.
No, how am I wording it? I'm wording it as if you don't have any proof that this shit's real, just numbers and letters on a website. That's all you have.
Yeah, but it's just like the statements you made. You were like, "Yeah, bro. If you live your worldview, just believe in everything you see on websites. Um, the only proof you have is something you saw on a website. It's like you questioning all websites. I don't know. It's just how it came across to me. But I mean, I have more clarity now, and I understand it's just that specific.
I would question all websites if it is in contention in your mind. Okay, if somebody comes out with a website and says, I'll sell you a unicorn or some shit, right? That's going to be in contention. I'm not going to just be like, oh, they got unicorns for sale. Look, it's right here, guys. Proof you can buy a unicorn, right?
I agree with you.
If there's a website that says I have a car, if there's a website that says I have a 1997 Honda Civic for sale, I'm not going to question that. There's probably a website that has a 97 Civic. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, no.
get it?
Now I totally get you because you've made yourself a lot more clear right now. It's just earlier, Jeremy, you weren't this clear and this well pronounced on your position. You were kind of being very vague and you were making it sound like you question every single website ever. But it's clear what your stance is now.
Yeah, I would question any website that has anything
Bro, your
on
reception,
it that's in contention.
your reception's ass, bro.
In my mind, I would question it. Like if somebody was like, "Yo, I got a couch for sale," that's
Jeremy, it's impossible to hear you, bro.
All right.
But yeah, to go back to the initial point you made, Jeremy, I do totally agree with you. There's nothing really. Well, I mean, there are a lot of new things to be debated. A lot of new topics and arguments. But yeah, it seems the old 7, 8 arguments we do debate on a regular, I feel those have been exhausted. What else can we say about Coriolis or planes not accounting for curvature? Like, I don't know what else.
Bro, I was coming up with new Coriolis arguments, a few months ago. I always got some new Coriolis
Really?
shit.
Like what?
The guy on the two guys in the park throwing the ball back and forth. I had your boy rocket scientist over from Gems fucking befuddled about that. He played himself. Grim heard him. I posed the thing to the rocket scientist. He said, "Oh no, that's not Coriolis because it didn't leave the spinning rotating reference frame." And then he came back and said, "Oh, you're misrepresenting me. That's not what I said." Like Bob, your boy Bob, didn't.
Ooh, Jeremy, your reception, bro.
Coriolis.
The last word I heard was Bob, and then it just got bad, bro.
I'm always coming out with new Coriolis shit. Yeah, no doubt.
Where are you, man? Like, why is it this bad? You in the hood or something?
I'm in the way back of the school.
Uh-huh.
And if this was a car, you'd only find me in the hood parts. Okay.
All right, just let me know when you like in the normal part of the school, man. I'll wait.
The satellites don't quite aim to that spot.
Yeah, that's like the hood part of the school,
Even though I'm kidding, because even the mainstream doesn't claim that your cell signal goes to satellites. They just claim that the GPS does. The cell signal goes to towers.
Yeah.
It's still funny to think, though, that they're claiming to put rovers on Mars and communicate with it, except we can't get cell signal like in so many spots. But there's even places around my house I don't get it, and it's like Jeremy goes to one little part of a school, can't get it. It's like, but somehow they claim that they're doing all this, sending probes to Pluto. We got probes to Pluto, but sorry, we can't get you to cell signal. Sorry, you'll have to wait until we get better tech for that.
Mm.
If their communication with their James Webb $18 billion whatever were as good as any of our cell signals, they'd be in trouble.
Nate, I told you I was Lego nice earlier. You didn't even ask what that
Mm-hmm. Lego nice. Did you say you was Lego nice, Jeremy?
Yeah, I told you that earlier. You didn't even ask what it meant.
Yeah. What does that mean?
It means I snap on these squares perfectly.
Where snap on these squares perfectly. Who you steal that from?
Yeah. Daylight.
Who you buy the Daylight? Hey, Daylight, mad. On the mic. He's crazy. Daylight. He's crazy.
Oh
on
yeah,
the
he's bonkers.
Yeah, I just wish he was a bit more serious. You know, he's always clowning.
Yeah. Always clowning.
Yeah. Like that battle way he just stripped naked. Like what the fuck?
Well no, he was trying to take a shit on stage. I think someone offered him 20 G's to take a shit on stage.
Jesus.
That was when he was in this dressed up as Spawn.
Mm-hmm. He's always got a weird
That was
mask.
Eminem's battle thing there for a minute.
What do you mean?
When he did that, that was the Eminem one. And remember Eminem did that little thing, Hollow to Don went against Joe Buttons. It was Loaded Lux versus Murder Mook. You didn't see that?
Yeah, I saw that. I just don't remember what that's got to do with Eminem. What did Eminem do?
That was his thing. Like he made that whole event happen.
Oh, word. Oh. I see
Yeah.
what you. Yeah.
That was
I
like
thought
his
you.
little event he put on.
Yeah. That's true. I thought you were trying to
He
say
should have
Eminem.
jumped in the ring. He should have jumped in the ring, bro. What are you doing? After all that, you started with battle rap. Like he should be in it right now. Cassidy jumped in it.
Yeah, but would Eminem be able to survive with today's battle rappers? The game's changed, bro.
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
This ain't
And it has
style,
changed a
bro.
lot. It has
This ain't
changed a lot. I'll
80
give you that.
Yeah.
When Eminem was doing it, it was all freestyles and stuff, and now it's all written, bro. There's like literally there's no freestyle. You might have someone freestyle a bar or two as they're like a rebuttal or something, but
Yeah. Yeah, this shit is scripted. Dudes are prepared, bro. Dudes do mad,
they got like 3 months. Yeah, sometimes you get like 6 months to write for people. Like some people are just writing bars for people in preparation that they are going to face them one day.
Exactly,
Like the top guys are like, well, I haven't faced, Arsenal yet or something. I'm just going to start writing bars for him because eventually I'm going to have to cross his path or something. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if Eminem. Yeah, because this ain't 2002, bro. This ain't 8 Mile. Like shit is so different. I mean, I still think he would be able to throw bars, but I just feel the way these battle rappers are so nice with the pen, they're so surgical. You know, they would take him apart.
Nah, I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's weird though that he didn't get in it.
Because he knows.
He doesn't know
He
that. You
knows.
don't know that. You don't know that.
I
He
mean,
doesn't. Nobody knows.
bro, we all know that
Cassidy
Eminem
got,
against
bro. Cassidy got in it. Cassidy did good
and
against
Cassidy
some.
gets his ass kicked all the time, bro. You see it.
He did good against Disaster. He went against Goods. He did good.
But he lost, bro. Come
He
on.
still did good though. He did
Yeah,
good.
definitely. I'm sure Eminem would do good as well. But Eminem can't end a battle rap and then just lose, you know?
I know that'd be horrible. He has literally
Yeah.
nothing to gain from it, but he should pay like homage.
Yeah, they should
You
have
gotta
like
pay homage.
celebrity battles, you know, like Eminem against like another celebrity, not a battle rapper.
Did you see when Cannabis went on?
Oh, bro,
That was
that was
rough,
tough.
dude.
That was tough to watch. Yeah, that was that was God. Yeah, that
That's
was
sad.
fucked up too much. Yeah, jeez. Yeah, no, I did not enjoy watching that. Man. He
The
did it to
vlogs
himself.
before that battle, the vlogs before that battle were hilarious. Mad battle rappers did vlogs. It was better than the whole event itself. The vlogs they made.
Yeah.
They were hilarious, bro.
Yeah. No, that was bad, man.
But yeah, man, dudes like Fight the Flat Earth and McToon and shit, bro. They got nothing happens in these arguments or debates. It's total. They're just people being obtuse for no reason. I mean, did you hear
Mhm.
Zanuck earlier?
No, what was Xanax saying?
He's just being obtuse for no reason. Like making shit difficult on purpose, dude. It's ridiculous. It's not. It's just a huge headache.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, I just feel we need new things to like debate about, you know?
Bro, I come up with new shit all the time, dude. I don't know if you're not paying attention or what's going on, but I'm constantly coming up with new stuff.
Like what? I mean,
The star trails
the
at the
Coriolis.
equator. The star trails at the equator, the Coriolis thing, bro. I'm always coming up with new shit.
Okay. I hear you. That's true. That's true. I haven't heard anyone
That's
else
why
argue
I'm
Star
top.
Wars.
That's why I'm top 10, bro. That's why I'm top 10.
What? Nah, bro. You may
Probably
be
top 5. I
top
mean,
25. Top
top
25 dead or
25.
alive.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Bro, it's some
Get
heavy
out of
hitters,
here.
you know? Like Geo's top
Oh,
10. Geo, you know? Geo
all
definitely
right.
top 10 dead or
I
alive.
put Geo Chemo in there. My boy
Yeah.
Brandon was up there. He used to go toe to toe with these guys all the time.
Who?
Brandon,
Who's that?
the guy that took over Ranties. Bro, where have you been?
Bro, I don't know these people. Come on. Like, I don't even know who Ranty is. Like, I don't really,
That's why you be
follow
saying.
people like
That's
that.
why you say goofy shit. You don't even know what's going on.
What do you mean? I know the arguments. I just don't know the people that got the YouTube shows, you know? So yeah, I mean definitely Geo, Chemo, Dallas Dave. Those are top 10 dead or
Get the
alive.
fuck out of here, Nate. Shut up. Just stop, dude. Stop.
You ain't
Yo,
got
you heard me roast.
Dave in your top
Yo, you heard
10?
me roast. Listen, you heard me roast Zanuck earlier.
No, what happened?
Yeah, you did. You heard it. I told him don't. I told him I was like, guys, don't worry. One of the better Globers will come in a little while.
Oh yeah, I
Straighten
remember.
this
Yo,
out.
Zanuck did not like that.
Yeah,
Zanuck
he
did
knew I
not
was
like
playing
that.
with him though. He knew I was fucking with him.
Yeah, that was funny though. Like he did not take that well. Yeah. No, Zanuck definitely top 5 Globus. So.
Top 10, maybe.
So who you got in your top 5 Globus?
I mean, I don't know. Probably Kosho. Ones that are active and shit. Probably like Kosho, Zanuck, Rumpus. Who needs to be done here? Demir.
Yeah,
Who
Kosho,
else?
Zanuck,
Doofus is
Rumpus,
good.
Tim.
Doofus is good.
Doofus? Yeah.
Yeah, Doofus is good. He knows his shit.
Curved?
Curves was smart. Curves smart.
Yeah. That's a strong top 5. Doofus, Curved, Kosho, Rumpus, Zanuck.
Like I would have said, if you had asked me 2 months ago, I would have told you rocket scientist. But after that Coriolis thing, I ain't fucking with him.
Yeah.
Grim
But
heard
I
it.
mean,
Grim fucking heard it, dude. This shit is despicable and deplorable, bro. Some of this shit, I can't fucking. It's sickening. Seriously, it's
yeah, but I mean, that's just Globa's just trying to get a win,
yeah, it's that
They-
bullshit.
Yeah. But I mean, could you create a flat Earth top 5 that could take on my Globe Earth top 5? Zanuck, Kosho, Rumpus, Doofus, and Curved? I don't think so, man.
What are you looking for? What's what? What, this thing? All better.
The globe really has nothing.
Yeah, you guys got nothing. Ain't face it.
Propaganda,
Wow.
some pictures, some models
Fallacies.
that can't verify, a bunch of data that comes from government agencies. It's really nothing.
Tons of fallacies. Fallacies out the
What?
ass.
Terrible.
And what do you
pictures,
guys have?
Terrible quality CGI. I'm talking like D-level stuff.
Oh my god. And you guys got websites being fake. Come on. Come on.
I don't know what you're talking about. What does that have to do with it? What about a website?
Yeah, I mean that's all Flat Earth got, websites are fake, star trails at the
Who said
equator.
that? Who said that?
Jeremy.
Jeremy did not say websites are fake.
Jeremy was going on about how you can't trust something on a website.
No, dude. Holy shit, bro. What I said was just because something's on a website doesn't mean it's real. That should be easily agreeable for everyone on Earth. That is an easily agreeable statement, I would have to say. The fact that you
Yeah,
guys are even
definitely.
giving me a hard time about that statement is
No,
ridiculous.
but Jeremy, that statement in isolation, just that statement alone, everyone will agree with you. The issue
That's
is the
my.
next. Yeah, but then you
What's my
take a
next
next
statement?
step.
What's my next
You
statement?
know exactly what your next statement is.
What
If
is
you
it?
just said
Where's
that
it going?
statement and you stopped it there, I think no one would have a problem.
Okay,
It's where you take it after that.
where'd I take it after that?
You know where you take it, bro.
Where? Go ahead. Steel man me.
All right. So what you tend to do is you then say, all right. So since we all agree that just because something's on a website,
It
there's
could
no
be
way to know
fake.
it's true. It
Yeah.
could be fake.
All right.
The routes on that, airline website could be fake as well.
Yeah. Why not? We know that you're going to need some more than just the website.
What more are you gonna need? Yeah, but
I
I
don't
mean,
know,
I don't want
something
to.
other than the website, because we all know shit on websites doesn't have to be real. Just because it's on a website doesn't mean it's real.
I hear you, man, but I don't want to get into a whole website argument. I was just trying to troll you guys back, you know.
What the fuck, Nate?
What do you mean? You and Jill was here trolling about how all we have is stuff from government websites. Come on. I was just trying to troll you guys back.
Yeah, you're not as nice. You're not Lego nice. That's the problem.
Hey, what? No, bro. Yeah, but I don't think you guys can make a top 5 flat Earth team to take on my top 5 globe Earthers.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, like who would you have? Chemo and
Me, Geo,
Brian and all right,
Chemo.
Geo. Yeah. Geo's the only heavy hitter. No one else, bro.
Me, Geo. Yo, save it, bro. Me,
You
Geo. Chemo's a
what,
beast, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
bro? Chemo would embarrass you guys. Like you don't want Chemo on your team.
When Chemo has someone to back him up, like me and Chemo used to fuck them dudes up in gems. When Chemo has someone to back him up, he does really good. I do good too, like that. If you got someone to back you up, yeah, bro.
Damn.
Chemo's nice.
What about Lemon?
He can hold
Wouldn't
his
you have
own. He
Lemon?
can hold his own, but what's up?
Wouldn't you have Lemon?
Yeah, Lemon knows his shit.
Yeah, I'll definitely have Lemon.
Don't try to put Dallas Dave on my team or Johnny Bernard or Pete Shea or something silly. Come on, man.
Why not, bro? Those guys are legends. Those guys been doing this
They're
longer
not
than
fucking legends,
we've been
dude.
alive.
They're not legends.
Pete Shea, you ain't trying to have Pete Shea in your top 5? You wilded, bro. Jeremy.
You're fucked up,
Pete
Nate.
Shea got
Fucked up.
crazy knowledge, bro.
I'm
I'll
good.
play.
Yeah, man, we would fuck up your top 5. Because honestly, when it comes down to it, you guys don't have much. You got websites. Look at this website. Okay, then what? Then you got nothing after that.
But I mean, if we can't give you first half evidence, but we can refer you to a website where you can see what it is we're talking about, isn't that good enough, bro?
Bro, that was B-Ball's argument earlier. Look, I got this website. You guys suck.
I mean, B-Ball
No.
can't take
What do you
you.
mean, yeah.
He can't take you on the flight. You know, he can't take you on the plane, but he can offer you a website where they're selling tickets for that flight.
Okay. I can show you a website where somebody's selling a unicorn that could fly.
All right,
And poops
but then
rainbows.
what I would do to test the validity of it is I would try and buy a unicorn on that website.
Let's try to buy one of those tickets and go on that flight. Let's do it. That's
Yeah.
what I mean. The buck stops with him saying, I have a website. Not, I purchased a website. I went on the flight. Nothing. You have nothing after there's a website selling unicorns. That's all you got. Unicorn websites.
Yeah, but he's offering it to you because he doesn't feel like he needs to prove it to himself.
Well,
Right?
you ain't going to prove it to me with a website, right?
Yeah, but that's why he's giving you the website so you can buy the ticket, Jeremy. Are you going to buy the ticket?
No, I ain't buying a fucking plane ticket to Johannesburg or wherever the fuck you. I don't even know where this shit was.
Yeah. But if you could, let's say you try to, and you got to the paywall section where, it's now time to pay, they want your credit card information. If you were able to get all the way to that point, wouldn't that give you some sort of comfort that this flight is actually real? No?
Okay, what if I can bring you to the website selling unicorns and I can bring you all the way to the place where they'll accept your credit card? How's that going to make you feel? Like you're about to buy a unicorn?
I would think, oh
Yeah?
shit, this is real. Yeah, bro.
Are you trolling me?
I'm serious, Jeremy. Like, I would start thinking, whoa, what the actual fuck? These guys are actually about to take my money, and they know that if I don't get my unicorn, I'm gonna sue them out the fucking ass. So they must be serious, right?
Or they could just say, "Oh, we had to cancel your order. The unicorn died," or you know,
And then
we
they'll
ran
give
out
me
of
my money back.
unicorns. Yeah, okay.
Would they
That
go
just
through
bring
all
it,
of that?
just making it to the part, dude. Just making it to the part where they're going to collect your money doesn't mean that it's real. What's that? Oh,
But would someone reasonable do that, man? Like, that's such a waste of time.
what's up,
Say what?
bro? We're on a website. They're selling unicorns that can fly and poop rainbows. We've made it to the part where they're ready to collect your money. Are the unicorns real?
I would think so, Jeremy, because I wouldn't think that, a reasonable
Really?
person would waste their time offering fake unicorns, accepting everyone's money for unicorns, just so they can refund the people. Like, why do that? That makes no business sense. You're wasting your time and money. Who would do that, Jeremy?
I don't know. What if you're trying to fool a massive amount of people that unicorns are real? Then would you do it?
No, I would not do it that way because that wouldn't fool anyone into believing unicorns
Hey,
are real.
my coworker says unicorns are real now. All right, this is what I have to deal with now. All right.
Yeah, I just feel I don't know, Jeremy. I don't know, man.
Well, I don't see any problem with that to question the validity of the website. I mean, is this like a mainstream airline or is it just some sort of third party thing? I mean, I think that's valid to consider the source of it. And I agree with Jeremy. There's no reason just to blindly trust that it's legit. So it'd be good to verify it, see what it's all about.
Really, Jill?
And making sure the flight's real. That's where the argument begins. After somebody actually takes the flight, that's when you guys actually might have somewhat of an argument.
If we could find someone that actually took that flight, then what?
Then the argument starts. Until now, you have no argument. You have a website.
Okay, but I mean, let's just like pretend I have that person here now, and he shows us his ticket. You know, he can prove that he actually went on that plane. Does it make the Earth a sphere?
No, that's where the argument starts. Now you have an argument to proceed forward with.
But how would you argue against this argument that I have now?
Yeah, all right. Now you have a guy that's taking the flight. Good. Then we would start arguing over distances, directions, shit like that. Like, there's nothing to argue about now because we don't even know if the flight's real or not.
Okay. So we just got to find someone that's been on that flight. That's fair. That's fair. What flight is it? Is this like one of those Chile?
I have no idea. I don't know where it was going to, where it was from, anything.
What? Then
Bro,
why are
I
you
know just
arguing
enough.
against it?
Listen to me. I know just enough to know that you guys don't have shit. That's all I need to know.
What?
Right?
You
I'm
don't
not a
even know what the
genius.
flight is?
Bro, I barely graduated high school. Like, I didn't know half this shit before I came into this arena. But I learned quick. I don't need to know all this stuff. I just need to know as much about the topic to show that you guys don't have shit. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, it's not about being a genius or anything, bro. It's just, it's weird that you don't even know what the routes are that are being disputed, but you just want to fight it, bro.
Bro, I'm guessing it's some flight path in the south somewhere. Probably Johannesburg to Auckland or somewhere in
Yeah.
Argentina to Australia or something. I mean, I'm just guessing.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
would.
then
I would assume.
once we have validity that the flight's real, now we can go on to argue about, other shit, directions of travel, distances that you guys can't prove. I've been over it with RC several times with the distances in a plane. You'll never be able to prove the distance in a plane. Sorry. That's what I mean. I ain't scared to take it I'm willing to go to the next step. You want to pretend this flight's real? I'll pretend with you.
But I mean, if a plane says we flew this route, how do you argue the distance it flew?
The distance?
Yeah, like the distance and the direction and the path it took. If a plane says
Yeah.
this is the path we took, and some planes you can track them.
Yeah, you just have to prove the distance. That's all.
Okay, but if I
Distance, were
pull
they
out a
actually
map,
going in that?
yeah, but like
You
you can go I mean, let's say I could go to the site and I could they could show me on a Google map this is the route the plane is going to take. You wouldn't accept that?
I mean, I don't know. They'd have to show me how they took that route. Just telling me you're going to do something or telling me something happened, like, that's as good as having a website.
But how do I show you the plane is on that route, Jeremy? I would need to be on the ground following that plane from Chile to South Africa, right? Like, how would I show
I
that
wouldn't
to
want to
you?
have to be on the ground.
All right,
You could
how do
probably do
I
it from
show you
inside the
this plane
plane,
taking
maybe.
that
I don't
route?
know. I don't know, bro. I don't know how you prove your claim. That's not my Like, you proving your claim's not my problem.
What?
Dude, you're making a claim about this. You're asking me, how do I prove my claim? I don't know. How do you prove your claim? Go ahead, do it.
What's the claim? Who's making the? You guys have been. Is it the same website thing you guys have been arguing about?
There's someone that said that they have proof of certain southern hemisphere flight paths that prove Earth is a sphere. And now Jeremy's saying that they don't have any proof of this. All they have is flight paths on some website.
Yeah, you guys got a unicorn website.
Yeah. So we're just trying to take it a step further and say, let's say we could prove that these are real flight paths. What would I need to provide next? And Jeremy's not being clear as to what would need to be provided next. You know, I'm giving.
Yes, I don't. I don't know how to prove your claim, Nate. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm giving suggestions, and you just rejecting all of them. So I don't know what to do now.
I didn't reject anything. Maybe you could be on the flight, have a compass out, some other I don't know. I don't know.
So you would expect someone to go on that flight with a compass, spend all that money to take that flight just to prove this point. Like, I don't know, Jeremy.
I mean,
feel
bro,
like
that doesn't seem
you're
like a big stretch.
unreasonable.
If this is globe proof, the amount of time, money, and effort we have spent on this in this arena, I feel like taking one flight is not a big investment.
Are you going to take that flight?
I'm not taking the flight. No, this is your guys' thing. You guys are saying this is proof.
So one of us has to do it.
Yes, somebody that wants to prove the claim has to do it. Yeah.
All right. So I take this flight. I have my compass. Um, do I need to record my compass the whole way of the flight, or could I just show you pictures of my compass on the plane next to my plane ticket?
I mean, it wouldn't hurt to record it the whole time. Why not?
Oh my god! What if I gotta pee? What if I gotta sleep? That's a long ass flight, Jeremy.
You
Come on.
just leave the camera going. You leave the camera running, bro. What the fuck?
What if
You don't have to
my
hold the
phone battery
camera the whole
died?
time.
Yeah, but
Bro, you
cameras
get a
can't record.
charger.
Yeah, but phone cameras
Battery
can't
charger.
record for 10 hours straight, Jeremy. You know, they do have a limit.
Bro, you get a Sony Handycam from the fucking 90s. Dude, I don't know, bro. I don't know. You can't find a camera that can record 10 hours this day and age?
Oh my god. All right, cool. So I have my Sony Handycam recorder. All right, so I have my Handycam and I record my compass the whole 10-12 hour flight, right?
All right.
What else do I still need to do? Because I'm sure that's not enough. What else do I still have to do?
I don't know. What else what do you think would prove it? Would that prove it alone? I don't know.
I think so. Like I think
I have a problem with
I've gone above and beyond to prove it. I've done too much now to prove it. But you feel it's not enough, right?
I don't know. Would it be enough? I don't know. I have a problem with people that say, "Oh, we'll just fly over Antarctica to see if we can go north-south circumnavigation." But it's like with magnetic declination, how do you even know where you're going? Like, I don't know, dude.
That is a good point. Yeah, your compass would struggle over the poles.
Yeah, I don't know, bro.
What else could we do?
I mean, honestly, a flight, a north-south circumnavigation would be one of the best things, probably.
This is interesting.
That's why we should have spent more time instead of arguing about bullshit. We should have spent more time trying to figure out how to fucking end this merry-go-round of nonsense that we're on every day here.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
I don't think there really have to be any merry-go-rounds of anything. I mean, of nonsense. I don't really feel like there's any nonsense other than, yeah, there's people that have different concepts, but it doesn't really have to be some kind of like bloody debate to the end and some kind of like a fight, really. I mean, to me, it's more of an interesting discussion about the nature of life and reality and potentials of who we are,
Yeah.
where we are, where we came from. I mean, just because people have different viewpoints, it doesn't have to be some kind of painful thing in my viewpoint.
It's all the little games people play and shit, though. Like with, I don't know, just people being obtuse and difficult for no reason, you know.
Yeah, well, there are people defending the globe model, and if that's who you're referring to, and some of those people can definitely have some tactics going on. It seems like since that globe thing.
Yeah, that's the merry-go-round I'm talking about of nonsense.
Yeah, that part of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's their goal. They're trying to just loop people in that. So, if you don't want to be in that, then don't let them take you down into that kind of thing.
I hear you. I get sucked in every time, like Pookie in a crack house.
I mean, at the end of the day, we're all individual people, and we all have our own viewpoints. I mean, yeah, there is like a globe model thing, but even that is just being pushed by some people out there. It's not, it's kind of interesting just to take it down to like brass tacks. That's really all it is. I mean, we're all individuals. Those are just a group of individuals that are saying a certain thing, but there's another group of individuals that'll say whatever else, and that's about any topic. I'm saying, whether it's like religion, spirituality, philosophy. Even in quote unquote science, there's variation.
I feel like that's more for us though. The flat earthers, we all have different viewpoints and shit, but the globers, they gotta like stick to the script. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't veer off their script too far, whereas we can go way in the weeds and shit, and it doesn't matter. But these guys got to stay close to the script. Like so one of us can say the sun's close, I could say the sun's far. Someone else could say the sun's not. Fuck, they can't do that.
But Globa's got variation as well. We got Globas like Grim.
Yeah, you guys have slight variations. Well, Grimm's more than a slight variation, but
yeah, Grim's a huge variation.
I don't even consider him a glober, dude. I don't know. Grimm's not barely a glober.
Yeah. But I mean, I think Grim is way more extreme than whatever differences you guys have on the flat Earth side. You know, like Grimm is so different.
Well,
No.
he doesn't believe your bullshit either, though. That's the thing. Anything other than
Yeah, but
Earth's a sphere and it's moving and shit, like there's not much. There's not even much he believes to the heliocentric model.
yeah, but that's the point I'm trying to make, Jeremy. That globers have way bigger differences than flat earthers. You know, we have globers
No,
like Grimm, like Realm. Like those are crazy globers. Like
bro.
they're so
Realm's
different.
the
Flat
concave
earthers,
earther. Listen.
he's
Fucking
barely a
Realm's a
concave
concave
earther.
earther.
He's barely a
Grimm's
concave
barely a
earther.
glober. No, dude,
Yeah,
don't even start.
that's what I mean. They're both globers, but they're so fringe. You know, you don't find flat earthers like that. You don't find flat earthers that stray from the narrative that much. You know, flat earthers, you guys disagree on small things. Is the sun fall close? Like the most fringe flat earther I've ever met is Ali B, because Ali believes that space is real and that we've been to the moon, but he's a flat earther. That's the most fringe, far out flat earther I've ever met. Ali B. You know, most of you
Is
don't.
this opposite day? What is going on right now? This is either
What?
opposite day or you're just joking. This is very bizarre.
It's
It
true,
couldn't be
Gio.
more the opposite. It's
That's what I'm
beyond
saying.
comprehension right now. This is just weird. I think you're just trolling us at this point.
How many flat earthers believe we've actually been to the moon, Gio? How many do you know that believe that?
That believe that people did land on the moon?
Yeah. How many people on the flat earth have you met that believe it?
Probably one.
Yeah,
I don't even know
that's
if
good.
Ali really believes it or not, but he has kind of
He
thrown it
does.
out there. But I
Yeah.
don't think he actually even fully does. But he's the only one I've ever heard actually. Although
Yeah,
I don't know,
so
over the
yeah,
years, I'm sure I've heard of some people over the years say it. I suppose it's not like he's not the only one I've ever heard say that. But
Dave Weiss used to believe in the moon landings for a little bit after he became a flat earther. I don't think he still does, though.
okay. But that's what I mean, you know? Like that's a huge variance. That's like out of left field, you know. It's not a lot of flat earthers that go that far out there, you know. Most of the discrepancies it's on the size of the moon, the sun, how far away they are, whether we have a dome or not, and ether. You know, that's and the Bible. You know, that's where the main
no,
differences
the
come.
Bible is not a universally thing at all. If you're using the term flat earther, all that means is somebody that would say the geometry is flat, like a planar geometry, and that it's stationary. That's about it in terms of just
Yeah,
that term. Now I know there's like
yeah.
flat Earth Society, there's all this other stuff, but I mean, and then there's like the AE map, which I mean, you may have created some kind of construct in your mind of what a flat earther is and whatever like kind of way that you've done that. But the actual term itself just means, like I said, the planar geometry, that the Earth isn't moving. Beyond that, there's no, in terms of just that term, there's no other like sort of ideas that go along with that necessarily. So from there, everybody's unique. Now, yes, many will say that the sun is close and local. There's a lot of common things because humans have had cosmology since the dawn of time. So of course, like we are just expressing the default cosmology that's been the default for thousands and thousands of years. However, within that field, there's going to be a lot of different ideas about, why things fall, electromagnetism, electric universe, the whole concept of gravity, what the celestial bodies are, whether there's a firmament, a dome, whether there's more land beyond Antarctica. I mean, everybody will have unique positions on all of those usually. And spirituality and religion, of course, are widely varied as well. Although there's not very many atheist people that would say the Earth is stationary and planar. I think maybe I can only think of one or two that have half said it, and they're not even the classic atheists. But religion and spirituality are greatly varied as well.
Yeah, there's people that think Antarctica is still a continent. Flat earthers.
But that is okay. So I mean, the point I was trying to make is the things that I brought up. Those are the things flat earthers vary on. You know, not all flat earthers believe in the Bible. Not all flat earthers agree on the dome. Some flat earthers believe in relative density. Some believe it's ether and magnetism. Those are the main variances. Like you don't have situations where there's a flat earther like Grimm with a whole different entire outlook on the whole thing, because Grimm has a whole idea on his own, and in this idea everything is different. It's not
Not
just,
really.
yeah, I mean,
only some
in
things
Jim's,
about space and electric universe, but he still believes in balls and space and all that stuff.
yeah, but that's all. He just agrees with us on the shape of the earth, nothing else, literally nothing else.
Well,
No, he thinks that this. He believes a lot of some of your bullshit,
Like what?
like balls in space. You guys love fucking
I just
balls.
said that. Yeah, he agrees on the shape of the earth, nothing else. What else
is the point in
does
all
he
of this?
agree with us on?
There's
The point
definitely
I
a
was just
wide
trying to make
variety.
is that
In general, the globe Earth is a script. So in general, there are a lot of globe Earthers that will all agree on all the same stuff because it comes from Google. So whatever the Google thing is the thing. So you go to NASA.com, you go to Google, you wrap that up, and boom, you've got a little globe package. Now, of course, there's going to be globe Earthers that are atheists, some of them that are Christians, some of them that might believe in aliens, some that don't, some that might think that it's an electric universe, some that don't. So yeah, there's going to be variation within that. But in general, there is kind of a script because it comes from Google. In terms of a more planar, flat Earth, stationary Earth type of setup, we have the entire lineage of humanity behind us and the default reality of what we experience. So it's not really a script. It's actually just the default experience and all of the other factors.
yeah, everything you just said, Gio, I could say right back to you about flat earthers. It's all just a script. They either follow Ken Hovind or they follow the bald Uncle Fester looking dude, or they subscribe
Hold on,
to
Ken
what
Hovind's not
QE.
even a flat Earth guy.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of the whole, biblical angle, that,
Well, that's the
and
point.
then
There's a wide
there's
variety. There's not one thing.
not
With the
really,
globe,
not
there's one
really.
script. You get it
It's
from Google.
very specific. It's very specific scripts they follow. It's either that, or what QE and Oakley say, or what Ken Wheeler and his whole ether universe thing say. It's very specific scripts that they all seem to parrot. And it's just,
Okay, so
I mean,
you've
if you
said
want to
something
say that
false
about
there.
the globe,
Hold on. You said they all seem to parrot. Of course, that's false. Of
what do you
course,
mean?
what you just said is false.
How
They
is it
all
false?
don't parrot QE. They all don't parrot any of that. People listen to content creators and do what they do. Just because there's groups of people that like a certain content creator, they do a certain thing, is irrelevant. What I'm talking about is the actual globe script that comes from Google and the government and NASA. That is homogenous.
And
You're
it's the same
conflating
for
two
the
different
flat
things.
Earth. There is a homogeneous script you guys have. Everything looks flat. I don't feel motion, therefore it's flat and stationary. Like, I mean, come on, man. It goes both ways, Joe.
No,
To
that's
sit
just a
here and say
default
it's only the
experience.
globe that
That's not something you get from Google. That's just an idea, which is the case.
I don't know, man. I think flat earthers get that idea from each other. It seems they just parrot what they hear other flat earthers say. Because they've sat in 24/7 and they've heard all of the flat Earth arguments. They then go and parrot them. You'll hear a flat earther say second law of thermodynamics violation, but not being able to explain the argument. But they just going along with it because they heard
Yeah.
another flat earther say it.
Right. I mean, I hear what you're saying. That's fine. But what I think you're doing right now is kind of a deceptive conflating of two concepts. And then you're trying to link them together and pretend like they're the same. So the first one is that the globe Earth cosmology is literally given by a government organization and all the rest of it. The WGS 84, all of that. And it comes through the specific kind of claims of your Newton and some of those guys. So it's like government backed, but it has the claims of that history. And it's a very specific thing because you can't prove it in any way in your own physical life. So you literally have to go off what they say. So you're conflating that, like that cosmology is homogenous in terms of who gives that. And then you're trying to conflate that with the idea of what you're calling a flat earther who might repeat something that he heard. Those are very different things. There is not one authority that you go to get some kind of information about a flat earth. It's completely decentralized, meaning you've got ancient texts, you have the history of humanity, you have people's direct experience, you have all these different things, but it's completely decentralized. It doesn't mean that some people within that don't copy each other. Yeah, that's human nature. You'll find musicians copying each other. A great guitar player will play a lick that sounds like Eric Clapton. That doesn't mean that he's just parroting Eric Clapton. He may have been influenced by him. He may have repeated a thing or whatever it may be. That's different than having a cosmology that is homogeneously presented to the population.
So I don't agree with you at all. You know, I don't think from the globe side that it is centralized. You have a lot of different people saying a lot of different things. You also have a lot of ancient history. You know, the last 2,000 years where people talk about Earth being a sphere. So you can't throw that away. You have a lot of other institutions aside from NASA and governments telling us Earth is a sphere. So it's not that centralized. Number one. Number two, on the flat Earth side, most flat earthers, they do come into the whole flat earth realm through YouTube videos, through watching very popular YouTubers. And a lot of these YouTubers all, you know, say the same arguments in drum step with each other. You know, if one person has a second law of thermodynamics argument, that's going to be the same argument a lot of the other YouTubers have. And if all flat earthers, or the majority of them, aside from you aren't one of them. You know, I agree, Gio, you are a pretty original guy. You do your own research, your own work, but you need to acknowledge that not a lot of flat earthers put in the work you do. A lot of them, the overwhelming majority, just sit down and watch a 5-hour QE video, and that's as much as they're going to do. And people on the globe earth do the same. I agree with you. A lot of globe earthers don't actually go out and, you know, get their own individual experiences. They just go off what they, you know, are quote unquote told by NASA. But I mean, obviously NASA isn't the only organization saying this. There are a lot of different organizations that all have the same message, and it's the same on the flat earth. It's a lot of different YouTubers that all have the same message, and you know, most people on the flat earth side just take in that message without questioning it, you know. So however you want to paint the picture on the globe side, I could paint the exact same picture on the flat earth side, the exact same one. That's all I'm trying to say. You know, it goes both ways.
And in the meantime, you got websites.
Say what, bro?
Listen, we all get our shit. All right, I took shit from everyone out there. All right, I took shit from Bev, from QE. Right, you do got to do what Lemon says. You chew the meat and spit out the bones. You guys can't chew the meat and spit out the bones. You got to eat it all. They tell you tomorrow Polaris is 4 zillion light years away. You got to swallow it all.
Word.
Almost forgot to sweep this part. Yeah, bro, you guys got to swallow it all. Right? We can spit the bones out. That's the difference between me and you. NASA comes out tomorrow and says some wild ass wacky shit. You guys just have to go with it. You ain't got no choice.
Why do we have to go with it?
Because NASA can't be lying. They can't be wrong. Or you guys are fucked.
Why can't NASA be wrong?
They can't be wrong. If they tell you there's a rover on Mars, and then tomorrow they say, oh, there was never actually a rover on Mars, You'd have to believe them. If they tell you Mars is 7 fucking light years away, you just have to go with it because they can't. What are you going to do? Argue with them? They've been to Mars.
I could just say I don't believe NASA's been to Mars, but Earth is still a sphere. Like, what's wrong with that? I mean, there are plenty of people. They put plenty of Globers, Jeremy, that don't believe we've been to the moon. They don't agree with NASA. They don't believe NASA, but they still believe Earth's a sphere.
As they should.
Yeah,
Not
but
believe
I
NASA.
mean, yeah, but it just goes against what you were saying, because you saying we have to believe NASA, we have to go along with NASA, we can't disagree with them. But that isn't the case, because there are millions of people that don't agree with NASA, but they still believe Earth's a sphere.
Yeah, I don't know, man. If NASA came out tomorrow and said some crazy shit like, Polaris is 4 zillion fucking light years away, you just have to, you just be like, NASA's wrong. They don't know NASA doesn't know what they're doing. Would that be your argument?
Yeah. Some people would say that, because some people say that today. There are people today
But
that say
these guys don't.
NASA liars,
Yeah,
but they still believe Earth's a sphere.
Bro, the guys here ain't saying that though. They're saying we landed on the moon. We got retro reflectors and all kinds of bullshit. None of these hardcore Globers are saying NASA's wrong, dude. This ain't the place for that.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's okay. I get you. I get you.
Normal
Yeah.
people that know what's going on that aren't anti-flat earthers, yes, they're saying Earth's a globe, but we didn't land on the moon because they're not idiots, right? However, the people here are not fucking going that route. They're saying we know we landed on the moon. Retro reflectors.
What's an anti-flat earther?
Bro, anti-flat earthers, they're people that don't even stick to the globe script. They'll just make shit up on the fly just to go against any flat earth thing.
Oh, damn. People actually do that?
Bro, are you fucking kidding? You haven't noticed that's what's going on?
No.
You guys spent
I need
3
to pay
years.
more attention.
Listen,
My bad.
you
Hey,
guys
Jeremy,
spent
this is Nate. He's new to the server, so if we could just welcome him.
I swear, it's like you haven't been paying attention the past like 5, however many years. How long you been in this, Nate?
Yeah, like 4 or 5 years. Yeah, but what is an anti-flat earther?
Yeah.
Is it a special type of globe?
Yeah. Yes, it's a special type of
Okay.
glober. They won't even stick to the globe script. They'll tell you Neil deGrasse Tyson's wrong. They'll tell you science proves things, and they'll call you a science denier. And then 3 years later, they'll tell you science doesn't prove things. Like they're just making it up as they go along, basically, instead of
Okay.
sticking to the globe script.
I see what you mean. So it's like they'll say anything just to go against flat earth.
Just to win the argument to go against flat Earth. Yes. They'll say anything.
Damn. That's crazy.
They'll spend years telling you science proved Earth is a globe, right? And they'll call you a science denier at the same time. And then a year, maybe 6 months, a couple years later, they'll tell you science doesn't prove anything.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, every group has, their rotten apples, right? I don't know, man. I don't know, Jeremy. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Yeah, I don't know either. That's what I'm saying, man. This whole shit is is some kind of sick game or something. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, but I'm sure whoever was telling you something like that, it would have been someone like Jazza, right?
No,
Those type of
dude.
globe workers. Yeah.
Bro.
No.
Seriously, all your people spent years telling us science proved Earth is a globe, and we were science deniers. And now what are they saying? Are they saying science proves things?
No, they say science doesn't prove things.
Yeah, so that's weird that they would spend years telling us science proved Earth is a globe, and we were science deniers, and now they're saying science doesn't prove anything. Does that sound like a reasonable person? Or you know? What's up, Rick? Were you talking to me? Hold on a second. Hold on.
Cool, bro.
You know, heads they're making shit up as they go, bro. I got some people telling me planes fly in straight lines. Then I got other people telling me there's no fly zones and they have to deviate from their straight line route. Like just all kinds of different shit going on. It depends on what the argument needs to be. I'll hear something and hear from RC Meisty, bring that shit into Gems, and they'll look at me like I'm fucking crazy. Like I made that shit up about planes flying in straight lines. All right, I didn't make that shit up. One of your boys just told me planes fly in straight line routes, and it was proof of distances on Earth. And now here they are arguing with me that planes don't fly in straight line routes. It's crazy, bro. You couldn't make this shit up. You couldn't make this up, dude.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't know either, dude. It's fucking crazy. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's even worth it anymore to debate this shit because we're not getting an honest shake.
So what do we
Frank,
do
you
now?
talking to me? What's up?
So what do we do now? I mean, we can't get like an honest argument out of either side. Like, what next?
The next step is to try to do something to prove if Earth is a sphere or not, or if it's flat or what.
Well, I think the next step
We need
is to
some
sort
kind
of
of
let.
measurement.
I think the next step is sort of let time tell in a way, because you know, I mean, look, it's been like, I mean, in the case for the moon landings, right? You know, it's been like what 60 going on 70 years now. I mean, how many more years before is going to take? You know, that and then we haven't been back to the moon. How many more decades are people going to start to be like, all right, well, something is fishy here, right? Or
Oh,
you know,
I love it.
even if they do, quote unquote, go back to them, it's going to be filmed, right? We know it's just not even possible because they haven't been back yet. The whole thing's just
I
a
love
joke.
to ask Lobers that. How many years would have to pass by before you started getting suspicious if we didn't go back to the moon or Mars or something like another decade, a century? You know, how long would it take before you became suspicious?
And what do they say when you ask them that?
Some of them say never. A lot of them say never. They would never be suspicious. If we never went back or anywhere else in space with a human, they would never be suspicious. What do you think, Nate? How long? 20 years? What if you're 90 years old and we haven't been to past the ISS height? Would you start getting suspicious? You're an old grandpa. You're in your rocking chair, smoking a blunt, right? You're going to be suspicious?
That we haven't sent humans or we haven't sent probes? Well, what do you mean then?
We haven't sent humans past the ISS. Would you be suspicious if you were 90 years old and we still hadn't sent humans past the ISS?
It depends, man. It depends, Jeremy.
I get a lot. It depends. Yeah, I get that a lot. It depends.
Yeah, that's what I would say. It depends, you know. Like you need to add context. But the fact that we haven't been back to the moon, I mean, so we were last in the 70s, and that's like 50 years ago. So,
About 50 years, yeah.
Yeah, 50
half
years.
a century, bro. That's a long
Yeah,
time.
half a century.
People
So
lived and died in that time.
yeah. So I would say if 50 years had passed and we hadn't put all of these rovers out there, rovers on the moon, on Mars, like nothing, You know, we hadn't done a single thing, no ISS, nothing in these last 50 years since going to the moon. That would definitely be sus. But since we've been to the moon, like, we have the ISS up there now, all the time. Like, you know,
Hey,
and
what if they invent something? Hold on. What
Mhm.
if they invent something where you can live to be 10,000 years old? Okay, now we're
Mhm.
10,000 years old. They got all
Mhm.
these rovers and shit out there, and they're sending all kinds of amazing video back, but they still
Mhm.
haven't sent a human past the ISS.
Okay, that's definitely
10,000 years
suspicious.
later, are you
Definitely suspicious. Definitely. Definitely, Jeremy.
so?
10,000 years and we
Okay, well,
haven't
how
put
about
you on the moon.
5,000 years? How about
Very
5,000
suspicious.
years?
Suspicious still.
How about
Because
1,000 years? Like, what's your threshold to
even
where
that
it's
would be suspicious.
suspicious
Yeah.
to not suspicious?
Uh,
I'm saying, what's
I
your threshold? Is it 1,000 years, 500 years, 200?
I think with
When
the
does it start to
technology
get suspicious for you?
I think with the technology we have now today, we should be putting people. Well, it also depends because it's not just having the technology, it's can we work together as a planet to get something like having a colony on the moon, you know? Because that would take a global effort. I don't think one country would be enough to have a colony on the moon, you know? So the way the world is right now, so divided and whatnot, could we come together to put people on the moon forever? You know? It seems we come together and the best we can do is the ISS. I don't know, man. You know, I mean, politics plays a big part in all of this. Wouldn't you say? But I definitely agree with you. 5,000, even 1,000 years would be very suspicious. Because, you know, we've
Well,
done so much in the last 1,000 years.
yeah, this is the sort of thing, right? Only the test of time will tell. Essentially, and this debate really
Mm.
will go on and until really we are a space quote unquote faring civilization, if that's even possible, right? Um, we have our doubts, this whole like ISS thing is just silly to me. I mean, you look at this thing like it's like your last glimmer of hope. Like, oh, we have the ISS. We can just like fall back on that. But it's like, yeah, that's ultimately what that is just an object really high that is like circling the Earth, or it could be like in your case, it's like orbiting. In our case, it's just like sort of circumnavigating the Earth east to west somehow. And exactly how we don't. I mean, there's a couple theories. There's upper wind currents. There's like all these weird things that go on in the upper atmosphere. No one's even allowed to really go up there. We can send objects up there. That's basically it. So again, it's like we can get like a high altitude balloon up there. Beyond that, that's like the highest we can go until like there's some sort of
Yeah,
actual sort of way to
yeah,
traverse space. This debate's just going to continue on and on and on and
yeah,
on and on.
yeah. I would
Yeah,
say
bro, 50 years
within
from
a hundred.
now?
Oh,
Go
sorry,
ahead,
John.
Nate. Go ahead.
What about 50 years from now?
I was going to say, 50 years from now, we got restaurants and hotels and casinos on the moon, and we got a colony on Mars and prepping for a fucking Uranus trip. I'd be like, oh, okay, I was wrong. You guys got me. I was wrong. You were right. You know what I'm saying? If none of that
Yeah.
shit happens, though, if we got tens of thousands of people every day going to the moon and, people living on Mars, coming and going to Mars, whatever, that's a total recall shit, great. I was wrong, no harm, no foul. But if you guys are wrong, it's big.
What?
Me being wrong, this little group of people being wrong means no different. It ain't even a blip in a radar. If you guys are
What?
wrong, though, it's big.
Nah, bro. It's just as big if you guys are wrong, I feel.
It ain't nothing if we're
It
wrong. We're
is.
just some dumb flat earthers, right?
Nah, that's not fair, Jeremy. You can't
Bro,
come here now. Now all of a sudden saying you being wrong doesn't matter. Like that's not fair.
Dude, no
when
one being wrong really matters, right? And like in this whole debate, like the Globers basically want to chastise you, and make you feel like, oh, you're a dumb flat earther. It's like, who, like at the end of the day, it's just like Jeremy said. It's like if it turns out to be true, the flat earther just turns around and says, okay, well, it's a globe, and we can truly see it
No,
empirically,
no, no.
objectively with our own eyes, there's no harm in doing that. There's no harm in
No,
being wrong at all.
I feel like if we go to space and have all of these colonies, like Jeremy's saying, and it's proven beyond any doubt that Earth is a sphere, you guys can't come back. Like you guys got to stay on your flat Earth side. Like you guys ain't allowed to come back.
That's not how it works, bro. That's not how it works. And let me give you an analogy for the ISS. Christopher Columbus sails to America, comes back, and then just spends the rest of the time doing circles out in the ocean and never goes back to America. That's what's going on with space, basically. You feel me? We sent someone to the moon. Christopher Columbus went to America. Now we don't go to the moon. We don't go nearly as far. We just go do circles around. We just go do circles in one spot.
Yeah,
I don't know.
dude. That's a really good
This
point.
is
Dude, it's just
this
something that
is
Globers just can't get around, dude. The fact that we went there. What was it? 6 times back to back to back to back flawlessly. We in an environment that we had never been in. We just nailed it, using just the computing power of a Game Boy. It's just like it's totally impractical and impossible on every level, on every single level. But it's just like yeah, they just have to make up excuses as to why we haven't been back. Oh, should NASA have to appease you measly flat earther? Why do they need to go back there? It's like. You don't understand, do you? It's just like Jeremy said, right? When you discover a new place and you had the technology to do it, you basically go and conquer that place, unless it is, of course, a lie and a joke, and you can't get there, and you had to fake and fool everyone into believing that you went there, right?
Yeah. So before I rebut, I like what he said about having the game, the power of a Game Boy. That was funny. But this is
True, though.
Yeah, this is the true analogy to be used. So Christopher Columbus could be equated to Neil Armstrong, right? They're the first ones to get there. But after Columbus, they don't send back more explorers because they know it's a perilous, long, dangerous journey and we want to conquer. So who do we send? We send the conquistadors. And those would be our rovers. So instead of sending other astronauts because it's dangerous, it's a perilous journey, we send rovers to go and conquer and do the excavations and the groundwork. The same way we send conquistadors to go in to tame the wild natives and set the groundwork.
Do we got a rover on the moon?
We do, aren't there? There are rovers on the moon, on Mars. There's rovers all over, Jeremy.
Bro,
So
we got rovers on the moon.
Our conquistadors.
What's the name of the rover? When, where? I never heard of no rovers on the moon, bro.
Isn't there one right now?
There ain't no rovers on the moon, bro. Not that I know of. There could be. If you know of one, I'd love to.
Isn't there a rover on the moon called Viper? I don't know, man. Okay, maybe there isn't one right now. Maybe right now.
We never went back to the moon, dude. Nothing has ever went back to the moon. Well, they crash landed on the moon. Israel tried and crash landed.
No, I mean they do claim, Jeremy,
there's
that
no
some
rovers right
rovers
now?
have gone back to the moon. They do claim,
Yeah, come on,
some
man.
rovers have been. As of now, I don't think there may be a rover on the moon now. They'll claim that there's unoccupied rovers on the moon, but I don't believe that bullshit. That's nonsense.
Hey,
I never even heard of that.
You're smoking that good, huh? Someone took a heavy exhale right there. I heard that. But yeah, okay, so maybe you're right, Jeremy. I'm not sure, but I just assumed
I'm
there would
not
be
sure
a
either.
rover. Yeah, but I heard that there's a Viper rover. I don't know if it's on the moon or it's going, but I remember talking about that with someone at work, But I just assumed there were rovers. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. I've never seen any images from any rovers on the moon or even when Israel crash landed, all we saw was a computer image. I don't even remember seeing any real footage from that.
Okay, but my analogy still stands. You don't send astronauts back to conquer. You send your rovers. The same way you don't send Columbus back to conquer America. You send the conquistadors.
Humans, yes.
Yeah, but this is space. It's a bit difficult to send back humans to do all of this groundwork, Jeremy. It's easier to just send robots. The same way it's a bit difficult to send an explorer to conquer a whole continent. You just send in soldiers, right?
Yes, humans. Yes.
All right, but at least you get my analogy.
I see it. I see it. Yeah.
Yeah. But no,
Either
I
way,
mean,
though, I mean,
yeah. Either way, though,
it's
if you guys are wrong, it's huge. It's monumental, and you can't come
it's
back to the
not.
globe.
We
It's no
definitely.
oopsie. I spilled some milk. No,
Yeah.
it's no work like that.
Dude, I'd be like, all right, I was wrong. It's a globe. Great. I'm gonna carry on with my life. If you guys are
Oh
wrong,
hell
it's
no,
not gonna be like,
bro.
oh, I was wrong. Picture if you're wrong. We're talking about a massive amount, a whole paradigm shift. It's a huge
Hmm.
thing if you're wrong. If we're wrong, it's nothing. It's like, oh, some guys on the internet were wrong. Okay.
No, bro. If we're wrong, life goes on. Like we went from thinking the Earth is at the center of the solar system to the sun, and life carried on. People paid their taxes, went to work. Like, well, what's gonna change? All right, the Earth is flat. I'm gonna still go to work, bro. I'm gonna still, try to pay off my student loan. I'm gonna still be on here arguing with you guys about something. Like it's.
Yeah, and in the
I-
meantime, while that's happening, while you're trying to pay off your student loan, people are going to be rioting on NASA's front lawn. People are going to be in their city hall and shit, asking questions like, "Yo, what the fuck's going on? What else? What else have you guys lied about? Have you lied about something that big?" Because
you
it's
really
not just
think
like they
so?
were wrong and they got it wrong. It's not like they were just wrong and they got it wrong, bro. It's like they flat out got caught in a lie. What are you gonna do with all the globe pictures? You
Yeah,
think
but I mean,
NASA's going to carry on as an institution, as an agency?
but Jeremy, you know how people are, like all of these WikiLeaks and Eric Snowden shit that got leaked. You think people like just stopped living their lives and started fighting the government and like, you guys are listening to our phone calls and there's all this corruption and the Panama Papers, all of this evil stuff that, people are doing, hiding money in offshore accounts, not paying taxes. All of the stuff was getting exposed, but no one batted an eyelid. People carried on paying their taxes and going to work. No one was in front of, their local city hall protesting over their local governor not paying his taxes. Come on, man. Like no one's
Yeah, but
if
this
we
is
find out the
this.
earth is flat, we're just gonna carry on living life, Jeremy. That's just the nature of
Get the
people.
fuck out of here, bro. This is a little bit bigger than them listening to our phone calls.
You think so?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, a lot bigger. Plus, we already knew they were listening to our phone calls. You never heard of Project Echelon? They've been doing that shit since the '70s, bro. That wasn't even new. When that Snowden shit came out, that wasn't new.
Hmm.
That I wasn't like, oh my god, they've been listening to our phone calls. I already knew they were listening to our phone calls.
Yeah, you knew, but the average housewife at home had no idea, Jeremy. But
Most
that
people
shit didn't.
knew that shit.
Nah, most people were shocked, bro. Like obviously you
That
knew,
the
Jeremy.
government was listening. You think
Yes, a
most people were
lot of
shocked that the
people
government was
were
listening?
shocked. I know you
No
find it
way.
silly, Jeremy, but you got to realize that you've been in on this information for a long time. So to you, when the story broke, it wasn't even news to you. To you, it was like, okay, finally they're admitting they listen to our phone calls. But you've been knowing that for the last 10 years. It was not news to you. But the most ordinary citizens, that was news, bro. They were shocked that our government spies in and listens to our phone calls. It was shocking for most people to find that out. But they were shocked for one day, and then the next day they went back to work.
Yeah, and you think they're going to be like, oh, okay, Earth's flat now. It's not a globe. We're just going to carry on. Nothing's going to
think so.
change.
I think
Do you
so.
think NASA? Do you think NASA stays a government agency after that?
Uh, I don't know. That is a good question. Maybe they might cancel space programs, but then maybe NASA would become like an arm of the Air Force or something. I don't know, man. Like something might change. I don't know actually. I don't know what would happen to NASA.
Bro, people would want answers big time if it came out the Earth was flat. There wouldn't just be. I don't think it would just breeze over like you think. I'm
Yeah,
not
but
saying
I think.
society would collapse,
Mhm.
but there would definitely be people would be wanting answers big time.
Well, I mean, let's think about it. How would they put that message out? How would they disseminate the message that Earth is flat? Don't you think they would find a way to say we have this new discovery that shows Earth is flat, but all of our physics and what still works? And then that would have people
And all
say,
those,
"Oh, it's because of
yeah, and
this
all those,
brand new discovery." So they didn't actually lie to us. It's just there's something we didn't know about that we know about now. So okay, it's fine.
how do you get around all the pictures of the globe? And NASA telling us they're
Maybe
doing orbits, and all the satellites doing orbits and shit.
it's the same way you guys explain it, right? You guys say if we took you to space, you wouldn't believe Earth is a sphere because from certain angles, a sphere can, it could look flat in 2D. Like I heard you guys say that earlier today, right? When you were asking people if they had all the money in the world, what would they do to prove Earth is flat? And I said, why not just go to space? And then you gave me a very specific answer because you can look at Earth from space and it could still be flat, right? So NASA could just use that same excuse. Oh no, we were just looking at pictures from space. We thought it was a sphere, but it turns out those pictures look flat because of fisheye lens and the lens of the windows in the spacecraft, yada yada yada, right?
Bro, that's a stretch, bro.
But people would eat it up, Jeremy. Trust me. If they wanted to just sell the idea that Earth is flat and it's no big deal, people would go along with it. And I think deep down, people would just go along with it.
I
Like we
don't know.
would
I
just
don't think that shit would just.
Earth
I
is
don't think that
flat.
shit would just breeze over, bro.
Oh, you think there would be pandemonium?
I don't think pandemonium, but people would definitely be. There would be people would be like, I don't want to say rioting, but they would definitely be picketing or something. You remember the Million Man March? That would look like peanuts compared to what people would be marching on NASA.
There'd be
Like, yo, why have
lawsuits
you?
that people who donated money to space, those people would want to get their money back plus damages. Anybody that's put time or effort into building these satellites will, I want to say be upset, but can maybe sue like their employer for fraud. There'll be some legal ramifications.
I don't
Punitive
know.
damages. Anybody who's paid for a satellite that Elon Musk or Northrop or those companies shoot up there, since it's not really up there, those guys have a lawsuit on their hands. They had to shut down NASA immediately because of fakery, fraud. They went there. Don't trust government, right? They're fraud. Why not?
I don't think it would just like breeze right over like the Snowden thing or something. I think
I don't
that
know.
would have some serious ramifications to it.
There's two or three stocks on the stock market that rely on space. One is SpaceX.
Yeah, but I mean,
Virgin
Earth being
Atlantic.
flat doesn't mean space isn't real. Is that what you
Yes,
guys are
it
trying to
does.
say?
Yes, it does. Absolutely does that. It does.
Oh. So
Space is
if
they
Earth is
exposed it.
flat, space isn't what we're told it is. We
Space is
can't
a
go to the
component
moon.
of the globe.
There's a dome. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. So it's not just the shape of the Earth; it's all this other stuff attached to it. Okay. Okay,
Right.
that's
And missions to
different.
Mars and missions to Uranus, that all becomes basically in jeopardy.
Yeah. The sun being
Yeah, is there
93 million miles away, the sun being what they tell us it
Science
is.
science is put on its ear in one day.
Ooh, that's a lot. Okay, yeah, that's because then they basically lied about everything. It's not just the shape of the Earth. Then, like you guys are adding in a lot more other things to it.
That's right. It's
I mean,
all
just
one
the
big
whole.
component. Sorry, Jeremy. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
bro. There's a lot. There's a lot to it. Yeah, when it just people would start asking questions. Well, if Earth's not a sphere, where's the edge? Right? How many people would have that question? Where's the edge?
Mhm. Yeah.
People would be flocking to get to the edge. They want to see. I want to see where the edge is.
You know,
Flocking to get to the edge.
Maybe
you know
there's
the
no
old
edge.
saying.
Maybe it's an infinite plane.
You know the
Whatever.
old
Outer
People would
body.
saying.
be flocking. Go ahead.
You know the old saying. If the Earth really was flat, all the cats would have pushed everything off the edge by now.
Yeah. That's what I mean, though. People would be flocking to the edge or to see what's out there. We're inquisitive people by nature, right?
Yeah. Mm,
People that claim to
yeah.
have done north-south circumnavigation, those people would be labeled as fraudsters. Anyone that backed that, a lot of shit would be crazy.
Hmm.
What's going on at the South Celestial Pole? Earth is flat. How does the sunset work on flat Earth? They would have all these fucking. Everyone on Earth would start having all these questions we've been asking for the past however many years.
Yeah, and I'm sure they would have an answer for all of these things when they, come out and tell us the Earth is flat.
The universities would be all sued. The universities would be sued for fraud for giving out degrees in astrophysics.
all those books in elementary school that got the little cardboard, that got the little cutout showing the outer crust, inner crust, outer mantle, inner mantle, inner core, all the little Earth. You have
That's
to
right. They're
change the
all
books.
frauds.
You have to change all the fucking school books. There's a massive amount of shit that would change.
And since there's no spinning spaceballs, you lose Big Bang.
What are you
You
gonna do
lose.
with all the Earth science? What do
Hang
you
on.
do with all the Earth science
Can you hear me?
teachers? Do they? Yeah,
Yo, Jeremy,
we hear you. Go ahead,
can
Godric.
you hear God?
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You're
my
getting me all
bad, bro.
stupid. You lose Big Bang. You lose evolution. And guess what you lose also? You lose gravity. Without that spinning space ball, there's no gravity. The only place you can feel gravity is on the Earth. Guess what? No more. So no more gravity. So now what? Einstein.
I don't know. I just feel if they came out and told us Earth is a sphere, they would have answers for all of these other things, and people would accept these answers, and we would just carry on with life.
You mean Earth is flat? Is that what you meant?
I mean,
I wanna
yeah,
make-
if they came out with Earth being flat, sorry.
Did he just say that the only place you can feel gravity is on Earth?
That's right. In the second grade, the teacher told us, "Hey kids, good thing for gravity. We'd all float off into space." And I believe that with no proof.
Where else would you feel gravity?
You can't feel anywhere else. Tell me a place. On Uranus? Where? Show us a place that where there's gravity outside the Earth without using NASA-colored spinning space balls.
Well, for the record, actually, that would be Neptune.
So that's interesting. So show us how you can see gravity on Neptune.
Because of
Put
its
it in the light
discovery.
screen. What?
Because that's how it was discovered. Neptune was discovered in 1850 or 60 or whenever it was discovered using gravity.
Can you show us how that works out? How you work that out? How was it discovered the gravity?
Well, how did I discover it personally? No, that's not true.
You said Neptune was discovered with gravity. Can you tell us how that works? How is it discovered with gravity? You made a claim. I'm just saying if you can back your claim.
We saw some wobbles in the orbit of Uranus or Uranus, whichever you prefer.
And we said, well, that could be a planet, missing planet, based on these wobbles of Uranus. We think the planet is going to be over here. We look here. Sure enough, there's a planet we didn't know was there.
Okay, now just as a curiosity, when did this take place? This noticing of the wobbling and discovering Neptune.
Mid 19th century, mid 1800s. I forgot the exact date, but 150 years ago, 170 years ago, whatever.
Okay, would it surprise you to find out that the Romans had the planets already named and listed back in 0 BC?
Did they? They didn't know about not Neptune and Uranus.
Yeah, not all of them. I think they only had like 7 up until Saturn or something.
Yeah, they only had Saturn because the other ones can't be seen by the naked eye.
What's after Saturn?
Uranus,
Neptune, Pluto.
Pluto's not a planet anymore. It got demoted.
The Romans had it as a planet.
No, they didn't because they didn't know it existed.
Pretty sure Uranus is after Saturn.
Okay, so I'll concede that the Romans only had to Saturn. That's fine. I wanted to know when you discovered Neptune with gravity. Can you show us that? I mean, besides just a story, do you have something more than a story, or is it just a story?
What exactly? I mean, that is literally the definition of empirical. Based on how gravity works, there's a wobble in the orbit of Uranus. Based on how gravity works, we know where that planet should be. We look where we predict that planet to be, and there it is. I mean, that's literally empirical evidence.
I think I get you, but what you have is a story. If you can't show us that that's happening, you basically have appealed to authority.
What in this instance? What is your definition of show?
Without relying on NASA telling you that story, you need to tell us that, demonstrate it, show it to us. Let me know what's happening. Give me a picture. Give me like a movement or something, a video. I don't know.
When was NASA formed?
I don't know. Whatever you think it is formed. The point is, if you're just using somebody else's story, you have appealed to authority with no proof, no empirical evidence, just a story. Am I right?
So, to be clear, I did not involve NASA because I specifically said this happened 170 years ago. NASA was formed 1950 whatever. So 100 years before NASA was formed, they discovered Neptune using empirical evidence about gravity, nothing to do with NASA. And there you go.
So I'm gonna guess that I hear what you said. I'm gonna guess that you can't see Neptune from your backyard. Is that true?
Godric, buy yourself a telescope. A good one.
That was my next question. Can you see Neptune from your backyard if we buy a telescope?
I don't think you can see it with your run-of-the-mill telescope.
No, you probably can't.
So we need like a Lucifer telescope, Hubble, like that?
No, I mean, I think it requires at least 100-inch telescope, 60, 80. I mean, your typical backyard 9, 10, 12-inch telescopes, I don't think you can see Neptune.
Well, I'd be interested in finding out how exactly you can see it without appealing to authority. And then the number 2, your claim, how it's going to show an example of gravity. That would be interesting to me. I'm not saying that you can do it. I'm just saying that it would be nice that we can all test it ourselves without having to appeal to the controllers that are telling us these stories.
Godric, you don't have to appeal to anyone. Just buy yourself a telescope, man. You don't have to appeal to anybody.
Well, we did tell him he can't buy a telescope and see Neptune.
Well, that's true, but I mean, you can see Saturn, you can see Jupiter.
Okay, you just jumped into the conversation. Well, he made a claim. I'm just testing his claim. He said, I said the only place the whole thing started because we were just discussing hypothetically what would happen if they just came out and said, "Hey, they're just flat, guys. You know, it's just flat." And he said, "Oh, they would just go with it." And I said, "Well, he didn't say it. Another guy said it." And I said, "No, there'd be some serious problems. There'd be some problems in education. There'd be some lawsuits on the stock market,
I'd be questioning everything.
And then And then I said they would lose gravity because the only place they have gravity is on Earth. And
You
someone said,
couldn't.
no, they can show gravity outside of Earth. Where is
You
Neptune? Neptune
you
is an
could still have
example of
gravity
gravity.
on. You could
Hang
still
on,
have
let me finish.
gravity on flat Earth.
Let me finish. So
Okay.
Neptune is an example of gravity because they discovered Neptune with gravity. The guy said, so let's test the claim. How did they discover Neptune with gravity? And this came into because there's wobbling and the Saturn. I said, can you show me this? Can you do this without NASA's help? Without the story, can you show that it's true? And here we are.
I mean, you could still have gravity on a flat Earth.
Right, but the gravity was came from taking the diameter of Earth and all the tonnage and the mass, and that gives us gravity. That gives us an equation. Now,
To
the Earth, hang on.
be
If
a
the
little more
sphere did not have
technical,
that mass, then they lose gravity. Period. They lose the equation. It's not true from the mass that's claimed.
No, you'd still have gravity. Things would still fall at the same rate.
well, I was just gonna say that the word gravity means weight, but I think kind of what Godric, what you're referring to, is perhaps more technically referred to as gravitation and the theories of gravitation.
The equation would be wrong.
Because gravity itself just means weight, and so of course we have weight no matter what. But I know what you're saying. You're talking about their actual theories, yeah.
So based on our theories, or the globe theory and all that, based on the theory of gravity, again, this is actually pre-Einstein. This is Newtonian gravity, for the record. They saw wobbles in the orbit of Uranus did not match what Newtonian mechanics said it should be. There was some slight deviation. They calculated these deviations, said, you know what? There's probably a planet that's about this big in this location. So we look in that location with large telescopes, and we find a planet that turns out to be about the mass we thought it would be.
I know this phrase gets thrown around a lot, but I do have to say it because that is the actual begging the question fallacy at its prime right there.
How?
Agreed. But it's also it's a nice story unless he can show that's really happening. Unless he can show us that.
I don't understand what you want when you say show. I mean, that to me, that is literally showing how it works. We
Let me
say
give you an
this
example.
is how gravity works.
I'll give you an example. You're the manager of a warehouse, and the boss comes in and says, "Hey, by the way, what's your name?" So I don't know who I'm talking to.
Extremistus.
Hey, check out our inventory. Here, the number is 500,000 units. Can you just confirm it's that? And we can go on to the next count. Now you got to confirm it. It says 500,000. It says 98%. Now you got to confirm the inventory. What do you do?
I don't understand.
The data sheet says inventory is 98% and it's 500,000 units. And the boss says, "Extremists, now I need you to confirm that's legit. No one, that they're not lying to us. I want you to confirm it."
So basically, you're saying we look at the inventory.
Exactly. No. Actually double check it to confirm that it's true, not just someone told you that shit. Exactly.
So sure enough, we look for the planet, and we, in your parlance, we look at the inventory, we find the inventory. In my example, we look for the planet where we think it should be, and there it is.
Yeah, meaning they predicted where the planet should be, and they looked.
It wasn't a guess. It wasn't just, let's look everywhere. It wasn't, oh, maybe there's a planet we don't know. It was, we think there's a planet here because of the behavior of Uranus. It's not acting the way it should. We think the planet is over here. We're going to look over here for the planet. And there is the planet when we look for it.
Right.
So what is your understanding of quote unquote the wobbles in the orbit? Well, what is that to you? Where's that data? Is this just a story that you're kind of repeating, or do you have any? What is your reason for believing this, other than it just being kind of like one of these kind of propaganda stories?
I mean, that's what the, if you're looking for the evidence, I mean, again, this happened 170 years ago, so it's not like I've researched it. Again, I'm just going to go with this is the history of the discovery of Neptune. Now, if you want to say, well, they all lied about that, okay. I mean, to me, that's a different argument. But if you believe the history of Neptune's discovery, then it was literally discovered using Newtonian gravity.
So it sounds like you believe it. So I'm asking, why do you believe it? What have you seen other than just reading about it and hearing about it? What's your reason for believing it? Is it just a blind faith, or did you see data that seemed to correlate with reality, or is it just a blind faith situation for you?
I mean, I believe gravity is real, and I believe everything about that is real. I have no reason to doubt it. And the other thing is, all of this stuff about the discovery. I mean, this all predates any kind of conspiracy theories about the shape of the Earth or space isn't real or anything like that. I mean, this all happened 200 years ago. So there was
could be a conspiracy 200 years ago, right?
Do what?
It could be a conspiracy because it was 200 years ago. Is that what you're getting at?
I'm saying it predates the conspiracy theories. I mean, yes, that's basically what I'm saying. It's not a conspiracy because it happened 170 years ago.
Okay, so you don't have any information as to what the orbit that was the quote-unquote eccentricity? You don't have any information on that at all?
I mean, I don't personally. If you really want to look hard, I'm sure it's out there somewhere.
It is.
Okay, so that's why I was asking. So it's just a blind. It's just a. And I'm not trying to call you out for it. I'm just saying it's a belief that you have.
Right. It's a blind trust in history, just like a blind trust that Abraham Lincoln
believes the
existed.
story. That's right. We don't know that Abraham existed. We know the story. Napoleon, Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln.
You might have a button that Napoleon had on his coat, but you don't know that's really Napoleon's button. It could be some other button.
So here's another example: the discovery of helium. Helium was actually discovered about the same time, the mid-19th century, based on the spectroscopy of the sun. We looked at the spectroscopy of the sun. We saw an element on the spectrograph. It wasn't an element anybody recognized. It was named helium.
But helium rises. Right, helium rises and the sun's above us.
Hold on.
That all makes sense.
It was named helium, quote, of the sun. About 20 years after that part of the discovery, we actually discovered helium on Earth in person.
I mean, that's a story, whether that's true or not. I think humans have known about helium far before this recent story. But just to say before about Uranus and Neptune, the thing is that those are luminaries that move in their very particular paths, like in their circuits. So the thing about that is that any claim of some eccentricity of an orbit, quote unquote, you'd be referring, that's why I was calling it was begging a question, because you're then referring to a heliocentric model that has a particular orbit with a certain degree and a tilt and all of that. Whereas what we actually see is just the actual circuit or the position of the luminary in the sky.
Which matches those.
They're always in between the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. So that's why it's begging the question, because the heliocentric model is then fabricated, and then you're claiming, which it sounds like you don't have data for, a claim of an eccentricity in an orbit, then using other theories. So you're basically just solving an equation for a fabricated model that you made.
But it predicts accurately, so doesn't that lend credence to the idea that it might actually be true?
Well, and the other thing is, if you're talking about like the patterns in the sky and, the planets always go through this pattern and Uranus always does this, that's fine, except we never saw Neptune's pattern. We had no reason to know where its pattern would be, but except based on the theory of gravity that said its wobble is not consistent with the Newtonian mechanics. Therefore, something is causing it to deviate from what we expect.
Right, so that's why I'm asking, what is this wobble? You said it a couple times. The lights are very particular objects in a sky clock above us. So what is the wobble? Is that the part you just blindly believe, or is there a reason that you think that there's a wobble?
I mean, that's, again, if you're saying, I believe the wobble is there, okay? I mean, it's not like I've looked for the wobble. I've never seen the planet. I haven't actually studied the data. I'm just going on the history of the discovery of Neptune. Okay, they're in the history. There is a wobble, and that is how the planet is discovered. Neptune, that is.
Do you have another idea about how Neptune was discovered? If extremists is
it's been known about since the dawn of humanity.
No, that's not true.
Thank you.
The historical story that it was discovered, it was quote unquote discovered, is because there was a massive reset in the 1800s. So this is all basically fabricated history. It's been known about for thousands of years.
So okay,
How did they know about it 1,000 years
Because
ago
people
if they can't
started.
see it without a
You
telescope?
don't think it was because people actually started paying attention more to the sky?
So hold on. So I said that there is historical evidence of this is how Neptune was discovered. I mean, you can look up the history. It's there. Now, my question is, you say they've known about it for thousands of years. Do you have any source that confirms that? And I mean, you mentioned the Romans knew about it. Again, they didn't.
All right.
They didn't because those, specifically Neptune.
Oh, did you shut them off? All right, nice work, Rick. Nice work.
Jeremy, you're
he's hot
mic, Jeremy.
All right. I hear you guys. I hear you.
You're freaking hot mic and Jeremy. Jesus Christ.
All right.
Yeah, you are. you are hot, Mike and Jeremy.
So
even in their history, they claim that Galileo, all the way back in 1613, they claim that Neptune was discovered in 1846 by William Herschel, or etc. Well, they first saw it in 1830, but they actually claim the actual is 1846. But they also claim that Galileo had it in his records in 1613. And there's like ancient like cave carvings that have Neptune and Pluto on them, and actually other wandering stars as well. And also Neptune, Pluto, Uranus, all of these are well known within like a lot of the astrological systems since going back deep into the Vedas.
Do you have a source for that?
Because they're connected to very particular archetypal realms that astrologers have.
I would like to see that if you have a source for that.
Yeah,
shows ancient cave paintings with Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto.
There's ancient Sumerian tablets that have up to the eighth or seventh or eighth planet on it. What's up?
No, go ahead.
Ninth planet.
I would like to see some sort of source of citation for that.
Wait, Jeremy, were you cut out when you were saying you cut out when you were trying to say something? I think.
That's all he's asking for. Just because he feels you guys just saying it the way you guys are questioning him when he just says it. So just
there
post
is a controversy about who discovered it, though. If you look it up.
But with Galileo, Galileo just saw that there seems to be some sort of fixed star which isn't moving with the other fixed stars, but he just thought it was a star. He didn't look at Neptune and say that's a planet. He just thought it's a peculiar fixed star, but he didn't pay much attention to it.
Thank you, Gio, for your points. Back on my point, premises. If you can't prove it or confirm it, like you can confirm the inventory in a warehouse, it's just a story. I just want you to understand my point.
Okay, and I said that we would look for the inventory to prove that we're missing or we're whatever percentage off.
Specifically, you said that Neptune is an empiric proof of gravity, and that's what I was getting at. How can you confirm that? Not just seeing Neptune, but seeing how it's a empiric proof of gravity is what you said.
Because I don't know how else. I've said it 4 or 5 times. Based on
the planets are wobbling, and that proves there must be a planet there. But that's again, it's a story unless you can confirm it.
It was the fact that it was predicted to be where it was, and we found it.
The prediction is the important part of that whole thing. It wasn't just a guess. It wasn't. Maybe there's another planet out there. We don't know. We're just
it was that. Even in their story, they claimed that Galileo already saw it way before any Newtonian gravity theories. Even in their story, Galileo had seen it and recorded it in 1613.
12. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, so they don't need any gravity, anything to figure out where Neptune is. It's not hard to find it. Well, it is. It's not just easy as just looking with your naked eye, but you don't need anything that spectacular to be able to see it.
Well, you may be correct. My point and his point is he said that Neptune is an empiric proof of gravity. Can you please confirm that for me? Not just with the story. That's what I'm saying.
So what does empiric mean to you?
You said empiric. You said Neptune's a proof of gravity. I'm just saying confirm that. You can use empiric and whatever word you want to. My point is can you confirm that that's really happening, not just someone told you that?
I mean, again, the confirmation is it was where the theory predicted it would be. I don't know how to make that
you
any
don't
clearer.
know that. You do not know that, sir.
What do you
You
mean?
do not know what you're saying that's true, unless you can show me, like what you said, Saturn wobbling and Neptune moving or something, and then you won't for sure prove it, but at least that's more evidence to me that maybe it is gravity. But you haven't showed that. You haven't been able to demonstrate that, or in any way get away from basically a story you've been told.
So basically, you're looking for the actual data, is what you're saying.
Is there data?
I mean, even if you saw the data, what would that tell you?
I mean,
I don't
how
know,
would you
but at least
interpret it?
that would be something. Right now, it's just a
What would
story.
it do for you, though?
Right
What
now,
would it
it's
do
just
for
a
you?
story. It would be something. Maybe we can figure it out. Maybe we wouldn't have to appeal to authority, to these controllers that tell us shit. We believe it.
I mean, even the data itself could be a story. So what's what are you asking for?
That's what I gave him the example. If he is a manager of warehouse, boss says, "Hey, Tremesis, hang on, hey, Tremesis, the data says 98% inventory and 500,000 units. Can you confirm that this is true? I want him to confirm it's true. Can you confirm that what was said was? Can you confirm it today, now, not 7 years ago, that this is really what's happening?"
Well, what we could do is
Confirmation,
actually try to make these predictions ourselves.
And it's okay if he can.
Without-
That's fine. I'm just asking him if he can back his claim.
Gotcha.
His claim
Well,
was Neptune is an empiric proof of gravity. Okay, show me.
What we could do is use what we know about gravity to predict Neptune's position without looking at Neptune's position and see if it gives us Neptune's position, and then check where it actually is and see if it's correct.
Right. Just use the mathematics.
That would be okay.
Where it's
That'd be
at.
okay. Then we could confirm it. Then I would go on to the next. I would concede and go on to my next point.
Well, the wandering stars move in very particular cycles and frequencies. There is mathematics that you can apply to that because they're all moving at their own unique frequencies. But the assumption that they're in some kind of like three-dimensional, huge spheres that are orbiting around a sun, that part is just a complete add-on. And just because that model has been reverse engineered from the actual mathematics of the frequencies of how they move does not prove that actual heliocentric
Yes,
model.
but it's a simplification of all those movements.
But the thing is also using that mathematics, and we just the mathematics by itself, and we put those celestial bodies in their places using the mathematics and the distances. It matches perfectly when we go and actually observe these things.
And also, again, the point here is that the mathematics for Neptune were made before we ever saw it, and there was any kind of reverse engineering to even be done. We've never seen it before.
That's false, because Galileo had recorded it in 1613.
Yeah, he had recorded it as a star, not as a moving planet. He discounted it as a star and not as a planet. So he had tracked it.
Weren't they called wandering stars?
No, it was a fixed star. It was accounted for as a fixed star, not a wandering.
If he would have tracked it over a period of time.
It moves, so if he didn't know it moved, then he wasn't very good at whatever he was doing. That's for sure.
He saw it once. Fucking the planets move so slowly compared to.
I mean, that's sort of the point is, if he doesn't watch it over a period of weeks or months, he's not going to see it move. If he just watches it a couple of nights, he's not going, and he's going to call it a star and move on to the next series of observations.
Well, for example, it says right here, it says on this Wikipedia page that he was saying that Neptune was possibly a fixed star, but it was in conjunction with Jupiter. So any other time he'd look at Jupiter, when it wasn't a Venus-Jupiter conjunction, he would have seen that, when it was not a Neptune-Jupiter conjunction, he would have seen that Neptune wasn't there. So I'm saying if he was supposed to be an astronomer, then this is either false information or he was very, very bad at what he was.
The fixed stars behind Jupiter would change all the time.
Yes, and that's part of its orbit. That doesn't, just because there's different stars behind Jupiter, doesn't tell you anything.
Jupiter will move amongst the fixed stars, which when you know the constellations, you know what those are and what position it's in. If he saw Neptune close to it and then later saw Neptune not there, he would have to know that's a wandering star because he should know
the other fixed stars around it wouldn't.
Star field. he should know the rest of the star field, and
So
that's
it also
not one of the
says-
stars.
It also
Oh yeah,
says
just
that
know the
astronomers-
millions and millions of stars that are in the sky.
If he knows
Right.
astronomy, of course, he should know what's going on.
You have telescopes powerful enough
Hold on a
to
second. Do you know how a lot of stars and planets and even like comets and stuff are found today? Basically, they take photographic plates and a computer goes through them these days and says, in this one, it overlays all these photographs, okay, and says, here's a star in this photograph that's not in this one. A computer does that sort of thing these days. That's not something one person can do in 16 whatever.
It also says in this Wikipedia, astronomers had detected a series of irregularities in its path that could not be entirely explained by Newton's laws of universal gravitation.
That's what I said.
Yeah, so that's what I was asking extremists. Yeah, what are those claims? Because Neptune is a wandering star. It's part of a sky clock. It's a luminary, and it doesn't have anything. I mean, there's no wobbling. Like it moves in its path.
Hold on.
That's a very particular path.
Not perfectly, though.
Perfectly compared to what? It moves perfect in its own cyclical nature.
No, it's perturbed a little bit by the other planets, so it's not cyclical.
And that's part of the whole idea is that the path that we see is not the path that it is expected to take based on Newton's gravitation. There is a difference between the two paths. There's the path that we see it take, and there's the path that it should take. And there's a difference between those two.
Based upon
And you show us that without appealing to authority.
Based on
I was gonna
observation.
say, you're just going. It sounds like you're kind of saying like my preacher or my priest tells me this, and so I then have to follow their system. It's really irrelevant. in terms
we
of
can
what
make
actual
these
nature is.
observations. We can
If
make
we're
these
talking about
observations
nature,
ourselves.
not.
Sorry, my bad, Gio.
Well, go ahead.
No, I was just saying we don't have to appeal to authority. We can make these observations ourselves.
Well, we said
Right, but there's nothing about heliocentrism that predicts or further explains anything about Neptune's movement through the sky.
Sure, there is. We can tell exactly where it's going to be in 100 years, and we'll be right.
Yeah.
You don't need a globe for that. That's been known for thousands of years.
They're not perfect
It's
cycles.
called,
That's the
there's a book
problem.
called an ephemeris. An ephemeris is
And it's wrong.
Oh, okay. Who's the guy saying that ephemeris is wrong?
It's not perfect. It's close, but it doesn't get it exactly right. You need the heliocentric model to get it exactly right.
Do you know what an ephemeris is?
It's the prediction model that was used in ancient times, but it wasn't perfect.
No, that's not what an ephemeris is.
Oh,
An ephemeris is a book that essentially maps with it's basically a list of degrees and positions and declination of every celestial object.
Based on what, though?
Right. So it's a history of what happened, and they tried to extrapolate it into the future, and it works for a little while, but it doesn't get the exact numbers.
That's not the case. You can have an ephemeris today that will predict the positions of the wandering stars into the past, present, and future with complete accuracy. It's used as a basic, reference manual for astronomers and astrologers regularly.
But then when you combine that with with the actual physical model, the heliocentric model, it probably gets a lot more accurate.
Right.
It doesn't, but if you want to believe that, you're obviously free to.
Okay.
These accurate models of the movements of the stars and the luminaries have been a part of humanity since the dawn of time to precise.
Yeah, but now we can predict them down to the second, damn near.
They always said that's how degrees work in the chart. There's a minute and a second. That's all.
How come Neptune was never in the ephemeris in ancient times?
It was, and is. It's been known about since the dawn of time.
That's false.
I asked you about that earlier. I wanted some sort of source, like a citation, some sort of picture of a cave drawing, or the ephemeris thing that you're talking about. I wanted something that says we see Neptune in Roman time.
Yeah, if we can only see it with a telescope now, how did they see it without a telescope back then?
Why were you assuming that they didn't have telescopes? because you would just believe that historical story? Because I don't.
I believe the Romans did not have 747s or telescopes or cell phones.
Well, that's also based on whatever you believe the Romans is. Is that also something you believe that's true?
It is something. The ancient Romans did not have cell phones. That's something that I take on face value, and I believe just because I believe it, because somebody told me that.
Neither did the Babylonians
That's what I was pointing out.
or the Chinese.
Would you like to argue that they did?
Well, that's all going upon
Yeah.
your whatever you believe that is. Whatever you believe
Yeah,
that you're trying to claim, that's an entire historical lineage that you're using that as some foundation, and then asking me questions about the thing that you believe that you don't have any proof or validation for.
Yeah, I'm saying they didn't have telescopes.
Yeah, you guys got to understand that Geo doesn't believe history is as they say it is. You know, correct me if I'm wrong, Geo, but you feel there was a great rewrite of history.
Got it. Okay, I understand.
He believes
Yeah.
everything
That's
is a
hard to
lie.
argue against.
Everything is a lie.
Yeah.
History is his story. That's it.
That basically makes it impossible to lie again, to argue against. Because if everything is a lie about everything, I mean, there's nothing left.
That's true. We can't argue about that.
Somebody else said that, but I didn't technically say that. I didn't say everything's a lie. I didn't say that. But but in terms of history.
So where do you draw the line between what's true historically and what's a lie? I mean, give me some examples of truth in history.
What you can confirm today is true. If you can't, it's a story. That's it.
I mean, I don't know. I can't go back in time and confirm something happened for myself. Is that a story?
If something happened in your own personal experience, I'll believe you.
No, I'm saying if I can't confirm that Abraham Lincoln was born and lived because I can't travel back in time and meet him, is that a story that he was alive and he's a real person?
We can even go with David Robotham. How do we know David Robotham was a real person?
How do you know that Trump was president?
You talking about Samuel Robotham?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, Samuel Robotham. Yeah.
See, there you go. There's another lie. His first name's wrong.
In terms of history, at a very, very like base level, we were all born, whatever years we were born, 1970s, 80s, 60s, whatever year everyone was born. And that is when you first came into this earth in terms of your logical, kind of materialistic brain and body. And so you only have your memories and knowledge from what happened at that point. Now, the only other ways to know something that would go into the past would be, stories and reports from others, whatever physical things may be claimed to exist. And of course, if they're authentic, then that could be legit. If they're not authentic, then that's not. And then there's the whole process of validating that. And other than people's, claims and any physical evidence, perhaps if there's even pictures or something like in the, 1800s or whatever, those, physical or stories as it were, meaning, reports from others. The only other way, and this is kind of a whole other category, but would be to have ways of knowing the past outside of those two, which could be getting into the idea of like metaphysics, psychic abilities, the ability to even time travel, that concept, but also just on the psychic level, like being able to actually access the past through one's consciousness, which like I said, is a whole different category. Other than those three, the only other thing to go off of, if you don't have 100% way to validate it, would just be a belief. And yeah, I'm not criticizing anyone for believing, but it just needs to be stated that you don't have any full verification of it.
So it's okay to believe things then, huh?
Well, I asked for it earlier. You said that like you believe or whatever, that there was a great reset. And for instance, that the Romans or ancient civilizations had telescopes. And I asked you so what's the difference between something that's historically true and something that's inaccurate? Can you give me two examples? One that's inaccurate and one that is true in history.
About just any time in history, or what do you mean?
Before 1,000, like ancient times, around the time of Christ, for instance. Romans, Babylonians, Chinese,
Vedas, yeah, like how do you know all of this stuff? You keep on talking about the Vedas, Geo. How do you know any of that is true? If all of history's been rewritten and there's a reset.
Well, I've never said it all was.
Okay, but how do you know
an example?
Yeah, because you do talk about the Vedas a lot and how the Vedas knew these planets existed. How do you know that's true?
Because it's part of their astrological and astronomical science and systems
But
that
how
they
do you
use.
know they actually wrote that? What if that was just a rewrite of history?
Okay, you're asking if the Vedas in particular, if somebody just inserted a bunch of fake information in there?
Yeah, because you saying all of history has been rewritten. So how do you know their history isn't part of the whole rewrite?
But I did. But
To be
again, you're
fair,
putting
he
words in
didn't
my
say
mouth.
all.
I never said that. I never said
He
all
didn't
of
say
history.
all. It's
I've never
some
even said
history.
any of this stuff. There's been some other people saying some of that. I never even said some of those things.
Okay, okay. You said in the 1800s there was a rewrite of history.
I
What did
used
you
the
mean
word.
by
There
that?
was a reset. I used the word.
A reset. Okay, so what do you mean by that? There was a reset of history.
Well, I did not even necessarily reset of history. Reset within the world, the whole system, the entire world at the time.
Okay,
Not just in the
so
historical stories, but in the entire dynamic of how people were living, the architecture, the technologies that they had.
okay, so if we say that the Romans didn't know about these other planets, and then you say things like, "How do we know that the history of the Romans is real?" What do you mean by that? Are you then saying that what we told about the Romans isn't true? Or...
I'm not sure what you're asking. Maybe I just lost on the lost you on the question.
It goes back to me asking him, can he confirm it? If he can't confirm it, it's just a story. That's my point.
Yeah, I mean, are you asking the question
Yeah.
of is the entire claim of Rome even real at all? Is that what you're claiming?
No, I'm
Like if they
I'm just
link
trying
certain
to.
architecture to somebody, it doesn't mean that actually is who created that architecture.
Yeah. So when you make a claim like that, what do you mean when you saying that? Like when we say something about the ancient Romans not knowing these other planets existed, you had something to say about that. And what you said was along the lines of how do we know that what we're told about the ancient Romans is true? You know, it just sounds like you insinuating that we can't know that history is what they tell us it is. Do you hold that view? Maybe we misunderstanding you then. I don't know, but it sounded like you. That's the view you hold. That we there's no way we can know that what we told about history really happened, and there might have been this reset. I don't know. It just sounded like that's what you were saying, Gio. But I feel like maybe we all misunderstanding you. So I'm just asking for clarity.
Okay, I feel more muddy now than I did before. Less clarity. I'm not sure what you're kind of asking. A lot of those things I didn't say, so I guess all I can stand by is the things I actually did say. And I think we're talking. Yeah, Matthew had mentioned Rome, and then I was saying, I was just trying to, because he was asking me, do I think the Romans this and that, and I was just stating that I would first have to believe in the same historical narrative that he is, going with in terms of the Romans to then even get into that whole world. So I was just saying, coming from his understanding of of Rome.
So we say the Romans didn't know about Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto. Do you think they knew about Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto? The Romans, that is.
Well, that gets into an entire story. I mean, that's what I was saying. It's a little bit non-applicable because
we have no way of knowing, Gio.
Yeah,
We don't know what they knew. How could we
Yeah.
possibly know?
Yeah, and we don't know exactly what they knew. So the ballers claiming that this is what we knew and didn't know is fallacious, and us claiming that we can't know anything is also fallacious, just because we don't know exactly what we could or couldn't know. So it's not just don't straw. I was just going to jump in. I know Gio doesn't need any help because he's doing great, by the way. But you just can't straw man him by saying, "Oh, nothing's real," because that's not true either.
Based on our records of, for instance, Rome, Chinese, ancient civilization, 1,000, 2,000 years ago, none of them have any documentation that I am aware of that shows. They all basically show the planets up to Saturn. I don't believe any of them show planets, Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto. And one of the reasons I say that is because we didn't discover those until we actually had the telescope. and none of those ancient civilizations had the telescope, which is kind of where we went. How do we know they didn't have telescope? That's kind of how that sort of circle
But
started.
doesn't the claim that we didn't have a telescope and that's how we discovered it and the timing and all that just as taken as fact? Doesn't that just reaffirm what the belief is and make a no argument status for anyone that's doubting it? I mean, it's just as fallacious possibly. So you can't really just say this is when we did this or that. If the Earth is flat and we're not even on a globe, then you can't claim that anything about what we've been told must be true or not true.
Well, the evidence doesn't point towards a flat Earth.
Well, I wasn't going to go there, but I mean, the telescope was invented in, what was it, 16, whatever it was. So anything that required a telescope to see was not discovered until after the telescope was invented. So
real quick, obviously the strongest evidence shows that we are on a stationary plane. Sorry.
Well, whatever.
And which evidence is that?
Oh boy,
We don't feel
everything
movement.
about your experience 24/7, bro. Sorry.
Back
We
to
don't-
history.
We don't
Back to
feel
history.
movement. Why should we feel movement?
Back to history. We basically have history. We do have some things that we can confirm. Like if you see a Roman coin, that could be evidence that there was a Roman coin made. This is the date. You have another historian that confirms the first historian. That's a confirmation of the story, which is great. But as far as proof, as far as science, as far as empirical proof, no, none of that. We have to confirm it today. We can't confirm it today. It's a story.
My bad, extremists. I didn't mean to derail your conversation. Go ahead.
part of my thing is there is nothing in any historical record that I am aware of that shows Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto existed before the invention of the telescope. So before 1630 or 40 or whatever it was, there is no record in any civilization that I am aware of. Chinese, Babylonian, Roman, Greek. As far as I know, none of them knew about those three planets. Pluto's not a planet, but whatever. Because they didn't know they existed because they couldn't see them because they didn't have telescopes.
Yeah, that might be the case. Who knows?
That may be the case. I think I'll let Gio, if he wants to continue on that, he had another claim, but I can't say otherwise for myself.
Well, no, what Extremist is saying, I don't disagree with in one way, meaning that the mainstream historical narrative that's generally taught in schools today, and the story with, you've got your Galileo and the whole thing, that story has definitely only recorded the quote unquote discovery of these, essentially Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, in these last couple hundred years, essentially. I mean, Uranus was 1700s, Neptune 18, Pluto 19. So yes, in that historical information, that doesn't mean that history is true, however, and that doesn't mean that is actually the first time that humans knew that those existed, but it is the current story and the current paradigm that we're in.
And that's part of my point is that's the story, and you're sort of saying it doesn't mean it's true, but why do you doubt it? Because, I mean, to me, the obvious reason to doubt it would be to show some sort of evidence that they knew about the planet before the invention of the telescope. And then, how did they know? Maybe, that would be kind of an interesting question. So you're basically saying, we don't know that that's true, but I'm asking, why do you doubt it? What evidence? Is there evidence, or is it just you keep saying this word, is it just doubt, faith, lack of faith, so to speak?
Healthy incredulity.
I myself don't doubt it. I just need to confirm it. But if you can't confirm it, it's just a story.
Yeah, it's just a story. And you hear people scoffing, saying, "Oh, well, you can't be sure of anything then." And honestly, that's not an unreasonable position to hold. It all comes down to how much do you trust the source of your information? How much do you trust the narrative teller? And you have no reason to trust them.
Well, you confirm things. You confirm things by going and doing what you need to do in order to confirm them. Like, buy yourself a telescope, go out and make some observations. That's how you confirm certain things. You don't confirm them by just listening to what other flat earthers say and saying, "Oh, I agree with that. Yeah, let's go with that." That's kind of that's kind of what I see when I come.
So the
Right,
invention
go
of
out
the
and actually
telescope.
measure curvature. Bring some real measurements of curvature, and don't
Yeah, you
just
see,
claim
that's the
there's
thing.
curvature. Actually,
You
go out
have
and get
not gone
curvature
out.
measured.
You have not gone out to see if you can
Line of
actually
sight test.
see
Lots of us
curvature.
have.
So hold on. Before you get off on that, one thing.
Yeah.
So the invention of the telescope, for example, you said you want proof. I mean, the story is it was invented in 16 whatever. So, I mean, what is the proof that it was invented then and not at some other time? And the proof I would say is there's no record of anything that was seen that required a telescope before the telescope was invented. So the only time we see all these things that require a telescope to see is after the discovery of the telescope.
Right.
So to me, that is proof that the telescope was not invented until 1630 or 40 or whatever.
Extremists, let me ask you a question real quick. Just imagine that you were a little bit more skeptical of a person. Okay, just try to imagine that. Let's say that you were like, a little bit more on the wavelength that Geo is, or whoever, some flat earther that's really like wanted to believe in the globe, really was like torn. He did everything he could to keep believing in it, but it was just like the Tesla car in space, the fake moon landings. There was just like one thing after another just piling up, and it just became like to the point where he's like, look, this is obviously just bullshit. And if you were of that mindset, do you think you might be a little more skeptical of even the historical things that we've been told?
Can I ask him this question?
No, extremists. I want to hear your answer to that.
My only quick thing I was going to jump in is that you did say my name in there, and I don't hold those positions you said there just because you would link it with my name. But no, yeah,
I just mean it's more skeptical person.
Gist of what you're saying.
Yeah.
Do
you understand why we might be doubting other things?
If you're a skeptical person by nature, that's fine. You can doubt the historical record. But if the historical record lines up with what you're told, why would you doubt it? I mean, it lines up with the
obviously. Okay, let me just ask you this. You know that you've heard. You've heard the idea that knowledge is power, right? So if knowledge is power, why would they give it out to everybody for free?
So I'm okay. That's fine.
For
this specific example, okay, I'm doubting the historical record on the invention of the telescope. If I am doubting its invention, the record says it was invented in 1650-ish, 40s, whatever. Now, if I'm doubting that that's true, then why would I doubt that? Do I have any evidence to doubt that? Because the evidence that it was invented is that we have all of these astronomical, whatever, observations that require a telescope to be observed. These extra planets, quasars, novas, supernova, whatever, all of these require a telescope. None of those observations were made before 1640 or whatever, the invention of the telescope. So in that regard, what I have been told lines up with the historical evidence, and I don't have a reason to doubt it. Now, if there was some sort of picture, cave drawing, whatever, of something that was seen before the invention of the telescope that required a telescope to see, maybe I would have cause to doubt. But everything lines up.
Could be interpreted as such. The Sumerian planets around, there's a lot of things that could be interpreted one way or another. But like, let's say you heard, let's say you know for like a certain fact that the Library of Alexandria was never burned down, that they just told us it was burned down and they kept the information for themselves. Now that's a pretty reasonable idea that they could just tell us that. I mean, why would they just burn? It doesn't make any sense. They would just burn the information. They'd probably just let the people think it was burnt and keep the information, because it makes no sense to just do away with good information, right? So even a reasonable person like yourself might think that it makes sense. Well, why wouldn't they just keep it instead of just burn it? Because they wouldn't want to lose the knowledge themselves, right? So if that's true, then what else is not true about what they're telling us? That's all I'm saying.
Right, and that's okay. What is my reason for believing that it wasn't burned down and instead was, kept secret?
Well, common sense. Why would anybody just burn the information? Wouldn't they want to keep it for themselves? Why would they want to burn the information?
That's not true at all. I mean, modern day people go through and burn historical records all the time. Science information. I mean, when we, I mean,
what reason?
Syria is a good example. They are burning
For
and
what
getting rid
reason?
of all these art and artifacts and dig sites and everything. They're just blowing them up, destroying them, whatever, for no particular reason that I can see.
So people do those kind of things for no particular reason?
I mean, not that I mean, their motivation, I don't know what it would be. You know, they might have their own motivation. They don't want them to get it in the hands of others. They want to, you know, as you said, maybe they want to pretend it's blown up and then hide some of these artifacts for themselves, and then come back in 20 years, and all of a sudden they've got these missing artifacts, and now they're worth a lot of money.
Right. Like if it was you, what would you do?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not saying that that's not possible, but you know,
it's more likely than them just like getting rid of it because of some kind of superstition.
I mean, I don't know that you know, again, it kind of depends on what my just basically what you're doubting is the motivation of people. You know, you have a problem with the motivation of people. You know, what is the motivation of people for keeping facts from you?
Well, let me ask you this. Let me just throw this in real quick. Okay, so you know the whole idea is the Earth a spinning globe in a vacuum, or is it actually just a stationary plane, kind of as we experience it, and all of that? So, in your perspective, for a moment, if you come to the conclusion, or if it's actually just absolutely definitively, independently verified, to where you can go check it yourself, that there indeed is no curvature and there's no movement, meaning that the Earth is planar, flat in geometry, and it has no movement. If you just have that, and you know that, okay, now is the case, at what level would you then start questioning, for example, the history narrative that you're told? Because if you were convinced that the Earth was something that it isn't, how much could you have been what is going on with history? What is going on with a lot of these other things? So if you just had that information, simple information, would you then actually start questioning a lot of these other narratives?
That's a much better worded way of saying the exact same thing I asked.
What is it that's making you? What was it initially that made you question the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, to answer your question, if there was that sort of huge revelation, I don't, because to be perfectly honest, there's no way that you can ever convince me that the shape of the Earth is flat. But if there's some sort of huge revelation, then it would make me doubt everything. But the thing is, and I doubt a lot. I mean, there are conspiracy theories that I get into and behind, but then there's a line that I draw. Okay, there are some people that are just everything is conspiracy theory, and then there are some people that, hey, this is, but this isn't, and I have a line, but there are some that I can get behind.
I think we all have that line.
This is not one of those.
I think we all kind of have that line, whatever that line may be for certain people. I don't think that there's like a hard and fast.
You don't have that line.
People that just, I do have that line actually. If you're talking about fucking lizard people, I don't want to know. I'd rather not know if there's lizard people. And if some of the girls that they're showing us are actually boys, I'd almost rather not at this point. But but as far as the whole thing that Gio was asking you, Extremistus, you say there's no reason to doubt whether they're telling us the truth about the shape of the Earth. Now, if that is the case, and there's absolutely no reason, then the phenomenon that you're involved with right now, just by talking to us, and the phenomenon that we've witnessed in the last 8 years of like millions, literally millions of people totally convinced that we're not on a spinning ball. Not that they're believing it's flat, but they're just completely given up on the idea that we're on a spinning ball. They think there's no way at all possible, right? So how do you explain that phenomenon if there's no reason whatsoever to doubt the idea that it's a ball?
I mean, to answer that, that's actually one of the reasons I'm part of the community, is the motivation and the psychological aspect of flat Earth and just conspiracy theorists in general. I find fascinating or interesting, I guess. And the other thing that when you say millions of people, to me, that's just you're making up a number, because I really don't feel that the flat Earth community is millions of people strong.
That's debatable, but I would say it's definitely over 1 million for sure.
I would venture to say that. And could I ask, what is it that determines where you draw the line and how your line is drawn?
I was wondering that, Fuzzy, as well, buddy.
Is that to me or to him?
That's to you, man. It's just it's arbitrary.
Yeah.
For me, I would say that, I mean, specific to the flat Earth, I mean, you can mathematically prove it. You can, I mean, all these things about dismissing the pictures, they're all CGI. That's fine. What I've never actually seen is, I mean, somebody's got a lot of time and money to go through CGI all the pictures of the round Earth, but I've never seen any kind of attempt to make any kind of picture of a flat Earth. So, I mean, somebody, I mean, I guess that doesn't necessarily prove anything, but
that's your line. That's how you
No,
draw the line.
what we see is
flat Earth. Every picture you get is flat.
What we see people showing horizons that they think are flat, but they're not really flat.
And I have to say that there's a lot of what I've seen on videos. A lot of the flat Earth videos that I've seen say, "Hey, this is proof," but they tend to, I don't know if I would use the word lie, but a lot of what they include, or they omit a lot of things, a lot of the other stuff that should be included as far as explanations and stuff.
I hear you. I think a lot of what they do is they pick apart piece by piece the entire narrative of the globe model itself, and showing that it doesn't stand on, and no one piece stands on its own. It only is because there's a multitude of things, the circular reasoning of standing on each other.
What would you say is the hardest proof for a flat Earth?
Well, no, but
hardest?
I'm still wondering what draws
hardest
the line.
more,
How do you draw the line?
Not hardest,
say
but
this,
like
say it's
most
not flat Earth.
the most
Say it's something
definitive
else.
proof. You would say
Water level, Felix Baumgartner, water level, lasers, or mirror flash.
But I have an observation with a water level where buildings drop below a water level. So.
Well, I just posted or I'm about to post a video, repost it, where dude took a theodolite and measured California aqueduct and showed that in fact it was sticking to the curvature of Earth. But then he got down, he was scratching his head, he got down and measured the water, and over a little over a mile, it was a 15-inch fucking rise in the water. So the water didn't give a fuck that the aqueduct was curving. It did what it does. What water does.
You're talking about, you're using, what's his name? Jay Tolan Media as a come on, man, really?
So you don't think the aqueduct follows it? Well, he held a tape measure there. So does it matter who held the tape measure to the water?
Jay Tolan Media. It's Jay Tolan Media.
Yeah,
I would not use him.
He's a lot smarter than me or you, bud. But does it matter who held the tape measure?
I wouldn't use him as a source because he's biased towards flat Earth.
Once again, okay, you would agree that the California aqueduct compensates for Earth curvature, right?
I haven't seen the video, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, I'm just asking, do you think the 400-mile California aqueduct conforms to Earth curvature?
I don't know. I've never seen it.
You can't say that it doesn't, bro, if you think you live on a globe.
So, real quick,
hey, it could be built.
I don't know.
Anything to stop me from getting to the point, right?
Brian, what I do know
he did say he doesn't know. He hasn't seen the video. He said he doesn't know. Come on.
But if he thinks he lives on a globe, and the aqueduct would have to conform to Earth curvature, correct?
I can tell you all the reasons why I think I live on a globe. But
anyway, the point is I got down and put a tape measure on the water. So it doesn't matter if you don't like Jay Tolan. We've seen the tape measure on the water, and then he walked around and put it at the bottom by the gate, and it was 15 inches fucking higher. So who cares who held the tape measure?
No idea what you're talking about. But
so
honestly,
can we get back to the point. Can we get back to the point? Because I was still curious about what. Say it's not anything to do with flat Earth. Say it's some other conspiracy. How do you draw a line with that conspiracy? Where do you draw, or how do you draw the line as to whether or not you're going to? I don't know. You can't just accept something or not. It's based on the truth or your research on it or your. How do you figure this out?
Yeah. Well, I would say where do you draw the line when it comes to looking up information? Because a lot of times flat earthers will look up information on certain websites that actually show that the Earth is a globe, but those they won't draw the line where it says, okay, this part conforms to what I want to believe, but the other parts are talking about the globe. So where do you draw the line when it comes to information coming from
So
the internet?
should we say that you shouldn't take those sources seriously because they're biased towards the globe?
Well, yeah,
But again, where do you draw the line?
You can test each of those things. And once you test each of those things, and yes, they are separate rabbit holes, but once you realize that you test each of those rabbit holes, there is an explanation or an understanding that can be made for the alternative idea.
So to answer your question for me, I actually was thinking about this, and at least one specific thing that I can tell you is who benefits financially from whether something is a conspiracy theory or something is true. Basically, money.
Well, no, but you're thinking too small, right? These are the types of people who are the ones who are in charge of printing the money. They don't care about money. They care about the power that money wields.
They don't need money. Yeah.
They don't need money. They need the controlled money buys of the population that are scrambling for money. They care about the money because they've been conditioned and brought into a society that worships and cherishes and relies on money to just basically survive for the basic necessities. So these people,
they already have the control.
Yeah.
They have the control, so now they will continue to manifest the construct that enables them to maintain the control, keep us in whatever state is necessary in order that they don't ever lose that control, which they already have. They're not trying to get anything. Like Fuzzy said, they've already got all the money. They print the money. They don't need money, but it's about controlling mankind. That's what they're about.
They need to maintain the power they already wield.
Nobody's controlling you going and making observations.
Well,
hey,
well, actually, think of it. If I wanted to go to Antarctica by myself to make an observation, there's about 50 countries that are absolutely colluding to stop me from doing
You can go there, control. You can go to a controlled area. That's fine. Nothing's wrong with that.
That's
you can go there.
not what I just said.
And you could.
I know you heard me not say controlled area. If I just wanted to go there by myself, is what I said.
Freely roam. Yeah.
Okay.
Just travel.
You could travel there.
Yeah, you know that. You can't unattended. You can't. Real quick, extremists. If you're saying that the follow the money as a way of knowing if there's a conspiracy, if there was a lot more land, I mean, if you knew the Earth was a stationary plane, just like it seems, you might suspect there's a lot more land that which would ultimately mean like maybe unlimited resources. So to keep the resources seen as scarce, don't you think it'd be a good idea to convince people that there is no more land and say they're on a ball?
See, I would actually go the other way. If there was more land and there was more money in the more land, somebody would have already found it and exploited it.
Oh yeah,
that's historically how everything works.
I imagine they have.
You're not making sense. You guys are not making sense.
Let's go back to that freely exploring Antarctica, right? Let's say, okay, you can't go there unattended, or you have to let someone know that you're going there. Fine, get permission, go there, right, and film the 24-hour sun.
Dude, what you call it? Got permission from the Argentinian government, and he still got turned around twice, dude. What you call it? He got permission from the Argentinian government. Oh, and got turned around twice.
Right, but just the paperwork alone costs $100,000 or whatever.
No, actually,
you have to go there from New Zealand.
You have
to do environmental studies.
You have to do the environmental studies and all the different reports that you have to file prior to doing your paperwork, and an environmental study costs thousands and thousands.
What's stopping you from doing that?
No, there's cruises.
Fuzzy, you're arguing with an automaton. You have to remember that.
I know.
You will not ever get anywhere.
What I really want to do.
You can apply for a job. They're very specific.
One at a time.
Yeah. I know. What I really want to go back to is extremists. When you said follow the money, right? Do you know about the Creature from Jekyll Island, the book?
Never heard of it.
From Jekyll Island. Okay, so.
Jekyll and Hyde. Yes. All right. Yes, that I do.
Then, sure. No. But there's a book called The Creature from Jekyll Island.
No, I don't know that.
It's about the guys who created the Federal Reserve banking system and how they got Congress to pass it and the American people to accept it.
The true story,
So
not a fiction.
yeah,
This is not
like
Jekyll and
the
Hyde.
monument.
This is the true
Yeah.
story, Extremistus.
Okay, yeah, I got that part.
Right. The point. My point being is that the people who control the money, that alone is what some people consider a conspiracy theory. So when you say follow the money, it goes well beyond.
By the way, B-Ball, are you still pushing the idea that there's actual footage of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Not to get into that discussion, but you've been busting on that a few times that I've heard.
So, I mean, there are videos of a 24-hour sun. The problem that I've seen with them, at least the flat earth response to them, is I don't know that I've ever seen an actual 24-hour video of a 24-hour sun. It's always sped up. So the flat earth answers that I've always seen is, show me a 24-hour video of the 24-hour sun, which is,
So
to me, that's kind of silly.
what I'll say to that is that I've literally made a video about that, and the one in question was the one with the where the clouds look the same. And if you watch my video, I post a clip of a video from another guy who had an interview with the gentleman who made that video. And the reason why the clouds look the same is because they cut the video in the middle of that clip, just so it looked better for the documentary. And the original video has probably 40 something hours of continuous sunlight in that video. And
let me ask you this though, real quick. Now, you know that there's an Arctic 24-hour sun in the north, right?
Yes.
You accept that? We all kind of accept that. It's kind of like a known fact, right? It's not like anything anybody debates, right? Don't you think that if it were the case that there's a 24-hour sun in the south, it would also be at that point where everyone just knows that's the
Exactly.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I would think so.
Don't you
But how
think
would
that
that
it would be at that point if there was a 24-hour sun in the south, the way you're claiming, that it would be really just like the 24-hour sun in the north, and everyone would just kind of know that's the truth?
Yeah, but how would that be possible on flat Earth?
Right, and but
that
the
doesn't
fact
answer
that
the question.
we don't know that there's a 24-hour sun in the south
Yes, we
doesn't
do.
mirror
Yes, we
the
do.
idea that we all are pretty much on the same page that there is in the north. But we're not about the south, and it's not just because of a flat Earth. It's because there would be lots of evidence of it, and there's only
There
these
is
shady videos.
evidence. There is evidence of the 24-hour sun in the south. And there's videos of it.
But not like the north, right?
There's videos of it in the
All the
south.
videos I
No,
saw,
I'm
the south
saying it
sun edited.
doesn't compare to the north evidence, right?
There are videos of it in the south. Are you saying that the videos are fake?
I'm not trying to claim anything. I'm just saying it's obvious we all agree about the north, but we don't all agree about the south, and it has nothing to do with the flat Earth. It's just because there isn't enough evidence to make it obvious for everyone to know that's the fact.
There's several channels, right, that show 24 hours of sun, of the sun and of sunlight in the south.
And those videos are good enough for
There's a
everybody to
channel.
agree, right? They're good enough.
Hold on. There is a channel that literally shows this, that posts videos of this every other day.
Sun,
Can you put that in live stream, please?
Now it's not now the video on the channel that I'm talking about. You don't see the sun for 24 hours, but you see 24 hours of sunlight.
That's what we're asking for.
So
Again, sunlight and sun is different.
No, there's not. If it's this, if it's light for 24 hours, for more than 24 hours, where
You just
else
changed
would
your
the light
story
be
as
coming
well.
from? Hold on.
If you go back a minute, you were saying the sun for 24 hours. Now you've changed it to sunlight.
So if it's
You're not
if it's
consistent,
light
B-Ball.
outside, hold on. If it's light outside for 24 hours, where is the light coming from? If not the sun.
After sunset, is there still light in the sky? Yes, there is.
Then it gets dark, right?
How could it be light, daylight, 24 hours?
And how would you
without
be able to
the
see
rest of the sun?
shadows going in circles around objects?
Well, you didn't
Well, if
answer
the
the
sun
question.
isn't the source of the light, there would have to be another source of light then.
Oh, there's another source of light.
But you know that light comes from the sun, even if you can't see it.
I
You
don't.
know.
I don't
When the
know.
sun is rising, before you see the sun, you see its light, and you know you can predict that in the next 5 minutes the sun is going to come up
Well,
because
the
we
thing
know
that
what that source of light is. To sit here and say and hypothesize and speculate that, ooh, maybe it's just daylight, but we don't know where that daylight is coming from. There could be a second sun or something else. Like, come on, man,
yeah,
really?
that's a safe
Hang
inference
on. We're
because
just
of
hang on.
that's a safe inference though
But we
because
just determined that there's not 24 hours of actual sun. So how can you have
24 hours
24 hours
of
of
light.
shadow if you don't have 24 hours of sun? Those
24
two
hours.
statements contradict each other.
No. 24 hours of light that's coming from the sun.
but it
It's
could
not,
just be
it's not
light that's
coming from
reflecting
anywhere
off
else.
of the
You skipped
dome.
over what you
It's
said
not
before.
coming.
Sorry, Lemon, but he just said before, and the sunset, you don't see the actual sun, but is there still light in the sky?
Yes, there's still
No.
light in the sky.
But so light in the sky does not equal like you seeing
So,
the sun.
And
so
then it
where's
gets
the light
dark.
coming
Oh,
from?
no 24-hour sun. Is
And,
that where we
and
are?
then it gets dark. And then it
So it's
gets
light.
dark right after dusk. It gets dark.
It's light outside for more than 24 hours. So what's going on there?
In the Arctic, it's because the sun is circling
In the
too close to the center and it never leaves the neighborhood, and the light maintains in that area.
We're not talking about the
Antarctic.
Arctic, Lemon. You've come in kind of halfway through the conversation.
So
Southern
you could have
Hemisphere.
light
We're
that's
talking about the
reflecting off of the
Antarctic.
dome for the rest
Okay,
without the actual
reflecting
physical
off the
sun
dome. All
in
right.
the
We're talking about
Antarctic.
the Antarctic.
Okay, the Antarctic could be reflected light off of the dome. Like in those hemispheric glass videos where they shine a light through the hemispheric glass and you get some light reflecting off of the backside of the glass or something.
Talk about
I'm gonna
begging the
post. I'm gonna
Yeah,
post.
That's
it
based
could
off
be
of
lots
what
of
we can
things, but we're
demonstrate with
trying
the
to be a
small
bit
scale
less
demonstration.
ethereal here. It could be many things. We're trying to hold their toes to the fire
Yep, hold our feet
as
to the
to
fire.
why
Yep.
there's no footage of the 24-hour sun.
But there is, and there is
In
footage
the
of
Antarctic?
sun.
But,
Yes,
but you
there
said,
is.
Lemon, please, you said there wasn't Beeble. Like, you're talking out of
Okay,
both
so you're
sides of your
talking.
mouth.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. There are two different sources that I'm talking about here. There is one channel, right? That from there's one channel that shows 24 hours of sunlight, not the sun, of sunlight, right? Then there is a channel that shows the sun for 24 hours, and that's the two videos that I'm talking about. The two videos where you see the sun and you see the clock going around in a 360. You know, you see the watch and you see the sun. You know that one. You know what I'm talking about.
I haven't seen it,
There's two
but
of
I'm
those videos.
picturing
There's
what you're
one.
saying. Yeah.
There's one with the watch.
They
where
both
it's
been
showing in a
debunked.
Hold on. There's one with 24 hours where you see the watch and the sun is going around in a circle. Then there's another one where everyone claimed that the clouds were the same because of at the end the clouds were the same as the beginning. Those are the two videos I'm talking about.
Yeah, they've both been debunked.
No, they haven't been debunked.
According
I'm
to
sorry.
you. According to
Well,
you.
they're a
But
little.
here's the thing. Here's the
Because
thing,
I
Beeble.
have.
So, look, as was stated a minute ago, in the northern hemisphere, you won't pretty much hear any flat earther arguing about what happens in the north, right? But in the south, there just is there's no overwhelming argument. It's like you're saying, oh, there's one video with this and one video with that, and then Jeremy comes, has that been debunked? So clearly, they're not overwhelmingly convincing. That's one of the points why we doubt this stuff.
They're flat out fraudulent. Not only are they not convincing, they're flat out fraudulent.
Jeremy, there is an interview with the gentleman who made these videos. See, that's the problem. You don't watch my videos. That's the problem.
You got a YouTube channel?
No shit, Jeremy.
That's not Jeremy. That's Godric.
You can't be serious, right, Jeremy? You can't be serious when you say that.
Bro,
You know I
so
have
the guy did an interview. So what? It doesn't change the fact that his videos are blatantly fraudulent.
How are they blatantly fraudulent? How have you claimed that they're blatantly fraudulent?
So is this the one with the fake sun or the one with the repeating
There's
clouds?
no
Which
fake.
one?
There's the repeating. So there is the one with the repeating clouds, right? There's a reason why the clouds were repeated. Do you know why?
Yeah, it's fake. Yes, it's
No,
fake.
It's because when they made the there's literally a documentary about, the guy made a whole documentary about living in Antarctica, right? For 10 years, the guy lived in Antarctica. The video in question was looped in the middle of that clip. So that's why the beginning clouds are the same as the end clouds, is because they cut the video in the center, in the middle of that video.
And then put the beginning of the video and the end, like this shit don't even add up, dude.
Now there is the raw footage of that video, right? So I can show you the raw footage of that video. Would you like to see it?
I'm not really interested. I mean, if you want to debate it with these guys, go ahead. But I already know that. Hold on, man. Stop talking through me. Yo, hello. I'm not really interested because I already know we see shit in the sky that's not actually happening. Plus, you know, are you seeing the actual position of the sun? Because according to a lot of your guys, we know. Dude, why are you talking through me the whole time?
Go ahead, man.
I don't understand why you're talking through me the whole fucking time, dude.
You and
Shut
your
up.
actual position argument. Like, come on, man.
All right, just go ahead, B-Ball. Go ahead.
Do you want to see the original video with no cuts? The 24-hour sun. The raw footage, not the one with the repeating clouds. Because I have it.
You said that last time, dude, and you fucking showed me the guy who says he's gonna show fucking no cut, and he fucking stops it. He never shows it fucking beginning to end, not once. We want to see the actual footage.
The video was actually.
Hey, what are you talking about, please? You already claimed this shit. And I asked you said you was gonna produce it, and you won't produce it.
Jeremy. Brian. There is raw footage of the video.
There's no fucking. You don't have uncut footage, man. I'm telling you.
There is uncut footage.
Well, show me, man. That's what I've been waiting on, man.
It's in my video, Jeremy. I mean, why am I calling you Jeremy?
You're gonna show that guy who's trying to back him up, and it's not gonna show uncut shit, dude.
It's in my video, Brian. You did not watch.
I watch your videos, man. I watch your videos, and you still haven't produced the uncut shit, dude. The actual data.
Play me that guy. People, could you post the video with a timestamp? I haven't seen it either. I also didn't know.
It's in the description. The actual raw footage video. It's in the description. So I'll post it. Give me a second.
I didn't know that B-Ball had a
yeah, I didn't know you had a YouTube channel either, man. Like, I don't know who has a YouTube channel up in here. You know, like, you guys ain't famous to me.
Right. So yeah, it's in the chat.
Thanks, man.
It's got Brian's beautiful. Brian's beautiful face.
I've never seen Brian shave before.
Yeah, I didn't see the video with me on the front fucking page. But hold on. Is this going to show the same?
Look at the description, right? The raw, unedited, 24-hour.
Okay, dude, okay.
Video.
That's what I was asking.
Hold the fucking phone, Brian. You were a Jaguars fan? How do you sleep at night supporting the Jaguars, bro?
That's where I live, man.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You could support, the Buccaneers or something.
Man, somebody gave me that shirt, man. I don't really care about any of them fucking teams.
He's not from Tampa. He's not from Tampa. That's why.
I know, but still, it's Florida, man. But I'm just teasing.
So there's an interview, and then there's the raw, unedited footage. It's all right there. So if anybody wants to sit down and watch the video from the guy who made the 24-hour sun video, you can watch that too.
B-Ball, why don't you ever let me get none of my points out, man? You always overtalk me every time.
I don't know, man. We bump heads. Go ahead. I apologize, man. I apologize.
Yeah, you guys should start watching B-Ball's video from 6 minutes in. That's when the unedited thingy starts.
Jeremy, you actually remind me of a dude I used to hang with. We used to always fucking argue about every fucking thing, but we were like cool as shit. He was a Kobe fan. I was a Jordan fan. He thought Kobe was better than Jordan.
That's just silly. That's silly.
That is
But
silly.
All right, so now that B-Ball's posted the unedited footage and we have actual real footage of a 24-hour sun at the South Pole, now what?
How do we know it's at the South Pole? It's CGI.
Of course.
It's CGI.
They're lying about the location. It's CGI.
What do I always say? It's
Well,
fake.
why does it matter
it's
where
fake
it is on
because
Earth?
it's fake because it has to be fake. That's
There you
Yeah,
go.
why would it matter where it was on the planet, though? Right?
Some sort of presupposition or logical fallacy.
You know what's cool about it? You know what's crazy about this though? Because me and Brian were in a live stream before, and I literally went on Google Earth, and I went to Antarctica, and you know how you can click on the Street View option? You can go to Street View, and you can go to Antarctica and click on right near where the location is, and you can literally see where the camera was placed.
B-Ball, this is the same shit you showed last time, dude. You said you was gonna get the footage from the guy who released it and the uncut footage, man. This is the same shit.
Yes.
And I found a couple problems with it, but hold on. Also, man, last time we were in here talking about this, I don't know if you was here. I just posted the 24-hour cam from what is it, Parker and McMurdo. I just posted a couple of the fucking government NOAA 24-hour fucking time lapses, and none of them had a 24-hour sun, dude. They had 3 years worth. And how come the NOAA cameras, okay, the NOAA.gov? Jerry was in here. Remember, Jerry? Like last week? When I
Because they
posted
want you to believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I remember, Brian.
Let's do this. Let's do this here. All right, so we're gonna go to Antarctica, and what is it, McMurdo Station?
He said molestation.
I gotta find this shit again, don't I? Gotta find this shit every time we do this, man. Hold on, man.
McMurdo Station, and we're gonna go here, and we're going to go to Street View.
Oh no, go to NOAA. Go to NOAA.
Brian, why not post it in one of the channels down there? Like, isn't there?
Reconor, you're the one who I meant to say.
channel?
Jerry, sorry, I said your name too. I think you was here too, but Reconor, you're the one who was here the other day when I posted NOAA.gov.
I'm not Reconor, but yeah, it was me. But what I'm saying is, why not? Isn't there like a 24-hour sun channel down there where you can post
I
it
like
and you don't have
he's
to keep
honest.
looking
Whether he agrees with it or not, he at least acknowledges something that I've fucking done. I rarely get that, bro. So thank you even for acknowledging that.
You did post it, but what I'm saying is, why not post it in one of the? Yeah, there's an Antarctica channel. Why not post it there?
I just figure, man, I'm not going to anything new. I'm going to old shit before this debate, like and government shit. You know, that's what I consider legitimate. Somebody not tied in with this debate, and this is NOAA.gov and
I totally hear you. But what
Yeah.
I'm saying is, post it in the Antarctica channel so that you don't have to keep looking for it. You know.
Good idea, man. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. But I'll say, man, from the video you showed, B-Ball, you know, that piqued my interest. I found what I thought problem with it, with what I told you about the little tractor looking thing in the mid right. I have to look at it again to explain, but that's why I wanted the footage, the uncut footage, from the guy who made the video. You know, and all you keep showing is this one with the guy who's fucking with it and speeds it up and slowing it down.
That's the uncut footage.
Huh?
That's the uncut footage.
That's not. He don't just let the shit
Watch
play.
the video. He plays it like 3 times. He plays it like 3 times, man.
Dude, he's fucking with it every time. He never once does it let it play without stopping it.
Not see the part where he watches it, where it goes around and he counts the corners on the railings.
Yeah, he's counting and fucking arrows on the screen pointing.
How many corners?
And he miscounts the shit, dude.
How many corners does he count?
Dude, he dude, anybody just go watch that. He don't even count the shit right.
Yes, he does. He counts it because it goes around more than once.
Okay, so it goes around all the way
More than once.
in regular time, uncut.
It goes around more than once, right?
So from where he said that it's supposed to start, the guy's like, yeah, I should have started it at the right place, but we he goes on talking about how that's the one where he says that he didn't start it. That wasn't the beginning, so he changed his story.
No, it's because that's what the editor wanted to do. They made a documentary.
Okay, so
and
all right, I'm gonna check it out again. I'm gonna check it
documentary.
out again, man, again. But you said you was gonna get the fucking uncut footage, but
That
I'll
is
check
the
it out
uncut
again.
footage,
In all
man.
fairness,
What
in all
else do
fairness,
you
I'll
want?
look at it. Dude, I remember wanting to see the footage.
So,
I'll have to go
is
look
that
again,
the
man.
uncut footage or not?
We've got
Is
to
it
jump
the
through
uncut
all these
footage?
hoops.
What
Like,
is?
what else do you want, man?
The guy's changing his story for one, dude. Okay, for
They
one,
changed
this
the
is the
story.
same
The
shit
guy
with
is
the cloud. And all he's doing is saying, "Well,
the
that
guy
wasn't the
has
beginning."
more footage of Antarctica than anyone on the planet.
Why would the
They
guy
do.
walk out?
We got
Hold on,
6
why would the
months
guy
of
walk
no
out?
sun too,
Walk out
right
from a
here.
starting point. Hold on. Why would the guy walk out from a starting point, show the clock and all that shit or whatever, and start from that point, and then come back
Because
fucking a year later and say that wasn't the starting point?
Oh my God.
I'm just asking.
Because you know
That's
why? Because people that watch that documentary are not concerned with, oh shit, the clouds are gonna look the same. They don't care. They just want to see it like, oh shit, 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That's cool. They don't care about, oh well, it didn't start where it should have started. Nobody cares about that except flat earthers.
Why didn't knowing.gov show something different 3 years straight?
Because it's probably a different. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Somebody was saying something.
It's a legitimate thing we need to sort out, man. But like it's hard to look past NOAA.gov, man, and their non 24-hour fucking time lapses.
All right, NOAA.gov. What are you actually showing with NOAA?
Let me see if I can find it. And in all fairness, I'll look at your shit too
Dude,
again.
NOAA.gov's got
I already pointed out one thing that, but
He gets
maybe.
faster when you think you're gonna try and talk. He starts talking faster. Just, holy
You got
shit.
to, man. Fucking
No, you
got
don't.
to.
You just sometimes take a breath and let other
Yeah,
people
you
join
fucking
the
do, man,
conversation.
because there's a lot of other people waiting to fucking talk.
Sometimes you can let other people join the conversation too, though. That's all.
Shut the fuck
I know
up.
you're excited.
You joined just to say that, dude. Literally. That's what you joined to
Actually,
say,
I
bro.
joined because I fucking shared a link about 5 minutes ago, and I've been trying to get a word in edgewise on it the whole fucking time, homie.
Instead of saying it, now you're bitching. Just talk about it. Fuck, it's all
I
yours.
said it. You talked over it faster and faster. Every time I started to try and mention it, you started talking again real fast. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Right now, when we're going back and forth,
Hey,
you ain't
pipe
talking
down,
about it. You're
motherfucker.
talking about me.
Pipe down, buddy.
I wish you fucking lived by me. Fucking
Yeah,
punk.
oh, man, I probably do live by you, pussy.
I guarantee me and you would either get along really good or really fucking
I'll beat
bad,
the
dude.
shit out of you, and then you'll be my best friend afterwards.
Guys,
Now go
come
get me
on.
some Kool-Aid.
Cool it. Cool it.
You used to live in Florida, didn't you, Grim?
Yeah.
I think you're from Florida, right? Right?
I'm from Florida, too. I got hella fucking family in Florida. Where are you
guys
exactly?
you guys are probably backwards hillbilly cousins for all you know, you know?
No, I'm not. I wasn't born in Florida.
What did you say?
I sure wasn't born in Florida.
Oh, you weren't born there.
Nah. Nobody's from Florida, dude.
Hey man, what about all the Jews that live there?
Look, Florida's like this, man. You go there on vacation, you leave on probation, you come back on violation.
Damn, dude.
Florida's rough.
Well, all the Cubans are from there.
All the Cubans, yeah, all of them. The Haitians too. Yeah, baby. But yeah, Noah's got video of 6 months sun. Not just like 24-hour. I don't know why we're even talking about this. I just shared a video of 6 months of darkness.
Antarctica or what?
South Pole, yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of one of those things that's not, I mean, it's in contention, kind of, because people just deny the evidence or whatever, but I mean, it's kind of one of those things that we all kind of should just agree happens. It does happen, that there's They have the long nights. They have the short nights. You know.
Yeah.
24-hour daylight is different than 24-hour sun.
How different?
The difference being the actual circle, the yellow thing we call the sun in the sky, is that would be like that thing is actually in the sky for the 24 hours, whereas the daylight is just the blue sort of backlit daylight phenomenon. Those are different things. So,
and what's causing that daylight?
We
What's
don't
the
know.
source?
Luminaries
Well,
in the sky.
electromagnetic light scattering. They call it Rayleigh scattering, right?
Yeah, but I mean, what causes Rayleigh scattering, Grim? Isn't it the sun?
Electromagnetic.
Yeah,
Well,
the
well,
electromagnetic
well, I
radiation
mean,
from the sun, right?
this
Well,
perfectly fits the caustic mathematics. I don't know. The stuff you guys said is not what I was saying.
you could say that the northern lights were also electromagnetic radiation from the sun, right? In a sense, they interact with the Earth's magnetic fields and those Alpine wave, electrons that come through on the Alpine waves into low Earth atmosphere or whatever, excite the gases, and therefore the ionized gases glow in respect to their molecular
Okay,
compound.
but
All right,
Grim,
I just
if there's
posted an image of the caustic light refraction mathematics. So that's an example where the actual light source is on the other side, but the light actually wraps around the entire thing. So this could be what could be happening to create 24-hour daylight in Antarctica, but not the actual 24-hour sun. And we know that light behaves this way.
Yeah, you can't really rule that out until you figure it out,
But would you say the light source is the sun? We just can't see it, Gio? Or are you saying that because we can't see the sun, we can't say the sun is the light source?
Well, listen, he's saying the light source is the sun, right? But it's not coming from the direction of the source itself in that sense, because it's wrapping around the Earth, and we're getting the impression that it is somewhere else as the observer at that spot. Am I right, Gio? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, is that what you're saying as well, Gio?
No, I'm saying that the sun itself is its own potent light dynamic, but it also activates the ether and the actual gases, just like a fluorescent tube works, to actually emit what's called daylight, like the actual blue light, the daylight. So the sun being on its circuit is activating that entire circuit essentially, and it will emit its light in its local region. However, in this concept, when it gets to that outer edge of the magnetic field, you potentially then get that caustic effect of the light, to where that daylight effect is being activated through the caustic effect of the light, and the light is sort of refracting around in order for that daylight to still be present, even though it's 180 degrees from the sun, in the same way that these caustic refraction models work.
So
that's almost exactly what I said you were thinking. I mean,
almost
just different
word
words.
for word, yes. So, do you think that the calculators that are online that you can use to calculate sunrise and sunset are accurate? That's for the flat earthers, by the way.
Yes.
So, as you go further south, you can put a little pin or whatever and calculate the sunrise and sunset for further and further south latitudes. As you get closer and closer, there's, the sunrise will be like at, 2 a.m. and the sunset will be like at 11 p.m. There'll be 3 hours of darkness. And then as you go further, there'll be 2 hours of darkness. And then 1 hour of darkness. And then as you go far enough, it will literally say sunrise and sunset.
It'll say we have no data.
No,
because I tried to get the sunlight and sunrise and sunset time for like McMurdo, Alaska. It wasn't available. So it looks like we're missing a lot of data toward the south if McMurdo's any sort of indicator.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you can find it if you just calculate you don't have to necessarily do McMurdo, just do the latitude of McMurdo.
So this coffee cup caustic would explain that there's a lit zone with the sun far off.
But that
wrapping around the dome.
Going back to the whole, as you go further, it gets less and less, and eventually it's zero darkness.
So that would be explained by a coffee cup caustic with the light wrapping around that section of the dome.
So basically, now there is an explanation for 24-hour sunlight in the South Pole.
A possible one with the sun far away, refracted, or coffee cup caustic.
Yeah, 24-hour daylight, not sunlight.
The sun is far off.
Well, that's
over the
again.
tropics, and the light is wrapping around the dome.
So to be clear, when I'm looking at the sunrise and sunset tables, I'm actually looking at sunlight, not daylight. It says the sun rises at this time and sets at this time.
In that case, yeah, that's the point at which the sun conjoins the what's called the ascendant or the descendant, the rising or the setting. But so it would be the moment the sun conjoins the ascendant. Yes, that would be sunlight because the sun is now being visible as it separates from the ascendant and then rises, and then it'll set at the descendant.
We need to see if the sun's angle in the sky or its angle relative to the horizon is a mirror image of what's going on in the north. I would expect the angle of the sun to be extremely low and going increasingly towards zero as you go toward the south, whereas in the north with their 24-hour sun, it's low to the horizon, sure, but not zero. That's what I would expect.
I mean, there was a video in the chat earlier that you can see it.
So you would expect in the south the sun to have a much more dramatic angle that is going above and below the horizon much more quickly and being much more lower to the horizon than in the north for their 24-hour sun compared to the same, relative period of 24-hour summer or whatever.
Wait, so why would the 24-hour, why would the summer in the winter at the South Pole, sorry, let me say that again. Why would summer in the South Pole be different than summer in the North Pole?
Because the summer in the South Pole, it's sweeping over a greater arc, greater area. And so it's not lingering in the area as much as it is in the north.
Why
it's going to be colder with no maintained or sustained sunlight.
So you're saying the southern hemisphere, south of the equator, has a greater area than north of the equator?
Yes, expanding ever outward toward an Arctic ice ring of roughly 60,000 plus miles.
But that's not what we see in reality.
That's what the sailors are saying in Robotham's day. The rest of it appears to be a bunch of bullshit.
But the lines of longitude converge at a point.
Theoretically for their ball, in reality, no.
No, I'm saying in reality, they do.
And the sailors in Robotham's day said, we're getting too much land down here based off of how long it takes us to traverse these latitudes.
Modern day, you can calculate or even do whatever. You can walk the distance between 2 points on lines of longitude. And at the equator, those points will be a certain distance towards both poles. They get closer together equally.
In theory, but in fact, I don't think that that's the case.
But I'm saying you can prove it because you can take two cities where we know the distance on these poles and calculate that distance between those two cities, that we know the distance. So either the distance between those two cities is wrong or the lines of longitude is converging.
Or we have land expanding ever outward on a flattish surface.
No, that's not an option. One or the other two is true.
That is an option.
The known distance.
It's an option that we should seriously explore.
Either the known distance between the cities is wrong, or the lines of longitude are converging. There's no other option.
The lines of longitude were assumed incorrectly. They were assumed to wrap around a ball when it's more accurate that they're like bike spokes on a bike wheel that radiate out from the center outward.
There's no assumption. Again, these two cities are on two different lines of longitude, but the same line of latitude, and the distance between them is getting closer.
Which two cities are you talking about?
I mean, I have to look and find a city.
Just trying to check the fact to see if it actually matches theory or if this is just theoretical. I'm just trying to see if the facts actually match. But as far as I can tell, the land is expanding ever outward toward the Antarctic perimeter based off of Robotham's reports and others. So we'll have to go from there. We also have Robotham saying that dusk arrives sooner in the south than in the north. And also we have the Analemma, which looks like it's a bigger loop toward the south and a smaller loop toward the north, which may imply that the sun is sweeping over a greater, land surface area to get the same 24-hour day. The flora and fauna are another indicator. In the north, the summer, thaws things out a little bit. You get flowers, caribou, elk. In the south, it's cold and frigid all year long, even when the sun is closer, if you will, or more southerly and more summery toward that area. So that implies that the sun doesn't really linger in that area compared to the north.
It's also surrounded by a big body of water.
Maybe, but it doesn't appear to be a mirror image of the north. So that alone is throwing up red flags.
Yeah.
Also, the main nail in the coffin for me is the northern flights, or rather the southern hemisphere flights, which have inexplicable deviations toward the north, which make more or less straight lines on a flattish, map like an AE or a Gleason, conception. And so it
Lemon,
looks
I
like
don't
there's
think you
less
want to go
land toward
there.
the north.
I don't think you want to go there, Lemon.
Yeah,
I do.
I've
I
got a
went
couple
there.
of flights that don't agree.
Listed, but actually able to be taken beyond what's listed on the site, I doubt it. And when you look at their stops and layovers, they're more or less straight lines on a flattish map.
Oh, I've already demonstrated that there are flights in the southern hemisphere that have 0 stops.
Theoretically, in practice,
No, it's not theoretically. There are 0 stops on the flight from Johannesburg to Sydney. There are 0 stops from the flight.
Posted in chat.
There are 0 flights from the. There's actually another one. Left Lane will attest to this because he brought it up from Auckland to Santiago. 0 stops.
Yeah, they're posted in
That's
chat.
great. Planes get somewhere. Awesome.
Yeah. How far would that be on flat Earth?
You tell me.
I don't know. You tell me. They don't.
No,
don't
you
they
tell
make
me.
More, they make more sense on the flat Earth map, don't they?
No. Here.
Do they or do they not make more sense on the flat Earth map? Or when we show you how they don't make sense on the flat Earth map, that's when you claim that the map. No, that's not the map. We don't go by that map. That's not
You
our
can
map.
represent it on any shape. It's
No,
just
you
data.
Show us that. Yeah, show us that.
You can't.
It's just data.
The thing is, you can't because the scale,
the distance,
the scale doesn't match the distance and direction.
Exactly.
Called a coordinate transfer.
Okay,
Distance
show us,
and direction.
show us its coordinate transfer, Jerry.
Yes, show us
3D to 3D, you could do it. 3D to 2D, no, you're going to lose some shit.
Okay, what's the distance
3D to
between
3D,
these
you
two
can do it.
airports? What's the distance between these 2 airports on flat Earth?
Yeah, you measured a distance somewhere. That's what you proved. You measured
what's
a
the
distance.
distance? Okay, what's the distance on
You
flat
tell
Earth?
me.
On
I
flat
don't
Earth,
know what it is on flat Earth or globe. What's the difference?
it would probably be about farther than 12,000 miles on flat Earth.
No, what's
Yeah,
the
probably,
distance?
right?
Period.
I mean, if what Lemon is saying is these are spokes going out, then the distances in the southern hemisphere get larger.
Yes. So it would make sense to cut through the north, as some of these southern hemispheric flights appear to do when they have stops
Right.
and layovers.
And how far would that be, Lemon? How far would that be? If I'm going
We
from
need an accurate
Johannesburg,
map that's as is. We could calculate something or a range, basically, based off of how long they're in the air, assuming these times are correct and more than just, printed propaganda. That's 8 hours times roughly 500 miles an hour. So that would be
Right.
what, 4,000 or something like that, 40,000 miles or something like that.
So Johannesburg
Whatever
to Sydney.
8 times 500 miles an hour is.
Right. So Johannesburg to Sydney, how far would that be? Looking at your flat Earth map, roughly how far do you think that would be?
That would be like a rough schema. Whether it's as is another thing. We'd need to see the whole thing, which is impossible.
So-
but it would give you a rough idea if you went straight across or something like that.
So we would have to go north from Johannesburg, right? Past north through Africa, past Asia. We know how big Africa is. We know how big Asia is. How far do you think that will be?
Based off of travel times that are listed, it'd be like 8 times 500 miles an hour, or 4,000 roughly.
Well, we know how big is Africa.
I don't know. It's
think we can
roughly
figure
3
that out?
times the size of the U.S., so that would be like, what, 10,000, 12,000 miles roughly?
So
Huge.
Literally all the way across Africa, all the way across Asia, and then across water to Sydney. I think that's a lot farther than 6,000 miles. Do you think?
I think that they're printing propaganda that doesn't actually reflect what flights are actually available. I think when you actually plan the flight, it will have stops and layovers toward the north that are very explicable on an A.E. Gleason conception.
Yeah, but the problem is we can track these flights and there are no stops.
You can't track anything over the ocean.
Yes, we can.
No,
There's
you cannot.
data.
The GPS drops out. They don't want you knowing where they're going.
Okay, even if we can't track it, we can tell when it starts and when it leaves. We can tell when the arrival and departure times and all that. We can calculate
So
that.
we would need to take this flight and see where they actually take us, what the actual time is on the flight that we take, and where they're actually going.
So by the way, I had this conversation with Chemo one time because there's actually not any actual, because there are some flights that actually have the 8-hour video on YouTube, but there's not one for that kind of flight. And Chemo said he won't believe that until he sees full 8-hour, 12 hours uninterrupted flight recording.
And also you have the jet streams, which can add like 200 miles per hour to the flight time.
No.
So we have a bunch of things that are like kind of complicating the issue.
So even with your 200 miles an hour, we're talking about a flight that the average speed is about 550 miles per hour. So let's just say 800 miles per hour, right? We're still going on the flat Earth. It'd be about 12,000 miles. You still have to be going about 1,000 miles per hour to make it there in 13 hours.
And then it's got to turn around and go the other way.
Exactly.
While jet streams do change, they change throughout the year. I don't know if they
1,000 miles
change.
an hour. 1,000 miles an hour. Lemon.
How convenient.
What commercial airliner can travel at 1,000 miles an hour in Earth
Well,
atmosphere?
with the advancements in technology, who knows? Maybe they're using better planes now that are better equipped. Who the hell knows? We'd have to look into this further from all of the different possibilities.
Yeah, we've looked into this further, and it doesn't make sense.
Have you looked into this, Lemon, yourself?
I'm looking into it right now. Globus says that he's personally verified these flights. Globus, have you flown from whatever it is, Australia to Johannesburg or whatever?
Oh, I have.
How long did your flight take?
I personally made the flight from Cape Town to Sydney. It's a direct.
And I've flown from Perth to Joburg.
And that was QFA what, 63 or 64?
I don't remember the exact flight number. Sorry.
Okay.
I still haven't gotten the total time for the flight. Globus, how long was the flight?
Yeah, I don't remember that either.
It was probably between 10 and 13, 14 hours?
Possibly. All I'm claiming is that I have that those flights are not propaganda. I think we need to stop saying that until you either verify the flight for yourself, and the other flight that I've done several times is a non-stop flight from Sydney to Santiago, and also a flight that departs from Sydney, has a stop at Auckland, and then direct Auckland to Santiago. Those flights are real, guys. I mean, like I said, we need to stop saying that they are propaganda. I mean, this is my personal anecdote, obviously. So I invite anyone that doubts those flights to actually book them and fly them.
Hold on
one second. So there you go. If Jeremy, I know Jeremy's probably gone, but Jeremy was asking me this before. There you go. Here you go. Right here. Globus has taken these flights. So I know someone who has
Globus,
taken these flights.
Can you give us any actionable information, like the time it took these flights to start and finish?
Again, I don't have that information when I was taking the flights.
Okay, Globus, great. Did the plane stop for any fueling?
How long
Globus,
was it?
Did it take longer than 20 hours?
Without the time, Globus, that's fine, but I need to know the next question.
Okay. Well, yeah,
Did
like
it
I said,
stop for fuel?
Like I said, there was a direct flight that did not stop for fuel. That was then on the
so the actionable stuff that I need, Globus, based off of your answers, if I may cut you off really quickly, is the time and whether it stopped for fuel, whether you got off the plane and had a layover or not. What were you saying?
So
you didn't let him finish because you interrupted him. He was going to answer.
No, he wasn't. Globus, what were you saying?
Well, what I was trying to get at is, look, my claims are very specific. I don't have the times. I'm sorry that back then I didn't really note that. This wasn't a topic of discussion for me at the time. All I can attest to is the fact that those flights exist, that it was a direct flight from Sydney to Santiago on a 747 long reach, which is a long haul that does have the fuel capacity to actually make it in one flight. And the other flight that I did take was from Sydney. It stopped to refuel, I imagine, and pick up passengers in Auckland, and then directly from Auckland to Santiago with absolutely no stops.
How long ago was this?
The last time I made that flight was in 2009.
I don't suppose it's on you have flight records or something like that from that long ago, online somewhere or something.
That's a possibility. I suppose I could. I don't know where to start to search for that. Perhaps in.
I mean, like the airline, like your airline history or something. Credit card. Well, I don't. Credit card wouldn't have it, but like
going back, like I said, it's going back to 2009. But that's look. I don't feel the need to actually provide any further information because, like I said, this is anecdotal evidence that I'm just putting out there, and I invite anyone, like I said, that claims that these flights are propaganda to verify them if you have the opportunity or the will or the need to or whatever it is. But I mean, to sit here and argue, like whenever I hear either flat earthers or globe earthers bring up these flights, I know that I made the flights. I know they exist. To me, it's not really a point of contention that really needs to be
Globus,
debated
the
on.
actionable information that we need, Globus, is the time, whether there was a jet stream, whether you happened to see land as if you were going over land versus water, and if there were stops, because the stops can be used to trace a straight line along whatever true route you actually took. Those are the things that we need. Whether these flights exist or not is not the question. We know they exist. It's whether they are nonstop, number one, and whether they are of the nonstop character, whether they fuel or stop over toward the north, and the total time of travel. That is the stuff that we need to help formulate some sort of, flattish map or whatever. That's
Why
what
are
we
you
need.
doubting what we're saying?
So nobody's doubting that the flight exists.
I'm a flat earther. I would not be admitting to this if it's somehow, you're doubting people that are kind of on your side of the argument. I've flown Perth to Johannesburg.
He's just not giving me any actionable information. That's it.
Lemon, just take a breath. Take a breath. Lemon, take a breath. No one's attacking you personally here. Perth to Johannesburg, across the ocean.
Lemon's asking a direct question, though, and is not getting an answer.
He did.
I absolutely answered him.
We have answered him.
His questions, dude.
He did.
So was there a stop or not? You don't remember whether there was a stopover.
People listen instead of talking. They will hear us. No stops.
Hello. Did it have a stopover or not?
Did you not hear me say
5
that?
times. Non-stop.
Did you not hear me say that?
2 different ones. One did and one did not have a stop.
I think I've mentioned that twice already.
At least
by the way.
twice.
Yeah.
One or to recap for those that missed, Sydney to Auckland to Santiago, nonstop between Auckland and Santiago, and then Sydney to Santiago direct, 0 stops.
All right, so let's ask Globus this. So Globus, since you took the flight, what do you, meaning it's not in contention for you, what do you think is the case? Do you think the plane was flying a different speed? Do you think the AE map, is close, correct, not correct, globe? I mean, how does that, how does it work in your mind for that?
Well, yeah, I don't personally hold a map that I see as true and correct to actually, juxtapose that flight with the map and say, well, this is what's occurring. I don't know the layout of the land. So yeah, to me, I mean the speeds.
Yeah, that's very.
I don't think the speeds are in contention here either. I mean, to say that there's some sort of conspiracy to to say that the speeds are incorrect or they're reporting the wrong speeds. I don't think that's the case.
Or
But
distance has to be correct too.
yeah, well, the distances, yeah. Well, I mean, the distances may be correct or they may not be. I can't really verify that personally, nor can I verify the like I said, the layout of the land, the map that that people are using to essentially strawman certain flat earthers, because there are some that obviously take that map as truth or close enough to the truth, but personally not me. So yeah, I won't allow myself to be strawmanned or my cosmology to be strawmanned purely based on a map that no one can really verify.
Then let's
Right,
get
you
the
could test the
actual.
globe, surely.
Sorry?
You could test the globe with it, though, right? Surely, because this is the one that's supposed to be believed to be true, right?
Well, I suppose I don't
So,
know.
like Lemon was saying, with them, how long are you spending over water or over land? You try and match it up against the globe.
He doesn't remember those details.
Yeah, so yeah,
No,
like I
that's
said,
fair enough. No, yeah, no, yeah. But I'm just saying, like, instead of you saying like not to try and test the flat Earth map, because it's not really even. Why would you do?
well,
It's not
like I
believed
said,
and all that.
I don't adhere to a particular map myself or a particular model. So to then say this is what's occurring when I'm flying over it, I don't know any of that. All I know, and like I said, I made my claims quite clear that the flights are not propaganda. Again, that they are non-stop. That I've done them. That I flew. Also the other flight that's in question, which was Cape Town directly to Sydney or anywhere in Australia for that matter. That to me is not in contention. Those are things that I've experienced.
Okay,
But, I mean,
so when did you take this flight?
2009.
That was the last
What?
time 2009 was the last time I took a direct flight from Sydney to Santiago.
Perfect. Do you have any feel for how long it was? Rough estimation?
Ooh, that's
In
difficult.
12
Yeah.
hours. I think he said that. I think it was sort of a guess.
No, I'm not going to make any claims on the time at all. But definitely over 10 hours. I mean, I can definitely guarantee that. But,
Was it business or pleasure?
it was pleasure. any other?
Do you remember seeing anything outside the window of any
landmarks?
Particular
Thing that I do vaguely remember, and I think I mentioned this to Bandy once, is the fact that, and this is a vague memory of actually spotting ice, like ice caps or icebergs or whatever they were, but they were quite large, and I remember that that over the PA system, the pilot announced this for people to look out I'm not sure what he mentioned it was, or like if it was a landmass or just just telling us, oh look, there's ice, there's something interesting to see besides just ocean all the time.
Was it summer or winter?
That would have been winter, I think. Yeah.
Do you remember seeing the
middle of the
iceberg?
year, right?
Sorry.
Yeah.
June, July,
Might be
August.
in the middle of the year.
What white boy going to
More than
Africa
likely,
in summer? Not a good idea.
There are
Hey,
some
You,
icebergs
you,
over
you guys are
by.
going in weird.
I think there are some icebergs kind of over by South America. You remember seeing them toward the South America side or the Australia side or in the middle of the
But hang
trip?
on though, Lemon. What's up? What's up with the 21 questions? Like I think all of us believe
Because you
Globus
need to
went
give
in
us
on these
enough
trips.
I don't
actionable
mind
information to go off of with this stuff. Did you see the icebergs toward the beginning, middle, or end of the trip?
Okay, so yeah, I was just about to answer that. So it was mid-flight, roughly mid-flight. I do remember that much. Yeah.
Fascinating. Do you think that they're more toward the North Pole, South Pole, maybe?
Oh, that's very hard to confirm.
Fair enough. Fair enough. It is a bit of a leading question. I guess I'm done after that.
Where you going with these questions, Lemon? Because they clearly mean
Enough to go off of the A.E. Gleason map with the North Pole in the center, with the continents radiating out, or something like a globe, where they cut across the southern, ocean, or something like that.
Yeah, but if he would have went over the North Pole, you think he would have maybe came across America as well, and maybe.
Well, I'd expect like a change in climate. Yeah, I'd expect for him to go from something cooler or something like that to something warmer, or vice versa, or for him to go over some landmarks. But I don't know where else to go with these questions other than that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think the questions. I think going to the North Pole.
These questions are silly.
So
yeah, they were dumb questions.
I mean, here's a good question. Do you think you can?
No, they were all
Help us
dumb.
establish what sort of map, if any,
Don't
to
be
go
nice
off
about it,
of.
Kosher.
I know you know the exact time, but do you think that you can put it within less than half of 18 hours, or more than 18 hours, or are you not sure?
Sorry, was that question directed at me? Sorry. I was
Yeah. Your trip. Because I know you said that. Yeah, because I understand I've taken long flights, and I wasn't sure. I can't remember if it was 13 hours or whatever, however long it was, but I know my flight was 18 hours. So I was just wondering if you know if it was under 18 hours.
Like I said, it's sort of hard to confirm that the duration, but I'd say it was under 18 hours. Yeah.
Were you a child when you took this flight, or how old were you? Without giving any gospel information.
Yo, don't answer these questions, Globus. These are the
If it's a child, then I don't know.
What does how old you are have to do with the flight?
Man of
you took?
water.
Like, come on,
I need to establish his mental, state. Was he a child that was really
What?
paying attention? That sort of thing.
Mind answering though, guys.
Oh my god.
2009. I'm 34 now, so you
Pretty
guys
much an
can-
adult. Okay, pretty much. You're
I don't mind answering those satisfying that curiosity. But yeah.
Thank you, Globus.
I just feel these questions he's asking you, Globus, they have nothing to do with the flight you took. It's a bit.
Yeah, look, that's fine, but I don't mind adding details, to sort of cement someone's.
Join the Mile High Club.
Yeah, like was he a baby bouncing on his mom's lap? He could have been born in like 2002
You're a nicer
or
guy
something.
than I am, Globus.
He was turning to his 21.
You're a nicer guy than I am. I would have never answered these questions, man. It's ridiculous.
They're necessary questions to establish his state of mind, his focus.
How old he was? How
the
is that
area he
necessary?
flew over, all of that.
With the flight he took, Lemon.
Objection.
This was 13 years ago.
Prosecutor. Objection.
It was 13 years ago, so if it was possible he was a baby at the time, right? He'd be like 15 right now. So
in 2002 to 2009, he would have been like 7, which is kind of young. But if he was born in 2002, he'd be 20 now, 20, 20. And he does sound pretty young. But if he's older than that, as he stated, well, he sounds like an adult to me as well. Fairly mentally competent.
What does that have to do with the flight he took?
To see how distracted he was. Was he on his, I don't know, his Game Boy Cube or something like that, as opposed to really paying attention?
Maybe he was doing cocaine.
That's a possibility. The globe is,
But even if he was distracted on his
heliocentric crack. But
he would have still known.
Thank you so much for answering those questions. Just wondering. Thank you.
Not a problem.
So what have we learned? A minute ago or 30 minutes ago, the flights were propaganda. So we have established that the flights are no longer propaganda.
Yeah, that
fair
has been
enough.
established. That has been established. These flights do actually exist. I think everyone's on board with that now. I wish Jeremy was here because Jeremy was the loudest voice in terms of these flights not being real. But I think we all agree now. These flights happen, right?
Or they have stops and layovers of some sort that we're not seeing. But thank you, Globus. You appear to be saying that they're not stops. No stops, no
Which part
layovers.
of
Thank you.
Santiago to Sydney without the stop includes a stop?
Fair enough.
Yeah, no, Globus was playing on his Game Boy, so he didn't realize when they
He might have
stopped.
missed it. We landed and took off.
Yeah.
Maybe he got distracted.
He might have missed all of that because he was distracted by his Game Boy. Yeah,
There's a
I still-
possibility.
I still implore anyone that really has those doubts to verify this for themselves. Don't take my word for it. For all you know, I could be bullshitting, but I mean, look. If anything, I'm a hostile witness when it comes to this particular topic. So
It's possible to fall asleep. Sorry, Globus. It is possible
absolutely.
to fall asleep on such a long flight, though. But surely landing would wake you up.
I do remember
Exactly.
I was flying alone and I had a Brazilian girl sitting next to me. So yeah, I do remember
Wide
that.
awake.
So wide awake.
See, he was
Absolutely, yeah.
distracted. He was
Absolutely
distracted by her beauty and her grace. He didn't
Yeah.
even
That
notice
was
that
the
they had a stop
distraction.
or a layover.
And the fact that she was, quite warm and easy to talk to as well. So it was a combination of those things. But that could have been a distraction. But I mean, I definitely didn't, get distracted to the point that I wouldn't notice that the plane was actually, stopping, landing somewhere. And but yeah, I mean,
But
like
yeah,
I said,
it was like
It's almost a little
less than 18
offensive.
hours. But would you say more than 10?
I'd say more than 10. Yeah.
You surely had a bit of a sleep, right?
No, not at all.
Yeah, but here's the
I
thing,
rarely
though.
sleep. I can't sleep on flights. I regularly
Don't forget,
travel
when
to
you're coming
Japan,
into
and
land, you've got to
Sorry?
have your seat back upright. You've got to have your tray table fastened. The lights are on. They don't land in the dark. You don't stay asleep when you land, guys.
Yeah, and all the
Yeah, I
other
did say that. I did
passengers,
say that
breaking
you
up.
other
probably
passengers
would
were
wake up.
actors, so like everybody was asleep during this pseudo landing.
Thank you, Globus. This gives us much to ponder.
Not really though, man. It kind of makes me ponder like why those questions would even be important to you.
They help establish a possible map.
I can get on board with the age one. I mean, if he's 4 years old, do you really trust his answers? If he's 25 or 30, okay.
I just need to see if he's taking a nap on mom's lap or something.
Yeah, but
Nobody's
everybody
asked him
else
how
that was
many
on the plane too.
complimentary drinks he'd had. No one asked him that. He could have been drunk.
I could have been. I could have been drugged as well.
I don't know if I'd go
Could have had
that
a
far.
kidney stolen by the organ black market as well.
The possibility, yep.
Did anyone here actually deny that flight exists? Because we've known this flight exists for years.
Yes.
All
People denied
right,
it.
hold on.
Jeremy was.
I'm asking who denied that particular flight. Max Egan
Jeremy
videotaped
Jeremy
him. Hold on, Jeremy.
Jeremy denied it, Joe.
He did not.
Apparently, the contention
Hold on.
is whether
He
it's
did,
stopped.
Joe.
Hold on. Jeremy did not deny this flight. He was. You were talking about like certain flights and booking them on websites. He was just saying he would question the websites, which is just a skeptical stance.
But these were the flights, Joe.
No, he never said that flight never existed. Don't just try to paint that on him.
Okay, so Gio, you got to understand that the discussion Jeremy and I were having like a few hours ago was the continuation of a discussion Jeremy and B-Ball were having a few more hours ago. And in that discussion, these were the flights being disputed. These exact flights were what Jeremy and B-Ball were debating about. I just brought back the topic, but Jeremy and B-Ball were debating these exact flights. No, the contention was these exact flights don't exist. Jeremy wanted evidence that these exact flights exist because he believes they don't. And B-Ball, the evidence he gave Jeremy was a website where Jeremy could book these flights. And Jeremy said, no, all you've given me is a website. Just because there's a website that says these flights exist doesn't mean these flights actually exist. That was Jeremy.
Well, the main
Jeremy
source of
denied
the
these flights, and a lot of
well,
flat earthers have denied these flights in the past. Man, come
Well,
on,
let's
guys.
get to the real heart of the criticism. The heart of the criticism was that, sure, you can fly from Santiago to Sydney or whatever. That wasn't in contention. The main criticism of the contention or whatever was whether or not it's nonstop, whether there are fuel stops and layovers that, go tic-tac-toe and straight across a flat Earth map as opposed to a nonstop flight that is available. Now, Globus did say that this nonstop flight on some level is available, so that's interesting. But the main criticism was whether it's nonstop, fuel stop, pit stop, or going the route that we thought. That was the main.
So, what conclusion can you draw from this conversation, Lemon? Can you draw the conclusion that it is, in fact, a nonstop flight?
I think that it's available based off of what Globus says. And I guess on a flat map, they'd be going, I guess, over the water a little bit or something to that effect.
So,
like, I'm looking at this A.E. Gleason map in the chat, and you can kind of cut across if you go over the water. But the question is whether they're going over land to, say, fuel economy or something like that, as opposed to over the water in a curve, straight line, or whatever.
We should have a GoFundMe.
Everyone who argues this that I've come across pretty much are Americans or Europeans. They're from the Northern Hemisphere. But Globus can confirm, particularly from Australia to Africa, like to Johannesburg or Cape Town, here in Australia, it's common knowledge. Like, you just fly straight across the Indian Ocean and you land in Africa. Like, there's no, I assume there are flights that go up to Dubai, but it's no great mystery. To fly from Australia to across to Africa is commonplace. There's lots of South Africans live in Australia. It just happens all the time. It's just not something that's in contention. But Northern Hemisphere people, I think in the flat Earth community, this has been thrown up. You can't do it on a flat Earth, and because you guys don't ever come down here and do it, you think it's a big, arguing point. It just really isn't. These flights exist, and you just can't deny it. They do.
That's a good
Fair
point.
And they're non-stop, and they're across the water. They don't cut across land. There's no snifty, bouncing around pit stops or anything like that, Lemon. There just isn't, buddy.
Well, some of the flights are interesting. I think I remember a flight from North America to France that went over Canada, which you'd expect, I guess, to go straight across at latitude. But on a flattish map, it appears that you're going over kind of a northern section to go in that general direction.
Yeah, that makes sense. You wouldn't travel latitude.
Yeah.
So it looks like they're going toward Canada over a flat map.
I flew over
Because
Canada.
toward the north is like less land, and you cross over there on the way to France or something.
It's a shorter path. It's a shorter path if you go that way. I went from Seattle to Amsterdam and back, and you fly closer. You fly closer to North Pole. You don't get over the North Pole, but you get close to it.
I'm flying from Dallas to London, well, Scotland, but we're going to stop in London in August. And I'm pretty sure the flight will take us probably over Canada. Or at least close to it.
You said, you might not. You said from where? From Texas to Scotland?
Dallas to London, and then London to Glasgow.
I got this function in the bot. It's not in here though, but it uses GC Map. If I know the codes for the airports, we can just pull up different paths and stuff, and you'll see most, at least the ones northern United States to Europe. They generally go over Canada, closer to North Pole. That's expected though.
All right, so we all agree these flights happen. It's just what's in contention now is, do they take stops or not?
I thought I put that out of contention personally.
I thought so as well, but it sounds like it's still up for contention. I don't know.
Well, yeah, it's it's up to the people that hold that contention to verify it for themselves.
I agree. But it sounds like even if these flights do exist, they still don't prove Earth is a sphere, right?
Dude, Max Egan years ago, Max Egan did the flight. He recorded it the whole time. He had a compass as well. Jaronism interviewed him when he got off the plane. I'm not saying
Which
that
flight
that's
did
some
he
kind of
take?
100%. I'm not saying that's 100% proof of it. I'm just saying that like this flight, the Santiago to Sydney, has not been in contention really ever. I mean, there might be people that question certain flights and whatnot, and I'm not saying there's no one that questions it. There may be some, but
Chemo denies it, by the way. Chemo is one that denies the flight exists.
okay. Well, I mean, yeah, all right. I mean, yeah, I can't speak for individual people, but
This came up one time when I was talking to Chemo, and he said, unless there is whatever the flight lasts, 12 hours, unless there's 12 hours uninterrupted video from takeoff to landing, I don't believe the flight exists. So you literally you couldn't even use edited footage or sped up. You would only accept 12 straight hours of uncut footage as proof the flight existed.
The main nature of the criticism is that you deviate toward the north for more or less land and a quicker flight, as opposed to going over the water, which would tend to be slower unless you get like a jet stream or something. But Globus has given us something to ponder. Why am I repeating? Is somebody hot micing?
Geo.
Someone has an echo.
But that's the main nature of the criticism. What were you saying, Gio?
no, I wasn't saying anything. I was just saying if mine was echoing, I'm sorry. I'm in the car and I have the volume up really loud, so maybe it was.
Well, with these flights, gentlemen, we have so many things to look into. The jet streams, the particular route, going over land, going over water, that sort of thing. It's a tough pickle. Non-stop, layover, pit stop, fuel stop, all that.
Wait a minute, you guys are in Australia. There's always Australian people in here. I brought something up the other day, and I figured, we could do a. I mean, we were planning on doing this last year, anyways, with Australians and other people, but we could do a long, a long drawn out measurement or series of measurements where if people in Australia, for instance, if they live close enough to along the same latitude line, and they live close enough, let's say somewhere like Melbourne and where Bansal lives, in Adelaide or somewhere like that, you could measure at any given day, measure the length of time between their local solar noons from each location, right? And you can try to establish the time it takes for the sun to, make a single route throughout the day. So, for instance, if they lived to where it was 4 minutes apart, then you could say that 4 minutes times 360 equals the amount of minutes in a day. And so you would have established the distance between two longitude lines, which would give you definitive answers on the size of the latitude lines north and south of the equator.
That would be interesting.
Well, they wouldn't be different in terms of the amount of time the sun is in the sky. That would be the same because that's the rotational speed. In your local area, they're going to have similar visibility, being a human being with the eyes that we have. So it's going to rise and set. That time's not going to be different. You'd have to actually track the subsolar point across the actual Earth and measure the distance, but the time will be similar.
Well, no, if they lived in the same town, maybe, but if they didn't live in the same town, then the time that the sun was directly north of either of them would be distinct moments of time, and they could measure their distance from discrepancy. Because if they, I mean, unless they're, I agree if they're in the same town, maybe, but if they're 50 miles, 100 miles, something like that, yeah, you'll get a meaningful result.
Are you aware of the difference between the twilight times in the southern region versus the northern? How dramatically different they are. That right there shows that there's a major difference between the north and the south, and that it's not just a symmetrical sphere.
Sure, I mean, maybe, but I mean, that's another test. I've heard that before, and I won't try and come up with reasons for it. But this test with this local solar noon would be a standalone and be definitive in itself because it's simply measuring the time it takes for the sun to make a complete route. I mean, it takes 24 hours to do a complete route in one day, and if they're along the same latitude, then it's traveling. The portion that it's traveling in between them is going to be, that portion of a day.
What do you think the smallest distance would be to find an noticeable difference?
It depends on how far north or south they were. I mean, if you were at the 60th parallel, I would assume something like 35 miles. If they live 35 miles east or west from each other at the 60th parallel, then I think it would be 4 minutes apart for 35 miles.
Cool.
To me, I feel like these tests are kind of definitive tests, like the one with the longitude lines and the one with the GPS, absolute positions or definite positions thing. These kind of tests give you kind of definitive results, in my opinion.
Man, fuck Earth's life is gone.
Yeah, B-ball's gone.
Man, he posting this shady fucking ass shit. This shit's worse than it was before they fucking tried to fix it, man. He's sitting here telling me that's uncut footage. And it is so fucking shady, dude. I'm making a video just out this fucking video that he made on me. It's a fucking joke, dude. There's fucking saying it's uncut. The guy starts by saying, that it's I'm gonna play it fast at first, and then I'll go back through and play it slow. And he fucking plays it in high speed, so you can't really fucking see shit. Whatever, he's fucking with it. It ain't uncut, as B-ball claims. Then the guy says, okay, well, I'm gonna see these are the 4 rails, so this side equals 1 side, 2, 3, 4, each 4 of these corners of the rails. And then he goes through it, and right when it's fucking supposed to be the beginning of the video, that motherfucker weasels and fucking rushes through the fucking the clip where it hits the 24-hour mark. This fucking weasel fucking piece of shit fucking skips past it, like does a little rush skip while he's playing it slow. He never lets the shit play. Fucking just let it play through without you touching the motherfucker one time. And then I noticed shit, dude. There's a barrel in there with a fucking shadow that's like a 1 foot shadow, like, dude. And there's a fucking looks like a pipe or a rail car with a shadow that's also about 1 foot for something that's like 3 or 4 foot tall. It's like, y'all motherfuckers forgot where y'all are at. Okay, if the sun, the maximum height is 23.4 degrees, you can't have a shadow shorter than the fucking object is tall. You fucking retards. Like, dude, you think they'd know this shit, man? And it's just
Excuse me. First of all, I'd just like to remind you that yelling / screaming and excessive swearing can get you a warning on this server. But I'd also like to tell you that if the sun elevation is 23.4 degrees,
yeah,
then that would mean you are at one of the poles. Well,
solstice.
No, okay, I'll take that back.
No, you're right. If the degree is, but I'm talking about the shadow. If the sun is at 23.4 degrees, and that's as high as it possibly gets, or let's say 24 degrees, you can't have a shadow shorter than the height of the object that's casting it. In other words, if it's a 45 degree shadow, then something 4 foot tall will leave a 4 foot shadow. Or let's say, or 3 foot tall will leave a 3 foot shadow. But he's got something 3 foot tall leaving like a 1 foot shadow, and something about maybe in between 3 and 4 foot tall leaving a foot, maybe 2 foot shadow, like along a whole thing. It's like unmistakable. It looked like but there's other things wrong. But I was just mad coming in bitching because I can't believe the dude right where I'm trying to like put the magnifying glass on it and slow it down and see where it's lapping over for the 24 hours, because that's where the problem was with the last video. And he rushes past it. I couldn't believe it, man. I really literally couldn't believe it. I don't know if the guy did it on purpose. It looked like it was. It might have been an accident, but man, it was like, what? It's just aggravating, man. But I remember that's what aggravated me last time. So I asked B-Ball for the uncut footage because he says that he's telling Brian, so next time, if you want to see uncut footage, go to the source. And then he shows a video that's not even uncut, dude. It's a guy messing with it. But anyway, that was it.
Can you provide a timestamp for where you see the shadow that seems to be the wrong length?
There's a few of them, dude. Just look. I just had to go through it with a few films.
Please provide
just look
me
for
the
a barrel.
timestamp.
Okay, I'll give you a hint. Just watch
He's
it.
asking
See,
nicely,
obviously, there's
Brian.
a barrel.
Come
There's
on.
one barrel.
Yeah, but
There's only
Brian,
one.
he's
I don't-
asking nicely.
dude,
Just
if I
give him
go
the
back to this
timestamp.
video, I'm gonna be nauseous, bro.
You've watched
But
the
I'll say
video.
this.
You've
I'll
watched
say
the
this
video
right
and
at the
you found a
beginning.
place. Excuse me. You've watched the video and you found a place where you think the shadow is wrong. So could you just
Yeah.
tell me what the timestamp
It's
is
not
where you
just
see
that
the
place,
bad
bro.
shadow?
It's
Yeah,
not
pick a
just that
spot.
place. It's all over. I just named a couple.
Pick a
Just watch
spot.
it. If I
Well,
go back to this video, I'm
give him the
dude.
timestamp to one of them, Brian. Come on, he's not asking you something difficult, bro.
I'm not going back to this
Please?
video. I'm gonna get nauseous, man. Give me a minute, dude. I've
Right,
been
then
stuck watching this video for
I won't
45
bother
minutes.
to
Look,
address your
there's
issue.
only one barrel. Okay, fine. I'm gonna make a video on this anyway. But there's only one barrel, bro. It's right out in the open. There's no mistaking it, bro. I'm gonna say timestamp. Hold on.
Thank you, Brian.
Fuck.
So I
Yo, what time is Noah's thing, man? Noah and MC Toon. When is that happening?
It's supposed to be 8 minutes ago.
8 minutes? It started already? Oh, it's live. Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it started.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, timestamp 9:45, but it's not just the barrel, dude. It's every shadow. You'll see a barrel right out in front of the little house that's in front of the gymnasium. There's just a barrel, a regular, looks like a burn barrel or whatnot. But it's not just that. It's also the little thing parked next to the house. It's the house itself. It's the gymnasium. Everything's leaving a shadow. Roughly, the barrel is leaving a really small shadow, but everything is leaving a shadow that's indicating like a high sun. It just really
Okay.
looks like. But that barrel is like a 1 foot shadow, man. We're on like at least what 3 foot barrel, maybe 4, but probably about 3 foot. Yeah,
Okay.
that can't happen. All the poles and everything. It's just a high sun.
All right. Is this the video titled "Brian Makes a Claim, Bad Idea," or is this a different video?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say this. Also, look at where they claim. You should watch the whole video, man.
Hang on. I'm looking at 945. Can you please describe like what is the barrel you are referring to?
It's right in front of the house. Hold on a second. Let me get right where you're at.
Said 945. I see tons of buildings here.
Okay. Look in front of the left side of the house. Okay.
Which
you see the little
building
house in
is
front of
the
the gymnasium
house?
right there? On the other side of the pole, you see the main little structure right there. To the right of the sun, to the right side of the sun. The little house looking thing.
Oh, okay. So at the extreme right, there's this lamp, and then to the left of it, there's a pole. And if I follow that pole all the way down to the fence, and then just to the bottom left of that, there's a barrel with the shadow. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, you see that barrel? Yeah. But look at the
Okay.
house itself.
Thank
I mean, it's not just that barrel. It's a lot of things right there at that point.
Okay. Thank you.
One second. I have a question.
What?
So, Extremesis sent a photo of a direct flight from Dallas to Sydney?
London.
See, or London, even though he said Sydney.
No.
What?
We were talking about Sydney earlier, but if you note, right above the picture, it says flight path, DFW to London.
Right. So, like, my question is, why is it curved like that? Why isn't it straight, like, 1 and 2? Like, is it just easier just to go like that? Like, I'm confused. Like, why isn't it just a straight line between Dallas and then their destination? Wouldn't it use more fuel to, like, or is it because
It is a straight line.
Yeah, great
It's just curved to show that it's going into the air and then it comes back down to the ground. But that's a straight line.
Oh, it's because it's a
Yeah,
flat
great.
line, not like a duh.
Yeah, it's just curved to show elevation, that it's not
Okay.
flying on
Fucking-
water. It goes up into the air and comes back
Yeah,
down.
sorry. Listen, it's 1 a.m. I'm very caffeinated and can't sleep, so I'm kind of out of it. No, I literally feel like a fucking dumbass. I'm like, I just was looking at it. I'm like, what the fuck? What path is that? I was just, I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
whose
know.
mic is doing that?
I don't know.
Yo, Brian, your mic, bro.
I'm sorry, man.
Oh, you're fine.
So, did you get your answer?
Yeah, I did. My answer was something I should have just realized, but like,
So the answer was you're an idiot. Is that what you're telling yourself? Not that I'm calling you.
That's the answer.
No, literally that is my answer actually, yeah. Because like I should have like known. I just in my head I'm thinking, wouldn't it just like make sense just to go straight? Like but then oh my god, I'm literally so tired and but like wired. I do this every fucking time I drink coffee. Yeah, that's what I figured. Post feet? You want me to post my feet? What? I don't know. I don't. I don't take feet pics. I'm sorry. No, but I definitely should have realized that what as Left Lane said, they project as curved when it's flat, like a flat map. Actually, there was a great video I watched about maps, and it mentioned that no map that anybody makes is actually perfect, because it's impossible to project something circular on something flat or something like that. And I cannot explain it to the extent that the creator did, because for one, again, it's late and I'm wired and tired, but two, obviously I'm not too educated on it, but it was a great video. I actually will try to find it and send it. Oh, sorry. Let me see here. Oh no, I can't. Oh, here it is. Actually, so funny. It was made by Vox, which is a pretty popular YouTube channel. Let me go ahead and send it. There we go. Interesting thumbnail. Definitely something that grabbed my attention when I first stumbled across it. But maybe after watching this, I should have known that map would be, shown how to curve with the fucking plane. But, of course, I forget things.
I wanted to bring up one other thing, real quick. Sorry to interrupt, but
No, you're fine.
with
Go ahead.
I think it's Davis Station or either God, it's one of them stations. But when you go to Google the webcams and it's showing live, it goes all the way up to June 8th, which is today, I guess after midnight or whatever. But it's showing it's a picture every 15 minutes. And it dates back to the beginning of May. And it goes, like I said, all the way to local. It updates like every 15 minutes with an extra. But it's supposed to be dark right now there, I thought. I'm not trying to debunk a mid or a no sun. I'm just saying it's if you look at the cam, it's a good picture too. It looks live, and it's showing about 5 hours of daylight every day. Ain't it supposed to be 24 hours of darkness right now at the South Pole?
What is this picture being taken of? What is it again? Like, is it a security
It's
cam?
a webcam. It's a webcam, a time lapse webcam. Basically, it just takes a shot of their station. I think it's Davis Station
Okay.
every 15 minutes, and it just dated back like about a month, maybe 40 days or so, and it's about a 6-minute video, so it just plays through and it shows the days, it shows the time racing, the clock racing as it's playing, but it's showing like about 4 or 5 hours of daylight. I thought it was supposed to be like a 24-hour of darkness right now.
Could the picture be affected by maybe a lamp or some sort of other light source situated above the camera? For example, maybe a street light or somebody's garage light that would affect the
See
brightness.
the sun. You literally see the sun. It's I mean it's one of the better footages of all of them as far as clarity. But no, the sun comes up for I didn't see exactly, but it looked like to be about 4 or 5 hours. I thought, but ain't it? I mean, is it even supposed to be 24-hour darkness right now in Antarctica at South Pole?
Is that where it's stationed at? Is Antarctica?
I'm just confused on the whole shit now.
No, you're fine. Let me see here. Wait, what the fuck? I literally looked up. Is
Do
the
we have
South
anybody that can
Pole
confirm it?
in darkness? And do you want to know what I just got?
We
No
got live.
abortion.
Yeah. What'd you
I
get?
I looked up as a South Pole in darkness, and I got fucking no abortion fucking article. What the fuck? Did I misspell something? Oh, I put pour instead of pole. Okay.
Yeah,
Let's see.
it just look up 24-hour or live.
Yeah.
Or you could even put it in live cam. It said it was live
Okay.
cam, like a live up to date cam.
So
And
I looked up,
self-source.
is Antarctica in darkness right now? And there is a website, antarctica.gov.au. So it's certified by government-ish, whatever. Let me take a look here. And there's actually, let me go ahead and stream. I don't know if I have permission to stream here. Let me see. Fuck, I don't. Okay.
Yeah, I
Let
don't
me,
think anybody can do that right now.
no, I don't think so either because of this live. I just got hair in my mouth. Okay,
I'll
let's
do
see.
it. Yeah, I can give it to you. Just give me 1 second.
Oh, okay, that'd be sweet. I'll put my phone on Do Not Disturb so that way I don't get any unwanted like notifications or anything like that. Not that I feel uncomfortable with that. It's just, of course, at this time, fucking, of course, when I don't want something to come up on my notification, something would. Thank you.
Should be good now. Yeah.
Okay. I'll begin to stream. Can you guys see my stream okay? I just started. I heard somebody doing. Does it look okay?
I can see you scrolling. There
Okay.
it is. Yeah.
So they provided me with a video here, so I'm gonna go ahead and play it. I'm not sure how informative it is yet. This looks really cool, actually. Jesus. Yes, as you said, it was roughly, well, it's a little fast. Ooh, let me rewind it a bit. At around this time, it's at its like peak of where it's mostly dark, you see? And then it goes back sometime after the solstice, I'm
Right,
assuming.
but it's showing the sun coming up every day for a few hours, ain't it?
Wow. And isn't that crazy to think about? Because like in the northern hemisphere where a lot of more people live, like it's the opposite where you would see the, you know, majority of darkness occur actually on the opposite end, which obviously seasons, whatever. But let's see. So yeah, there's actually a lot of information on here. I actually can even just some of the stuff I really don't understand. Like what the fuck is half of this?
Wait,
But
go back down to the top one, or go back. Keep going, keep going, keep going, and then right there is that the. Wait, that's not quite the same. If you hit um fudge. Yeah, that's different than what I've seen. What if you play the one right under it?
see, I actually paused it right at June 6th.
What's it showing there? I mean,
That it's like
showing the
majority.
sun come up every day.
Oh, what is this? Get some sort of documentary here. Oh, I don't really want to listen to him talk. But if you look, yeah, you could see that it's majority darkness at this time, which you would think would be right. I just never really thought about it that the southern hemisphere has opposite seasons than the northern hemisphere. So, like, obviously, when we are nearing June 21st, the summer solstice, when we are at our most sunlit time, they are actually reaching their solstice of like the most dark. At least if
I'm gonna try and go find the one where the live went up to today's date. It's a little bit different than what you're showing. I'm gonna try and find it real quick.
If you want, whoever gave me perms, you can take when sharing. But yeah, that was really interesting. That nice little like description. That was really nice to see it. Like, I mean, I like little videos like that where they kind of like show you something like in a cute little video form. It's just nicer on the eyes than having to read text. Mhm. But if you can find the like footage of the sun changing and stuff in that video or whatever, send it if you want. I would love to look at it and like see.
What's the topic?
I think it's just kind of. Kosho, are you still there, Kosho?
What's up, guy?
Yeah, it's
Yo.
Antarctic sun.
Well, because I kind of was gonna just ask you before, because when we were talking about it, when the thing you were saying before, are you talking about the subsolar noon or the noon midpoint of the sky and measuring the time it takes for it to rise and set from that midpoint in the south versus the north?
Well, no, I was talking about measuring. I was talking about a means to measure the latitude lines, and that's one of the ways to do it is by using, the path of the sun, path of the stars, because any two people on the same latitude, they're going to observe, the time that it takes for them to observe the subsolar point, in reference to each other, and then you can determine the time that took. If let's say it was an hour apart, well then there's 24 hours in a day, and so you can estimate that. You just multiply their distance by 24, and you can come up with an estimate for how big that latitude is. But the closer the distance you were, the less of an estimate it would be. The more accurate the estimate would be.
Okay, so you're just talking about people measuring between each other.
Yeah.
I thought you were trying to claim a way that if you measured it in the south versus the north, that it would make a difference between like an AE map that has the larger south versus a globe.
Well, no, this is just a means to, like I said, measure the latitude lines. You can then, after that, you can then compare the size of the latitude lines, north or south, or the distance between longitude lines, north or south. Like I did here with the stars, with the almanac. I used the stars to measure the distance around each latitude, and then compare them to each other.
Yeah, I got you. Well, it'd be cool to do that with a massive group of people, and then if you could do like measure small distances actually physically, to where you could have those verified, and then link them all together. If you had enough honest people doing it with good data points.
Yeah, that's what we were working towards last year when Jeremy wanted to do the solar point thing at the equinoxes and the solstice. But actually, I was working on getting. I had like all these Australian people sign up so we could see like whose latitude lines matched up, and I was basically pairing people up in different parts of the world to do that measurement. I mean, I got a whole bunch of data from that, but it just I didn't do much with it.
Yeah, well, the speed that the subsolar point tracks along the ground would give a huge piece of information. Because if that's moving faster in the south, then
Yeah, exactly. That's the contention. That's what Jeremy's. That was the point of the test originally was for Jeremy's sake.
yeah, I mean, some of these things are not that hard to do, just with the time and resources and the tools. A lot of these things could be done. I mean, some things are going to cost a lot, but certain things can be done for moderate amount of money, or even some of them pretty low amount of money. Really, just the time and to do it. I mean, the subsolar point thing you could definitely do without a huge undertaking of finances and resources.
Sorry to interrupt, Gio. Can you see my screen? I'm going to Casey Station or Davis Station. I forget which one it was, but I'll play it. And the sun is coming up. It's going all the way back to, well, I don't know how far it's going, but it's going to pretty much to live to June, to 15 minutes ago. and it's taking a picture every 15 minutes. But the sun looks like it's coming up about 11, maybe 10 or 11 in the morning, and setting at about 3 or 4 in the afternoon. I'll call out the times because I don't know if you'll be able to see them. I can see it a little bit bigger with this magnifying glass. But am I sharing my screen?
I think you are, but I'm driving, so I don't know if I've got the bandwidth to be able to do it because I'm driving through an area that's a little bit in and out. But I see that you're sharing something. I tried to connect and it's not letting me see it yet.
Showing the sun. Okay, this is the Australian Antarctic Davis Research Station. Okay, now the sun goes back down. This is Tuesday, June 7th. Now here it is, 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m. Here comes the sun, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there goes the sun setting. Okay, now it's dark, and it's going to go through till, let's see, I think it's about today, okay, June 8th. Okay, here it comes. 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m. Here comes the sun. Oh, and there it is. That's what time it is now. So it cut off. Right now it's daylight at Davis Station, but I can rewind it back to like a couple weeks ago, and it's showing the sun's coming up for, let's see, about 11, 12, about 5-6 hours every day, and you see the literal sun. Can you see that, Kosha, or whoever? Anybody else?
Here, let me join just to help you out here. Let me see.
Yeah, am I sharing my screen?
Let me see. Ooh, I gotta find you. Are you Flat Test Earth?
Yeah, flat Earth test, Brian. Yeah.
Okay, let me see here. It's loading for me.
Okay, and it's about to be playing here in a second.
It's black with the blue spinning cubes.
Okay. It's what?
Like it's not like loading. Let me try the data real quick. It's not loading for me. Like nothing's showing up yet.
It's not playing anyway. It's loading to play, so give it a second.
Okay. Like I just can't see your screen at all.
Okay, let me retry this then.
Yeah, just like turn it off and then like turn it back on. Okay, let me see. So I joined it and it's okay. Yep, it loaded up now. I see your screen.
Okay, it'll take a second for it to play, but it'll play in just a second.
Okay.
And you'll see the sun come up every day from about a little after about 10:15 a.m. to about, I don't know, 4 or 5, maybe 4. It's coming up
By the
for
way, you might want to plug in your phone. It's at 12%.
yeah, you see that? Yeah, no doubt.
Looking out for
I don't
you.
know why- I wish it would play. That would really help things here. Like now it doesn't want to play. Now that I got attention,
It's
witnesses.
okay. Could you like refresh it?
Yeah, I suppose. But I don't know what that even is. Let's see, how do I refresh it?
I'm not sure. I have an Apple device.
Oh, there it goes. Wait, it jumped there. Come on, please play.
There
it goes. There it goes.
Let me see.
What the world?
If you want, you could send me the link, and if I still have permission to stream, I can stream that.
This is killing me. Like,
No, I know
literally.
how you feel. But my Wi-Fi at my house like goes out randomly for no reason. It just gives up. I mean, like me too, but come on, not when I'm trying to watch YouTube, please.
Like, I'll play this just to stop it. Look, that was playing fine. Now, how about this one?
Maybe they realize that they got caught in the lie, and they don't
I'm
want
saying, dude. It's like literally not playing now. So I got I'm playing just for the heck of it. Now I'm going back
Send
to
it to me. I want to see if it works for me, because like if it doesn't work, maybe they realize they were caught and like don't want to show people anymore.
Okay, I'll send you a link, but I don't understand
Okay.
why. I really don't understand why it's not playing now. I just watched it.
Yeah, here I'll start a screen.
Yeah, I'll start a screen broad.
All right. So I'm streaming. You can DM it to me if you want.
Okay.
I'm Australia.
Okay. Discord. What? How do you spell how do you spell your name? The first couple letters.
EST. I could like even type in the main chat or whatever. Something random.
EST. Okay, it didn't come up. I don't know why. EST what?
Here, go to the live stream text and then I
Okay, I'll
just
just go to live stream text. Okay.
why does my fucking
I
phone
just
has
put it. I just put it in live stream text. Is what I did.
Okay. I'm streaming now if you want to join it.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Let me know when you're in the stream.
So quickly,
I'm leaving my
quickly, Brian, what's the question, mate?
I was trying to stop there.
Oh, you're not gonna believe this. My screen broadcasting just turned off on itself. Yo,
That
it
might have
got
been
me
me.
like literally.
That might have been me.
Oh, what am I looking
I
at?
was trying to stop sharing and I might have shared. So if you could redo that. But
No, but like
here's
my
the deal.
my screen share like turned off by itself.
It might have been me because I was trying to hit. Listen, I was trying to hit stop sharing and actually hit screen share. So but I stopped. So if you could try it again. If you could try it again. More.
But it's happened twice now, so that's weird. No, my god, it did it again. No, I'm not even shitting you right now. I'm gonna send you screenshots. It's done it twice now. The government is trying to silence us. Look at this. I'm sending it.
Literally, it's showing the sun coming up at the Australia South Pole or the Davis Research Station. It's showing the sun coming up from 10 to about 4:30. It's about 5.5, 6.5 hours every day, and you see the literal sun. It's a very good cam too. But then I went to share. Then I went to share it, and it wouldn't show it. And then I'm sharing it with her, and now she's but it went all the way to live. So apparently Antarctic time right now is about it's the 8th, but it's about 4 p.m. I think there or something. If that sounds about right. And the sun is up there in Antarctica right now. But it doesn't stay up for long. But it
Freak out. It keeps turning off. Somehow my screen share like keeps going off on itself. I just sent screenshots. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. It's like my phone just like I swear to God, like I sent screenshots of how like it just stops on its own. Like
You might want to drop and rejoin. Maybe that'll help.
Okay, good idea.
Okay, good.
Reiterating. Hold on.
I'm trying it real quick. Wait, that ain't it.
Okay. I'm gonna try to stream.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. I'm trying it real quick.
Brian, is that your wife and your maybe you? Is that your wife?
Yeah, that's my wife.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, can y'all see now? Y'all see that?
Were you looking? What are you streaming?
Yeah, can you see? It's
Yeah, I can
showing
see it.
the okay, now I want to say the times, okay? So right now it's starting with okay, this is Friday, June 3rd. Okay? Friday, June 3rd. Now it's okay, it's Friday, June 3rd. It's 7 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m., 12 p.m. Okay, now it's Saturday, June 4th. Okay, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., and here comes the sun. 11 a.m., 12 a.m., p.m. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now the sun's going down about 5 o'clock p.m. Now it's about to be Sunday, June 5th. This recent June 5th is a very good camera. It's 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m. Here comes the sun, 11 a.m., 12 p.m., 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's set. 6 p.m., 7 p.m. Now it's about to be Monday, June 6th. Okay, it's 2022. It goes all the way to local time, but if y'all can see it, the sun is it's coming up from about 10:30 to about, let's see, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to about 5. So it's coming up for About 5.5 hours every day, strong. And now it's Tuesday, June 7th. And it's 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 12 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m., or 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m., 12 a.m., 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Is that a
8,
reflector or something that shows
9,
the sun?
10, and here comes the sun. 10, so that's local right there. It's about 10 a.m. The sun's just coming up in Antarctica at Davis Station, and I thought in June for sure it was supposed to be 24 hours of darkness.
Yeah, you would have thought so. It's almost winter solstice, Brian. And the other interesting thing is if you look at the temperature at the bottom left, when the 5 hours of sunlight, the temperature doesn't increase at all. Just stays at -6, -7 the whole time. So what? There's no radiant heat from the sun at all down there?
Would seem not.
I just found
Is
it.
that right around the time they say there's supposed to be a 24-hour sun?
You mean
No,
24
it's
hour
supposed to be 24 hour. It's supposed to be peak 24-hour darkness. I thought right about
Should be
now.
darkness,
I thought.
yeah.
Okay. What about the times they say there's supposed to be a 24-hour sun?
It's literally 10
that?
days. It's 10 days or 12 days from winter solstice now. You would think it would be just dark.
These government cams don't show 24-hour sun. This is what I like to go to. I like to go to the government cams that's not really making claims and not really in this argument. None of the government cams show a 24-hour sun.
For sure, right.
You need to look at your latitude on that, Brian.
I just
They
found
do show most of the. They do show the like a good 18 hours sun according to the shadows, but that's much as we ever get. And I've looked all the way back like 3 years and just looking at the shit with
Is
a
that
magnifying
sun or
glass.
sunlight? 18 hours of sunlight or actual sun?
Well, in 3 years, I couldn't find one shadow that made it past the 18 hours of right around 18 hours of shadow.
But you're actually seeing 18 hours of the sun or just 18 hours of sunlight?
I was just looking at the shadows, to be honest, man.
Okay, yeah, shadows are different because sunlight is different than
It
sun.
doesn't show us 24 hours, so it didn't. You couldn't see the sun, no way, because it's just pointing in one direction. For the government cams, they're just pointing in one direction. So, but you can, you can look at the shadows, see what's going on, pretty much.
There's also a possibility near the whatever the dome is, if there's actually a firmament that like the old encyclopedia said, where it actually connects with the Earth there, then the reflection off the said firmament might cause sunlight to stay consistent there for longer than the sun's actually there.
Brian, this video is from
Does anyone know anywhere where the sun doesn't increase daylight temperature? I live in a pretty temperate zone, so I don't have experience. But anyone live in the snow where the sun comes up all day, but the daytime, like the air temperature, doesn't increase while the sun's up? Does anyone live anywhere that happens?
I can probably give a comparison, maybe slightly in the UK, but like anywhere really, you might see the sunlight, but if you don't feel the radiation, then it's not. It's kind of saying the light is bending from beneath the horizon or further away from you, so you're not feeling the radiation. In the UK, I can see the sun coming up, after March and stuff like that, but I won't feel the radiation for a good 2 or 3 weeks later, or the heat. The dryness, you can see the dryness on the ground and stuff like that. So that's the physical.
So the fact
part
that temperature gauge doesn't seem to move; it just stays at -6 degrees. That's not an something that would be of interest.
No, it is
kind of normal.
Well, in the UK, we'll have cold temperatures, for example, and the sun is getting higher in the sky, but our temperature remains the same. I'm not feeling the heat from the sun.
Right.
So
the temperature from midnight until 3 o'clock in the afternoon doesn't change for you. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. On the early parts of the sun coming past the equator through the year, the temperature doesn't change. But then as soon as I guess you see the sun all the time, I guess. But no, you won't feel those temperature changes till about a good 2 or 3 weeks after the equinox, whatever they call it, in March. So I do get how we can see the light, but we won't feel the radiation. And I'm at 51 North, if it helps in any way.
Yeah.
But I lived in
And so your temperature throughout a 24-hour cycle of a day, not month to month, but just in a day, you don't have like an overnight temperature and a daytime temperature. It's just pretty much the same for the whole 24 hours. Is that what you're saying?
No, I wouldn't. No, I'm not saying that. No, I would say the night temperatures can remain constant to the day, close enough if we've got a lot of cloud cover. But then it all depends on weather, really. But if you had no clouds, then the comparison, I would say that you would have a colder night then.
Yeah, you'd think so. That's what I'm saying. On that video, if you look at it, in fact, at one point, in the daylight hours, the temperature actually decreased. So that just to me seemed strange. But you're right. Could be re-radiation off clouds. Who knows? But it just seemed an unusual observation.
I had sunlight today and the temperature decreased during the day. Sunlight is not the only factor that determines the temperature, but I would like to go back and I want clarification. The video that Brian was showing, is that from Davis Research Station?
Yeah, it said Davis Station. Where's that at?
You don't know where it's at? It's at 68.5 degrees south latitude. It is just inside the Antarctic Circle.
That's why I told you, Brian, look at the latitude.
Yeah, that's what I was about to do, but I was waiting on him. I know he's waiting to tell me, so I just waited instead of looking it up myself.
Which means it's only going to have 24 hours of darkness and 24 hours of sunlight for like a few days around the solstice.
Right. Got you. So Davis Station is not in the Antarctic Circle.
Hang on. Okay.
Where is Davis?
Hang on. But we're only how far off the solstice are we? Like 2 weeks?
We are 2 weeks off the solstice. Yes.
Okay, but the thing's still got 5.5, 6 hours of daylight. It's not like it's down to an hour. It's still a fair chunk of daylight showing on that video. I'm not being argumentative. I'm just saying we're on the cusp of the solstice. So where you're saying it's going to in about 2 weeks, it's going to drop 5 hours of daylight, just bang.
Let's check timeanddate.com.
The Australian fellow was talking about the night and day. I think the time that we say it's on Antarctica, we've got a choice of 24 things. So wherever we're going to put our prime meridian and say this is the exact time it is, it might be the opposite of what we're claiming here. We might be using.
Okay, so the sun was right. Sorry, the sun was rising at 10:30 and setting a little after 5. So at 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, 3:30, 4:30. Almost 7 hours. Almost 7 hours. But I'll guarantee 6, but closer to 7 in real life.
Is that GMT?
No, that's just the time that was at that place.
7 hours is 7 hours. It doesn't make a lot of difference.
Right now it's about 5 o'clock.
If we're going to drop 7 hours of daylight in the next 2 weeks, I don't see that happening. If you reckon it's going to get 24 hours of darkness on the solstice,
I don't see how
and you lose a few minutes a day. Yeah, you're not going to lose an hour a day. I wouldn't have thought, but could be wrong.
It wouldn't be an hour a day.
Half an hour.
All right, half an hour a day then. Still, I mean, where I am, the latitude I'm on, we lose about 2 or 3 minutes of sunlight, I think, a day. So, if you're going to jump to 30, I'm reasonably south, but like I said, could be wrong. Who knows? It just seems strange.
Okay. I don't have the ability to post images, but I will post a link. That's timeanddate.com for Antarctica, for Davis in Antarctica. If you take a look at the main image there that shows the daylight, the brightest blue section is actual sun above the horizon. And it says that will end June 2nd.
Okay, well it's June 8th there. It's June actually it's let's see, it's June 8th and it's about 5:33 there right now. It's June 8th, about 5:35. p.m. Sun just went down.
What video are you looking at that actually shows the sun?
Their live cam. It dated back to June 3rd, and then it
Yes, I
went
know.
on a
I'm
little
looking
bit.
at.
It
I'm
updates
looking
every
at this
15
video.
minutes.
I'm asking you, where do you actually see the sun? Not daylight, but the sun.
In the picture, the sun. Yeah, it goes by.
Can you post the link?
I already did. Look under flat Earth test, Brian. It's no picture. It's not going to show a picture, but it's going to give you a link, and it's going to take you right to that place.
Yes, I'm looking at that page too, and I am asking you, which video for where do you actually see the sun as compared to daylight?
No, you just why have you watched it and not seen the sun? I'm not going to say you could see the sun the whole time due to clouds
I
and all
didn't
that.
ask you if you can see the sun the whole
Dude,
time.
quit being a smart ass when you're talking to
me.
me, dude. You're asking me questions. I'm trying to answer it. Lose your condescending tone, bro. Okay? I'm trying to tell you. I don't know. I wasn't looking at the sun the whole time. I was counting the daylight hours. What I assumed was night's pretty pitch and daylight was pretty bright. And I'm pretty sure I seen the sun, but I wasn't paying attention to the sun. If you want me to try and replay it or something like
that's
that.
the thing. The sun above the horizon is the question.
I mean, where I live, I live around 40 degrees north latitude. The sky can be lit before the sun is above the horizon. Like we've all seen just before sunrise and just after sunset, the sky is lit even though the sun is not visible. So if you're going to raise doubts about whether the sun is visible in Davis Center in Antarctica today, you need to actually find live video that shows the sun above the horizon.
Yeah, I can't really make that claim. I can make the claim that it's light. So yeah, I haven't seen the sun. I have to go back and look. I'm not even sure how long we're supposed to see the actual sun. I'm kind of getting tired of this without getting a few facts from somebody. Like what? How much sun is it supposed to be right now? Has anybody looked that up by any chance? Like not daylight.
I posted a link to time and date. Right now, it's now June 8th. The sun will not be above the horizon at Davis Research Station today. They will have proper night until about 8:20 a.m. and then it will be proper night again at 7:10 p.m. or 7:11 p.m. They will have astronomical twilight from 8:22 a.m. to 9:35 a.m. and again from just before 6 o'clock p.m. to 7:11 p.m. They'll have nautical twilight from 9:35 a.m. to 11:06 a.m. and then again from 4:27 p.m. to 5:58 p.m. And they will have civil twilight, which is when the sun is between 0 and 6 degrees below the horizon. They will have civil twilight from 11:06 a.m. to 4:27 p.m. They will not have the sun above the horizon today. So what this means is that you should see a block.
What about yesterday?
5.5. Yesterday, it's almost exactly the same.
All right, I'm gonna look at this video real quick and see if I actually seen the actual sun in the last day or two.
The last day that timeanddate.com says that you can see the sun at Davis Center above the horizon. The last day it says you could do that for 33 seconds is June 2nd. Oh no, 33 minutes, excuse me.
I thought this whole time that you were actually watching the sun above the horizon, Brian. You were just seeing daylight.
And in case any of us are still
I was
interested
literally
in
calling out the times, man. The time's going so fast. I was calling out the times with a magnifying glass, man. It's real small.
In case any of us are still interested in this question 6 or so months from now, you should be able to see 24 hours of the sun above the horizon starting November 25th and ending January 18th. So that's almost 2 months worth of 24 hours of daylight, meaning the sun above the horizon. Problem, of course, is that these cameras that you've linked to are stationary cameras, so they're not going to be turning to track the sun. But hopefully you would still be able to see a significant enough shadow to support the claim that the sun is still above the horizon. But you would probably want to, do that during like the peak of that almost 2 month period, which is going to be around Christmas, actually. Yeah, obviously around what's the winter solstice for us in the north and the summer solstice for them in the south. So, December 21st.
Well, it is odd that the 24-hour sun in the north is so well documented on so many levels in so many ways, and the one in the south is very, very poorly documented by a couple of sources that we've looked into that are not solid whatsoever, nor definitive. And the footage themselves that we've looked through, all of them are cut, as there's so many different issues in the different ones. So the fact that there isn't any legitimate ones in the South that I've seen over all these years is definitely concerning for this concept that there is an actual 24-hour sun in the Antarctic.
I'm sorry you're concerned about that. I mean, there are far more people who live within the Arctic Circle or who can travel within the Arctic Circle than live inside the Antarctic Circle.
I'm not saying it concerns me. I'm saying it for somebody who's claiming that it is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That's what I'm saying. It's concerning for that position.
No, I'm not concerned by that. So
looks like the sun to me.
Don't project the concern on me. I'm not concerned that there aren't enough video sources that you find credible for 24 hours of sunlight in the Antarctic Circle.
It's not about what you think I have or haven't seen. It's your position and whether it's true or not.
I mean, my position that the Earth is a globe has very little to do with video evidence of 24 hours of sunlight in the Antarctic Circle. So
I'm not even talking about a globe. I'm just saying in terms of
the claim.
Yeah. Is it true? Yeah.
Should be concerning for anyone making the claim. Yeah. Good point, Gio.
Like from the perspective that I'm right, you're wrong, or vice versa, you're right, I'm wrong, and whatever tension that people get involved in, that's its own kind of thing, I suppose. But I'm more just referring to what the truth is. So if the quest is to find the truth, and I'm on my quest to find it, you're on your quest to find it, etc., then whoever finds it ultimately is the quote unquote winner. It's not about someone's got a bad echo.
Brian.
Is that the sun?
Brian, I think something was echoing. You mute your mic.
Sorry, man. I was showing the sun.
the exposure in that video is so bad, I cannot tell if that's actually the sun.
No, the echo just kind of cut my thought off. But I guess no, I was just trying to say that if the quest is each of us individually to attune ourselves with truth, discover the truth, whatever words you'd want to use. And so whoever has that truth is therefore, sort of winning, as it were. And I'm not saying it's competition. I'm just saying in that sense, it's a success. And that's different than, oh, I'm right, you're wrong, and trying to kind of strong arm people. So from that perspective, yes, I think it'd be very concerning to hold that position with the incredibly limited documentation of that 24-hour sun phenomena claim in Antarctica.
I would say with the limited
Sorry about interrupting you, man. I should have muted before I left, but I was kind of stuck on that page. I didn't know it was going to be doing that. But I mean, it looked like the damn sun to me, man. But maybe not, man. Maybe not. It's pretty damn bright. But
Brian, did you hear Gio's point?
Man, I can accept his claim, but it looks pretty sunny to me. Yeah,
Brian. But there was a bigger point that now you're interrupting on top of again.
No, he's fine. No, and don't worry about the echo. I mean, yeah, I know it happens. I just had my mic up loud, and it just happened to be like right. Yeah, it was just piercing my ears at that moment. But
Brian, was that a reflection of the sun off something there? Is that what we were looking at?
That shit looked like the sun to me, man.
I thought it was like a reflection on the building. It looked like the sun was on the building, like it was like a window that was reflecting the sun from a different angle.
That's a bright ass no sun. If that's a no sun,
yeah, but it was right where the building is, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
So it looked like that was getting the sun from an angle. It was reflecting the sun off the window pane of that building.
Oh, you talking about that thing when it was dark? It was showing it. I don't know, man. That might have been a light, man.
The bright spot was right where the building is.
Yeah. That looked like a sun reflection, man.
The sun reflection.
The sky's still dark. The sky's still dark when that starts reflecting.
which one are you guys looking at? This the one Brian posted?
Yeah, I think it might be though. It might still be there when it's dark. It's possible. I'd have to relook at it again. I'm just tired of looking at this Antarctic shit.
I'll give you the timestamp. 1:13. There's a bright reflection off that building, but the sky is pitch black. So that ain't going to be the sun.
Regardless, Brian, we all know that or at least most of us here know that we're not spinning and it's not a globe. So whatever the results are in the sun thing, doesn't really matter in the long run. But I know it's a detail that's important.
Yeah, as Jin says, it's all happening on a flat Earth.
Exactly. It's obviously stationary and level. Let's just get on. Let's go on from there, people. Come on.
If you were in a toroid and if you were in the toroid, like a flattened toroid, and the toroid itself was moving, that's...
The toroid is not the land. The toroid is above the land. That's flat and stationary.
I'm just, is the entire world like flattened in the same way? Are our perspectives the same everywhere?
Well, from the concept, like...
Go ahead, Rich. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, you please.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, in terms of like humanity's cosmology since the dawn of time, before this kind of government-based globe propaganda thing, is in general that you've got like the upper world above us, the heavens, then you have this plane of existence, the physical plane, and then the middle world, as it were, and then you've got the underworld, whatever's below. But this has always been known as a plane, and then you've got level water, horizontal, and all of those factors. And then from that conception, the toroidal field would then be surrounding the plane. And it's vortexing and spinning, which is why the sun, moon, and stars are spinning. The whole ether is vortexing.
Yeah. Yep. So if you were in a, I'm just saying the word, like in a concavity of some sort, and the center is spinning, would you have the same effect as if the center was stationary and the outside was spinning, and we were stuck to the outside, because of the force? Can you replicate that by having the center moving only?
I don't think so.
The thing about I don't think so either. But also just the force do you feel that force at all? I know that the theory is that you wouldn't, but with a concave Earth, it seems like intuitive that you would feel it even more if we're just stuck upside down relative to each other. That seems like that it would have to almost be like a suction cup force type feel, not just like an unnoticeable pseudo force that holds us upside down relative to each other.
I'm thinking, yeah. I guess if it's spinning one way, then some people wouldn't feel the same effect, would they, at the poles, for example? So I'm now going to throw that out. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
So
think it's concave, bro.
No, I'm just saying a concavity. Like if you've got a flat Earth and a dome, then you are a concavity of some sort, aren't you? So it all depends.
There's got to be a concavity to hold the ocean water in, but that's still the same as a flat Earth.
Exactly, and that's where I'm at.
Try telling my wife that, man. Try telling my wife that. No, sir.
Yeah,
motherfucker.
well, it doesn't matter.
It's concave. Shut the fuck up. It's concave. It's got to be concave.
If there's ocean water, there's a bowl type thing going on for sure. Yeah,
concave like a dinner plate. Concave like a dinner plate.
We can all agree upon that. I mean, if we know that that ice wall or the shelf of Antarctica is the highest point of elevation, then already there's a bit of a concavity, but that's just a bowl shape, not a concave classic upside down, ball inside out ball thing.
You never know though, man. Past the equator, it could start doing some shit like that.
I think
that would explain why that could explain if it's even higher than we're thinking. That could explain why why we can see the sun.
Yeah.
See the sunlight. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. But as far as like around the equator and in the north and toward the center, I don't see it. But who knows? It could be a little bit more concave, like a plate, like toward the edges. I don't know.
And if you get to something like a pumpkin shape,
but that's not concave. That's still flat Earth with just an upturned edge.
Yeah, and then it depends on how much you upturn the edge, because if you upturn the edge enough that the person at the edge is pretty much looking upside down at the same thing in the center,
No, that's totally different. If they're
think about it though, man.
Relative to you, that's not just an upturned edge. That's like an.
They say though, like like 60. When you get towards 60 south parallel, you start seeing like for crazy distances, like 400 miles and shit from just like 50 feet. Like that's crazy. I mean, hadn't you heard claims like that from them?
I've never heard that.
You never heard them claims how they see so damn far down in the south?
Either way, it doesn't make them upside down relative to us.
No, down is still down, but I'm just saying in my mind it could possibly start building up toward the edge.
Sure,
even toward the wall.
Building up towards the edge there's no problem with that. That's almost a given.
That could help the tides and shit, help the entropy, whatever you want to call it, help the disequilibrium.
The flow? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, the flow.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Flow, and it's always frozen there any damn way, So as it maybe thaws towards the edges, it helps with the mixing and all that shit. Maybe.
Yeah, that would make sense. That's so funny. Your wife thinks that a bowl shape is concave.
Yeah, no, a dinner plate.
Yeah, well, I think that's what we all think. I don't think that's any different than any flat earther assumes.
Yeah, but try telling her that.
I know, that's funny.
You talk about the idea of the southern, Antarctic region being higher in altitude?
Yeah.
Yeah, not just not completely flat to the ice wall. In other words, like when you start getting out, past say, look at even in South America, the elevation of the continent even seems to start getting high, and I don't know. There's probably discrepancies, but let's say when you get past Antarctica toward South America toward the ice, it could start rising up without curvature, just like slope, kind of like a plate, if you will, up all the way until say the last 10 or 20, 30 degrees, maybe 10 even, until you hit the wall. In other words, it ain't just completely flat till you hit the wall. The ice could maybe make it to where it builds up, and kind of helps with the mixing and shit from season to season, keeps the tides and all the motions going. I don't know. Just throwing that out there as a possibility.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I think there are measurable, nothing major, but there are places where the water is supposed to, there's no curvature to it, but there's small rises in elevation. From what I've heard, there's nothing major, but small rises. That obviously fluctuate with tides and shit. But like the average is a little higher in some places on the water. So I'm not 100% sure of that, but it sounds possible. I think you can have slope without having curve, especially where it's icy and shit. It seems like it'd be more possible, but I have nothing to back that up.
What about the idea that it's also higher altitude in the middle as well, at the North Pole?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that one map shows. Mm-hmm. Kind of almost like there's a tunnel around the center, and then there's a little bit up in the north, and then up in the south. Yeah, that would make sense. Kind of like a little top almost. That one map does show that. You ever looked at Flat Earth Philosophy's ideas? He's got that tunnel, kind of like a dome that's like a dome within a dome, kind of double dome layering going on with the sun peeking inside the outside area. Anybody? Flat Earth Philosophy? I think I sent it to you, Gio, at one point.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
Yeah, he might be onto something there.
No idea is a bad idea, man.
Right?
Yeah, I'm familiar with this channel. I haven't watched all of his videos, but I've seen some of them. Yeah, like
that kind of opened my mind. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, the inversion of a sphere has like two pyramids within like a toroidal field, like that meet in the middle.
I'm not a big fan of Jake the Asshole as much as I was at one point, but he's entertaining the idea of, like I mentioned the other day, a barnyard Earth area. I was mentioning this, but he takes questions from people and has some pretty good answers. And he shows the flight tracker at one point, and he says he's following it, and he shows it, and the flight tracker totally does like a 180 and goes back the other direction, and it's going from California to Japan, and it's basically just showing how unreliable it is. But the idea is that the Mercator map, just basically the square rectangle, like just the rectangle map that we all look at is the area, and that there could even be like a Pac-Man type sun going on, but or that it just circles around, and our little area is what exactly what it is, and there's no Alaska to Russia flights or ships, and that the claims that there are unsubstantiated and usually just.
Oh yeah, there is. How about this? Anchorage, not Anchorage, but God, what's that other city in Alaska? I forgot, but that to Moscow is like 18 hours, and it's only like 4,000 miles away. I'm like, what the F, dude? It's literally right? 4,000 miles away, like 3,900 miles, an 18-hour flight, bro. What is that?
Right, that's what he's talking about.
And then from how about this from Juneau, or maybe not Juneau, but one of them eastern places right there. I forgot the name of it. I got it saved, but to Russia right across is a 4-hour time switch, and it's like 160 miles separating, and a 4-hour time lapse. So you have longer flights, a 4-hour time zone change. It's like everything about it says that part of the map is not correct, or something's up. If you're looking for something obvious, there's where it is.
There you go. Yeah. 18 hours and it's 4,000 miles. What's the excuse for that?
Where to where?
Anchorage to Moscow.
Let me pull it up real quick. It's something to Moscow. Hold on, I'll pull it up. Anchorage to Moscow, 20 hours, 30 minutes plus connecting flight. So I looked up these plus connecting flights, and they're the it'll give you that for the fastest one-way speed. If you go to Wikipedia or whatever, it's thereabouts. I haven't seen anything deviating from it, but I suppose it maybe could, but it doesn't include the connecting flight when it says plus connecting flights. But either way, 20 hours and 30 minutes. Plus, seen one like from Sydney to Santiago was like 16 hours or 18 hours or something. And but then Santiago to Perth was 23 hour, 1 day, 3 hours and like 45 minutes. I'm like, what? They're just that little bit, man, is like that's kind of to me a little anomaly. Just a couple thousand miles can cause some, it shouldn't be. I mean, 2,000 miles would be its absolute farthest if you're in Australia. But if you're coming from South America, it should be just a few hundred extra miles if you want to look at the angle. I suppose maybe 600 or 700 if you want to get a little extreme about it. But the hours it adds is like crazy. It just, I don't know. I was just looking for anomalies. And
What do you? 600 or 700 miles from where to where?
like extra distance from Santiago to Perth instead of Santiago to Sydney. Like if you
No,
just,
it's like it's like 3,000 miles difference.
What do you mean? What do you? We're not with a great circle.
Yeah, Perth to Sydney is like 3,000 miles, isn't it?
It's about 2,000 miles, I thought. But wait, you're talking about coming just sideways. I'm talking about like cutting not over Antarctica, but like kind of beside it the way it does. You're just changing the angle a little bit, so you're not getting a full extra 2,000 miles or 2,500 miles, whatever it is, across Australia. You're just taking a greater angle, so it's going to be a little further, but it doesn't seem like it'd be that much further. If you're coming and passing over Sydney, going to Perth, but that's not, the way it's drawn out on the globe. I don't believe so anyway. But besides that, the real anomaly right there, look at that Anchorage to, I just posted it in Livestream, that Anchorage to Moscow. That's crazy, man.
Brian, I don't get this. The connecting flights you're posting. Like, what don't you understand about this? The flight stops, waits, or the flight stops and you got to get on a different flight. That's why there's a big time difference.
Yeah, it's giving you total travel time, not flying time. That's a connecting flight. It's not even direct flight. So you're connecting through someplace.
Yeah, did they lay over an hour or two?
Yeah, let me show you what I found.
Or did you change planes and you got 5 hours of layover?
No, it says it's plus. It's actually plus connecting flight. So hold on a minute. Let me post where I.
No, it's saying 20 hours is the shortest time. The plus means that there are other flights that have a longer time.
No.
Yeah, because this isn't just one particular flight, is it? That's basically you're saying I want to fly from here to here, and it's giving you a result saying we found some flights. They're 20 hours and 30 minutes plus.
Yo, anyone listening to the MC Toon debate? Pretty boring, man. It's like a science class.
Dude, I can't believe you made me tune into that shit, man. It's shit.
Yeah, it was pretty whack. I thought it was gonna be fun, but it's not.
It is funny how one-sided the comments are, though, in the YouTube chat. It's funny reading the comments.
Mm.
Hey guys, I just found the portal from the gateway from the physical plane to the heavens.
No, you didn't.
Check it out. That's it. The great gig in the sky. I'm somewhat joking, but that is like a dual toroidal field. But yeah, it's linked to like an article about wormholes.
Hey, did you see those links that Andy posted and I posted about how in the not Bhagavad Gita, in the Mahabharata, it mentions Neptune, Jupiter, and Pluto, and what colors they are. Obviously, different names, but
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Actually, did you hear that conversation?
yeah, I wasn't able to talk right then, but like I posted that link from Mahabharata. I mean, obviously, you know, there's no hardcore proof that they saw that shit, but they got the colors right.
Nice. Where did you post that one? I didn't.
Look for Andy. Andy posted an actual link. I just posted the text. If you just search for Andy, I think that was probably one of the last things he posted before he left.
Nice one. But yeah, I was telling those guys that earlier. So yeah, you were listening to that. Yeah, because that also goes back to the Vedas, the Vedics.
That is nuts, though, right? I mean, you can deny it, but how the fuck did they get the colors right?
Yeah, it's part of their systems. Yep. Like astrology and astronomy were always one. The way that they're split up now is pretty strange. The concept of astronomy being some kind of legit science and then astrology, you know, not being so, or they try to call it pseudoscience or whatever. That's only in this modern current time with it like this. Whereas in past times, those were always combined as one.
Well, it kind of points towards there being this higher place of learning you can get to through meditation and shit. Because they didn't have the apparatus to look at these things and figure out a color. So how the fuck did they get the colors right? Unless they did have tools.
Yep. Yeah, because I mean that comes from the Vedics, like I was saying. Yeah.
Well, I didn't even go in to read about the Vedas, but like the Vedas are way older than the Mahabharata, right? The Vedas are like twice as old.
Yeah, they're quite Darth.
So, Branch, you were right. You were right. Real quick, I posted in Livestream the quickest time for from Alaska to Moscow is actually and it's saying it's about 6,500 or 6,600 kilometers, which I think is about 4,500 miles. But it's like 18 hours in some change, and that's what it says the fastest time from Alaska to Moscow.
But that's with a connecting flight, right? So it's got to go somewhere and stop.
That said the fastest way. So where would a connecting flight be in between Alaska and Moscow?
I don't know. If you click on the whatever the 18-hour flight is, it will tell you where it's stopping and what the layover is.
Well, I clicked the fastest one-way route, and it said the fastest route. It didn't necessarily say one way, but it said the fastest track from Alaska to Moscow. So
when you do these searches, one way means something completely different. One way means
not one way. I didn't put in one way. I put nonstop. It didn't say nonstop, but it said you see when I posted. I don't know. Make of it what you will, but that's a long fucking time to go. A would be 8-hour flight, right?
Can you get the flight number?
I didn't get none of that. I posted what I found though.
Because it probably has a stop in it someplace. I looked up in Anchorage to Moscow on Travelocity, and all of the flights they list go through Seattle, Tacoma, and then Qatar, then Moscow.
What?
Yes.
Well, this said Alaska to Moscow.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know if it meant there's other stops, but maybe there is all them stops. But that's a head scratcher. What the fuck would they go to Seattle for if they're going from Alaska to Moscow? Just wondering. But that still doesn't explain a 160-mile separation in 4 time zone change. That's man, y'all don't think anything's an anomaly? Anything?
So Brian, a lot of these flights are not like when they have connecting flights, they're not done based on distance or convenience. Usually they're done based on economics.
Yeah, but that I supposed to say nothing about a connecting flight, man.
Yeah, that's probably right. They're always based on economics.
Always based on
economics. Say there wasn't a connecting flight, but this one didn't say a connecting flight. I was just saying it says it's the fastest.
All right, so let's assume that there's no connected flight.
I'm just saying, man. I didn't go to Travelocity to all that shit. I'm just showing you what I found. Which is what I thought to begin with. I thought that I found like a 18-hour or something, man. Judging off a couple-day memory, but it was pretty close. Yeah, maybe there is a connecting flight. But I'll say this. It seems to be some anomalies, man. Like I said, I didn't like that 4-hour time change. I got a video going to come out. I'll put it in there. It's under 200 miles, and it's
Are they talking about their time that they were in the time zone when they left? Or are they talking
No,
about
no, this ain't got nothing
as
to do
they
with the
travel
flight.
across time zones?
I was just
I wasn't
looking at the
paying
time
attention.
zones up there. 'Cause it's hard to get a lot of information about Russia and shit, you know. And I was just so I looked at the time zone to see what the globe said from one of them cities right there. I forgot what the name of the city was, but it's one of the cities over closer to Russia, not right on the closest, but one of the closest. And then to Russia, like under 200 miles, and the time zones was it was four time zone changes, man. That seemed to be a little anomalous, if nothing else.
Dude, actually, you know
And
what?
it's-
18 hours
Some
for a
places
flight.
do time zones. I don't know.
So I was just
Is it
looking this up. I was just looking this up, right? And
Never
18
know.
hours for a flight. There's a flight from New York to Singapore. That's 18 hours. So that's actually not unheard of. Sounds nuts, but fucking.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but
18
that's
hours
like
going
8,000
across
miles. That's
time
twice as
zones.
far almost. That's almost twice as far. That's the farthest place from New York on the globe, I believe, is over Vietnam and.
No, my point was just that an 18-hour flight isn't unheard of. I thought it was unheard of, but it's not.
Anyway, I think if anybody's looking for anomalies, in my opinion, that would be the first place to start, is up around Russia and maybe China, maybe Alaska area, somewhere in that region would be, to me, just off first glance, you know, maybe the first place to look if you're looking for that sort of thing. Anyway.
So go to one of the communist countries to get your more accurate data.
No, I mean, I haven't really dove that deep in it. That's upon
I
first
mean,
glance. It's kind of like,
I
what
was just
the
reading
fuck?
in between the lines, man.
I did expect the time zones to be tighter, you know, but not, you know, that's a bit extreme.
Well, just keep in mind, if you go far enough north, Brian, you can go through 12 time zones by taking
Oh, yeah,
one
yeah, yeah.
step.
Yeah, like I said, I did expect them to be a little tighter, but that was a bit much. And from everywhere else around it, you know. It's probably because, I don't know. I'm sure there's an explanation. There always is.
That's the thing about the globe model.
Grim, do you think there could be more
just
land?
saying.
Could there be more land on a globe that they're
Oh,
hiding
yeah.
land?
Of course, yeah.
Do you believe that, or you think so? You think that's the case?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why I brought it up. I thought maybe you did. Nice. You're a glober, more lander.
Yeah, I put it like this: like if you were a whaler and you had a spot, like a place in not saying they're whalers, but if you, I'll make this quick, Grim. But if you are like a whaler and you find a place where there's like a bunch of whales and shit off the shore of some place, you know, you're not going to tell anybody, man. That's your spot and that's your living, that's your riches, and you're not going to tell anybody. You're going to die with that information, and so I believe there definitely could be more land.
Yeah, just makes sense. Hey, I just put the link for the flat Earth. I just put the flat Earth asshole link in the live text, by the way, and he shows that when you go to ports.com and you type in Anchorage, Alaska to Sydney, Australia, it's actually the route that they make you take is like totally the long way. It doesn't make any sense at all. I put a little screenshot in there, by the way. Sorry for interrupting.
I'm gonna give that a look.
The whole no land, the whole more land shit, right? Like, think about this, right? That one airplane that we completely just fucking lost in the Indian Ocean somewhere, right?
mean, all of them that
We
crashed
still
the
don't
ocean are
know.
lost.
We still don't know.
I can explain my
still-
position if
hold on,
everybody
hold on,
takes a
guys,
breath.
guys. Can you guys not hear what I'm fucking? Can you guys not hear me?
Well, I was just kind of waiting for things to cool off. If you wanted to fire up a brand new conversation, I was saying something, and then he was like, "Hold on, Grim," and then he jumped in, and I let him, and then
there was
you
no.
called in right afterwards.
All right. Well, I'm not gonna get in an argument with you. Go ahead, man. Whatever.
But you're not interested, so there's no sense me forcing it. I was just making sure you weren't interested at all in what I was saying before I.
Lance, why don't you
let
finish?
you
Why
continue.
don't you finish what you were saying, and then Grim can tell us about more land.
Yeah, I was on about more fucking land. I was saying if we lost the fucking plane in the Indian Ocean and we still don't know where the fuck it went, right? Then is there a possibility there's more land in these places that we can't even fucking find the plane that crashed?
Good point.
Yeah.
I've never heard them recovering a plane out the ocean, man. That is the most recent one.
I mean, I'm being somewhat sarcastic, Gio. I'm playing devil's advocate.
Yeah,
I don't.
Well, do you know about Amelia Earhart? She disappeared.
Well, I always had a thought, like, how big is the ring of the North Pole where the current, because the magnetic, the compasses point towards a northern, circle, but not a point, right? So I mean, is the North Pole like a big ring that's and it's like there's a lot more space, you know what I mean, in that ring than they're telling us, trying to tell us that it's a tight North Pole when in fact it's still a big giant fucking
I mean, it could
area.
It could be like a TARDIS, right? When you get into it, it's bigger on the inside.
Yeah, they could be doing that, and that's part of what they're altering with the coordinate systems in terms of latitude and longitude, and they've just adjusted for it, and that the North is actually much larger. Yep. That could technically be on either a globe or like a stationary plane type Earth, but I think on a globe it makes it a little harder because you do have a radius value that you do have to kind of hold to, unless you're going to say the radius is different.
Also, they say that gravity can bend space and time, right? So maybe as you get closer to the North Pole, there's something similar to gravity is bending space and time and making shit bigger. So you can never actually reach the North Pole. It just keeps getting bigger infinitely.
Well, have you guys also heard? I mean, this kind of gets into some more like the legends and some deeper concepts. Really, actually, what the idea of black holes, but this is actually real. It's actually where they got the idea from. But anyways, but the idea that when you go to the North Pole, you basically enter, like, in a way, you are going there physically, but when you get there, it's like you transition through a membrane, and then you're in like a whole different world that is like a paradise type world. Well, there's different conceptions in there's like Hyperborea and Shambhala, but basically the general concept being, and yeah, it almost sounds kind of sci-fi, but that once you go to the north in certain regions and you enter through like that physical space, because it's like the center of the magnetic field as well, that there's like various like vortexes and like membranes that you can actually shift through, and then you're in like an entire, it could be considered like an inner land in that way, but the land is much larger than what would normally kind of fit at the north.
And then maybe at the center of that piece of land, maybe that land is as big as the land we're on. And then for them, there's also a North Pole.
Whoa.
It's probably more likely that like on like the pole on Saturn, that it's a giant, like hole in the Earth, and that you can actually just sail a ship right over the edge into the other side as if gravity doesn't do exactly. That would be so cool, though. You end up going inside the Earth.
Right, but imagine if there was like that internal land was the size of us, and they also have a North Pole, and it just infinitely goes on forever and ever and ever.
Yeah, like a fractal.
The further you get away from the center, the smaller shit gets, like dimensionally, and that's why it's closer. Like shit's closer down in the outer edges, because the further you get from the center, the smaller shit's getting space time wise.
or space time is just a fucking bullshit concept that allows you to think in all these multiverse wormholey bullshit ideas.
Yeah, or that.
Yeah, I think that's more like it in my opinion.
I know the whole multiverse bullshitty idea thing. It is bullshit, but it is fun to think about it.
Well,
yeah,
Branch,
but I
that,
think
that
it's
one I
like a
just
DC
posted.
comic, man. It's a forever thing. Sorry, Gio, I didn't mean to step on you, dude. You know how like the idea of multiverse. I mean, that's great for like sitcoms and things that you want to continue on forever and ever and ever, because you can always just pop in another universe and have a little different. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
To me, there's almost certainly some shit that we can't explain with normal physics going on. I don't know what it is, but it just seems like there's got to be something that's, I don't know, and it ain't black holes and fucking quasars and shit like that. In my opinion, it's nearby, more local. In my opinion.
Well, there's lots of stuff we can't explain.
Yeah, Gio, I see what you're saying, like that, but just keeps going.
But you could also do where like there's multiple rings in the center that are like fractally, like the way you described it. I mean, that's getting pretty sci-fi, but that'd be sweet to see that in like an animation. That'd be amazing. Like a multiple parallel reality fractal expansion that keeps growing as you think you're getting to the center, but it just keeps fractally expanding infinitely. So you essentially just continue to come upon more land, essentially. Like
You just get deeper and deeper.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you leave a twin and you travel in that bitch for a year and you come back, the twin's like 60 years old and shit.
Which would make you think then, Gio, right? Like if that's the case, then the most likely chance is that we are not the most outmost, if you want, realm, and there's realms not only inside but outside us. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Outer space. Get outer space, extraterrestrials, extra land.
Well, also, if our reality is sustained because of the electromagnetic field of this region, then if we left this electromagnetic field, or we're kind of went through like a membrane or like a zone where it was a transition to another one, then the possibilities are endless of what that, what we call matter here, like, physical matter and all of that. If that's like sustained within this electromagnetic field, and then if there's other ones that sustain different types of reality entirely that we wouldn't even call matter, it's like the possibilities become endless if you can alter the field like that.
I was going to say there's a show called Devs, right? And it kind of goes into this a little bit. It's a little bit different. It does it with software, but I realized something about the whole flat Earth community is that it's somewhat pointless asking people if they watch a show anymore, because most people stop watching TV and just come here for entertainment. That people that are into flat Earth basically have stopped watching TV.
There's some places on Earth, man, that are fucking crazy. That are kind of like hints to what a possibility of what Gio's saying. Like that one place where you put your hand underneath your eyes and you look at somebody and you're just like you're like about 6 inches higher on a little slope, and you look like you're towering over them, and then you switch places and you're like a midget compared to them when really you're just a few inches off. And then there's that one place where you're going down a little hill looking out, and this place looks it looks huge, man. It looks like it's just covering the gap in the distance. And as you get closer and closer and closer, it just starts getting farther and farther away, and it winds up being a little tiny house on an island like 5 miles out in the distance. It's like weird. And then there's there's a few places like Gravity Hill where I seen the dude literally put a level on it and showing the level and showing the shit roll uphill, barely, but it was going against the spirit level. Like I thought it was optical in the way it was, but no, it come to find out it's literal. It's it's a phenomenon, and it's just in certain spots, man. There's weird shit that goes on.
I mean, I tell you what, man, I kind of wish there is some weird shit going on, because if there isn't, it's just boring. Like, it's fun because we're discovering new shit every day, but it'll be fucking great to see some crazy shit get discovered.
Yeah, dude. Like, what if at the actual North Pole and or the Antarctic region, whether there's more land, what if that already is? What if there's already that exists and it's actually here? It's not like light years away or in some galaxy far, far away. It's actually right here.
But Gio, the problem is that we've been to the North Pole. I mean, I know I haven't been to the North Pole, and I get what you're saying. There's a possibility that that's part of the lie, and nobody's ever actually been to the North Pole. But like you said, with the whole time zone shit, the whole North Pole.
They've been there. They're all set up there.
Yeah,
they've got a little city in the center there right now.
Maybe you got to be of the right mind state.
They built it on top of Mount Meru, and they're controlling the whole Earth from the center right now as we speak.
Wait, is that where Xenu's chilling?
Well, like Mount Meru, the magnetic mountain. If that's the trunk of what used to be the Great World Tree, which went up to the heavens, and that's since been like severed, is cut down essentially, and then the people, or the entities, I should say, that are kind of controlling the Earth right now are situated on the top of it at the center.
Yeah, it is weird. Like when you think about realms above us, they always tend to have a somewhat flat hierarchical model.
Yeah, you're talking about like the layers of ether above the plane, and then at the center. Yeah, because there's like the mountain at the center, which then it's like the chakra system of the Earth. So that mountain being like the base chakra, and then going up to the heavens. Is that what you mean?
Kind of like the model that they portray in the Vedas, right? Which is kind of what you're saying. Where there's a mountain.
Branch, seen that guy's video? He's called the Plain Truth, not the Plain Truth, but Plain Truth, and he shows the airplanes, like how they land so slow and all that. But he shows at different locations where north is a lot longer. Like you can't see, no matter where he goes, he can't see that far north. He'll go to a spot up on a hill, and he'll show you no matter where he's at. You try and look north, and the horizon's like the trees cut off the distance. But then he turns around and looks south and or away from north, and you could see vast distances over the trees and all that. Like no matter where the hell he goes, he's or what he shows anyway. It always seems to be like that, man. I've never really double checked into that, but he showed a lot of examples of shit like that. What if, like, when we get out, they say shit gets lighter as it gets like toward the equator. What if out past the equator it keeps getting even lighter and shit, man? Like shit's just changing. Like certain shit we've just never really thought to look at, and
maybe
like if you went if you went south, like further and further away from our sun, the sun that we see, if you kept going, you might start to see another sun rising, meaning that you would just transition into another region. Now, whether that would be like a ring going around like our ring, or whether that's like another pond or another puddle kind of concept. But like you may just start seeing another sun. There might even be like daylight in between where you wouldn't even see the sun yet, but you'd be getting daylight enough. And then once you get there, you're going to actually see that sun, and then you'll be essentially in a whole nother heated region or environment.
That's what I was thinking a few years ago. I was thinking, man, I bet there's a sun cycle on the outside that laps, and every such amount of years that they will get a sun, like a 24-hour type of looking sun, where it kind of connects with our sun, and then that's when they're going to show an actual 24-hour sun in a few years when it laps just right and shit. And they're sucking it up right now, and it almost seems to be what happened, man. But I don't know. That's just a little hunch, just thinking off on a tangent.
The interesting thing about these theories is that it actually starts explaining the celestial poles argument Globers make.
For sure, yeah. There's a lot of ways that can be happening. Yeah, a lot of different layouts. But yeah, you're saying if there's an outer region that also has stars, then that's what you're actually seeing in the south. You're just seeing a different direction of a field.
Yeah, well, we're kind of. I mean, I do understand that we're kind of. What's the word? Bullshitting. Or not. I don't know if we are. But like, let's say, we're not really sure what this membrane is between realms, right? And we don't know if it's a gradual thing or if it's boom, now you're in this new one, the stuff behind you is gone, right? But it somewhat starts to explain, like, and you know how we initially said that if there is one inside us, that there'll be another ring around us that also has a very similar type of time and space dilation, except it'll be on the other side. And at that point, now you can start saying, that type of dilation can actually cause us to actually perceive different celestial poles.
Yeah. I followed a lot of that. Yeah. Okay. Well, the first concept you were talking about, that is deep. Like the concept of that if you get, essentially like to the center of the magnetic field or to the outer edges, as it were, that those function as like time and space dilation membranes, which you could then say it's like a portal. You could call it a black hole. Like you could get into those kind of concepts, but more just like an actual membrane, like an electromagnetic field membrane that has a particular feature to it. And it's even in a lot of, people always joke about Narnia, but yeah, it's like, you literally walk through a membrane into another world. And then when you walk back, you're back in this one.
Yeah, you see, that's kind of where I'm wondering, like, is it a membrane or is it more of a gradual type of thing? Where when you're actually, transitioning between the two, time and space is changing for you the closer you get. And things are dilating. And so, there will be a point in the middle of those two realms where you can see two suns on either side, right? But then the further in you go, the time behind you, kind of like the time behind you is changing enough to the point where you don't see the other sun. Kind of like the whole, or is it inverse square law of light, right? But because time behind you is also diminishing, it will change your ability to see it. It's not just the light rays, it's whatever. It's fun sci-fi talk.
Yeah, I would love to see this like in a movie, like in some animations. Like
that's exactly what happened in my mind right there.
You could have
what did they say,
stories, like you could have incredible stories of where like you would be going in and out of different dimensions and carrying on different things, like coming from that one back to this one and then carrying out certain tasks or like getting certain items or objects or whatever it may be, like discovering some knowledge, whatever it may be, and then taking it back to that one, continuing that reality. And like if
what did they say?
Time was a factor too, then like, I was just saying if time's a factor, like you could go into that world and experience an entire lifetime and then come back to this one and it's like 1 second's worth of time.
Yeah.
That's crazy thought. What do they say that happens with time when shit moves fast? What do they say? Does time speed up or go slower? Which is it?
I'm sorry, Brian. I don't know if you just realized this, but like somehow me and Gio just came up with the plot of one of the most like amazing fucking sci-fi movies ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, man. I feel like I put y'all right on it, man.
Sci-fi that actually blends with reality, though. So.
Yeah, man. I'm good with that, but I'm thinking like, as it gets farther to the outside, like everything's moving faster, the stars and all that, and what you were saying with the space, with the time and all that, is moving different than the time further in toward the center and shit, man. But yeah. Some of this shit's a little bit of a stretch. It is fun to think about, though.
Well, are you aware of what happens to people interdimensionally on things like high doses of DMT, for example?
Not necessarily.
Of course, this is just someone's experience. So, I mean, not to say just someone's experience as if it's not valid, but I'm just saying that it is an experience that they had directly. So, all they could even try to do would be to put it into words. But people have experiences of profound time dilation and interdimensional dilation as well, where their consciousness enters another realm, another dimension, and where time and space in this realm either completely ceases to exist, or there's other experiences where people have where like they're simultaneously experiencing like like an infinite time, like the now time, while also still experiencing being in a part of it, but being able to actually experience the actual consciousness that exists outside of time entirely.
Well, when you have a DMT trip, Gio, how long does it feel like you're having the trip for, and how long are you actually having the trip for?
Well, depending on the experience one is having and the dosage, of course, it can especially in higher dosages, where once you go into it. Okay, well, wow, it's deep to even try to explain it. Okay, I'll say this. Let's say on like more medium level doses, generally people will have still a sense of being in their body. They're the human they always know themselves to be, and they can tell there's time passing, and so 15, 20 minutes, even though the experience, there can be feelings of just eternity and experiencing timelessness, but in that case they still have the awareness of the time that they're in. However, in other experiences, like very, very transcendental levels and very high doses, it can get to where even though they still know that they're in their body and so on, but they can be simultaneously experiencing, like an entire lifetime in a split second, or
not with DMT.
Oh yeah,
really? Like a whole lifetime?
Yep, or even seeing like hundreds or thousands of lifetimes simultaneously, or having.
Would you say that's accessing old memories?
That's a good question. Yeah, is it accessing their memories, or is it actually taking them? Because I mean, some people, for example, like you can actually have complete interdimensional travel, where you can literally travel to another dimension entirely, and then experience an entire thing there, and then come back here. And even though you still know it's 15 minutes, once you get back here, when you were there, you were in a totally different time set to where there was no time, but because like in the now time, it exists infinitely. So that's always there. And it's just tapping into that. And that's in that case.
We're back on DMT, man. Fuck. I so need to try this shit one day.
But one of the things I would say that's the most common in that category is experiencing what people often describe as like the now time. It's described in a lot of like very like ancient texts in terms of like very deep meditation practices as well, where you can reach a mind state where like you're in like the now, which feels like eternity and timeless, but everything is contained within it. It's like the base. It's like the baseline of reality.
Some people
is always there, and it feels very like comfortable to people. They're like, oh yeah, it feels like coming home. It's like, oh yeah, this is what it always is. What it is in that sense, like what it always has been.
Some people they describe meditation in a way where there's certain gates you got to pass, right? And one of the gates they talk about is the question of when are you, right? And the answer is now. And to get past that, you got to feel that the answer is now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's a lot of practices focused around trying to tune into this, to tap into it, because there appears to be like a wellspring of like love and compassion and like bliss as well, like feeling pure bliss, pure happiness and contentment. It's like there's nowhere to go, there's nothing to do, and we have eternity to just enjoy consciousness and enjoy ourselves.
Right. And I'll be honest with you, man. The one thing that I think was great for humanity throughout the last couple of years during this whole COVID pandemic was people were able to actually find themselves. They were stuck at home doing nothing, and they realized that doing nothing ain't that bad, right? And that's it's just getting people a step closer to knowing who they are.
That's a good point. That's very insightful. I agree. I do think these last 2 years have created that. Absolutely. Like a much deeper. Well, I think a lot of people being home more and just being around family more, I think they kind of realize a little bit more, perhaps, like at least on a large scale, like a collective level, of what life's really all about. Like, is it really all about just leaving your family all day and going to a job for like 50 hours a week and, and just being away from your family and being overworked or, just being with family and cause so many more people like working from home and just the lockdown thing, like it kind of forced us all to kind of be, more with our actual family and kind of to break things down to that more like on that simple
like
level.
apart from the spiritual side, on the family side, I've seen a lot of couples that, were real shit as a couple before the pandemic. And then, when they were stuck in a house together, realizing that, this person is all I've got in this world, right? When shit hits the fan. It's brought a lot of couples together too. It was basically couples therapy and spiritual therapy all in one.
Yeah, for some people that definitely they seem to be able to hook into that. And I think it's making people more open-minded too. But I was going to ask, like, back to that with the interdimensional thing and like DMT having, people having experiences like that. From your outside perspective, do you feel like they are actually doing those things, like going to other dimensions, experiencing timelessness, all of that? Or like, how do you see that? If you haven't experienced it, but then you know a bit about it, like, how do you contextualize that?
I've seen my friends trip. I mean, I've tripped on these things, but when you watch someone tripping on it, it doesn't look like they're going through all of that, if that's what you ask.
Well, I don't know what kind of work you've done with it, but I mean, are they doing it in like a recreational thing, or are they doing it for the purpose of actually having an inner journey?
It was like, how can I say? It was like therapy type sessions, So there was this club I was part of. Like this girl I used to date, she got me into this. It's like a lot of the stuff you're into, Geo. So I used to meet up with her and this group of people, and it would be like these therapy classes where people are trying to deal with traumas and whatnot, and you would trip in the setting. Sometimes it would be like, it would be different types of drugs, and there was a time a dude brought in DMT, and we all tried it, but the first time I didn't try it because I was a bit scared, but just watching them while they were doing it, it didn't look like they were experiencing something profound, because it was so short. It's like you in it for 5 minutes and then you kind of come back out of it.
Were they puking all over the place?
No, but they were like spellbound, like they were just in awe, mouths open, looking at whatever it is they were seeing.
Right. I mean, I would argue. I would argue.
And an outsider looking in, you wouldn't think that they're experiencing something so profound until you experience it for yourself.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. One of the most famous experiences that Stan Groff had, and he wrote about it in his book. His book is called When the Impossible Happens, this particular book. And he basically describes an experience where it was with 5-MeO DMT, which is it's different than DMT. 5-MeO DMT is similar in some ways, but it's actually a whole different beast. And 5-MeO DMT has the potential for people to actually experience the creator, as it were, like the Godhead, and in their own way. And they often describe it as like a million suns, like as bright as a million suns. But I'm talking about really high dose 5-MeO DMT. Many people have had, of course it is their experience of literally fusing and connecting with the creative center itself. And 5-MeO DMT seems to have that. And in this experience that he had that experience, and he wrote about it as well in his book. Because that particular book is like kind of a collection of people's experiences, that are really profound ones. But anyways, when he did the 5-MeO DMT, he took a very high dose of it, and like the people that were with him They said that he just looked like a statue. You know, like he just kind of sat back in the chair and his eyes were open, but he just wasn't making. And they said he looked like a statue. But the actual, so that's all he was doing. He was just standing there, you know, sitting there. But in his experience, it was, you know, it was unbelievable the way he describes it in terms of the actual experience itself. But like on the outside, he just, you wouldn't even think anything was happening.
Yeah.
That itself is a
the,
trip.
the question I was asking was like, Joe, I get what you're saying, bro, and that's crazy. But like, what I'm wondering is, you know, I thought purging was part of DMT. Like, if
that's like ayahuasca.
Yeah, you might be thinking of ayahuasca. Ayahuasca is a mixture of a vine and a leaf. It's a herbal brew, and the reason you might be thinking of it because yes, in ayahuasca the leaf part of it contains DMT, and that is activated by the vine, which works as an MAOI inhibitor to create the DMT to be orally active. So with the vine and the alkaloids that are in the vine in combination with the leaves that contain DMT and several other alkaloids as well, the DMT becomes orally active. Because otherwise, if you just drink DMT, you really get like virtually no effect. But when you mix it with the vine, the DMT becomes active and you have about a 4 to 5 hour experience.
But it makes sense now. Like basically, if you vape DMT, you're not gonna purge.
Okay, so with that part of it, yes, if people are going to like vaporize DMT, generally they don't purge, although they still could have a purging because anybody can have one even just with their own process. Like, for example, if they had like childhood traumas where they were like vomiting, something like that, like if something's being purged out of them. Anyway, so anyone can still have that, you know, because that's a part of the way that the body purges. However, with ayahuasca in particular, there are alkaloids in that particularly are connected to cleansing the body, and it can activate the different parts, the different ways that our body detoxify, including like sweating, breathing, vomiting, diarrhea, etc. Those are all the natural ways that the body purges toxins. And so with ayahuasca in particular, not for everyone, because some people take ayahuasca and don't purge at all. They don't, you know, but some do. So it kind of depends on how toxic you are. It depends on what the medicine is bringing you for that experience. But generally, if anyone works with it, they're likely, you know, would have purged at least, you know, several times at the beginning, especially.
All right, Gio, I think I just figured out how we can get funding for a movie about this whole the shit we talked about earlier, right? So the whole ayahuasca shit. I've talked to a Hollywood writer, i.e. M. Scott Beach.
All right.
And he thinks this is a fucking amazing idea, which would completely fucking work, right?
Shout out to Scott Beach.
Yeah, we fucking create, or we propose to Netflix of creating a. Now, first of all, Gio, if I tell you to do this, you ain't gonna do this alone without me, right?
Dude, we're doing it all together, my man. Let's do
All
it.
right. So basically, what we do is we propose to Netflix that we're gonna create a docuseries, and the title of the docuseries is called Machine Elves, and it's all about the whole ayahuasca trip. Because like there's
all right,
nothing,
all right.
there's nothing-
Well, the machine elves come more from usually DMT that's extracted with Mimosa hostilis, because the plant species that you extract the DMT from, those plants are actually connected to particular dimensions and realms and spirits and archetypes. And the truly shamanic ones, like the ones that are the real deal medicines, those are very, very loving, angelic, transformative, and on a very, very high octave, and don't bring any of the, well, anyways, whereas with some of these other plant species that are not fully shamanic plants, and then they extract the DMT from it, and people can then connect with like different, like kind of sometimes like quirky, like dimensions and realms. And like the machine elves is one that Terrence McKenna had popularized, but it tends to be like a experience where they're tapping into like I say quirky because like these elves seem to be like in their description of them that they're somehow behind like the actual creation of reality and the way that reality is all like orchestrated.
Gio, I hate to stop you, but
anyways, no, I just started going off on machine elves. My bad.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, but I'm just saying if you're gonna call it that, that sounds like a documentary about Terrence McKenna. Is what I'm saying.
Right. Well, here's the reason. The reason for the name Machine Elves is simply because people would watch a show called Machine Elves, right? It
Okay.
sounds.
I think he's the one that kind of popularized that idea. But yeah, I mean, if
Right.
it was about ayahuasca, you
The
should
whole
probably-
show, the whole show is actually about the ayahuasca trip, and and giving a real.
But people don't really see machine elves on ayahuasca. That's not really a thing. That's what I'm saying.
No.
It's the plant species that the DMT is extracted from that brings that particular thing. That's not something that generally people experience on ayahuasca.
So,
I mean, they could because
that-
you could experience anything on ayahuasca. So of course you could, but it's not really the.
So have
very common.
you ever experienced machine elves? Machine elves.
Yeah, it's a layer of reality. Yeah, they're like kind of like the they're like the ones like in a sense like this kind of to put it this way, they're like tweaking the gears in the background of reality to continue reality unfolding. They are like driving the gears as it were and like kind of oiling them up and like tuning them up.
Based on your experience with them, you do feel they're a real entity that exists.
Yes, I would call them yes, they are like a very real archetypal being. It's more than an archetypal being though. It's like an archetypal layer. It's like an entire creation layer.
Are they like an actual physical being? So you actually have like two machine elves and they could be telling you different things and having conversations with the three of you, or is the whole machine elves a one voice type of?
That's a very good question. Well, they're not physical at all. But yeah, that it's actually a little bit of both. There is some individuality between them. And they also are kind of like one entity in a way. So I would say it's actually both.
Doesn't it feel like they're sort of a liaison between you and the Akashic records or something like that? Like they're kind of like they're like the intermediary between your interaction with that whole realm. That's what it always felt like to me.
What?
You've experienced machine shelves? Why do I keep saying machine shelves?
I don't know.
Machine.
But yeah, more or less, yeah, in more ways than one. Not just from that though either.
So where else did you experience them in life outside of Alaska trips?
Just different trips, like with salvia or 2T, C2, stuff like that. But I remember one time, the first time I smoked out of a bomb.
I'm sorry, bro. What? I know what salvia is. What is this T2 and like?
It's a designer drug. It's just like it's just like a psychedelic mixed with the uppers. I don't know, some European drug.
So
you're talking about? Hold on, no, you're talking about a recreational chemical, right? 2CB or which one?
It was one of those 2T. Yeah, it was 2TC2, but there was a whole bunch of different ones. Yeah.
I don't think
there's a bunch of research chems that people use that are like some of them are like somewhat psychedelic. Some of them are like derivatives of tryptamines because DMT, dimethyltryptamine, it is a tryptamine. Obviously, it has tryptamine. That's what the T stands for. But there's a whole other fields of tryptamines, and then there's a whole nother field of things that, and so those are related more to like DMT and those alkaloids. And then the whole other field of what are called phenylethylamines and phenylalanines, all of those, which those are connected to like MDMA, like what people, ecstasy. MDMA is a phenylethylamine, and then they can essentially, there's like numerous of those that are in that whole family. So I think that one, Kosho, is probably a phenylethylamine, right?
Jesus, this picture just looks like a fucking trip.
Did it go quiet for a second, or I don't know if my connection dropped out?
No, I don't know. We're all waiting for Kosho to respond.
No, wait, what? Sorry. Sorry. What was the very last thing you said? Just last word.
Kosho, you sound sleepy.
I was
as
saying,
fuck, bro.
if you're phenethylamine.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So when I first experienced because this guy tricked me and gave me the salvia. I think the first time I ever smelled out of a bong.
Oh, okay. Salvia is something different as well. That's a kappa ABA opioid receptor. Yep. Okay, so now you're talking salvia. I thought I was talking about the 2CB thing, or the 2C2. It's probably a derivative of 2CB, and sounds like it's in that family. Was it kind of MDMA like, or was it more like psychedelic? What was it like? And then you mentioned salvia too. Yeah, salvia is fucking very wild.
Salvia is fucked up. I don't like salvia.
You know, Gio. I was thinking about these drugs, right? That you can take to feel these spiritual things, right? And in my mind, I was equating it to physics, where so you can take a drug and you can experience a sense of being, or a sense of even spirituality that's outside of your world, right? But I think you can get that same feeling just through meditation and stuff. The only difference,
I would say yes to some degree. However, there are experiences that can be had with certain compounds that, I mean, I agree with you that in a way everything can be accessed just within the mind, like meditatively, or even like with some breath work. However, certain plants and substances can allow for an incredibly like almost like a super highway to that.
But Gio, I think I don't know. I was just fucking thinking to myself, trying to go to sleep one night, right? And the way I've concluded it was kind of you can take these drugs to shortcut your way to experiencing these other experiences, right? But just like physics, if you don't do it slowly and actually understand it through meditation and shit, and get to that through meditation, then you won't really understand what you're experiencing. You may think you do, but it's that knowledge you get through a gradual understanding of the knowledge needed to really understand what you're experiencing.
Well, to have full-blown transcendental experiences with meditation, you have to basically get your own endogenous pineal gland to create DMT for you. And then you have to have, one of the ways would be to then have your body actually flooded in DMT, which is a profoundly high-level skill to be able to do. So certainly it's a worthy task to take it on. But I'm saying for many folks, like, they could spend their whole lifetime and never be able to act, because you have to get your brain wave. It's essentially being able to stop thinking. And when I say stop, you actually have to let thinking happen until it stops, is the actual trick to that. You can't force yourself.
You're absolutely fucking on point when you said it takes a lifetime, right? Like, again, that's exactly the point I was trying to make, is like, to experience it naturally, you will get a better understanding of it. You can't, and taking these drugs are shortcuts.
I don't necessarily think so. I think all the research seems to show, from all these decades and decades of so much work, research with all of this, that is a thing. For example, like people that are in like India that are deep, like, meditation, and then they know that, at the same time, someone can take mushrooms and have a transcendental experience on their first mushroom trip. Whereas in meditation, it may have been taking them their entire lifetime to even get, even on the brink of that, as it were. However, I think there's a lot that goes into like working with these plants and medicines in a very, very productive way, because everything you're saying is the case. Like you have to like face your own demons. You have to confront yourself. and it's real work. So it does, like, it is authentic. Now, if someone's just doing one experience and they're kind of more recreational, that's different. But I'm saying people that really take it on, it does have authenticity. Like, it's not just some kind of shortcut, because it might kind of accelerate things in a way, but you still have to do the work, and you still have to integrate, everything that's purging out and everything that's coming in, and integrate all that into yourself, and often have ego death, like very real confrontations with that, which all that stuff happens on very, very deep meditation as well.
Right.
So they
I would,
overlap.
I would actually hope that it is very possible to utilize these drugs to facilitate that, because if you think about the world we live in today, we just don't have time to meditate, right? Like, people are way too fucking occupied making money.
Well, you have to get your brainwave state into a very, very deep level to be able to start having like a transcendental type experience. Like that's a very, very deep state, and most people are probably just not going to be able to accomplish that.
Do you actually find that when you was really young and first experimenting with meditation, that you was able to get into more transcendental states than you are now?
No, I wouldn't say there's a difference in terms of the now
So
till
you,
then.
so you don't think that
I would say I have more now, a lot more, much more access.
when you
Because back then, dude, when I used to meditate, I was just starting to release like the different layers of like trauma and anxiety that was within me. So I remember like I would have a lot of heat. Like heat is another way, like hot and cold are other ways that your body purges itself. So often, like with ayahuasca, sometimes same thing. People might feel hot and sweaty, or they might feel cold. But I remember when I first started meditating, I was having that heat, and it was like releasing from me. It was great.
Right. I mean, you're totally right. I mean, the first step of meditation is to, if you want, understand yourself. Only after that can you.
Exactly. By faith. For me, it's like by facing deeper parts of myself, facing my own and understanding myself, I then would, especially also if there is some kind of pain or trauma linked with it. And so it's in that sense, kind of facing that, purging whatever demons need to be purged, and then surrendering to ego death, because when an old part of yourself is being transformed, that ego has to die in order for a new ego to be formed, which is usually less ego-centered and more of like a universal, like it's getting more towards wholeness, like from a more isolated region of the ego into a more one that's more whole.
Have you ever read into the writings of Buddha?
Yeah, Buddha's the man.
So I haven't. I was gonna say that if you haven't either, it would actually make for a really good fucking show. Like just people talking about the writings of Buddha.
We'll put it on the episode of the series. We'll make that an episode. No, dude, there's so many interesting things. Yeah, that would be amazing to do like a whole series on different topics and focus on those.
Yeah, but you've already read that shit, so you gotta fucking that's not gonna work. I mean, there's other people like Kabir that people in India believe in, but I have no idea what the fuck Kabir said. But Buddha will be the most interesting motherfucker to talk about. Like he's literally fucking created a whole religion not based on God, just based on how you feel inside. It's such a unique fucking religion. There is no fucking God involved.
Well, it's because that realizes that all is one, and so we are it. It is I. It's all within.
Right. I keep saying Hinduism and Buddhism is the same religion, but the biggest difference is that a lot of Hindus, they equate self knowledge with knowledge of God, whereas whereas Buddhists don't have that that need to equate God into the fucking picture. My bad, dude. I think by your general decline in tone of voice, it's time for me to shut the fuck up.
It is. No, I'm playing. It's late, Branch. It's late. Yeah.
I know when fucking.
You
Go
sound
ahead.
like you just
Hey,
woke up.
you know what, bro? I'm gonna pass the baton to you.
Yeah, but it's just you sound like you just woke up. It
I
makes
did
no
just
sense.
wake up,
What the fuck?
bro. I don't fucking have a job. Why the fuck would I need to like sleep and fucking eat and shit to the hours of society when I don't need to live that way? I
Don't
live
you
my
go
own
see
fucking time
friends
style, bro. I
during
eat
the day?
shit. I eat
Do stuff
shit
with
and eat.
family.
I eat shit and eat when I want to, and I handle the family shit too.
Yeah, but don't you need to be awake during the day to handle the family shit? Go see friends, appointments. I don't know.
I've got to the point where even if I get a text, it wakes me up.
Damn.
Hey, Branch, since you had brought up the ayahuasca, I just posted. You were talking about making like a docu-series or something on it, like you were saying that. I just posted this website. It's copy.net, and they actually used to charge like a membership thing to get all the information, but they made it all free now, I believe, last I checked. So they have like full courses and tons of information. It's like a hub. It's like a hub for ayahuasca.
I would say this, Gio, right? Like, if we were to actually think about making a docu-series about ayahuasca, right?
You're gonna have to do it. You're gonna have to try it, and then be in the series, telling us your journey, your experience.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be in it. But because
Yeah,
I'll be too busy. I'll be too busy fucking directing, bro. But what I'm
Well,
saying
you said
is-
you might want to try it, right? You've thought about it, I think.
yeah, but
is what you said.
I'm not the type of person that would do it on TV. Right? I'm one of those people that like.
Well, no, I'm not saying film while you're doing the experience. I'm saying like be interviewed afterwards and tell your story.
Gio, you've fucking said before, right, that it'll be interesting to you to see how I would react on ayahuasca because I'm not like everybody else you fucking met.
I think you would react the same way everyone else would react, Branch. You would be in awe. You would lose
I'm not.
your shit.
I'm not. And Gio, for that reason alone, I wouldn't want to be on the show. You get what I'm saying?
I'm just riffing, man. I mean, no. I mean, obviously, like if you wanted to tell your story or something, if you're being interviewed, that'd be amazing. I'm just kind of joking around, but yeah, obviously, if whatever series would be happening, you'd have your free choice as to what you'd want to be involved or whether whatever you would like to do. But
well, I mean, you personally, like when you hear me on point, you think there's some fucking weird truth behind some of the shit I say when I'm on point. And let's say if I was on ayahuasca and I spoke real fucking truth on cam, you think people can handle it?
I don't think people would understand what you're saying, Branch. You don't understand. It's not easy to be interviewed while you're on ayahuasca. You're in a lot
you
of
wouldn't
pain.
want to do that.
Yeah, you're going through a lot internally. You might just start crying because of the pressure.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about
if I'm saying I don't want to be one of the motherfuckers on the show, all right? Nate, would you want to be? Would you be part of our show, please?
I would not want to be recorded while I'm on ayahuasca. I would not, I don't think
Motherfucker.
anyone.
So what? Okay, if you don't want to fucking do it,
That
why
is-
the fuck you acting like I should do it?
Well,
Because
hold
it
on.
would be fun.
There's already a bunch of documentaries out there, movies and documentaries of talking about ayahuasca and all this stuff, interviewing people that have had various experiences. There's even been some of them on mainstream, like one of them for PTSD, people that had PTSD, like it's some like, I don't know if it's whatever major news network that ran the actual episode or whatever. So yeah, there's all kinds of stuff like that, but I'm just so that already is existing, and there is a lot of footage of people in their experience in the ceremony as well. Obviously, some of them more legitimately run than others, and all of that. So yeah, there are people that do filming during ceremonies, but that's definitely not anything I'd want to be doing ever,
Well,
really,
actually-
because it's a sacred thing. You don't want to have
Gio,
not a thing to have
Gio,
recordings.
you know what though, Gio? The point you made is actually extremely legit. As somebody who's not experienced it, right? I wouldn't mind being on the show, right? As someone who's not actually gonna try it, but as a insight into a regular or not regular, but a branch type of fucking mind.
If you're around people that are working with this medicine, that are doing it really properly and correctly, you're very likely going to be inspired by the glow and the positivity and what they're having. And if you have any like attraction or any kind of a draw or like a calling to ever work with this medicine, I mean, essentially, if I see it in a sense, it's almost like an agreement between your soul and the ayahuasca spirit. If you feel called to work with the
Right.
medicine.
Well,
So if you do, you do, and if you won't, you won't. It's all
the problem, Gio, is this, right? Let's say if I did go on the show, right, and I did it as a person that was one of the experimenters taking ayahuasca, right? Because I'm on the show doing it, I wouldn't have a proper ayahuasca experience. Simply because I'll be interviewed and fucking doing all that bullshit in the middle of it,
Well, generally, even when people do filming in ceremonies, they're not like talking to the person while like they might just have the camera like 10 feet away, just like filming like whatever's going on in the room. Or
all right, Gio. So Gio, if I agree,
in terms of this medicine, like you can talk to people if you need to. You can open your eyes. Like for example, if you want to like go to the bathroom, you can kind of coordinate yourself to the bathroom and whatnot. However, you're gonna like Nate was saying, you're gonna be more internal, like closing your eyes, lying down.
I'm gonna wear a fucking diaper.
No,
Yeah,
no.
I mean,
if you need to go to the bathroom, you just get up and go to the bathroom. It's all good.
Yeah.
But wouldn't it be better just to?
I mean, maybe you would want to be interviewed after branch, like right after the you coming down. Maybe that would be a good time to interview while you still have these memories, because it's like a dream. If we interview you a bit too late after, everything would have faded. Like a dream almost. So it would be good to interview you.
You know what's fucking
down, but
you know
not
what's
in
in,
the
you know
heat
what's
of it.
Yeah, that's often referred to as the afterglow. And yeah, I mean, depending on what kind of group you're working with, yeah, people will often be sharing their experiences. And then also there's often like a group sharing where if people would like to share with the whole group as well, that's referred to as like integration. It's like afterglow and integration.
So, bro, I was in the airport once, right? And I was at the bar, and the chick next to me at the bar, started talking to her, and she started telling me about, and this was way before I was into the whole being spiritual and fucking really understanding shit. But like, we started talking, and she started talking about her trip. She went to Brazil or somewhere in South America. I can't remember what, but like, she went for an escort experience, right? And so we're talking about it, and it was the thing I got out of it was how open she was. She was more like, it wasn't about what we talked about.
You say open?
You're right. She was.
Oh yeah, no, ayahuasca is very opening, heart opening, chakra opening. Yeah, it's like a waterfall of like in that sense. Yeah, or like a geyser. Is that what you mean? Like that?
Right, and that's why that's so I fucking changed the subject halfway through what she was talking about to
as you do.
No, I mean, she was pretty hot, so I was trying to flirt a little bit too, right? But like, I started telling her like, and it wasn't even a fucking lie. I wasn't flirting that way. It was just me really talking. Like I was telling her like, I pick up on a lot of vibes and shit, but like with you, I feel just peace. Like, is that what happened after your ayahuasca fucking trip? Is you've just gained this inner peace that people don't have. Like when you talk, you're not talking even with your mind. You're talking just through your mouth, and you're not thinking before you talk. And so then we start getting this whole conversation about. She was like, "Yeah," and she was like, "I've never fucking talked like that before." And I was like, "Well, it's fucking beautiful," because I hate it because when people think in the back of their mind while they talk, some people can pick that up, and you stop listening to what they say, and you start you start questioning based on what you think they're thinking. Whereas with her, it was just blank. She was just fucking talking.
Sounds like her inhibitions were shut down. So she was just opening up.
It was just really fucking peaceful.
Yeah, well, that's it. And then people do think before they speak. Those are the ones who are, coherently calculating what they're trying to say, getting it all in the right order. So you're going to think to speak, and you are going to use your mouth, But if you're under some kind of influence of drugs that's switched off the things that you would probably hold private or not say, but now you can't control yourself, well, that's because of the drug, obviously. Is that a good thing? Who knows?
What's up, Jen?
Nice one, man. How you doing?
Good, bro. How are you?
Yeah, very well. Thanks for asking. Yeah, man.
Nice. Good to hear you.
Yeah, doing the round.
No,
Don't worry,
but
I'm not-
Gio,
I don't stray too far from the Geo server. I'm not straying too far. Don't worry.
Jen, before I continue, Gio, do you ever get that too, where, like, when you talk to a peaceful person, you actually can just talk to them, and there's no fucking sub-talk behind what they say in their minds? I don't know, man. Fucking hell. This is crazy talk. Like,
Well, I think I know what you mean. Are you talking about in a way like kind of like a telepathic understanding between people?
But it's not telepathic. It's just reading fucking facial expressions and shit, which gives you the understanding of what they're thinking, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to say that I can read minds. I'm just saying that I can read people's facial expressions, right?
Well, do you know about the concept of I mean, I use the word telepathic, but it's really more holographic as well. But the concept of union with another, like, about, like, in this is in Tantra, a lot of the tantric, some people might think Tantra sex is just about sex, but it's not really. Like, Tantra itself is an actual practice that at the peak where two souls essentially become one in harmony and then separate back into their individuals. But anyways, it just made me think of that when you're saying that, like, being able to kind of read someone in a sense to where it's almost like you are them, like you're so close to them, you are them, and you're able to, like, share that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question is this, right? Like, you said, is it something you're understanding about that person through some other communication method, or is it just that you're really good at recognizing facial expressions?
Well, it depends on what you're describing. Are you describing just a facial expression, kind of that type of picking up, or are you talking about like a really deep kind of union, divine union, kind of transcendental experience?
That's what I'm wondering. Like, when you meet someone, right? Like the example I gave at a hotel bar, and you're like, oh my god, I don't feel nothing from you. You fucking just seem pure, right? Is that because of the facial expressions, or is that because of a different sense you have about that person's aura or self-being or whatever? Like, there's obviously different types of personalities, and one of the personalities is the emotional personality type of person, and maybe some people are just good at recognizing emotions on a facial expression, right? Or on the other hand, they can actually read that person's fucking emotions. Which one is it?
I don't know what you're trying to say, but what about people? They have their own psychological baggage that they're bringing with them. to the bar, wherever they go. They have all these ideas, what they think is truths, but not truth. Like
Right, but that's kind of what I'm
spinning
talking
ball.
about. Like when you size someone up at a bar, right?
Right. Yeah.
Like you're not only using what you see, you're looking at how they move, all this shit, right?
Well,
And
yeah.
Is your fucking take on that person purely a physical take, but no mental coordination going on? So you're not basically really feeling what that person's feeling. You just
now you can only get that if you go into an in-depth conversation. So if you just met them at the bar, you might talk about their occupation and what brings you to the bar tonight. Are you meeting your friends here tonight? Are you single? You know, depending on what if you're looking for penetration, well then you're going to be checking.
Yeah, man.
If
But,
there's any man
but
around.
here's the deal. What I found,
Can I
Yeah,
not
let him
finish?
finish, Branch. Let him finish. But that was
Say it,
funny
man.
that you called it penetration.
This
Right,
is
so
That's classic.
if you're looking for penetration tonight, then you're going to be checking that there's no other man that wants to penetrate hanging around. That's the kind of conversation you're going to have. But if you're looking for a meaningful discussion with a woman, then you're going to go depth. You're going to go into depth with your
But
line of questioning.
I will say this. I
haven't finished yet. Can I just get to the point here? Then,
hurry the
depending
fuck
on the
up,
topic
though.
matter,
You've been talking
depending
for.
on the depending on the matter of topics that you may touch upon, you start to build up a kind of a psychological makeup and what makes her sensitive, what makes her upset, and so on and so forth.
What I found about you, Jin, is that in order to talk sideways while you're talking, I have to interrupt.
No, just let him finish, man. Some people take a little longer than others. Like some people, like I'm usually maybe only like 8 or 10 seconds. Some people might want to go for 40 seconds. You know, so some people 20.
Yeah, sorry about
all right, Jin, you got 50 seconds, bro.
No, well, I've said what I got to say. I tried to condense it, but you interrupted all the way through the damn thing. But you know what I'm saying? It all depends on how deep you want to go with the person you're speaking to, the woman, and what your intentions are for that night. Okay, it depends, doesn't it?
I'm a guy, bro. I'm a guy, dude. The intentions. When you're at a fucking airport bar and you're talking to a girl, right?
Okay.
What other intentions are there? You want to get a number?
Well, if you're at an airport bar and you're on your way to a holiday somewhere, well, you're just going to be talking about the holiday trip. There's no penetration talk there, is there? Because there's no, unless you're planning to do it in the toilet or something. But
Nah, bro. But here's
I don't know how we got off on this.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, dude.
This is a side rail.
Girls don't want to hear about what you're doing. They want to talk about themselves. So the best way to get fucking laid is you ask a girl to talk about herself.
But you wouldn't be doing that at an airport bar, would you? You're on your way to your destination.
Fuck yeah, I'll do that at an airport bar. Why not?
Well, if you're going to the same place.
This started with Branch saying about this girl that was telling about her ayahuasca experience, and he was flirting with her at the airport bar.
Oh, right. I got that. Yeah, I got the gist of that. But I didn't realize it was at the airport bar.
I didn't. I'll say this though. I didn't ever call her. I did get her number, but I didn't fucking call her because I think I would have fucked her mind up.
Why? Why would you have done that?
Because she was very deep, but
that's it. Very deep is very good, I thought. Good
right.
Deep penetration. That's good, isn't it?
I don't know, bro. That's just how I felt at the time.
Well, I mean, that's it. If you're going to be skating around the edges, well, you're not going to get anywhere, are you? You got to go in deep.
You don't really know how deep I can go, bro. Like I've got.
Oh, I think I do. Don't worry about it. I think I do.
Jen.
But the point is, do you appreciate the depth?
The branch you see.
Hang on. Let me finish. Do you appreciate the sensations whilst you're in there deep? Do you appreciate the moment, the ecstasy, the exhilaration, the running out of breath, and then having to recalibrate the breath, and second beat and all that?
Jen,
exactly.
Jen, you told me the story once about how you fell in love with your wife, and it wasn't about being deep, was it?
No, it was about everything. Eating breakfast off her tummy and that. Brilliant, man. You know, come on.
Right.
You know,
That's
you've got to live the life, haven't you? You've got to live
that's
it.
kind of the point. Is that I mean, the deep you're talking about and the deep I'm talking about are different types of deep. Like I'm talking about deep in her mind. I would have fucked her up. Like I would have fucking.
In what way? In what way? I mean, I don't get you because you know what are you talking about here? How would you fuck her up in her mind? How? How? What are you going to be doing to saying to her to ruin her mind if it's not already ruined?
I would have fucking made her fall in love with me. Like I know all the answers or like shit like that. And I've done that shit with girls before, right? Like, well, like.
So the question then I'm going to ask you is: don't you want a meaningful, full of love, where you dance with your partner in the kitchen, in the bathroom, in the living room? You go out to the streets. You're in the park and you can dance to the
Bro,
music.
that's
that's
not what
blowing
I'm
out of your
talking
pocket.
about, man.
Can you not do
Bro,
that?
that's not what I'm talking about. Look, Jen. Do you want me
That's what I'm
to,
talking about.
Jen, do you want me to make you fall in love with me right now?
Come on, get with it, man.
I can do it.
You could never do that.
I could make you fall in love with me. I mean, seriously, bro. Why couldn't you fall in love with me?
I'm a beast. I don't fall in love with men. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry,
Women
Jen.
only.
Jen, I disagree. I could make you.
Nah.
This conversation has gone completely sideways, by the way.
Sorry, yeah, I'm trying to keep it. I'm trying to keep
It has Geo, but it's
keep it up. I'm bringing in a little bit of sensation to this thing.
Hey,
But, you know,
hey, Jen,
it's been quenched.
Jen.
I do apologize.
Jen.
Yeah.
I'm fucking talking, man. Can you relax a little bit when I'm talking?
I'm relaxed.
All right.
I'm relaxed. I'm bringing in the sensitivity here.
Can you stay relaxed while I'm talking?
Yeah, I was listening to
I
you.
haven't even put the fucking smack down on you, bro. And you're still acting like you're my bitch.
Carry on, man.
All right. Well, let me talk before you finish my sentences.
Talk.
All right. Jen,
Talk, man.
why do you feel you need to finish my sentences?
I'm not doing that. I'm listening to you. Carry on.
Yeah, rein it in, Branch. Come on, let's.
Oh yeah, I was talking about this one. I was talking about this girl at the bar, right? And she wasn't like hot, but she was hot, right? I don't know.
So what did you experience that was very deep about her, about her personality?
It was just okay. So the deepest thing I felt was the fact that she was pure inside, right? Like
Oh, it was pure. It was pure.
no,
Pure
like,
heart?
what? I don't know if you fucking ever talked to a girl and she's like inside not got any fucking type of ulterior motives, and she's not thinking about what she's saying before she's saying it. Nothing like that. She's just purely her and just fucking talking, right? What the fucking first thought that comes into her mind, she's fucking saying it, right? Like, that's what she was. I should have totally fucked her. I'm just trying to say, like, when there is a girl that's thinking shit while you're with her, you can pick up on what she's thinking. That's just a human trait we all have, right?
Yeah, I tend to experience that when you're doing something exciting, like dancing, like in love sort of thing, or discussing deep things, emotional things. Yeah, you can kind of like get on par with one another. Yeah, I've experienced that many times, and it's great, fantastic. I want to be on that all the time, but it's not possible, is it? Because you got to get to work and do the cleaning, clean the baby's nappies and whatever. You know.
Well, the only reason you're stuck cleaning fucking nappies and shit, because you didn't cover your fucking dick when you fucked her.
No, I'm talking about the children's diapers when they were little.
I'll be honest with you, bro.
Yeah, Branch, let's not go just crass.
Well, no, Gio,
stuff here, dude.
I will say this: in today's day and age, all right, if we like, you know, back in the days and shit.
I'm just saying this is a live stream. It's not like a you know locker room overtly whatever you're doing right now, sort of sexual.
No. I mean, this is somewhat about sexual stuff, but I mean, I guess the point I was trying to make was, you know, I think in today's day and age that we live in, we don't need to be married. We don't need to be in that propaganda type of lifestyle that
I will agree with that. Yeah, I think that's a devaluation.
Right. This was the propaganda lifestyle. The propaganda lifestyle started after, you know, the world wars, World War I and World War II, right? Where where men need to start making babies because there weren't enough men in the population. There was this whole shit where there was a bunch of wars, a bunch of people died, right? And it became a scenario where there was a shortage of men, right?
I don't know about that. I mean, that's a wild one there. Come on.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Like the only reason I speak with a fucking British accent is because of that. Like literally,
there was never a shortage of men. What it was that if you're talking about speaking a British accent, it's because the English people didn't want to do the jobs that they felt it was beneath them because of pay. So in come the immigrants. They allowed a lot of Indians and other people from around the world to come in to do those jobs. That's what happened in Britain. My dad wanted to become an electrician. To become an electrician.
I'm sorry, bro. What happened?
Hang on. Didn't like Nigeria's military rule style of life. So because Nigeria was a colony, part of the Commonwealth of Britain, that's why I was born in England, because my dad went to England to become an electrician, you know. And
what happened in England was that after the wars, they were low on men, right? So they actually gave visas to people from India for men.
Yeah, they were low on men to do certain work that the Englishmen didn't want to do because they saw it as beneath. There was no shortage of men in the way you're making it sound like, you know, there were more women than men. No, that's not true.
Fuck yeah! After the war, there were a whole bunch of more women than men. All these fucking men got killed at war.
No, not that many British men got killed at that war.
Oh my god, bro! Why would they have given a fucking open visa to people from India, like my granddad, to come along, like with basically nothing, to fucking start a life in America? I mean, in England.
Because of the work that the Englishmen didn't want to do.
All right. Well, it wasn't. It was okay. Maybe you think it's because of the work, and if you consider fucking the English woman as work, then you're right.
Well, no. What happened? That the English women took over the men's jobs when it came during the war to make the weapons. Yeah. As soon as the war was over, the men returned to their jobs. The women went back to the house and the house jobs. And that upset the women greatly there. That's one problem.
Jen, have you even looked at after the wars, right? Have you looked at why people from India were given fucking straight? No, it wasn't even people. It was men from India were given.
Yeah, no, I understand the psychology behind all that. Look, Britain used to control India, and that's why they allowed the Indians in. They wanted people to come in and do the work, the menial work that the Englishmen didn't want to do.
Dude, I don't know if you've met fucking Indians, bro. But we are literally the worst motherfuckers to do manual work with. Like, Indian people and manual work are not things that correlate, bro. We don't do manual work. We do more of your, like, you do the manual work, I'll do your accounts type of people.
Yeah, that's actually true, but they had to get a footing somehow, some way. And that's why they were coming in to do the manual work, all the horrible work that the English people didn't want to do. This is what
What
Indians
I'm trying
are
to say,
above
what
it.
I'm
And
trying to
then
say is like,
they moved
if
from
you, if
there.
you're
Hang
try-
on.
if you are
They moved
trying to
from there,
say,
and can they not finish? They moved from the position of doing these manual work to owning corner shops, and then they started
well,
to
I'm
make
sorry,
make a
Jin,
living for themselves.
As a black man, right? You're basically trying to tell me Indians were taken to England to be slaves?
No, I'm not saying no. They're not to be slaves. They just had, look. You said there was a shortage of men. I'm telling you, the men that they were short of were the ones to do the menial work, the work that the English people deemed beneath them, and that's where the Indians came in. Because not only were they getting a job, they're getting subsidies and handouts, accommodation, much better than what they were accustomed to in India. I mean, it pissed off a lot of English people. I grew up with this stuff. I mean, look,
Well, you know,
hang on a second, please. Listen, Paki bashing. You know what Paki bashing was? Paki bashing was if you saw an Indian or a Pakistani, you beat them up on the streets. Or you put a firework through the letterbox and blow it, make a big bang.
Jin,
That's what your Indians.
You're asking, right?
Yeah.
A motherfucker that grew up in England, right, during the
I was
fucking
born there.
80s and 90s. If I
was
know
born
what
in the
Paki
60s.
bashing is,
I was born in the 60s, so I knew it before you did.
you know what question?
We actually had to, look, hang on, Branch. We actually had discussions in schools, and I actually stood up and said, look, this is in secondary education. I said, look, the problem with you white people attacking and bashing the Indians is because they were given brand new accommodations whilst your parents were waiting to move into these accommodations. So the council, and in this case, we're talking about Camden Council. Camden Council made a mistake because what they should have done was moved your families into there first, as you're from the country, and the Indians should have been moved into your property that would have been refurbished for them to do that, but they didn't. They moved the Indians straight into these new accommodations, purposely built, brand spanking new, and it got a lot of English people pissed off.
right?
Riots. We had riots over
Right,
it.
you're right on my point. Is that when the Indians came to fucking England, right? They were given fucking great places to live. They were enticing Indians. They were enticing Indians to move to fucking England because there was a shortage of fucking men in England.
To do certain jobs, certain menial jobs that the English people deemed beneath them. That was why they were looking at Indians to come in, and the Indians were very glad to come in because, like you said, can I not speak? Can I not speak? I'll let you speak.
Yeah,
now, the Indians coming into England, as you said, they are people who want to better themselves. They see the opportunity. Remember, they've had a 200 history of severe colonization from the British. That's how they picked up the language.
All right, Jen.
Okay, so
Jen,
I'm not finished.
Jen,
I am not finished. But
Jen,
I am not finished.
You're not finished. You're not finished. But I need to say this. Yeah, can we stop talking to each other like we're arguing, and let's just talk to each other like we're fucking friends?
Look, I'm just going to lay it down as I see it and hear it, and it's this. Yeah, look, the Indians were allowed in to do the shitty jobs that the English people didn't want to do, and in the end, they stopped the English because not only were they doing these jobs, but they were living in brand new accommodation, which they were waiting for to move out of their slums. Okay, this is what's going down. Okay, and then the Indians, obviously very economically minded, studious. They worked hard. They then saved all their money and they bought their corner shops. Okay, and then they changed the face of Britain by opening on a Sunday. That pissed the English off because a Sunday is a day of rest. But the Indians said, I'm not Christian. And of course, they want to get ahead. So they're going to open on Sunday. Prior to that, London, hang on, London was London was a ghost town on Sunday because no shops opened on a Sunday. You could play football in the streets. Okay, but when the Indians came and moved in now, they started opening on a Sunday. I remember my dad saying, we've run out of bread. Where can we get bread? I said, Daddy, the Indian shop is open down the way. Okay, go and get it. You understand? We were glad that the Indian shops were open.
I will say this, yeah. One of the biggest things I missed when I moved to America, right, was that Sunday feeling that you get in England, right, where like everything's fucking closed, and like it's just this very peaceful feeling you have inside on a Sunday.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. It's
You
gone.
know?
That's gone. That went before the 80s or by the
But
80s. It was
do
gone.
you think, like you basically just said that it was Indians that took that away? I think it was corporations that did.
No, it was the Indians when they opened on a Sunday and that. And then obviously the corporations caught onto the idea because they could see the Indians making money, right? So this is where church going began to reduce. You know, people going to church stopped because they were busy working Saturday and Sunday. Now it's a 24/7, 7 days a week now. Okay, that was the Indians started that in England anyway. That was before. Prior to that, it was no one worked on a Sunday because everyone went to church. I'm not Christian, so I wouldn't be there. I'd be playing on the streets, football.
I mean,
put their Sunday best on and go to church on a Sunday.
I mean, Jen. Here's the thing, yeah. Do you think purely because the Indians opened their corner shops up on a Sunday, right? Do you think that's what fucked up the Great Britain?
I don't think, well, I'm not going to use the word fucked up. I'm just going to say it changed it economically. Yeah, of course it did. Because why should the Indians be making money whilst the whites and the British who live there, you know, not make any money and the Indians...
What about the Greeks that had their shops in England? What about not just the Greeks?
Yeah.
But also the
Italians
Turkish
and the Turks. Yeah. They never worked on a Sunday until the Indians started doing that. They used to shop on Sunday.
Hold the fuck up. Are you trying to tell me that kebab shops weren't open on Sundays?
Not in England. They were shut on a Sunday when I was growing up. Everything was closed on a Sunday. Pubs open.
You know what, bro. I'll tell you this. You know, when I was in England, the only places that were open during a Sunday were the corner shops and
Fish
the
and
kebab
chip
shops.
shops in the
And
morning
the,
only.
right.
Yeah, in the morning.
Are
only.
you trying
Not
to say that the chip shops are not kebab shops? Basically, there was a turning point.
Well, okay, they
where
had a
chip
doner
shops
kebab
and
in there.
kebab shops
Some of them
became
did.
one.
Yeah, some of them did. Some of them did have a doner kebab that they were serving. Yeah. So you'd be right there. The fish
All right.
they didn't open all day. They didn't open all day. They worked half a day. Where I was living in Camden.
Before you talk too much, Jen, I gotta take a shit and I'll be back, bro. I can't hold
Go
it.
take a dump.
I'm Perry dogging,
Yeah,
bro.
they worked half a day, the fish and chip, because they wanted to have their time up as well.
Jen,
so the only day you woke up until just after lunch and
Jen,
shut.
can I take a shit or do you have to talk first?
Go on. Goodbye.
All right, thank you.
Why are you still here? Thank you.
I like to ask permission.
Bye.
I'm one of those Indians that will only here to serve
Bye.
you. That's why I'm asking permission, bro.
Bye. Go to the loo.
Bro, as an Indian motherfucker, I need to ask permission from you.
Go to the loo. Stop bloody being silly.
Fuck you. Now I'm not gonna take a shit. I'm gonna hold it in just to make you feel bad.
So you squeezed your butt cheeks and you pushed it back up into your
Fuck
stomach.
yeah.
Okay.
Fuck yeah. I'm gonna bring it
so
up.
Good. Such is the conversation. So good on Geos. You're going to go to the toilet. Excellent. What a channel. Honestly. Now that
I mean, come on, Jen.
You heard it here, folks.
Jen, are you
Bypass
not
toilets.
Jen, are you not smiling right now with this whole conversation? This is funny as fuck, my man.
Yeah. I know, but I can keep a serious face whilst it's funny. That's me.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. Here's the deal, yeah.
Yeah. As I was saying, yeah. Sunday's half day with the kebab shop and the fish and chip shops and that, because they want to have their Sunday as well. You see, but that's all changed now. That's all changed. They work all day long, 7 days a week. That's what's happened now. So it's really changed a lot in the last, before I left Japan. So that would be 1999. So let's have a look. Yeah, 30 odd years it changed from when I was born anyway. So 38 years. to the point I left England. It was 24/7. London never slept. You don't have kids playing football in the middle of the streets anymore. By 1999, that was for sure. By the early 80s, to be exact. But that's London, yeah. And the Indians, the reason for the Indians there was the original reason. Now you have some Indians immigrating for technological jobs of technology and education, and they also go to the Americas for education. Right, you know. But I was saying in Gem Pandas just before I came here, I said the Indians are now lying that they've got satellites orbiting the moon, and they've got something orbiting Mars. And I said they make a damn good curry. They should stick to making a damn good curry and stop lying about their technological prowess.
That is so racist, Jin. Oh my god.
That's what I said. That's what I said, and I got back. I got muted for that. And I was saying it in an Indian voice.
Yeah, you should have
Don't
come.
lie to me about the satellites, you lying Indians. You know, and they just went mad in there. It's not racist. That's not racist. That's the truth.
That is racist.
They do make a good
You
curry.
said Indians should stick to making curry.
That's
Come
correct.
on.
They should stick to making curry.
That's like
and
saying,
stop lying. Stop lying because they're lying. When they're lying, they offer themselves up for straight in the jaw talking. Do not lie about your technological prowess to the world.
Jen, question to you, bro. If Indians should stop making curry, right? What the fuck do you do that's good that you should stop doing?
No, I said India should.
No. Hold the fuck up. You acting like
you've
my
misunderstood
entire
what I
race.
said.
You acting like my entire race is only good for making curry.
Misunderstood
But what I'm
That's
asking you,
what the hell?
what I'm asking you, what do you do to benefit society?
Yeah, Chin.
Yeah, hang on a second. Now I said that India makes a
Do you
damn
make good curry,
I
Jen?
said. I love curry. Okay, that's why I can talk about it. In fact, let me tell you a story.
Honestly, Jen, I will say this. Yeah, the only thing I think you could be good at doing, is potentially having a big dick.
No, I don't do it. I don't need to do that. In fact, I'm the man that when I'm looking for a pair of trousers, I have to make
you're trying to say you got a small dick?
Hang on a second, you're not letting me get this out now.
You're basically telling me you got a small
look for
dick.
trousers. I look for trousers where the zip area is double or even treble reinforced. What I call the erection arrestor, the erection arrestor, so that you don't get this embarrassing bulge when you see a nice woman and suddenly you've got no control over it. All right? So come on, man. No, I like Indian
I'm
food.
sorry, bro.
It sounded
to me like you was trying to say you gotta wear special trousers to emphasize your dick size.
To arrest it. We'll have a big hard on all over the street.
I didn't say arrest.
I was saying that India
motherfucker, hold the fuck up. Hold on, Jen. Why would I have said arrest your dick size? How does that make any type of sense?
All right, that's enough of the penis talk.
Yeah,
Let's get back
exactly.
on the
Thank you
satellites.
very much. I'm trying to take it forward. I'm saying to you that India has had a 300-year history in Britain where curry has been made, and I've had the pleasure of eating some magnificent curry at numerous establishments in the UK. I come to Japan now, where there's Tokyo, a place called Roppongi, and
Japanese curry. Japanese curry,
please. Fuck's sake! I enjoyed
Japanese curry is not curry.
You're still not getting it, are you? I enjoyed the Indian cuisine cooked by Indians who owned the restaurant and enjoyed it. Then I moved to where I am now, and we've got some Indians down the road here, and then I noticed there was a difference. And then I had the opportunity to go into the kitchen, only to find that the chef is using tomato ketchup, which I don't buy for my children. I've never bought in Japan at that time, probably 16 years. Never bought, and he's putting it in the food. I said to him, excuse me, when I order a curry from you, do not put tomato ketchup in it. Go and buy tomato puree. Pureed tomato is what you use, not tomato. You know what he said? Yeah, but the Japanese don't like the taste of the curry because I said, excuse me, you should be proud of your cuisine. In England, if we found out that you put tomato ketchup, they would shut your restaurant down because it's going against the trade and description. And can I not finish, please?
No, you can't, because you've been talking. You've been talking way too long.
I'm
so you cannot
sorry. I'm
finish.
sorry. You're not going to let me get this out, are you?
No, I'm not. No, I'm
Can't
not.
you just
Because
mute
you've
this
been.
guy? Can anybody, moderator? I'm being interrupted now.
Who
What
the
I'm
fuck?
trying to
You,
say
who
is
the fuck
this.
you calling for right now?
What I'm
I'm
trying
telling
to say
you.
is
I'm
this.
telling you that you've
You're
been
not letting
talking
me
too
say
long,
anything. You are
and
not
you need
letting
to let
me say
somebody else
anything.
speak.
Right now, I'm trying to say to you that the chef,
Motherfucker, do you not understand?
I said to the chef,
Do you not
I explained
understand that
to
the
the
way
chef,
that Discord
when
works?
you are ready to stop talking,
The
I will carry
way
on.
that Discord
When
works is that we have a
when you finished interrupting,
right,
I
but
will
we're
carry on.
supposed to be having a
When you finished
conversation,
interrupting,
motherfucker.
I've asked for some moderating here, not getting any action because I'm trying to get what I'm trying to say out.
Jen,
Under
can you
unnecessary barrage
can
from
you
branch,
Jen,
branch
can
of
you
the
have a
Indians.
conversation?
I'm trying to have this conversation, but you're not listening, are you? I'm saying to you that where I live, the chef was putting tomato ketchup to make instead of tomato puree. I told him off. I got don't ever do that for me, otherwise I'll stop coming to buy curry here.
Well,
And if you're in England,
you obviously live in a very shit part. Well, he's muted now. I can't talk shit. My bad, Jen.
Ah, thank you. Yes. I know I was calling for moderation. I didn't mean mute me, though. My word. Moderation, and then you get silenced. But yeah, no, India makes good food, and I love that food, and I eat it all the time. When I can afford to have a takeout with the family, yes, we enjoy that. It's nice. And how long should it last, I hope? But I think they need to stop lying about technology, especially satellites orbiting moons and orbs orbiting Mars. I think that's not nice. From a country that makes such beautiful food, they tell horrible lies. Okay? We know this. We call them out. That's being a realist.
Hey, Jen.
Yeah. How you doing?
So, like, we both got muted, yeah. And, like, we can both talk being friends if we wanted to. We just don't decide to do that sometimes. But we have talked. I'm just saying that, like, we have talked before as really good friends. Like,
yeah, and I don't see why that shouldn't change. But I was just trying to address the fact that India does make some beautiful cuisine, which I enjoy. I just don't like the horrible lies they tell when it comes to technology and satellites orbiting the moon and orbs orbiting bloody Mars. I'm not having that.
no,
Sorry.
these fucking Indians, man. Fucking when they start talking about like they tried to send some shit to the fucking moon and it crashed.
Yeah.
Like I personally think that shit didn't crash. It landed on the fucking moon, and these Indians are just fucking like fuck it. Let all these white boys think it crashed. We're on the fucking moon now, niggas. Let's get it up.
Yeah, the Chandra-2 satellite they said that they sent was supposed to be looking for water and reckon they found water on Mars. You know, I mean, this is just stupid, ridiculous. And when you look at the satellites, the CGI thing, so there's no real images of it. Ridiculous. You know, that's why I say they should stick to making nice curry. Stop lying about technology. That's not racist. That's realist. That's me saying stop lying and tell the truth.
I mean, when we talk about being real, it kind of boils down to when I started talking about how England asked people from India to come in to. I'm sorry, when Great Britain asked for not enough men in the country, you know, that was
It was not enough.
that was an invitation.
Breaking up.
For you to go back and say there's too many fucking Indians in the UK is somewhat.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that the Indians came because the white man there didn't want to do the jobs that the Indians took over. Now they're everywhere.
I mean, I would actually say that most of London is owned by the Chinese or the. It's a very weird situation that we fucking fallen into.
Oh, that would be property. That would be property you're talking about there, where they bought. Russians also have bought into property there. So you have a Russian contingent, you have a Chinese contingent, and a few others who own property in Britain. Yeah, but doesn't mean they own Britain. No, they own property, which they can easily lose. So let's not get too. Don't give them too much credit for anything.
Right, especially because you're all the way in fucking
Japan, yeah.
Yeah, we should definitely.
Don't get me wrong. If I was a billionaire today, I'm not gonna be looking to buying property. I'm just gonna be enjoying my life, and then doing things for society. Now, what did I do for society? I gave 12 and a half years of my life as a volunteer youth worker in Britain. Okay, that's what I did for 12 and a half years, right up until the day I came to Japan. All right, for the disadvantaged children, kids, and adults of London. The age group I dealt with was from the age of 13 to 23 age group. That was my, and what was I doing there? I was the sports teacher there. So I did sports instructor. I did weight training, basketball, hockey, football, jogging, okay, weightlifting, and then cooking, diet and nutrition, and photography.
All right.
Those were my skill sets.
The question I have is this: what was you cooking?
I cooked many things that I still eat today. So you could have a healthy omelette, garlic omelette with onions, green pepper, red pepper, you know, and a little garnish of bulldog sauce and a slice of brown bread for one thing in the morning, one time. Okay? Another one would be Gin's pasta extravaganza, where we have macaroni pasta. We chop up some spinach. We chop up some onions, garlic.
Dude, I made some pasta, right?
Right, yeah. But
first time I ever made
saute.
I swear to God, bro, it's penne. It was penne. But like the first time I ever made fucking pasta, I did that shit for my fucking mom's birthday just last week. And bro, it was delicious.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm trying
Like
to tell you.
I thought it was delicious. And then my sister-in-law, I was like, hey, my sister-in-law came over, right? And I was like, hey, taste this shit. Is it not delicious? She was like, oh my God, that's yummy. Right? And bro,
when I've told you, when I finished telling you,
what? Some of the best
when
feelings.
I finished telling you, Branch, I was talking. Now I'm interested in your dish. Let me just get what I made out, because you asked me what did I cook, and I'm trying to tell you, but you jumped in again. You see,
I know, but
I'm trying to tell you.
The
So
situation.
let me tell you what I cooked. Look, this server, there are people who may be listening.
No,
to
but
this
here's
episode.
the thing. Here's the thing you need to understand, right?
There's a problem with you, man.
The situation you need to understand is this.
You asked me, what did I cook? I'm trying to tell you so that listeners may learn a new dish, right? They may recognize all the ingredients that I'm going to mention, right? But they didn't realize you can combine it in such a way and have a lovely That's why I call it Gin's pasta extravaganza, because there's a numerous amount of ingredients in there, and it makes for an extravaganza taste that explodes in your mouth. But you won't let me get this out. You keep jumping in. So can I finish?
You're right. You're right.
Can I finish?
Can
I finish what I'm saying? Is that possible? Is it possible that I can get to the start of my dish to the end in a minute and a half at least? Is it possible?
Well, you know, I think you have 9 minutes.
Right,
You
so
have
here we go.
9 minutes.
Here we go.
You have 9 minutes.
I don't need 5 minutes.
You have 9 minutes to get there.
I don't need that. I don't need 5 minutes. I don't need.
All right. Well, I'm gonna give you 9. I'm gonna give you 9 minutes.
Pasta extravaganza.
I'm gonna give you 9 minutes.
Extravaganza. Okay. Gin's pasta extravaganza. Macaroni pasta, onions, garlic, green pepper, red pepper, spinach, sweet corn, and tuna. And then you have what I call a salad dressing with mixed herbs in. Okay? So you saute up your onions and garlic and that. Okay? The spinach you add in last. And you turn the heat off. So once you've boiled your pasta, you drain it off and you put in the other ingredients. You add the salad dressing, you mix that in. And then you mix in the spinach last. So it's going in raw. You've turned the heat off the pan. And it's the heat from the pasta that will help that to reduce slightly. You want to eat it raw to retain the enzymes so they don't die. And you get the nutrition from that spinach, the calcium. And that makes for such a wonderful dish. My children love it. I cook it at home. I cook it at camp. people who have been on camp have tasted it. People I don't know have come across. Can I try that? Yes, go ahead. Oh, mate, they say it's good. You're right. That's gin's pasta extravaganza. Okay, simple. Saute, add your salad dressing.
You know what? You know what, bro? Bro, here's the thing.
Liquid olive oil type.
Here's the thing. You said that shit so heartfelt, right? That I'm gonna agree with you. Your pasta must be the shit. When can I taste it? It is?
Yeah, because when you finish, you garnish it with Parmesan cheese and a little bit of black pepper, and away you go. And I tell you, you'll have ecstasy. I down it with red wine. Some of you might white wine. Some of you might like a beer. Whatever your poison.
See, for me, bro, I'm that type of motherfucker, right? That, like, when I eat some food, I just want water. I just want water. I don't want no fucking wine while I'm fucking eating my food, because I want to taste the food.
Oh, I'm tasting the food, all right, and then I'm downing it with chili red wine.
Yeah, but it sounds to me like you are fucking an amazing chef. I wanna.
I'm a connoisseur, mate.
All right. Well, you know what? Sometimes I want to know what your prostate feels like.
Oh, I don't drink. Look, I've had to date now. Yesterday, I had a bottle of wine. So that's this year so far. I've had 1 can of beer this year, and I've had 13 bottles of red wine now. There you go.
All right. Well, how does your prostate feel right now?
I don't have any problems. I go jogging. I cycle.
How do you know?
I know. I
mean, the only way for you to really know, the only way. Listen, bro. What I'm trying to say is this: the only way you really know what your prostate feels like is for you to, maybe stick in a couple of fingers 2 inches deep.
Nah, no need to do that. I know I'm super duper fit and healthy. Let me show you a picture of myself.
I don't want to see a picture of your fucking prostate.
I'll show you a picture of myself from last Sunday. Two Sundays.
Mother, you know what I find really weird right now, bro? Is the fact we're talking about your prostate.
Well, you're not talking about my prostate cancer.
We're definitely. Okay, I'm sorry. If we're talking about somebody's prostate in this fucking conversation, right? I'm somewhat inclined to say it's yours.
You're not talking about mine because I don't have any problems, as I said.
Fuck it, are we talking about my prostate?
Whoa, you must be. Can't be talking about mine because
No,
I don't
we're
have a problem
not.
with
We're
it.
talking about you, motherfucker.
And I said to you already, I don't have a problem. So that should be the end of it.
It shouldn't be. Like, I want to know how you know your prostate has no problems in it. Because, like, I would say this, yeah, the reason you could possibly know is because of bananas.
Regular exertion of muscular force. So no. I'm just not in that realm. I don't have to worry about that.
Yo, this was the
getting
funniest conversation I've ever heard this year. Thank you, Brash. This was hilarious. Oh my god.
Glad to be of service.
Hey,
Thanks, Jeff.
you know what? You know what, bro? You can't just fucking get in this conversation like this, bro. Like, seriously, man, what the fuck? Me and Jin were having an argument, right? And you just said your 2 words and fucked up the whole argument, bro. Because if anything, right now, you know what would happen? Me and Jin would turn on you and act together as one to fuck you up. You want us to do that? Me and Jin are bros.
Don't do that, Brash.
Jin, you want to do that?
There you go. Let's have a look. Let's see. Yes, here you go, Branch. Feast your eyes on the latest installment from Jin CBR1. There you go. 2 new images coming
The
your way.
problem is that
2 new images coming your way
Jin
in the
doesn't
live
understand.
stream.
Jin
Where's
does
Jin
not.
CBR1 busy at work? Okay, this is not the man who has prostate cancer of any
Right.
kind.
Well,
All right, there you go.
what I'm saying is this, Jin.
That's me, folks.
Jin, you do not
Making
Those
sure.
pictures are clearly photoshopped. Jin. That's not a real photo. Come on.
Yeah, right.
There's CGI all over those.
Listen, man.
Yeah.
Look, Jin. What you
Yeah.
don't understand is this. Yeah. Look, if I was to fucking get on, my man Nate's side, then for you it's fucking game over. Because I can fucking talk about the globe Earth as much as I need, and I'll be right all the fucking time.
Yeah, you'd be right. It'd be a fantasy all the time. Yeah, you'd be right about that. That's all you'd be right about.
No.
'Cause it's-
No.
because you're
Hold
not
the fuck up. Has anyone in this room, your room, ever told me why my globe Earth inclinings are wrong?
Well, we can't measure any degree of curvature at all, or detect
Motherfucker,
any spin.
motherfucker.
And we don't detect any actual rotation or it orbiting the sun. We observe the sun to be orbiting above our heads, the sun and the moon. And the fact that we have air pressure, that would be impossible on the globe in the minus 10 to the 17 torr vacuum of space that we're told.
Jin, I would reply to that by saying that you're in a fucking fairy tale world, and the way that we fucking live is on a globe fucking planet.
All right. But anyway, I talk the talk, I walk the walk, and I drive the drive. Okay? There you go. I don't mess about. I do my exercises.
Motherfucker, you know what? Here's the thing, Jin.
Condition.
We
as
can't
best
just
I
end
can.
this conversation that happy-handedly. You know what I mean? We gotta have a big old argument. That's what me and you generally do.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
I've
Jin,
never.
can we
I've just
have
been
an
asked a
argument,
question.
please?
Hang on a second, Brad. Hang on. Someone's asked me if I've ever downhill. No, I've gone mountain bike trekking, downhilling, but I've never raced. Never raced. Now, I do, although they do have them in Japan.
Jin, can
they
me
do
and
have
you
these
have an
competitions here, but
Jin,
I've never joined in.
hold on, Jin. I understand that you did show me that you don't feel the way that the world actually revolves, the way that you portray it to, right? But can me and you somehow be friends? Seems to me like you're taking what I say and okay, we can be friends. Friend with a W, right? Friends.
Yeah, no problem there.
I
As
would
long as
take
you're
you
well
for
mannered and that.
I would take you for a heterosexual, Jin.
Oh, of course, I'm a heterosexual. You know that.
What else is this whole thing you and Branch are doing?
Kosho,
Pop in here.
Kosho's just jealous because like me and Kosho used to be friends.
I thought we still were, dude. What the fuck?
No, we're not. Like
no, you're right.
you've been trying to act like becoming friends with the people in this room and using me as the person to hate. And I don't like that shit.
Why? Yeah, you always say that, Branch. No matter what
No,
room.
literally, that's what you people like you and fucking some other motherfuckers, right? They'll basically try to be fucking part of this room by infiltrating them by having a common enemy, and you've made me the common enemy, haven't you?
You are my friend, and you're the last person I want to make an enemy. What you don't realize is that you make yourself everyone's enemy. And I tried to make sure it doesn't happen, but by the end of the night, it becomes that point. It's not because you're my enemy ever, Branch. It's because people are trying to like have a conversation, and all right.
Well, Kosho, I'll say this, yeah, we're not enemies, but you will realize by the end of this conversation that I am your friend.
You fucking asshole.
but you don't treat me like one, do you?
I do, you dick face. I do.
Bitch, what you do is this, right? You use me as being the counterpoint for you to being in this room acknowledged by people.
And not at all.
Yes,
dude.
you do.
Yeah, what happens is you're my buddy, and then let's say for instance, who's another person? So there's other people who do the same thing. Where I'd rather listen to you, or David does the same thing a lot too. Except I wouldn't really call him my buddy in the same way. But
Well, no, no.
I'd rather listen to David. I'd rather listen to David talk than a bunch of other people.
The difference between me and David is that when I talk, I'm talking about real fucking physics.
Yeah.
Right? It may not fucking appear that way to the general public, right? But when I fucking talk, I really do talk real fucking physics. Right?
Sure, yeah.
Like, seriously, bro. Can you say one thing, physics-wise, that I've said that's incorrect?
Yeah, I can say a couple things, but I'm not going to.
Tell me, bro. Tell me. I want to hear it.
I'm not gonna do that right now, Branch. I'm not gonna do that right now.
Please do it.
I'd rather concede dishonestly than do.
All right. Well, you know what? If you're gonna say you can't fucking do it right now, that means you really can't. Because here's the deal, bro. When I talk about fucking physics, when was the last time I was wrong?
You popped in. You said something last.
Hold on, Kosho. When was the last time I was wrong about anything?
Not sure, man. I got a phone call. Hold on.
So that was a good question, Sean. Sean G, yeah. Just to address your question again. Now, I've never raced downhill, although I've enjoyed it. Yeah.
Have you ever met a gay fish?
No, what? Can you repeat that, please?
I mean, I simply asked, have you ever met a gay fish?
Have I met a what? You're breaking up there. Have I met a what?
A gay fish.
No, I don't. No, of course not. All the fish that I meet are heterosexual fishes. Normal.
Well, you know what? Based on the Islam
They taste
religion, based on your religion, all fish is halal, right?
That is true. Because you don't, the fish doesn't die by your hand, right? It dies coming out of the water, so you.
Right, but
I mean,
like
it's already
you know,
dead.
the one thing I don't understand, right, is like a shark. You don't kill a shark by taking it out of water. You kill a shark.
Can they breathe out of water?
A shark is a fish. No, they can't.
So you kill it by taking it out of water, right?
So when people kill sharks in today's day and age, they just take them out of
on
the water, huh?
in
They
physics.
don't harpoon them. They don't harpoon the shark. They just take them out of water.
But there's something that you said wrong in physics, Branch, because you can kill a shark by taking it out of water.
All right,
Just
no,
because
well,
people don't do that.
okay, my bad. So,
I'm
my-
just playing. I'm just playing.
okay, my
It's
bad.
not even
Well, here's what I want to understand is why you find this funny. Like the ha 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 I just got. Like out of your mind, why do you think this is funny? Why do you think that you are right and I'm wrong?
I don't think you're wrong at all, Branch.
Well,
Like I
why
said,
did you laugh like that?
It was a joke because it was
Okay.
a joke.
All right. Am I fucking wrong?
No,
That's the question.
You're not wrong.
Based on what I said tonight, am I wrong?
No, people harpoon sharks. That is what they normally tend to do to kill them.
So what you're trying to say is everything I've said tonight is right.
I know about everything. I haven't been listening to everything. You know, I just started listening when you were talking about Jin's prostate.
Everything I've said since you started talking is right.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like now, yeah.
Thank you, bro. I didn't expect you to agree to that. But it's nice to know that you do agree with me.
I didn't agree.
Hey, what is this? Like, we both have very different ways of agreeing with flat earthers, right? Like, my way of agreeing with flat earthers is by talking absolute bullshit, right? And your way is by talking physics.
Yeah,
Which
but
is the right way.
they never agree with me.
And honestly, nobody agrees with me either,
Mhm.
right?
I don't know.
When was the last time you saw a flat earther agree with me?
You and Jin were like agreeing on a lot of stuff just now. I've never agreed with Jin on a single thing in life.
Oh, bro, Jin's like one of the smartest motherfuckers I know in life, right?
Maybe. I don't know.
You know the interesting about Jin
Mhm.
is that he's never been sick, ever.
But yeah, I've heard that that urban legend. Jin
I
old
mean,
as hell, bro. Ain't no way he's never been
yeah,
sick.
I think Jin may be immortal.
You think Jin's immortal?
Oh, but it goes on this whole fucking this weird thought, right, that I've had about you globers that sit around and listen to Flat Earth talk, right? You guys have forgotten even the need to watch television. You basically come around every fucking day to listen to why the earth might be flat. And you guys have even forgotten about watching television. This is your television.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, what's
When was
good on
when was
TV
the
right now?
last time? When was the last time that you watched a movie?
Last time I watched a movie was yesterday. I watched that new movie, Everything Everywhere All at Once. Have you seen that, Branch?
Yeah, it was good, dude. I
Yeah,
love that fucking
that
actress.
movie was so good. That
Dude,
was so like
bro, you know what's
it,
up though?
it got me,
She
yo.
she doesn't like come across as like she doesn't play the role as a hot girl, but she's hot.
Is she hot? She's old. No, bro.
No, she's hot, bro. Have you seen her in fucking she's in fucking that Marvel movie now, like the new fucking what is it? Um the Marvel movie. I'm sorry, bro. I'm getting so sidetracked. I'm talking about a Marvel movie with the guy who wears a cloak, and I'm forgetting his name.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange? Uh-huh.
No, I think that's Homo Boy.
Yeah, she's like totally in Doctor Strange's new movie.
I don't know. I haven't seen Doctor Strange's new movie. Do you
Oh,
have
what?
a copy of it? Do you have a good copy?
It's a cam copy, but it's
You
good
want
enough to
cam
watch.
copies? You
I
need to
do,
respect
bro.
yourself more, Branch.
When it comes to Doctor Strange, you know what's funny, bro? Like the other day, yeah. So I ordered a new laptop, right? And and then I got a fucking delivery, and I didn't even fucking look, and I was like, "There's no way a laptop can fit in this box." Not a, it was a 17-inch laptop, right? So like, I opened it, and it was my fucking neighbor's. I mean, it was this fucking shit from GameStop, all right? Like Doctor Strange's bullshit that he wears, right? And then I looked at the prices, $179
Jeez.
for like Doctor Strange bullshit.
Yeah. Utter bullshit. Yo, Jerry, have you watched Everything Everywhere All at Once?
Say that again.
Everything Everywhere All at Once. Have you watched that?
Is that a movie?
Yeah, you should watch it. It's pretty good.
Never heard of it.
Okay, it's pretty new. You should try find a copy.
Yeah, but like
Is
if you watch Doctor Strange, you're gonna know what I'm talking about. That bitch is like a big part of Doctor Strange's movie.
I haven't watched Doctor Strange.
Is that on Netflix, Nate?
No, but if you want, I can send you a link for it. Should
Yeah.
I? All right,
Sure.
cool.
You know what? I may be confused. I just thought
What?
about it. I actually am a little bit confused.
I think so.
Like she wasn't part of Doctor
Mixing up,
Strange.
yeah.
She wasn't
You're
part
mixing
of,
up.
she was actually a part of that one show, that one fucking show called Shangri-La.
He wasn't Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Yeah, but Shangri-La was like the like it was Shangri-La was released about, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago. And that was like this whole fucking Asian side of the whole fucking Marvel universe. She was a big part of that too. I don't know. I just love this actress. She's got that energy I love.
The last movie I saw was called The Martian, with my children and their friends.
It's a
You know,
good
Matt
movie,
Damon,
Jin.
he go to Mars. He's stranded on Mars, and his great
Yeah.
estimate.
Well, it sounds to me like
Jin, do you know that movie's based on a true story?
it sounds to me like I'm stuck
No, it's
between
not.
two. It sounds to me like I'm
What do you
stuck
mean it's
between.
not?
True story. Yeah, I said to my children at the end of the film, as the credits were rolling by, and they were all getting up. I said, sit down, hang on a second. I said, did they go to the moon? No. Can they go to Mars? No. Can they grow vegetables on Mars? No. Okay. Are we ever going to go to Mars in our lifetime? Okay, let's go. There you go. So shattered that illusion quickly.
Well, I'm
For
sorry,
all their
bro.
friends.
Bro.
That's fucked up.
Here's
You're
the
not
thing.
you're not letting your kids explore and wonder and think about all the
Nah,
possibilities.
none of that stuff.
Like you just shutting all of that down, and they gotta
Yeah,
believe
shut
for
that
the
down.
rest of their life that they stuck here. They just gonna live here when everyone else
That's
goes to
correct.
Mars.
The
Like they
best
just gotta
place to
stay
be.
here. That's fucked up, Jin.
That's correct. No, this is the best place to be. And although things are going on that are not good, like wars, innocent people are dying and killing, but that's because man is out of control. So we need to control this. We haven't got time to be going to Mars. We will never go there. We don't have that technology. The Earth is flat, as you well know. So let's enjoy it. And they've had the best of life so far. They've had the utmost brilliant. When they compare their life to their friends, they've seen and done much more. Remember, it's my children that are telling them that the Earth is flat. Yeah, so they know they haven't been studying properly. There you go. The fact that they know it early is better than me. That's what I said. You guys are now ahead of me than I was when I was your age. I didn't know the Earth was flat. I thought it was a ball because that's what I was taught. Nobody told me, but now you know. You know it's true because you've experienced it. You haven't experienced the globe, have you now? No, it's not. They laugh. And their friends. So no, man, I've done good. That'd be my legacy for them.
Hey, you know what? I'm not gonna deny what he said is right. He's absolutely fucking right. And
Yeah.
and you know what, bro? I'm becoming a flat earther.
And the other legacy that I left them is don't smoke cigarettes, don't do drugs.
You don't let them do drugs?
Maintain your health.
I mean,
And
you
like
know
Daddy,
what? You know
this is
what?
Daddy
You know
60
what? You know what? The reason
Don't
why
do
I
drugs.
say-
Don't.
the reason I say I'm becoming a flat earther is because of this, right? What the world you believe exists, the world that you navigate around, right, is somewhat divided between the bullshit you're told by society and the bullshit you're told between religion. Instead of fucking recognizing the world we live in as it is. And that's what
That's what I do. That's what I do. I cut through all that, and I rise above all that, and I've raised my children above that as well, so we can actually enjoy this flat Earth. We don't get up in the globe and the religion thing. We don't get tangled up in any of that. That's
You guys still like Christmas? Y'all do nothing.
We don't do Christmas. I don't buy them any
What?
Christmas presents.
You
I've
don't
never
get them
bought them a
presents?
Christmas present in their life. I've never bought
That's
them anything
cheap.
for Christmas
That's
in
cheap.
their lives. Not once.
Bro, I'll tell you what, bro. It's not
Not even my
not
nieces
even
or
about
nephews.
Christmas.
birthdays.
Not even my nieces or nephews either. In England.
Dude, I'll tell you guys one thing. It's not even about Christmas, right? It's about fucking just knowing who you are. Like,
yes,
a lot of
exactly.
my family, a lot of
What
my
about
family
Easter? Do you at
hate
least get
me.
Easter eggs
A lot
on
of my family hates me, right? Because I don't call them. I don't fucking even pick up their fucking calls.
What the fuck?
Simply because the way I see love as, I love my family, and I keep telling them, like, it's not about how much I talk to you. It's not about whether or not I pick up your fucking phone calls. It's about how I feel about you that matters. And if you guys can't get that, then keep calling me and expecting me to pick up the fucking phone. Because in reality, no, it's not fucked up. Because in reality, bro, what matters is how you feel, not how you make them think you're feeling.
No, but they want to know that you love them from your voice and your mouth, at least.
Bro, my fams know I love them because of who I am, not because of what I say or do. I mean, the thing you guys need to understand is that love doesn't need to be expressed. Love is just something that we have. Like, my fucking fams, they don't understand why kids, like kids in my fam, just fucking want to always be around me, right? They always want to fucking just chill where I'm chilling and fucking, and the simple reasoning behind it is that my love is pure. There's no thought behind my love. There's no reasoning behind my love. It's just love.
Love is a verb, not a noun. Right, Branch?
I mean,
like
I think that one thing we need to understand is that love is something that's within us, right? We keep trying to equate love to something we can contemporize into one of these things that fits into the sections that we consider life as. But in reality, life is what you make it, bro. Life is what you fucking make it. There is nothing else that changes who you want to be other than yourself.
You become what you think about.
Right. And it could be extremely negative or it can be extremely positive. But it's always you. Like and that's kind of, I've asked a lot of people when they think about meditation, a lot of people think of meditation as like they're reaching outwards to people or to beings and shit like that, right? And the thing I keep trying to tell people is that when you're meditating, you're not reaching outwards, you're reaching inwards, you're understanding you. You're not understanding all the bullshit around it. You're simply understanding who the fuck you is. Right? And you know, people look at fucking these monks and shit like, why the fuck would they sit around in silence all day long? It's because they're not searching outwards, they're searching inwards. Life isn't nothing more than what we make life to be, right? So
and it's not always complete silence, because if they're in the natural environment, then the noises from the natural environment will penetrate the silence.
But bro, what I'm trying to say is this, yeah, like, yeah, you can go through all that crap and penetrate the silence, but deep inside, what matters is how you unfold life to be about yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, it's about this thing that we all want to itch, but we can't really figure out how to itch it.
Well, what I've been saying of late is that it's the gift of life, and people are not appreciating that gift of life to the point where they're creating wars, which we, the fools, pay for and die in. So none of us at the moment, can claim to be really appreciating life, although we may show it from time to time, but when it really counts, we're lacking, and that's got to stop. That's what I think anyway, in this gift of life thing. Okay, there's a lot of things going on that we, the people, shouldn't be allowing to happen, but we are not doing that because we are weak. We are mentally disturbed, wrecked psychologically.
No, we're not.
Hold on. Let me just finish now. Let me finish, please. From the nonsense fantasy life that they've given us for these years, especially that heliocentric model and the rest of it. So come on, man. There's lots going on that shouldn't be going on.
I personally think there's a big divide between religion and what's the word? Religion versus
esoteric.
I don't know, but I think you get what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah, esoteric lifestyle. Okay, yeah.
Like personally, like my mom is so much onto the whole Hindu religion about fucking, you know, doing these stupid things that Hindus do, right? As part of their society.
Tradition.
But it's got nothing to do with my religion.
Yeah, I know. Sure. My dad used to be like that. He was like really devout, you know. It's all this ritualistic stuff, you know.
Right, and every religion has this realistically fucking this bullshit.
Ritualistic performance rituals that you have to do. Yeah.
I mean, they're fun though. They're fun. They're fun.
Not fun for me. When I started doing it, I just thought I felt I'm doing it.
What's fun about
what is this I'm doing?
No, what I mean is like you got these Hindu days like Holi, right? Like where everybody just fucking throws colored paint at each other and has fun, right? And that is fun, and it's part of religion, right? And that's the type of religion that my mom believes in, whereas my dad believes in the more spiritual side of religion, where religion means how you think about yourself before you die. And it's just two different ways of doing this shit. I'm not trying to say that my mom's way is wrong, but it in my mind is somewhat bullshit. You know, there's shit in my religion where like you're supposed to fucking have a day where you fucking praise money. And I'm like, no, fuck no, I'm not gonna do that shit. I'm not gonna praise money. Money is, it's shit like that.
Yo, Branch, have you watched that show? Is it American Gods?
I don't know, bro. I mean, the other day I was in fucking Christian. The other day I was in a Christian religion, bro.
Let me tell you about it. It's a pretty interesting show where they've modernized the gods to be everyday things we have today. Like there's a god of television, a god of media, and like the big main god is Mr. Global, I think. I forgot, but he was like the god of
What I don't understand about your religion, bro, is why don't you believe in Christian?
You should watch it, bro.
Why do Muslims?
And the idea is all of the old ancient gods
if
have
Muslims,
lost all of their power.
hold on, bro.
No
Let me
one
finish.
prays
Let me finish. If Muslims can believe in Christ, and the religion that was prior to Muslim religion was Christians, and you guys can believe in Christianity, why can't you guys believe in Hinduism?
It's totally different fucking religions. The fuck, man. Christianity, if this was a book series, Islam would be a trilogy. It'd be the third part of a trilogy.
All right, well,
and Christianity is the second book in that trilogy. Okay,
Yeah, but
Hinduism is
let me
not in
finish
it.
telling you about this show, though. American Gods.
Well, the
It's so
difference
crazy
that I'm
because
talking about,
the
though,
idea is
the difference I'm talking
Branch,
about.
come on, man, please.
No, bro,
let me
you
just
gotta
get
you
this
gotta
out.
let me get this out. You gotta let me get this out.
Okay,
Right?
okay.
The difference I'm talking about, though, is that like when you look at Christianity and the Muslim religions, they both they got people to believe in their religion, right? Just based on force, right? Whereas Hindus
Based on
have
faith and
never given
truth.
a fuck. Hindus
Based
have
on faith and
never
truth.
given a fuck. The only fuckers that believe in Hinduism.
That's not true. Hindus have conquered people and murdered and
Hindus
like
have never
there's a country
tried.
right now where Muslims
I'm
are being
sorry, bro.
persecuted
Hindus
by
have never tried to
Islam.
spread their religion. We've
What?
never. No, we haven't.
What?
We've never
Branch.
tried to make another clan of people become Hindus.
Oh my God, that's not
That's
even
one. That's one of the fucking reasons why India works so well. Like India has worked very well between Muslim and fucking Hindu rule for fucking millennia.
And what is Pakistan? Isn't Pakistan like literally
That's a
that's
Well, I'm talking.
Yeah.
Okay, when you talk about Pakistan,
Well, wasn't Pakistan and India?
right?
the
And that's what I'm
leading
talking
states?
about. What I'm talking about is post Pakistan being separated. It was the British that did that shit. The British basically took over India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, and that was at one point one nation, those three countries. And then what ended up happening was, is general warfare. They figured, you know what? Why don't we split these motherfuckers up and make them fight amongst themselves? And
Don't they have ideological?
That's why India got divided. That's why India got divided into Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh.
Yeah, but isn't there an ideological division between India and Pakistan? Like the religion?
I mean, they're the same motherfuckers, aren't they?
But don't they have two different religions, like two different ideologies?
Right, but I mean, if you consider this, yeah, why is it that India is actually able to support Muslim rule for many millennia? And even when you look at presidency of the country, I mean, there's no real reason why a Pakistani cannot be governor of India, right?
He's not Indian.
No, bro. Look, how many times was like if we look at if you look at the Taj Mahal, for example, right? During the Taj Mahal's build, the entirety of India was ruled by a Muslim leader.
Well, no, there were Muslims and Indians during like the Dark Ages in Europe. They were very much thriving and getting along and high society.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that Muslims and Indians have been getting along for fucking millennia. It was only the Brits that made them fight by dividing India into Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh.
Ask me, dude. Bangladesh are kind of the coolest ones on YouTube.
Honestly, bro, the only reason I started smoking weed as a kid was because of my Bangladeshi friends.
Yeah, there's all cool, man. All Bangladesh people are pretty cool, man.
I was a racist little kid, bro. Like for some reason, I feel like I was more friends with people that are brown than were white. Although I had a lot of white friends. I kind of fucking feel like as a kid, I was more. I don't know. It's a weird fucking thing, but it was like I was more into having friends that weren't.
Talking about in the UK, right?
Yeah, in the UK. Obviously, I'm making no sense because I'm really thinking about what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, you're reminiscing and you're having a fucking Slumdog Millionaire moment where
I know, and the
fucking
thing
breathe
is,
your life in the
I mean,
middle.
it's not even that. I don't want to say what I'm feeling because it will come across as racist.
What is it, man?
As a kid, bro, I hung out with fucking brown people because
That's fucking racist, dude.
they weren't my brown people. They were just brown people. But we never gave a fuck about whether they were Muslim or Hindu or whatever. We just were friends because we're different from the rest.
No one really gives a fuck. No one really gives. Sorry, Kosha.
I mean, I think there's also another part of this. Like, a lot of people don't understand racism in England.
Yeah, well, as I was gonna say, times have changed, but I'm sure back then that it was. I mean, when you grow up, like when I grew up, even just being mixed, in the '90s and stuff, it still wasn't like it wasn't like racism was gone or anything like that. You know what I mean?
So, dude, like I like even after I fucking was in England, right? I'm living. I went there for work, right? And and so like fucking the hotel that I was living at was down the road from like central London, right? And it was like it was funny because like there's this fucking known sense in England where you don't fuck with the tourists as far as mugging goes and shit like that, right? And I felt like I was a fucking tourist. But walking down that road, people try to fucking mug me.
Yeah, dude, that's normal. But isn't that a Muslim thing? I thought that's a Muslim thing. Like Muslims usually
What's
don't.
a Muslim thing?
Well, it's not
Muslims
Tell the difference.
It's not so much about.
They don't mess with. They're nicer to outsiders than.
But it's not so much about mugging, right?
Yeah,
But
Muslims are really
what I'm talking about is it's more like a tax.
Hindus though. Ooh,
It's more like a fucking
I'm
tax.
sure you've like met Indian girls, Kosho, right? Like they don't talk to non-Indians,
Nah, man, you guys don't understand life in London, bro.
Indian and Pakistani girls, they like stick to themselves. It's like the weirdest thing.
You guys are living in the fucking leftist American paradigm.
Nah, bro. What he says is totally right. Like, you will never get a Pakistani girl that fucks a white guy unless you really thought about it.
Yeah, or she's like fourth generation American or something. Like she's not even Pakistani anymore. You know?
I fucked
Just by
Pakistani
name.
girls. I fucked Pakistani girls, right? And they don't want anything more than that. Like, because they know that their fucking heritage doesn't allow it. She's not supposed to fuck an Indian guy.
I don't know. I banged the Indian girl she was from Trinidad.
Yeah, that's not Indian.
No,
So
she wasn't born in Trinidad, but she's from Trinidad. I think her family came from India though.
look at that.
Trinidad's fucking interesting because like
There's tons of Indians there.
yeah, I mean even their food is fucking delicious. Like
Yeah,
there's not a lot of
the island's great, but
no, I'm sorry. Do you want to move on for the current conversation?
you're the one moving on. Talking about the fucking Trinidadian food,
bro. What I'm trying to say is that there's a thing between Trinidadians, which you know they eat
what
the
you call
same
them? That
shit.
sounds made up. That sounds made up. Yeah, that sounded made up.
I call them Trinidadies. I said because I had the same conversation before. I was like Trinidadies, maybe. I don't know. That's Trinidadians, yeah.
Yeah, but you know what though? It kind of feels to me like the conversation at hand is gonna you know back and forth between me, you, and Morningstar.
You know what my least favorite thing that you do, Branch, is?
Called
You do a lot of
Trinidadians
unfavorable
and-
stuff, but the least favorite thing is when you have a meta conversation about the conversation, dude. It's like
No,
so
I mean, I think the one thing you probably hate about me is that the next conversation you're about to have, I've already planned it. And
I don't hate that. That's actually useful. I appreciate that.
Here's what's gonna happen is that I'm gonna shut the fuck up, and you're gonna end up talking to Nate. And you're gonna have the conversation I predicted you're gonna have, and that's
okay. What's the prediction, though, Branch?
He'll tell you after you had the conversation.
No shit.
my prediction is you're gonna be talking about.
Yeah, well, I'm not trying to spite you, Branch, and prove you wrong, but I actually wanted to talk to you about something about some of these AI models. I don't know if you've
Bro,
You're up to date.
here's the thing, bro. Look, I've somewhat in my mind, just not giving a fuck about fucking
coding.
yeah.
I don't care, dude. I don't care.
Honestly, dude,
I don't care what kind of midlife crisis you're having. I'm saying
no, it's not about a midlife crisis. I've already solved how we're gonna have fucking quantum computing in the near future, right? But the fact of the matter is, I don't like to talk about it.
All right, man. I told you. I said this 5 minutes ago, and I'll say it again, dude. That's my least favorite thing.
Do you not think?
Outside the conversation.
Do you not think I could have solved quantum computing?
Solved it? It's not a problem. What do you mean? It's not like a. It's not a problem that needs a solution. It's like it's an engineering. And people are doing pretty good jobs. I saw something fucking crazy the other day.
Pretty good jobs. I mean, seriously, bro. The last job I was fucking trying to get, I asked for $165,000 a year.
It's fantastic, man. I don't know what the hell.
I ain't no fucking bitch, and that's the funny things that you guys don't fucking understand is that like I fuck around, I play, right? But deep down, I know what the fuck is up. I understand computing like a motherfucker, and not even computing. I understand how to make motherfuckers create software.
Really?
Branch, are you better at coding than Kosho is?
No,
he's much better than the good coder. I mean, he's not. He's dude. Branch is more into the infrastructure.
I don't fucking code, right? And that's
he's bigger picture, man.
What do you mean bigger picture?
Bigger picture, like
architecture shit.
I hire coders to do my work for me, right? Like that's what I've been doing my whole fucking. I'm a product manager. I'm a product manager, so I worry about the product, and I basically make funding available to facilitate the product, right? And that funding could go towards developers, and that's generally where it goes.
What'd you say?
To make what?
Well, I mean, like he's on like architecture, like the entire, you know, if you look at any companies, you know, like networking or I'm trying to think of a good example.
Well,
Like,
I mean, so like here's an example, right? Like, so fucking one of the worst things I used to hate to do, as a product manager was fucking having to give speeches and shit in front of fucking a whole bunch of people, because obviously, as you guys understand, I don't like to talk unless I'm drunk, right? And if I'm in a situation where I gotta talk in front of a whole bunch of people for work, I can't be drunk. That's not how it works. But like the way it goes down is I'll be sober as fuck and I'll tell people what I want my software to do, and everybody fucking thinks I'm right all the time. Like all the way up the fucking chain. Cause I'm never wrong.
So what would Kosho be in this analogy? Like I don't understand.
I mean, I would Kosho would be one of the motherfuckers that I could potentially hire, because he hacked into the system and figured out an enormous security flaw.
Yeah, I presented it to him. Actually, I did that. I did that with Lyft, and there's a position at their corporate, and I'm actually planning to provide that to them in my interview / what's it called, application. I don't want to put it in the application. I want to do it in the interview. But it's just a problem with their maps.
I've done that shit with banks. Like, I've actually had a bank accidentally give me like fucking 50 grand. Right? It wasn't really accidental though. Right? It was, I saw a flaw in the system and I realized how I can get some money. But like literally right after I got the money, I told them that, hey guys, I got too much money.
Hey, you did that with my bot, remember? Remember you had fucking billions of dollars? My fucking bot? The bugs that you
Dude, I've done that shit with the fucking banks. I've literally got like fucking like 50 grand in my account. Right? And I told them about it.
And that's it's valuable for sure, yeah. What's it called? What's it fucking called, dude?
You know, the funny thing is, Kosho, they didn't fix the bug.
You know, there's you can look online. You can look in Google for because people do that for them all the time. What was it called? Penetration testing, that kind of stuff. You know, people present like their findings to them all the time, and sometimes companies don't do anything about it. But still, those findings still exist on the internet. It's easy to search for. So you can search for like these documents that basically describe all these.
It's more about like if you look at like Wells Fargo, right? Got bought by
Nobody.
By Payment Tech.
Oh,
right?
okay, yeah.
And Payment
Still called
Tech,
Wells Fargo though.
No, it's not. They got bought by Payment Tech, and what ends up happening is like Payment Tech now owns them, right? But even though Payment Tech is now in charge of Wells Fargo, there's this entire disconnect between how Payment Tech's infrastructure works to the infrastructure that the old company had, right? And then a company like Payment Tech tries to fold it into other shit that they own. Like Payment Tech owns Western Mutual, right? So they try to fold all this shit in together, and it makes it an entire fucking shit ton worth of coding that they just can't fucking even comprehend. And therefore, there's so many fucking bugs that if you really fucking understand how these financial institutions work, you can use them to essentially get a lot of money out of them. But the problem with me is I'm not ready to go to jail. So like,
Yeah.
So I just
remember that fucking story you told. I don't want to fucking repeat what the fuck you said about Prague. Oh god. I'm sorry. Maybe
the best thing about Prague, right, is that like
this is when you told the story, man. The detail you told. Yeah, I don't want to say anything.
I was gonna say that the best thing about Prague is that like when the sun goes down, right, girls get cold and their nips just start like. There's a whole bunch of girls walking around with hard nipples in Prague because of
Those
the changing
Russian slave girls.
Dude, I don't know. I will say this, man. Like, there's one thing about Prague girls. They're hot as fuck.
Dude, a bouncer pulled a machine gun on me in Prague.
But the nicest thing about Prague girls is that they don't know they're hot.
What are you doing in Prague? That's what the Czech Republic, right?
Stag do. It'd have to be a stag do.
I was there to fucking train these cunts on how to fucking implement and sell my software.
Man, I just gotta say something about this Wells Fargo thing. It says Wells Fargo bought the other company. I think they got bought by Payment Tech.
No. When I say Payment Tech, I mean I'm forgetting the word for Payment Tech's actual parent company. Payment Tech is Chase.
What? You told me Chase bought Wells Fargo.
Yeah, no, Payment Tech is Chase, right? Chase owns Payment Tech. And like,
But it says Wells Fargo bought them, is what it said.
No. What happened was fucking Washington Mutual went to shit. And who was it? I think fucking
Wells Fargo's one of the big four.
Wells Fargo bought Washington Mutual.
It says Chase. Yeah, right now it says Chase bought Payment Tech, so it's called Chase Payment Tech. Okay, that's true.
Yeah, JP Morgan Chase bought Payment Tech.
Yeah. That's one of the big four. Just JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo.
You know what though, dude? You know the funniest shit, right? Is that like I don't want to dox myself, but like I made Chase Payment Tech change the way they handle certain types of credit cards. Simply because I was the only motherfucker who fucking stood up for certain types of transactions that occur that Chase Payment Tech didn't fucking really understand at the time. And I got them to fucking put a 20% leverage on all authorizations that occur on these specific types of credit cards just for my industry.
Did you get a blowjob for that?
No, well, I kind of did a little bit, but you know that's like when you're a little bit. I mean, blowjobs and shit like that. When you work for a company, you got to travel a lot. Women get super loose when they're out and away from their fams and shit. You know what I mean?
You think that I can get an LLC in one day? Like it's 4:00 right now. Do you think I can have an LLC before.
I think what I think is this, bro, is that like you keep looking for before I say this, I kind of feel bad because like you don't want to hear it from me, do you?
I don't even know what you're saying, and I don't think I don't think it's gonna make sense. So I'm not really.
You don't think it's gonna impact your life?
I don't think that it's gonna hit the mark. That's what I think. I'm gonna make a prediction. It's gonna be a little bit better than the prediction you made, which turned to be false. I'm gonna make a prediction that you're gonna say something it's just not gonna hit the mark because it's not accurately depicting the issue which you're trying to.
Well, I didn't say it because I think it'll make you feel bad.
Go ahead and say it though, Branch. I know what you're gonna say though, man.
All right, well, if you know, then you're probably right.
I need this LLC because I have one already. I need a different one though. And it's for financial reasons. You know any business attorneys who give free advice? Well, isn't Stone attorney who lives in Dallas?
Did you want to just set up an LLC, Kosha?
So what?
There's a website you can go on where it doesn't charge you legal fees to set up LLCs. I'm blanking on what they're called now.
Well, there's like LegalZoom and stuff like that, but
yeah, that's it.
Well, no, in Texas though, they cite a law that because there are fees and there's taxes even that you got to pay towards the LLC, but in Texas there's a law where veterans can get 5 years for free or something like that. So I'm gonna take advantage of that, and then also take advantage of some
Hey,
business loans.
Kosho, have you looked up my name yet, as to see whether or not I'm worth any money to you?
Have I looked up Hellboy Branch Guru? No, I haven't looked it up yet.
I mean, I've got about, I would say about I got a decent amount of money, all right, that is put into holding into a for the bank, right? Because if you don't access your bank account too often, then they fuck it up and they say you can't access your money anymore. But like, it's the safest place for money to be.
Well, state of Texas, they'll hold it for you forever.
Well,
that's what I'm doing. I'm getting people back their money. Some of the money is just money that was sitting in a bank account.
Is it forever? Because like I always
no, they Texas can use it, and they'll find it like reasons to use it and shit. But if the money is there, there's no time limit on how long you can.
There is a time limit. Like at least for my money, I've got 15 years from the day that it was considered not my.
No,
money.
but they don't. Okay, that time limit though. Like I said, like there's some people who have 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 15 years is usually like the longest ones or whatever. But that's what I'm saying is they they still hold on to it, and if they still hold on to it, then you can claim it. Then it can be there for 50 years, and it's just that they can legally find uses for it. Basically, it's considered unclaimed. It's considered unclaimed after 15 years, basically.
Well, after 15 years, at least for certain types of monies, the state is allowed to redistribute the funds.
Actually, that's what I've been digging into these laws. I've been reading the whole fucking law book, dude. The entire code in Texas for the past
I'm not really talking about Texas though. Like,
well, it's gonna be different in different states.
how did that shit work out with that dude you was gonna make 20 grand from?
The 20 grand that I was talking about.
No, not that 20 grand. The other 20 grand.
Oh, actually, I said 200 grand. Wait, what 20 grand are you talking about?
The 200 grand?
No, so there's 200 grand that is owed to this person, and if I get it back for them, then I'll get 10%. I'll get the 20 grand. However, I'm still. That's the problem. I was working under my girlfriend's LLC.
Right.
Okay?
I personally think that what if, right, we changed your whole entire methodology, right, for finding these people wealth, right, and we made it out like basically you find these people wealth they're owed, right, on the nice side of your heart, right, like basically you gave them your services for free.
Yeah.
You don't think that you can make a YouTube channel or somehow get and make more money in the long term by doing
I
something?
never fucking thought about that, dude. It sounds completely stupid, but stupid enough that I'm kind of thinking about it, dude. Because there'd be a lot less loopholes if I did that.
Right. Well, regardless of loopholes and how stupid it sounds, right? Do I sound like some motherfucker that's talking stupidly right now?
I think I could make more money if I go to San Marcos and I just have like $500 and I offer like hot chicks to do yoga videos, and I put that on YouTube. I'd make more money doing that than doing this thing where I'm giving people their money back, putting that on YouTube.
Dude, so like the crazy shit is this, right? I made this video about fucking 2 years ago, right? And it was basically Michael Jackson doing the fucking moonwalk backwards, right? And right now it's about 150,000 views. And my subscription rate on that same channel, the same one that you got me a fucking strike for, by the way.
I got you a strike, dude.
You did get me the strike. Don't fucking lie.
You keep blaming me that I did. I never did anything to give you a strike.
You admitted that it was you.
I joked at one point and said that, dude. I never.
You admitted that it was you that fucking reported that.
I've never reported anybody ever.
Dude, you admitted it. And you thought it was
dude. I was joking around with you.
You thought it was justified because I paid for views. For some weird.
I was fucking joking. Why would I do it to anybody I don't like, let alone someone that's my buddy? I just want to do that to you.
Listen, Kosho, here's the thing, right? It's not about you liking me or not, right? It's about the fact that when you saw me doing that, you got jealous that fucking stream was getting views, right? And yes, you did report it, and yes, you did get me that strike. Why are you denying that now?
That's not me, man. That's that kind of shit I do. That's kind of shit Trish does to me. But I don't do that shit to anybody.
So it wasn't you that got me that strike.
No, dude. I've never reported anybody for anything.
All right. So when I started posting Gem Panda's room as fucking chipmunks and getting a shit ton of views because of it, You wasn't.
That was funny as hell. I thought that was clever.
And you wasn't the person that got me a strike?
No.
Kosho, I'm sorry. Do you understand why it's hard for me to believe it wasn't you? Considering the fact you did tell me it was you less than fucking a month ago.
It wasn't less than a month ago. I did say that as a joke. I
I'm
think
sorry,
somebody
it
else said it
wasn't.
too.
Wait. Was it less than a month ago or wasn't it?
Certainly not less than a month ago, dude.
Okay, so regardless of time frame, you do admit doing it though.
No, I admit to saying that, dude.
But why are you complaining about timelines now? It sounds to me like you're making up excuses because you know you did it, and then we start talking about timelines. You're like, no. The fuck, Kosho? Just admit you did it, and just like
All right, I did it.
All right, why the fuck you acting like you didn't?
I don't want to look bad, I guess.
Yeah, bro. Like I thought we were friends, man. Turns out, like you hate
So
me.
too, man. We shouldn't have made that fucking channel.
Turns out, like you hate me, and for any success I get, you want to squash it fast.
No, man. You took an idea and you fucking used it against Jem, and you made me sound like a chipmunk, and I just wasn't having it, dude.
No, bro. You know what it was? Jealousy. You was jealous that I was able to get views, and that's why you did it. Admit it.
Now I thought it was cool. I thought it was cool that you did that. I don't care though about any of this, dude. What kind of cell phone do you have?
A black one.
Yeah, I don't care what color it is, dude. I want to know what model and fucking brand it is. Fucking asshole. Just what kind of phone do you have, man? There was no point asking you that kind of shit, dude. Another
Bro,
bullshit.
okay, here's the thing, bro. Like, what? Like, if we're just chilling and shit, and this is all jokingly happening, right? Then why the fuck you asking such an aggressive way?
Because I'm pissed off about the fucking dumb shit that you're saying previously, and I'm letting it carry over, and it's my personal flaw. I apologize, okay? But I'm asking you legitimately what kind of cell phone you have. I just helped this dude unlock his 3 of his cell phones, and one of them was an S10, and I thought the other one was an A21, but it was like A03 or some stupid shit.
I'll tell you what pissed me the fuck off, right? Like my brother went to fucking England the other day, right? And I gave him a cell phone, which I unlocked, completely unlocked. And it pissed me off that he didn't get it activated. Just because the guy at the counter, when he went to go get a SIM card, told him your cell phone is not unlocked and you need to buy this one to actually use the unlocked cell phone. I was like, oh my god, you dumb fuck. Would I have given you a cell phone to use in England that's not unlocked?
Possibly. I mean, you do know that like I could unlock I unlocked this dude's phone here. I don't know if he could use it in England. You know, like under a British carrier, because the way the Galaxies do their fucking cell phones are fucking. They make it so people can't unlock them, and if you do unlock them, then you got to do it fucking by the exact model and brand and everything.
I mean, you can unlock cell phones.
Yeah, I know, but like for instance, with fucking this shit. Well, actually, I yeah, never mind. Because the S10, I went through all this backwards firmware bullshit, but then I realized there's a simpler way to do it, and I forgot.
So you forgot to do it?
No. I forgot that all the work that I did to do it was rendered useless when I was like, because it kept on not working. I spent so long downloading this firmware, 3 or 4 times, and then finally I did this. This is like backdoor shit. It was like it took me 2 seconds. They do make it hard because they have that FRP thing. Like, what's it called? Firmware something protection.
I guess
Firmware recovery protection. So it's like if you reset the phone, it's still gonna ask for your Google account information.
Well, it's funny. Like some of these phones, they'll be like, "Well, you first signed in to this phone with this fucking Google ID. Now you need to know the passwords and shit to unlock the phone again." But again, that's not what we're talking about, though. What it sounds like we're talking about is that you know how to unlock any cell phone.
No, dude, I was doing it a way that I thought was going to work on any phone, and it would have. It just was so tedious to install the firmware, and I used this fucking Odin bullshit, which lets you get in and install the firmware and all this other bullshit. But there's this really simpler way. There's like an app that lets you get in, and you can literally like force stop the settings on the cell phone. You can force stop the Galaxy settings, the fucking Google Play Store settings. Just force stop them, remove all the cache, and then you can restart the phone and you have full access to it again.
Well, do you know that the best way to protect your car from getting stolen, depending on your make and model of car, like in any newer car, the best way is to hide your VIN number. Because the way that these thieves actually get into cars is by using a VIN number to get a key. And most cars don't actually have keys. They just look for a signal. So honestly, like I was reading about this shit. The best way to protect your car, if you have a new car, is to hide your VIN number. That way they can't get a key.
I was retarded.
It was, bro, but I'm trying to fucking fade away from the chat and let you continue talking because, a lot of the people in this room, they actually do enjoy you talking.
Really?
Yeah, bro, like every time you're in the fucking room, the viewership not necessarily the viewership on YouTube, but at least the number of people in this room that want to talk, when you start talking, they fucking they migrate here, bro. They love to hear you fucking talk. Kosho feels so happy now. He's like, yeah, that's what's up. Kosho, do you feel happy now? How happy do you feel, Kosho? Now that you know the majority of this chat just wants to hear you talk. Don't get divided thinking that I'm fucking talking shit. I'm not talking shit. Just literally the fucking methodology. I don't know. The way that people in this room are is that they do love you, Kosho. You are.
I'm pretty sure you wear a bib.
No. Kosho is the star of this fucking room. Kosho thinks that everything I say has got to have a negative towards it, right? Which means that, like, by me saying that Kosho is the star of this room, I've got to have a but. But in reality, Kosho, you know me. I don't always need a but. Right? That's why we became friends in the first place. Was because I don't need a but. And then you twisted it so you could be friends with other people. You know, it almost comes down to the fact, like, you feel like you can be, you know, really good friends with some of the people in this room by using me as the person to hate. Have you been doing that? You're either silent, Kosho, because I'm right, or you're silent because I'm very wrong. Chances are you're silent because I'm right, because I'm never fucking wrong. I'm Branch. Have you ever fucking heard me to be wrong? I'm only wrong when I want to be wrong. Yo, Kosho! I mean, outside of all those other questions I asked.
Morning.
I mean, skeptical.
Hey, Bronx.
It's a good point, bro.
Hey, Jen.
Can you hear me?
Oh yes, Jen.
Hear your voice, man. Long time.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Hey,
Yeah, it's been
skeptical,
What have you
skeptical, and Jen.
been doing, man? I haven't heard you for a while. Where you been? Yeah.
Yeah, being taken by life, and yeah.
Did you find any curvature during that time, or the Earth's spin? Did you discover the Earth's rotation?
There's no rotation to begin with. Why would I entertain the idea of the spin of the Earth, right? There's no spin, there's no clouds to begin with, right? There's no discussion.
Okay. That's right. Well, it hasn't been discovered on this server yet. Neither on Gem Pandas, neither on the 24/7.
By my world.
Neither on. Yeah. So no, there's no curvature anywhere. Good.
Oh yeah.
Hasn't been found. Doesn't exist. There we are, folks. I mean, if you're going to find the curvature, you're going to find it lurking around in your photographs that you took accidentally when you didn't realize the Earth was a flat Earth. So you're going to be seeing lots of curvature in your photographs. But when you look at the horizon, it's level completely and utterly, isn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes, I've been asking for these heliocentrists to show us their private collection of photographs, which they've taken where the curvature was there in the picture. You know when you take these shots.
Well,
you're at the
Jen,
beach, right?
Jen,
Yeah.
you've lived between countries and shit.
Yeah.
Do you really need just a picture to tell you what shape the Earth is?
No, I don't. No, I don't. But I'm saying to the heliocentrists who believe that the Earth is a globe, that it's spinning, and that they should have photographs in abundance whilst they're on their holidays, traveling, flying, at the beach. You know.
Well, I believe
that should be there.
I do believe the Earth is a globe. No,
Yeah, that's
You,
right,
but
I believe it.
see,
okay.
just no, listen. See, Jane, right? He said, Branch. He said, you believe. You just believe, man.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe I said that shit wrong, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean? You
believe
just
it. It's
believe?
fine to believe it, but you don't know it.
Well, I
see?
use the word believe. In reality,
That's it. No, you are using the word believe deliberately.
no, I did.
No.
I did say believe, right? But
That's correct.
That's it.
Can I say something?
Here's the thing.
That is a reflex action.
You know what?
That is
I will
a
say.
reflex action for these people.
I will say this, bro. Look, outside of all this bullshit here, I believe. What I really believe is that this Earth is nothing but a sphere, and then.
What do you mean it's nothing but a sphere?
I mean, what else could it be?
Ask yourself.
Right, but unless you go to the delusional world where you start believing in different fucking fantasies about the way we
No, that's why. No,
the
that's
world,
what. That this is.
the world is a fucking globe, undoubtedly.
See, that's no. You've been taught that, right? We've been taught that as well. We've been exposed to that virgin.
Motherfucker,
right?
you sound like you from the fucking Midlands, right?
Listen, yeah. Hold on. Just we've been all taught all of that, right? We've been brainwashed. We've been lied to.
Is you not from the Midlands?
Mate, just come on.
What I'm trying to say though is like a lot of people that grew up in the Midlands, right? They in England, a lot of people who grew up in the Midlands of England, they generally believe what their parents told them. You know, whereas people that grew up.
No. This is a hasty generalization. You can't make that. It's a fallacious reasoning. It's
the way life fucking is. You've
to...
never lived in the Midlands or
I've never been there. I don't live there. So anyway, just
right, man. The Midlands is a place which is basically like little India within England, right? Like
Birmingham, regular India.
I'm talking about like Leicester and shit.
This is wrong.
Leicester is like fucking the craziest motherfucking place.
Southall in London. Southall, regular India.
Yeah, Southall's cool, but Southall is also split between the Indians and the Turkish. You know what I mean? It's like there's this whole fucking, you know, are you at a place where you can smoke a hookah, or are you not at a place where you can smoke a hookah? You know what I mean? That type of shit.
But anyway,
don't get
believing something and knowing something, two separate things here. Flat earthers don't go around saying they believe this or they believe that. We know this, we know that, or we don't know that.
Well, you know? What I don't know is what you believe the Earth actually is.
No, but see, we don't believe, man. We have reality, right? We
Right,
have
but here's what I'm trying to
reality,
say.
mate.
The reality you're talking about, right? Generally will change based on next man's talk. Like right now, if Jin started talking about why the Earth is flat based on
No. See,
based on
forget.
XY reasons,
No.
you would jump on those XY reasons, wouldn't you?
Oh.
I mean, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you?
This is not a belief, right? See,
it's not a belief thing.
about
I'm asking you a
forget
question.
about the belief. Listen, right? We have basically geometric proofs we can use to establish and find out where we are exactly, right? We have like spirit level, a level, right, is a tool that we use to establish a horizontal plane of reference, right? That's objective truth, right?
What I'll say is this, right? Is that I
We can
get what you're saying, blood. But I think that if you grew up in the same place I did, and you talked to me in the same language that I fucking talked as I was a kid, yeah, I'll be a lot more likely to believe you about this bullshit you're spewing regarding the globe.
You see, Jen.
Yeah, I'm listening. He's just carrying a belief. He carries
the
a
point.
belief
See,
only. He doesn't carry. He
at the end
doesn't
of the
carry
day-
the knowledge. We carry the knowledge of the Earth being a flat plane. We know this, okay? And as the skeptical said to you, we have tools and technological equipment to bring to bear, and
Right, okay. Let me ask you, which technological equipment did you have?
Well, we have sonar, radar, GPS, radio signals.
So really,
laser beams.
you are gonna tell me?
Right,
you're
hang
gonna
on.
tell me-
Telescopes, right? Telescopes, binoculars.
All right, well, all of these things.
Handicaps.
You are telling me that because of all these things, now you believe the Earth is a globe?
No, we you see, we use them to check, to look for the curvature, and we discovered that everything
All
is
right,
flat.
so after seeing all
everything's
these,
level.
after seeing all these things, right? that
After
you're talking
using all these things, yeah,
Right.
and seeing them being
After
used.
seeing,
I read about it as well.
using, and you know what, getting all down jiggy with it, right?
Yeah, getting all jiggy with it. Yep.
Okay, listen, Branch, right? Have you ever been to a river?
Never.
But have you seen them?
Poor man.
Like I lived in London, bro. I don't think you live in London and not see the Thames.
So how does it look?
Like water.
How the surface of the river?
Like water.
Like or a lake. Just let's say a lake.
There are a lot of lakes in London, but like
How the surface sound to you?
yeah, they all look like water. They smell like water, and they taste like
No. The surface.
look like water.
No. Surface of it. Is it?
Well, okay, hold on. Do you want me to answer what you want me to answer you with, or are you gonna take my answer and run with it?
No, listen.
Or are you gonna keep asking me the question until I answer?
Okay, we'll give you a choice.
Why are you deflecting, man? Why are you deflecting?
It's not about deflection. It seems to me like you want me to answer this question.
No, you see, I smell. Did I? Okay. Did I say smell? Have you? It's ridiculous. Did I?
Hey,
I
bro,
ask you.
I'll tell you what.
I am very specific about.
Jin's probably one of the only people in this room that would agree with me on this one thing. The Thames used to fucking stink. The Thames used to stink. It used to be a fucking shithole.
Listen.
Places, yeah, it used to stink in places, yeah.
No,
Not
see,
everywhere.
come on, Branch. I just want you to be.
No, it's not, bro. I know,
honest.
Dude, I used to have to go, like, I took this one fucking class in school, which was kayaking. And, bro, the Thames fucking stank. And then we used to fucking like, you know, on the side of the kayak, you used to have this fucking
Deflection.
You used to have,
again.
you used to have this little fucking. It's like a. It's
Why
a,
you? Why
like a
you?
small
See,
anchor, bro.
Green slime, algae, and that all stuck to the connection.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
the Thames was fucking
my question
shit.
was. Listen. My question
Bro,
was
the
clear,
Thames was
right?
pure
I'm asking
shit.
about the surface of the fucking lake around you. Surface, right?
Fuck the lakes, man. Fuck the lakes. We're talking about the Thames.
No, just give him a choice. Is it curving or is it level? That's all you got to ask.
All right. You know,
Is it exactly?
You know
Simple.
what? You know what? Geo just entered the room again, and I think
No,
if I carry on the same mentality.
No, Branch, you're deflecting again. See,
Yeah, answer
obviously, the question is fucking simple. Just answer it. Is it curved or is level?
Well, the difference is this. I think
There's no fucking difference. There's either it curves or it lays level. Which one? Choose.
Oh, the Thames back in my days, it was a fucking shit.
What do you mean?
What are you asking me?
All I can say, fuck off,
Thames,
mate.
Did the Thames back in my days look flat? Is that what you're asking me?
Back in your days?
Back in my days, the Thames smelled like shit.
Anyway.
But was the surface curving or was it flowing level?
Yeah, man. Look. The closest I got to measuring it was in Bedford.
Okay, the Bedford Canal experiment.
No.
Rowbotham.
No.
Rowbotham country. Okay, go ahead. Samuel Rowbotham country.
Here's the funny shit. Being a Londoner and talking about Bedford, right? Bedford was a fun fucking place because there was a whole market. And the market was fun because there was a lot of fucking English people selling shit the way English people do, like, you know, come by, you know, that fucking talk way of selling it, right? But again, when we talk about Bedford in London, it's got nothing to do with the Bedford level. Two different places altogether.
Are you drunk, mate?
Bro, do you know Bedford? Do you know Bedford in London? Southeast London.
Oh, the Bedford experiment.
Yeah.
Southeast
Well, the whole Bedford experiment and Bedford, London are two different places.
Obviously, but again, see, that's deflection. When we were talking to you, we were talking to you specifically, right? So the Bedford experiment, a famous experiment. So why are you sort of like trying to change the topic, right?
I know, man.
Okay, with the a million of Bedfords or 2 or 3.
Skeptical, you're probably right. The reason why I'm so deflective is probably because I'm brown. I'm Indian.
No, deflective. See,
people are listening
you're
to this
Indian.
episode and you're not answering the question.
It's boring.
You're highlighting the fact that you know for sure that water lies level. Everybody knows that. Doesn't curve on the surface of a ball. It just rolls off because the ball's not level.
I mean, I think you guys need to actually understand your fucking audience.
Listen.
You guys need to understand your audience because essentially...
Oh, the audience is listening very well.
Well, honestly, bro, seriously, you guys need to understand one thing about me, right? And if you guys don't get this already, why do I ever answer a question straight and logically?
Don't worry, we asked the question.
Skeptical, is this your first time interacting with Branch?
No, it's not. No, not at all. That's why we keep it simple. Whilst Branch talks shit and Waller's in a cesspit of shit there.
I spoke to Branch a couple of times.
We've got hazmat suits on, keeping it simple so the audience actually understands which one of the two is coherent in the way they're describing and asking questions.
All right, well, you know what?
We know Branch very well.
Listen, Jerry asked you a very simple question. Is this or is this not the first time you fucking spoken to me? Does it sounds to me.
I answered him, no, it's not.
All right, then why are you?
I went on to say to him that
Jim,
we separate ourselves from your nonsense because you're wallowing in cesspit there.
Branch, right?
You are answering the questions. We don't do that. You see? So there you go.
See, Branch, you are everywhere, scattered. You are uncatchable. You're not being honest.
It's a bar of soap covered in oil. You're never going to grip it.
Exactly. It's fucking.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So there you go. There you go, dear listeners. Water lies level. You know that. Everybody knows that. It cannot stick to the surface of a ball because the ball is not level. So it will roll off and accumulate at the bottom of the ball there, leveling out.
Jin, may I ask you a
The ball is not level, you see. There you are.
Jin, may I ask you a question, Jin?
Go ahead.
Why am I wrong?
In everything.
Why are you wrong? Why are you wrong? Because you are unable.
You're wrong in everything because you're not answering.
To prove your case. You can't answer the simplest of questions. So you're not proving yourself right, are you? And you're carrying a belief. We carry the knowledge that we know the Earth is not a spinning ball. It's a flat, level plane. We don't claim the Earth to have a shape. We don't know that. How can we know the shape of this Earth? I've never seen it. All I've seen is a leveled plain with mountains and valleys, rivers, and alike. That's all. I haven't seen anything else. I do know it's as deep as 7.6 miles, especially where it took Russia to drill that deep. And whilst they were drilling it, they were wrong every step of the way, all the way through that distance. So 7.6 miles is more than enough material for us to exist on. We can definitely be living on that, grow our trees and have apples, vegetables and everything else. So it's more than enough to sustain life is what I'm saying. But as for the shape, I don't know.
Jin, hold on. What I'm asking you, Jin, is everything I said wrong?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Skeptical. Right?
Everything
Stop
you
being
said is wrong regarding
skeptical.
the Earth.
Can you stop being so skeptical? Jin, what I'm asking you is this, yeah? Just think about it. Think about what I've said throughout these last 10 minutes, right? And
Yeah,
I'm not talking about your portrayals for the shape of the Earth. I'm talking about the way you think, right? And based on that, and based on knowing that, do you really think everything I just said for the last 10 minutes or 15 minutes was
nonsense? Complete and utter nonsense, sir. Nonsense. It's nonsensical. Makes no sense. No coherent. No direction. It's waste of time. And anybody
all right,
Jin, know that.
Based on that, you know what's going to happen?
Oh, you're going to present your case?
No, I'm going to let the whole room agree with you.
Okay, good. Well done, Flat Earthers. Flat Earthers, unite. Let's go. Flat Earthers, assemble. Yes. So if anyone's listening to this episode,